Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Raheel along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5. Glad you can join us this morning. A little bitch session about the Rockets last night.
Ooh.
That was a bad loss. I mean, you're talking about a team that was so depleted, and it's the Warriors. For F's sake, it's the Warriors. You can't. For what is the deal? Why is it that the Warriors just have? Well, you're going to hear from Steve Kerr in this show. As a matter of fact, in this segment, we're going to hear from Steve Kerr on one of the worst sound bites I think I've ever heard. I've been doing this for going on 40 years now. And this is one of the worst sound bites I've ever heard from a head coach. It is just garbage what he had to say about playing at Toyota Center.
Warriors, come out to play, yeah! Man, there's a difference between culture, leadership, all that stuff right now, and has been for a while, right? Because there hasn't been any consistency in terms of what Steve Kerr has done across most NBA franchises. And the fact that random guys step up, guys just hit big shots after another. You can see that they still care, even with all the injuries. That's the difference right there. Last night's loss wasn't a loss for the season. It felt like a loss for the Ime tenure.
It's been it wraps up a decade.
Yeah, it was embarrassing. I mean, it turned into, I can't wait for Ime to get the hell out of here. Is he Mark Jackson? Who's going to be our Steve Kerr? It was a culture-shifting loss last night. That's what it felt like. And you're like, really? This is a team that is quote-unquote championship material. They're still top 4 in the West. They've got the talent, all of that, and DeAnthony Melton was putting daggers in you. Al Horford jacking up shots.
The Rockets drafted DeAnthony Melton.
I remember.
Right? Yeah.
From out of Oregon.
And then he just was traded to Phoenix right away or whatever. Sometimes you draft for another team, and they're really never yours, but DeAnthony Melton came back and said, "Oh, yeah? Trade me away? How's this taste? 10 for 22. How's
Put
that?
22 shots on them.
Yeah.
LJ Cryer getting a great homecoming.
Look at the hodgepodge they put out there. Podziemski? I'm so tired of Podziemski. I can't even tell you.
What is a Malawi Leons?
Malawi?
What is that?
I don't know what that means.
Dude, somebody
you texted us last night. I don't even know what that means.
Somebody went on NBA 2K 26 and created a player,
Malawi
Leons. He legit looks like the default Italian character. If you're like, okay, who do you want to be? And they're like, yeah, let's Malawi Leons. Let's put this guy on the roster and put him on KD for 12 minutes.
Just incredible.
So it was so ugly. Anytime there was some momentum, the Warriors were like, yeah, but it's fine. We still believe in this. And they get the dub. Rockets moved to 1-6 in overtime games. KD having the brutal free throw misses. It was not good. Jabari at least had a good game, John.
Lance used to say this about Kelvin Cato all the time. If he just rolled around on the floor underneath the basket, he would have been more effective. If he just rolled around on the floor, he would have had about the same game. If somebody kicked him or something, he'd have had 3 free throws or 4 free throws and hit 3 of them. Otherwise, he could have shot from the floor just as effectively. Laying on the ground, he could have shot just as effectively as he did standing up. That was awful.
Dude, that was so bad. I get it. It's his first game back, all of that stuff. And look, he has been good this year. 2026. Like the
no.
Actually,
they missed
year.
him the other night,
yeah,
right?
The actual calendar year, he has been good.
Yeah.
Okay, but that was not good. And to top that, sorry, Dale, I know you're about to jump in, but
go ahead.
One more thing. To top that, Alpi Şengün was like, okay, check this out. Even with all of that, I get the ball in my hands, me doing the OT stuff, the banging in the post. He still had a worse plus minus last night.
Listen. I gotta watch because Turkey. I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know how to answer that. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
I'll say
I'm sorry. Is Alpi a championship center?
No,
not at the moment.
No. I've never considered him a championship caliber player.
Well, you have ugly things to say. So Reed Sheppard has benefited if you're online. He's the first player to do this or the second player to do this over the last week because he's played well. Jabari Smith has one of those. Jabari Smith Jr. is the first player in NBA history to record the following numbers in a single game: 0% field goal percentage, 8 field goal attempts, 5+ turnovers in 40+ minutes. So while that's data dredging, it can go both ways. You can go, hey, first guy to go 19, 10, 5, and 4, and 6. Or you can be this.
First player.
Where you play 40 minutes, turn the ball over 5+ times, attempt 8 field goals, and not make a single one. No player in NBA history has ever done it.
Historical night.
Yeah.
Reed had one of those nights, too. Coming off the bench.
It just depends on who wants to pull numbers.
Yeah. No. He did. He had one of those, 30 points off the bench with no free throws.
Yes,
that's the first guard in NBA history to ever do that. With 30 points off the bench, 30 points, 0 free throws.
So he was obviously going off, and the Prime crew was really, really thrilled with what he was doing. He was having a moment, and then I was not really locked in on the actual what's the amount of points each team is scoring. I just knew it was a close game. Then I look at it. Reed's doing this, and the Rockets, are they going to break 100? Before it got to overtime, he was shooting the ball as well as he has. And even with all of that, that was a team struggling to get to 100 points.
Well, and they struggled so hard. And some of that, a nice run while KD was on the bench.
Yep.
And they don't score. Remember, we can't take him out because the offense just can't do anything when he's on the bench. And Reed Sheppard was basically the whole offense for a good stretches of that game, and it was it's not enough. It's just not enough. I mean, but you're right. What did they have? 47 at the half. They were down 4. They had 51-47 at the half. And it was like, holy crap, this is just terrible. Now, I saw people saying if he starts, they win. He came in with 4:26 left in the first quarter, and then he didn't start the second half. He came in with 5+ minutes left. He still played, the same amount. Did he play the same amount of minutes?
37 minutes. Yeah, he played. He played enough.
How many minutes do you really? If he started, he would. What? He played 37 minutes, which was, Kevin Durant played, Jabari played 42. That's where the argument should come in. Jabari playing 42 minutes last night.
Who did you want to play instead of him?
Well, Finn and Miss didn't even get off the bench.
Yeah. Did you want to see?
No.
More minutes for a Kogi?
Don't put words in my mouth,
I'm asking. More minutes for a Kogi, possibly? Is that what you wanted?
I don't put
Kogi made some shots.
How about,
maybe.
Wait, can we play Clint Capella just a little bit more than 12 minutes?
Well, he did play, yeah. Well, and you know what? They go 2 bigs with Steven Adams, but...
Yeah, why are we afraid to do it with Clint?
Well, Clint.
Apparently, we can't do it with Clint.
Plus 11.
He was plus 11. He had 3 rebounds in 12 minutes. Şengün had 7 rebounds in 37. Guess what? Clint was more effective than he was. And he had 4 points in 12 minutes.
And he actually moves over for help side defense.
Yeah.
Şengün just like,
that's your job.
Şengün's like, nah. You guys want me to play defense? Do you want me to stick the Turkish online crowd on you? Like, you can't criticize Şengün. That's why the whole thing about, I would never give up Şengün for any pieces in the NBA. This guy's the future. Whatever. If there was a potential for Giannis to come here for Şengün, yes, do it. A heartbeat for me. I know I'm going back. Like, no one cares about my opinion on that, on a story that's already dead. But to me, he's a guy that puts up numbers. Fantastic. Is he going to get you a championship? Is he going to make the extra effort? I don't see it consistently. So why can't we just play Capella a little bit more? A guy who actually cares and will try to block a shot.
Yeah, he cares. He just is.
He's limited athletically.
He's not OT, okay? Stop calling him OT.
Yeah, I forgot. That was disrespectful.
Yeah.
He cares.
He's also an awkward toddler on offense.
But there are limits.
Let me say AT, awkward toddler.
You can call him that. That's probably less insulting than what you were calling him. He's just he's not athletically gifted. In a league full of athletes, he's not a great one. You look how he scores. He can't really elevate over anyone at this point. We know he backs people down and he tries to wrap his elbow around your ribs to move you out of the way, and then he goes for the hook. And if he can't overpower you, he's got real problems when they're throwing it down to him. There's not a lot of post moves there. He can be stronger than Wemby at times and get him on the rim. That's what people are excited about sometimes. But as far as a guy who can hold up, it's the hook or nothing.
Without him, they don't even get it to overtime.
It's true. He did make buckets late.
It was a 7-0 run by him, right?
Yeah,
he
was
and one and then 2 buckets.
Up until that point, he had been bad.
He had 10 points.
Yeah, but he turned it on late in the fourth to get him there. But he missed a couple what you would call bunnies in that OT.
No. The free throw fiasco was.
That wasn't good.
It was. Oh my God, and he tries to. It was just. That was embarrassing. He misses the third, and then when he's got to miss one, he throws it up and makes it. Goodness, he's at the end of was it the last game? Yeah, where he had two terrible fouls and then a technical foul.
Yeah, the 2 turnovers.
Or 2 turnovers
yeah.
and then a technical foul. It was like, what are you doing? What? I mean, and they only won that game by 5.
Yeah.
Luckily, they had that cushion. Last night they needed him to. They really need him to step up and be about as clutch as possible. Missing that free throw was.
It was bad. It was bad.
It was awful.
I hate saying it, but man, Draymond Green last night, the defense when it mattered, that dude can still make your life a living hell. And it gets dirty. He'll hold you, all that stuff. But man, he made life hard out there to get a bucket.
Yeah,
you gotta give him props.
He's still a pain in the ass. He's still a pain.
I wish we had some pains in the ass.
You know who's a pain in the ass? Dale, do you have Steve Kerr?
Yeah, he has it. Here it is.
Yeah. Okay, here's Steve Kerr talking about playing at Toy. Listen to this and see if you're not as disgusted as I am.
How fond of memories you have of this tunnel right here?
Yeah, this is a good building for us. We've won some playoff series here, and a lot of good memories in that locker room. It's interesting. I mean, we've won playoff games over the years here in series. We won Game 7 here. You win a game like tonight, it feels the same. You're just trying to win, and winning is just an amazing feeling. And even though this is a regular season game, just to see a bunch of young guys compete and come out with a win, it feels like a playoff win. It really does. It's the beauty of competing and playing in the NBA, coaching in the NBA, is you get nights like tonight where everything's worth it. Separately.
What a great place it is for them to play. All the great memories they have celebrating in that locker room. The Game 7s that they won here.
Gosh.
The 0 for 27. Last year they won again in a Game 7. It's incredible. The Golden State Warriors, I mean, you are just their BR. You're just their BR.
You said it.
They won this game with Santos, Melton, Podziemski, Leones, Post, L.J. Cryer, who didn't even think he was going to make the trip. L.J. Cryer was on fire for a while, just knocking down everything. Nate Williams.
Give Pat Spencer some love. The guy, the
Pat
financial
Spencer,
accountant.
number 61. Pat Spencer?
Bro. Dude, that goes to show you. I know there's always going to be this talk about, was it Phil Jackson or was it Michael Jordan? Is it Steph Curry or is it Steve Kerr? It's both of them, and Steve Kerr has created an atmosphere and culture there in Golden State where these guys want to play, and they play hard. Even in a season with all of the injuries, everything that's going on, they gave a damn last night, and they wanted that win, and it's a testament to what Steve Kerr has done.
Well, what they do that other NBA teams don't, and you're right, it's all effort, is moving without the ball.
Yep.
They move. There's so many teams like the Rockets that just stand there and watch Katie out on top or Reed out on top or Amen, God forbid. They just stand there and they watch while that's all. Golden State just moves without the basketball, and you got to work. Okay, there's more to this, and Roosh made a point about Ime and his rotation and Reed Shepherd specifically. We'll talk about it on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. This I saw online, and I just got a text from somebody. Kevin Durant, there's being accusations thrown around. He had made 35 straight free throws before he missed those 2 last night. You know what? He had 23 points last night. You know what his under-over was?
What?
24.5.
Oh.
So Kevin Durant, who has made $500 million in his career, I don't know how much money he's made in his career, went on DraftKings and bet the under on himself for which is probably a $500 bet is all max you can get on it. Can we stop with this? That Kevin Durant missed those free throws because his under-over was 24.5?
Well, you don't know if he didn't hook it into a big parlay.
Well, yeah.
What if he had the over on Brandon Podzinski points?
Reed Shepherd points over. Okay. He had the under on Jabari. Under on Jabari made field goals. 1.5. Under.
And Al Horford blocks.
And Alpy turnovers. 4.
So that $500 netted him probably $30,000.
$30,000.
And nobody's saying no to $30,000.
He made more than that playing the game.
Not after taxes.
So he's not taxed on this. Okay.
Yeah,
Can we
that's
stop
all.
that he had, because his under-over was 24.5, he missed those 2 free throws on purpose?
How much is that? Is that a high-end Birkin? What's $30K?
No.
You're what's
Not
that?
a high. It's a Birkin bag.
So maybe
You can get a really, really nice Gucci for 30.
So perhaps if I'm playing this game, this isn't about him needing the money, but does he want to spend $30K on a girl he barely knows of his own money? No. So you do the parlay, and now you've just got an extra 30 to spend for this girl, and you can just toss her a Birkin,
dude. But if
to make her feel like she's loved.
Kevin Durant throwing you a $30K Birkin, that's cheap.
Well,
you know what
they
we never
just met.
hear?
They met last
No,
week.
it doesn't matter. The going rate for these Instagram models for an NBA player is $60K minimum.
You put models in quotes?
Yeah, models.
Okay.
You can't call yourself a model unless you've been in Vogue.
You know what we never hear? Kevin Durant is who's Kevin Durant is dating.
Well, we don't hear that, but I have seen video of him and some people he knows.
You saw the Miami one?
Yes. Yes, I did see that video.
John, tell him.
I don't know how to describe it other than it's Kevin Durant, and I guess some of his boys are walking into a Miami restaurant, and you just see a bunch of women who look exactly like the woman you think would be there, following an NBA star around. It's just like 5 or 6 of them, and they all just walk in.
12.
It was that
12.
many? I didn't really count. I just saw the video
12.
in passing. They all just walk in. There's him and a couple guys he knows, and it's what you think they would look like. They look like that.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Well,
So while
he's a red-blooded American man
with
a lot of money.
Yeah, while
But
we don't hear it.
he keeps his stuff quiet now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess whatever he's doing doesn't lead to the women going online and.
He doesn't have a jersey retired at a strip club.
Oh, that's beyond. That's old stuff. We're talking about the model taking your business online and having long arcs about what you did to her, how you treated her poorly. He doesn't have that.
Or
He doesn't
even
have any. He doesn't have. We don't ever hear anything. Anything.
So whatever he's doing it well.
He's doing it great. He's like the Derek Jeter of the NBA.
No, but even Jeter, we heard stories.
Yeah, that's true.
Things leaked.
That's
The model
true.
basket.
Because Jeter was dating
The signed baseball.
Well, Jeter was dating high-profile women, like actually women who are famous without being around Derek Jeter.
Right.
I don't know that Kevin Durant's doing that.
Right. I mean, that's good. Keep your business to yourself. And maybe he invites them over on his burners.
I don't know if he does that because you actually have to meet the real person. I don't really care about that. Cool, do what you like. Just make your free throws.
Could you imagine? You get a burner account message. Hey, this is Kevin Durant. No, seriously.
No, seriously.
This is me, KD.
Get off my Dickerson.
Yeah, that was the actual account.
Yes. Hey, Yes, I had to say, I don't mess with that Twitter nonsense. But I actually am Get Off My Dickerson. Would you like to come over?
Here's a picture, and he's not sending pictures or anything because nothing has leaked.
Nothing. He's doing
Shout out to Kevin
whatever
Durant.
he's doing it well. But that didn't matter last night.
Meanwhile, Gilbert Arenas is getting burned by AI models.
Well, speaking of that, did you see the video? I guess James Harden partnered with an AI company, and they made a video of his career, a cartoon of his career, like from when he was a kid, and one clip is of him shooting with the wrong hand. Another clip, he has the wrong name on the back of his jersey. So the AI company didn't do a great job of talking about James Harden's career, but his time in Houston, his time in OKC where they lost.
Did he have him going in?
No,
the
no,
owners,
nope.
and getting all the coaches fired
Nope,
and all the players traded?
None of that.
He didn't have any of that?
Did he
have
call?
They have him showing up late for planes? Did they have him at strip clubs?
Not part of the video.
Well, then this AI is totally off on James's career.
Well,
No Chris Paul beef, nothing?
Well, James is the one partnering. They're not going to embarrass him on a video that he's a part of.
Not embarrassed. It's the facts.
Yeah, he doesn't want those facts out there.
Sorry, I made a mistake. It was not Gilbert Arenas. It was Matt Barnes, who allegedly was scammed for $61,000 by an AI model, but he has now since said that is a false story. So, just wanted
Well, because it's
that's good.
embarrassing.
We were going to talk about Reed Shepard's minutes.
Oh, yeah.
That's not fun.
Well, okay, so Roosh just put out a little while ago, somebody said, he played 37 minutes. What are you talking about that Ime is, there's coaching malpractice here? Well, he said, yeah, except he plays all those minutes in a row. He sits for the first 8, 7.5, and then plays the rest of the half without a break. And by that time, his legs are tired. But were his legs tired at the end there? I don't know.
Well, he wasn't even in the end that much. Like
There's some offense, defense stuff they're doing late in that game.
The bucket that tied the game up, there's a lot of buckets that tied the game up, but it was Amen Thompson bringing the ball up. He was playing point guard. Reed was on the bench looking on with his puppy eyes like, put me in, coach. Anyways, Şengün calls for the ball on the right low block, and Amen didn't even pass it to him. He turned it over, and it luckily got to Şengün.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I was like, this is so hard. We can't put Reed Shepard in to do this. They just got lucky that the ball was deflected into the hands of Şengün in the post, and he scored to tie the game up.
Yeah, I mean, the Rockets are 7-2 when Reed starts. Is it that big a deal? Would it be? And maybe there's a point here about that. You're resting him at the start of the game when he doesn't need rest. Then he plays the rest of the half. He plays the 12 and the 4, 16 straight minutes. He does get the break in timeouts, and he gets the break between the first and second quarter. But other than that, I mean, is there something to start him, rest him, get him back out there? They're 7-2 when he starts, and they're a much better team, and they don't get off to slow starts. But they did get it off to a slow start the other day against not the Magic, the Miami. They got off to a slow start. Actually, they got off to a real quick start, and then they got their ass handed to them at about 5 minutes into the game. I don't know. This whole Reed Shepard has to start thing is, I don't know. I think it's as long as he's playing the minutes, as long as he's in at the end. And when they needed a 3, give it up for Ime. They actually had him on the floor. So we got to give it up for Ime that he actually played his best 3-point shooter when they needed a 3.
Is that where we are, where we applaud the coach?
Big ups.
Big ups. Ime didn't miss those free throws, by the way.
No.
No,
Your
Ime did
closer,
not miss
your
those
closer
free
missed the free throws. We're talking about the lack of star power for the Warriors. There's a website it's called Money on the Floor website. It's a Twitter account that tells you the difference between active millions in the game. So the Rockets had $142.2 million of active roster going. Could you want to guess how many active millions the Warriors had? Or at least the disparity. You want to guess
Who was on?
What do you mean?
Or like you're just saying top to
Guys
bottom
who
roster?
are available to play.
Oh, okay.
Like, of course,
Draymond's making a lot. Al Horford's making a lot. After that, I would say
active millions on the floor.
50. No,
50?
40.
Who?
Because Al Horford and Draymond are making money.
Well, Draymond, I don't know how much Al Horford's making. He signed late in the offseason.
Yeah, I don't know that he's making all that money.
Well,
$42 million. No, not even 42.
It's more than 42. But the biggest issue is the disparity between the two active rosters.
How much?
There was a nearly $99 million difference between the two active rosters last night.
Who the hell's making money for the Warriors?
Well, Draymond's making 25.9, almost 26 million, and then you have guys like Melton is a vet, so he's making probably more than you think. But here it is. Seth Curry wasn't even active.
He wasn't active. Okay,
No.
Here's the money: Draymond Green 25, Al Horford $5 million, 5.6.
And that's already 36 or so.
Podzinski 3.6. DeAnthony Melton $3 million.
Then the rest are just minimum
Gui
guys.
Santos 2.2.
So the Rockets.
Dude, Maleve Leons, they don't even have his money on there.
Is he a 10
He
guy?
played for
10-day
free.
guy? Yeah.
He played for free yesterday.
$142.2 million of active roster for the Rockets. Of course, you know Fred's out and Steven Adams is out, but still, that's the disparity of what you would call talent that was out there, and the Rockets still lost.
Nate Williams, Leons, and
about
LJ
this anymore.
Cryer. Spot Track doesn't even have their money.
These are minimum guys who
They
aren't
played
even
for per
registered.
diem.
Yeah.
They played for per diem
lunch
last
money.
night.
They lost to a team who half their guys played for lunch money.
I don't want to talk about this anymore.
No, I want to talk about it. This is great.
That was that. I mean, they've had. I guess that's not the worst. It's
Do the
Rockets a pretty bad loss.
Do the Rockets have wins like this that you remember where guys are out all across the board and they find a way to scrap it together? I know
Yeah.
some teams do this. Like
Yeah.
the Warriors have this on their resume. The Heat are known for running a roster out there and finding a way to win a random game. I'm trying to think.
The Rockets beat Golden State at Golden State without KD
Yeah, but what else was
when
missing?
Reed went nuts.
Like were 3-4 starters missing?
No.
Yeah, no, that's.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Where you look at it and go,
Yeah, but Porzingis is always missing.
I wasn't talking about Porzingis. I'm talking about Steph and Jimmy and those guys. Like you, two max guys aren't playing, and then
Two Hall of Famers.
Yeah, and then you throw in other guys who would be playing minutes who weren't there, like Seth Curry. Like I'm just saying, I can't think of a time I'm sure it's happened where the Rockets were without like 3 or 4 guys who are stars or at least big time rotation guys and go win a game against a competent team.
Yeah.
Or even better, because the Rockets are better than competent, and the Warriors kind of control this game.
We had our Hall of Famers. They didn't. We had KD and Jabari, and they didn't.
Jabari.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he hurt himself a little bit towards Hall of Fame voting last night, but other than that,
Will he make the Auburn Hall of Fame?
I don't even know that. What I do know is that glass makes everything look better. Okay. It's always a fact. Bathrooms are one of the biggest factors when you're buying a house, right? You go in there and there's curtains and an old bathtub, and you're like, I mean, if you want to upgrade your house, start with the bathroom. Start with glass. Start with beautiful mirrors. They may have a huge impact. And Bluebonnet Glass can do anything. Customize really cool glass, really neat framing, all of this stuff. Everything. Bluebonnet Glass makes your house just look better. Glass cabinets in the living room or in the kitchen. Glass railings along your stairs. Glass makes it look, hey, your windows, whatever window it is. You got a broken window, a cracked window, ain't good, okay? You doors, whatever the case may be, whatever glass you have that you need replacing, make it a Bluebonnet Glass. 25% off for all new home buyers who are looking to upgrade their bathroom or home sellers looking to increase the value of their home. And an extra 5% off for first responders and teachers. Bluebonnet Glass cares about the community. They've been doing this for 75 years. They know. They've been there, done that, and they can make it look great. Have them come to your house and see for yourself. 832-508-0911, 832-508-0911, or bluebonnetglass.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
I'm finding some good news of the weird here today, boys. We're in for it. We got, what did you learn this week on the show in one sentence?
Also, I want to do Freestyle Friday at some point.
Freestyle Friday.
Yep, Freestyle Friday. I'll explain it. But it's just us randomly throwing stuff out that we forgot.
Okay.
Yeah, throughout the week. Or
Stuff that
thoughts
we
on
forgot
stories.
throughout the week.
Yeah. Our little one-liners that maybe we forgot.
Yeah.
I asked this to Dell yesterday. Why don't we just do News of the Weird at 8:30 and just carry the final hour and a half with it? Because those are our best segments.
You think News of the Weird? Well, it maybe should. It could, well, have two segments. You know.
I said it'd be a bad idea to start it at 8:30 because, like, it'd be Pavlovian for you to think, well, show's over now. You'd check out at 9 as opposed to 9:45. So
me?
Yes. So I don't want to do it at 8:30 because you think the last hour wasn't for you. Even if we gave it two segments at 9 o'clock, John'd be done. He goes, "What? I still got to do this?" He would just immediately think it's time for him to close that laptop and go about his business. That's what News of the Weird means for him.
It kind of is. I am Pavlovian.
Yeah, you can't do that to him. If you move it up, you can do that and wreck mine and Lance's time because you'll be gone if we implement that.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna have to push back. I know what would happen.
I'm just here for my residency, and when I leave, you guys deal with the consequences.
He's treating this like the Sphere. He's just gonna go, and whatever happens afterwards, he doesn't care.
1 week only. Rahil Ramzanli is back.
Yeah.
With Granado and Dell.
What is it, Ramzanali?
Yeah.
There's the
Well,
change.
no, you can't. It's not Lady Gaga. It's not Ramzanali.
No, it's Ramzanli.
It's Ramzanali. That's what he said.
It's Ramzanali.
I'm done playing your games.
Ramzanali.
No, it's Ramzanali.
You're not Tony Dorsett, okay?
I'm Del Olalea. It wasn't
you
always
did.
that.
I'm John Granito.
Why can't I have a rebrand if Dell gets a rebrand?
There's questions that need to be answered, John.
Well, because it's,
my
I've
rebrand
never heard
is in
someone
the
from India
It's actually
do
in the
that.
branding. I actually got the branding to do it in the voice guy or Michael in my case does it for my show. You're gonna need someone to do that for you here.
I have clips from UFC Fight Pass.
That doesn't matter here. You're gonna need Michael since you're now maybe a frequent guest host. Michael's gonna have to do that for you.
I don't know if I'm getting an invite back.
That's not guaranteed.
No,
it's not.
It's not guaranteed at all. I filled in one time for Branham and Joe's show, and I never got an invite back.
Who was the person you did the show with?
With Jeremy. And I thought we had a great time.
Well, you thought wrong.
Yeah.
I couldn't even make Junkie of the Week all week long. Nothing. I wanted to be Junkie of the Week. Or Junkie of the Day, excuse me.
You wanted to be.
That's one of their things.
Signature segments.
Junkie of the Week, and you couldn't do that. Is it based off of drugs?
You couldn't even.
No,
do that.
I think it's based on bad opinions, and I have plenty of bad opinions.
We've heard them.
No. Like Şengün is not going to win you a title.
Well, that's not a bad opinion. I mean, he's not the best player on the title team.
No.
Despite what people thought.
Oh, overrate tortoise.
Well, that's inappropriate.
Oh,
that's not necessary.
That you gotta
Awkward
stop saying
toddler.
that.
You can do that. He looks like an awkward toddler in the paint. You might be able to do that and be fine.
Yeah.
But overweight is insulting.
It's so hard to watch it. And like just aesthetically.
Well, the Rockets as
can't
a
do
whole aren't that aesthetically pleasing.
No, it's a lot of ISO ball.
And offensive rebounding, and that's how they score, which had worked pretty well when Steven Adams was around. It's less so now. They're not as dominant on the boards as they once were. And you see some of the results.
No, you're not. When you needed a rebound, Reed Shepherd's just watching and Melton gets a putback.
That's who they are now in some ways.
Yeah, they're just watching like, I don't want this rebound. Do you want it?
And they had been playing at least winning basketball. I don't know about well. They were 7-3 in their last 10, so the record wasn't suffering very much. They were still, and they still are, right in the chase for the 3 seed. But you can see the seams of this team. You can start to see things where you're like, this is now just part of their DNA. It's not something that's going to get fixed this late in the year. This is who they are. And who they are is a team who plays poorly in the clutch and in overtime.
Did you see that dunk by Anthony Edwards last night?
Oh, my God.
Yes.
God bless America.
That's the
Dude,
guy we
that
don't
dude.
want to see in a
And
playoff
then
series.
he should have gotten a tech for it. I mean, he's screaming in
RJ Barrett.
RJ Barrett's face.
He was like, wait, man, this isn't nice at all. They should stop teeing guys up for that. That's what makes it more fun.
No.
Yes,
'cause
it
just
does.
starts
It's
fights.
so much. It's so bad. Yeah, let's have a fight or two. Let's bring back some of that.
You want to bring back the fights.
Yes,
I'm with you on that. I'm okay with that.
I
But-
want some scraps. I want to see a referee fall and then act like she can't get up.
Well, it was a female referee.
Yeah,
That
in
went
that
down.
female basketball game.
Yeah, in a field basketball game.
I don't take no orders from no
Did
woman,
you
by
see
the way.
LeBron's act last night?
No,
He was
I
on the
went to
floor
bed.
for about 15 minutes.
Oh,
And he didn't even get touched, and he didn't. He was. It was just embarrassing.
Do we have an update on his health?
prayers up.
Prayers, thoughts, and prayers. That's all we have. That's all we have right now. So I mean, stop.
Are we
LeBron.
going to allow the Rockets to dominate when the Texans have made more big news? Is that what we're going
On
to do?
the other side.
Are we going to allow this Rocket team to distract from all the maneuvering the Texans
Yes,
are up
this was
to?
a
That-
culture-shifting loss.
How
If you say
how Nick Casario is playing chess and the rest of the league
Yeah.
is playing football?
He yes. Well, that would actually be a problem.
That's a huge problem.
if the rest of the league is playing football and he's playing chess. But
That was a
he's out
legit
here.
laugh.
That's a good one,
That was
John.
a good one.
Credit to you. But he's out here making moves, and people just carving out cap space by giving guys giant extensions. It almost seems silly. You're like, wait a minute, he's giving that guy a lot more money,
Wow.
and he's making cap space happen. How does that work? But
How's
it works.
he doing it? How's he doing
He's
it?
out here tricking people.
We'll do it on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5. Time to talk about you going to the tournament. You want to go to the NCAA tournament?
Yes.
We got it right here in Houston. Right here in the city of Houston. It's at Toyota Center. It's the Sweet 16. You want to be there. Of course you want to be there. Attendance is encouraged. Passion is mandatory. Get your tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets. The Cougs could be there too, by the way. By the way, I don't take no orders from no NCAA. I'm going to put the Cougs in there, okay? They're going to get to the Sweet 16. They're going to get to Toyota Center. Let's go. I can't promise it, but I'm just saying it. Get your tickets now. ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. 713-780-3776. Denil Hunter gets a 40.1. Why did they throw in the .1?
Why not? It's a little thank you for what you've done.
Well, what? Wait, no, let me throw you another 100. I gave you $40 million. I got to give you another 100,000. Well, just make it $40 million. I don't get it. What's the deal?
Why are you taking man's money away?
I'm not taking a man's money away. I'm just saying, let's
make
it even.
They're hoping he stays here and is active through the Bridgeland years, and this is just a little, hey, find that right house. Put the down payment.
He's going to be gone by the time Bridgeland shows up.
In 3 years?
Yeah. He's only got he's signed through next year.
Yeah.
This season and next. So I mean,
we don't know. He could still be putting up some numbers. That dude's a monster, man. There have been no signs of decline in this man.
No, I mean, no. He's one of the best in the game. There's no question. And it's great to have him. It's a great he comes up with some big games. But there were times it's like, where's Denil today? What's going on? Now, I mean, you can't expect. I guess you can't, but I expect it out of Will Anderson every game, and he delivers most every game.
That's Will Anderson. There's the guy. Denil is a perfect complement for Will Anderson to allow Will Anderson to continuously put up the numbers that you expect. Right? Like that's there's going to be some games where Hunter isn't the best, but you don't need him to be Will Anderson. You got Will Anderson to be Will Anderson.
Yeah. Will Anderson is now. That was what we thought. Will Anderson was going to get that 40, but it is, and the cap keeps going up and up and up. So, but you got this off season. You're going to have to. You got to. What do we expect for Will Anderson this off season? 40 plus, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's 40.1 for Denil Hunter, they got to go higher, right?
You have to. Yeah. I mean, but how are they going to do this?
He's a cornerstone. He is actually, that guy is the epitome of D'Amico football team.
Are they going to do a deal that's going to make him the highest paid edge rusher? Or are they going to do one that
he'll just be edge rusher. He'll be the highest paid non-quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, it's 46.5 is the leader right now with Micah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to get more than Micah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Well, that's the price of doing business with one of the best players in the league.
So I'm always interested or, in fact, confused with contract extensions. So he gets the one for 40.1 extension. So his cap hit this year, which is most important to how the Texans will operate, is 31.3, and then he has a very small cap hit for his production next year. It's at 8.2. So his base salary this year will be 22.6. So some of it's bonus, of course, some of it's salary. So what they did was create about $22 million in cap space by doing this, and then you throw in the restructure of Derek Stingley. So it does give them some space if they have a high-ticket offensive lineman they have their eye on that they want, or maybe not even high-ticket, maybe medium-ticket offensive lineman. So it was a move to tell Denil Hunter, hey, man, we like what you're doing out there, but also it gives them another year of Denil Hunter, and some of that money is spread over 2 years as opposed to what it was before. Denil Hunter, he's in that Kirk Cousins territory, continuing to get a bag.
Man, good for him. That's 32 years old.
And there was just a story. He still drives a Nissan.
Yeah.
Like an old Nissan.
Good for him.
I mean, he's not. And I think I forget who the quote was from, but he just loves to work out and play football. He doesn't really need $40 million. I mean,
so you're saying we should have done a better deal here in Houston?
I'm saying, Denil, if you're going to drive a Nissan, I mean, this is wasted on you. You're saving it. You're never going to go. You're never going to go be bankrupt. Like, other. I mean, it's just kind of wasted.
Let's just give him a normal
Wait,
salary.
if he
then.
doesn't buy a luxury vehicle, then the money's wasted?
Yeah, kind of.
What? That's what you think the money should go to?
I mean, you can buy
exotic
better
cars?
Nothing against Nissans,
Yeah.
but
Sounds like it.
a little McLaren, and then you go 190,
What?
like
like
Miles Garrett?
Miles Garrett does.
Miles Garrett needs to watch it. Less
Dude,
so
Miles
about.
Garrett.
Look, he's got like nine tickets, speeding tickets since he's been a Brown, but he has to take some responsibility. He's dating an American treasure in Chloe Kim, the Olympian.
yeah.
He better cut it out.
Was she with him?
I don't know that was the case, but
Oh, dude.
what are you doing, Miles?
I get so scared going above 75 sometimes when I have the family or just the wife with me. To have an American hero, that's terrifying. And he's going 190, whatever.
I got pulled over.
I don't know.
other day.
Did he actually go 190?
I don't.
I don't know.
No,
he went
190.
fast,
Good
though.
Lord.
Yeah, I'm still looking at two different websites talking about the Denil Hunter contract. And I'm always confused about how the money's being dispersed but either way, he'll be a Texan for a couple years. The numbers flip depending on which website you go to as the numbers come in from the league. Yeah, Miles Garrett drives like he went to Georgia, but he's been doing that since he got there. And
Aggies don't drive like that.
yeah, I don't know what he's on. Why
What's
is
the
he
deal?
driving like that? That's not an Aggie way to do things.
This is our fault. We talked. Remember his final year? He hung out with us to start the season, John. Do you remember that in the press box? He came up there. He had his book with him, and we interviewed him. And this is our fault. We started this.
You started this?
Because I told him, I was like, dude, I got to drive back home fast. Got to get home.
Yeah.
I got to get out of here.
And you put that in his head. Drive fast,
Miles. Hey, if the radio guy can do it, I can do it.
I don't know that you made that type of impression.
Should I share that picture again? It's me, John, and Miles Garrett just hanging out. We took a picture together. Trent Brown also.
You did? We did? I don't
Yeah.
remember.
I'll share that picture.
Oh
I
yeah,
have it.
you guys.
Yeah, you missed
You
the
guys
Trent
were
Brown
off
news.
air when Trent Brown just got his extension got a deal with the Texans, 1 year, $7 million.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, you happy?
Eh,
Offensive line
No,
is
you
taking
gotta
shape.
have that guy. You gotta.
why? You
Because
got to have
just got rid of
someone.
Titus. You did at the very least. You needed to sign him.
A
It just so
below
you got a
average
body.
tackle.
Well, he actually I don't grade offensive linemen because we're so dumb about that, and Pro Football Focus isn't any good at it. But apparently, by most accounts,
Not by their
dude played
accounts.
pretty well.
Not by their accounts. He's an average tackle by their accounts.
He's a good run blocking tackle.
and a bad pass blocking tackle, which
Yeah,
turns out
but-
to be an average tackle.
I don't know if you heard, but we were one of the best teams, sacks 1 year to sacks the next year.
Cool.
We were one of the second best sack team in Texan history.
I was told.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah,
They
you were
si-
told, but you don't listen.
They signed a guy who has injury concerns.
Maybe you're watching different tape than Nick Casario.
Who hasn't played, who's only played, let's say, since 2020. He's had only out of those years, only 2 years playing more than 10 games per season. So he misses time.
Yeah, he
He's
does.
had some really big injuries. And he'll be age 33. Now, tackles can play older.
Yeah.
If that $7 million guarantees him the starting job, I guess we'll live with it. But he obviously is not a long-term answer at that spot. So
$7 million. That's like
Well,
going
that's-
to Target.
that's about half of what Cam Robinson got. We saw how that turned out.
yeah.
So I don't know that they
But Trent Brown was better than Cam Robinson last year.
Well, it was hard to be worse, considering how Cam Robinson got jettisoned pretty quickly. When Trent Brown was
and
able
then when
to
he
play,
played in Cleveland, he wasn't any good.
well, we knew that. We knew that before they signed him. That was
But
the point.
look at what Nick is doing.
What is he
He's
doing?
signing guys for half of what and playing better.
But he
telling
still
you,
had to pay that other
he's
guy.
playing
He
chess.
He signed that other guy for more money, and he stunk.
That's okay. You got rid of him.
Good. Cool.
Sometimes we make mistakes, Del.
Sometimes
and we get rid of them right away.
Sometimes he makes mistakes.
Huh?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Okay, Denil Hunter drives a Nissan GTR Nismo, which
So-
is a $200,000
Yeah, what
car.
are we doing, John?
Stop, John.
Nissan. Oh, Nissans can make expensive cars too.
Ooh,
No.
those GTRs are sick.
How old is it?
From his college days is what I saw, but the one that I just saw a picture
It's
of.
not worth $200 anymore from his college days.
That's what I saw, but I don't know if that's real or not.
Yeah, no, I think he still got the same car.
Yeah, that's still a really good car.
Yeah, well, guess what? He could buy one of those every year.
And I'm sure the maintenance on it isn't cheap.
Do you want to be like Odell or don't you?
What?
If you don't want to be like Odell, why are you getting all that money?
Odell?
Wait, what?
What are you talking about?
You're telling him to go on a boat with Tim's on?
Odell filed bankruptcy this week.
Oh, I
He
didn't know
did?
Yeah.
Oh, man. That sucks.
that.
Yeah.
And are we saying this is Denil Hunter's only car?
That's
He's
his
just
daily
one he
driver.
drives all the time. He must feel comfortable in it. I don't know. He's keeping it from college.
Dude, I had a Nissan Rogue. That thing was badass.
You know what?
I
LSU
loved
bought
it.
him that, and you know what? Maybe he just loves it
He
because
loves it.
LSU
It reminds
bought
him
him that
of
car.
the good old days.
Reminds him of pay for play,
Yeah.
which he's up to now. He was on that game long before he became a Texan, getting paid to play.
Cedric Benson used to drive around with a burnt orange M3 on campus.
I
We're
mean,
like, hey.
just name a star college player and the car that they were driving,
And wait,
but
how
well
do you-
before they should have been.
Why do you
We
have
know.
a handicap plate as well?
A placard?
Yeah, he would park at Gregory Gym on Texas's campus. He would get top billing.
Well,
I was like, wait, that's not right.
Oh,
And that's why I
Miles.
snitched on him.
are you telling me? Oh, you told?
Yeah, I told.
There's Miles and us.
Yep.
How about that? And you taught him how to drive like that.
No.
Bad person.
I just said I got to get home fast.
Yeah. All
And
right.
he took it to heart.
We need a break. We need to talk about Golden Nugget. I need to talk about what I feel like is one of my favorite places. One of the reasons is it's just a couple of hours away. You know, flying to Vegas, it's a pain. It is. It's a pain. Flying to Vegas, by the time you got to go to the leave for the airport an hour and a half, 2 hours before the flight. Wait for your flight. Your flight is 3.5, 4 hours to Vegas. Okay. Then you gotta get your bags, and it's always a long time. Then you gotta get to your hotel. It's a 7.5, 8 hour trip just to go start get your gamble on. How about driving 2 hours, 15 minutes, depending on where you are in the Houston area? Katy, 2.5 hours. Okay, Mount Bellevue, you're an hour and a half away. Let's go. Let's get to Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. So much easier. You don't even have to stay the night. Now they got a beautiful hotel. The hotel's great. Great. And, I don't care how old it is, but they're going to keep it and they're going to make it nice. That's not the case with all the Lake Charles casinos, okay? Golf, restaurants, casino, sports book, nightclub, concert venue, everything you could possibly want. You're looking for a little getaway? I mean, I don't. It doesn't get much better. It just doesn't. You're looking for a great place to get your gamble on. GoldenNuggetLC.com. GoldenNuggetLC.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. Jeremy Pena out of the World Baseball Classic. Done. He's going to miss the WBC. He does have a fractured fingertip. So, and that was his throwing hand. Hopefully he'll be okay.
Everyone thinks it's going to be fine. There's no surgery as of right now. But, man, this could be a damper if it's just lingers all year long.
Geraldo de Perdomo interviewed after the game, said he's not hurt. The Astros just don't want him to play. That's the Astros. So that's that. That's why he's not playing. Mm-hmm.
I'm with you, Geraldo.
I'm okay with that too. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. It's all right.
Don't play.
Dude.
We don't need that. What we need is Jose Altuve. How much time did he miss because of the World Baseball Classic? Yeah, we ain't doing that anymore.
What year was that?
I don't care.
4 years ago.
Was it 2022?
What? Oh, so those games he didn't miss?
I'm simply trying to remember the time frame. Was it 2022?
Yeah, it was because the tournament happens every 4 years. So.
What happened in 2022?
They won the World Series.
Okay. So that rest
was it 22 or 24?
I'm asking. Was it?
It might have been 24.
I thought it happens every 4 years.
Is it every 2 or every
or is it
4
4
years?
What is it?
When did
2 or 4?
Ohtani strike out Trout 2 years ago or 4 years ago?
No one can tell. No one knows.
What an important tournament.
This is our job.
It's impossible to know. No, it's impossible. No one can tell.
Last time it was 2023.
Okay, 23. They didn't win the World Series. Thank you.
Because Altuve got hurt?
Yeah. You missed all those games?
But they made the playoffs.
So what? You missed all those games. Did they have let's see. Jose Altuve. Yeah.
Yeah, 2023.
In 23, he played 90 games.
Right.
Yeah, sorry.
That's about how long the baseball season should be.
Honestly.
About 90 games.
Give it 10 more, and that'll be fine.
But I don't know if you heard, it ain't 90 games long.
It should be.
Altuve was on to something.
Let's see. He played 146, 141, 90, 153, 155. Yeah. No, you go ahead.
Was
with
he
your World
around
Baseball
for
Classic.
Was he around for the Tiger series?
Or
he was around for the Rangers series
yeah,
in 2023.
But he missed all those at bats. He would have been better against Skubal.
No. Actually, it was 2023. That was the Rangers series, where he hit what was a giant home run to give them a 3-2 lead in that series, and then they lost it at home.
They lost both games at home.
Yeah.
At home.
If Jose had more at bats, he might have been better.
No, he missed all that time. They still had home field advantage. He hit a big home run to bring it back to Houston, and then they didn't win a game. So that's on the World Baseball Classic?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
And it's not on all the people asking
Did they win
for
it all?
tickets at
No.
home and staying at home and the wife bothering him.
So
that's my favorite thing about playing home games. All those distractions.
So many it'd be better if they played it on the road.
Gosh, the family's bothering you. I got a game tonight. Leave
People were bringing that up. Man, Malachi Tony was really affected in the national title game because everybody wanted tickets. That's what they bring. Hey, look, Miami's at home, but that could be a giant distraction, right?
It is a giant distraction.
Yeah, I mean, it really affected Mark Fletcher and Malachi Tony. They were playing at home from guys from South Florida. How could they possibly handle all the distractions? They both score touchdowns. Okay. I hated that. I've always hated that. That reasoning for why playing at home is a bad thing.
Ohtani hit a grand slam this morning.
I did see that.
Man.
Yeah.
That dude. That's crazy.
It's pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Ohtani's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my analysis.
No,
he's not better than Yamamoto, but he's pretty good.
Just continues to.
Would you rather have Ohtani or Yamamoto?
I'd rather have the guy who has that rubber arm who won them the World Series.
I'd rather have Ohtani.
The guy who pitched in back-to-back World Series
He pitches
games.
and hits.
I don't care. What was he when Yamamoto was saving their season last year in the World Series?
In the lineup.
Yeah. He was playing.
He was in the lineup.
But he wasn't the guy who pitched in the 6th and 7th game and back-to-back.
They didn't let him.
They didn't need him. They had Yamamoto started, and then came back in Game 7.
So everybody who has a better game is better than him.
In the World Series, when it mattered most, I'd rather have Yamamoto.
What about the year before?
What about it? What was Yamamoto doing when they needed him most? Showing up.
What about the MVPs? What about those?
Who cares? Mike Trout has MVPs. What does that want him?
Okay.
Show up in the World Series.
Now he doesn't have championships,
yeah,
too.
because he didn't have Yamamoto.
Oh, my God. They wouldn't have won without Yamamoto is what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, the guy who pitched in back-to-back World Series games, starting one of them and then coming back and pitching in the next one.
Yeah, that's fine.
No, it's great. It's not just fine.
No, that's it. It was fine. That's great. He won the MVP. Great. He's not better than
World
Yamamoto.
Series,
He's not better than
World
Ohtani.
Series MVP Yamamoto.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776. He hits a grand slam. He had 9 RBIs yesterday or something. But Yamamoto's better because he pitched it. He had two good outings.
James Harden's great in the regular season. Cool.
It's Ohtani great.
I'm
okay?
talking about the guy who won the world. The guy who has a postseason record of 7-1 and was the World Series MVP.
Nice job.
Yeah, 7-1 in his 2 postseason appearances as far as seasons, and has a World Series MVP. Sorry, I'm taking Yamamoto in the postseason. That's all. Ohtani, get us there. I know who's going to take us home.
Ohtani, get us there, but
and let Yamamoto take us home. Exactly.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Did you see what he did last year? He brought them home.
Let's take a look at Ohtani's postseason.
Go ahead. He ain't going to be better than 7-1.
Stop.
This is Dell's thing. He's done the research on this one.
Go find 7-1 Ohtani pitching in the postseason over the last 2 seasons.
He is. Well, this only has 2000. Oh yeah, 2025. Okay, he is 2-1 in the postseason with a 1-1-3 whip.
2-1. That's
with
not,
a 1-1-3
That's not
hit
7-1.
Pitching. Okay, boom.
7-1 in the postseason. It's better than 2-1. I don't know if you've heard.
Now let's take a look at his hitting. Wait, let's take a look at.
Go ahead. Let's take
Yamamoto's
a look.
hitting.
He's a pitcher. He doesn't hit.
Yeah, but Ohtani does.
Sorry.
He's a pitcher and he hits too.
Where was Ohtani in Game 6 and 7?
Ohtani with a 1,096 OPS in the postseason.
Oh well, who was the MVP, John?
John, why are you taking the bait? Why did you
Got
stupid.
you? Got him. I don't care about this at all.
John?
That's so stupid.
You walked right into the Ohtani trap.
You think I care?
I can't believe you just spent 4 minutes.
It's so easy.
And
he's defending a Dodger beyond all things. So because he wants to yell at me about being dumb, he has to defend a Dodger. It's a double whammy for you.
I hate this place. I can.
What
tell you
time
that.
are we doing?
I got pulled over 2 days
happened?
ago.
Were you wearing Astros gear?
No, I was on my scooter and I crossed.
You're on your scooter?
Yeah.
Oh my! Embarrassing.
Yeah, we got scooters. We got electric
Johnny.
bike and scooters, and it's awesome. And we
scooter.
drive down to Ventura Boulevard and go to
I would call
restaurants.
it by its name. I don't know if I would say I was on my scooter. What's the name of this scooter?
It's a. I don't know what
Is it a bird?
It's nice. It's vast.
I'm sure it is.
It's good.
Motorized.
On my scooter.
Oh.
And you did an illegal crossing.
I did a legal crossing across Ventura Boulevard where I crossed against the red.
Yeah.
There was nobody there.
Oh.
Cop goes, like this 20-something-year-old cop. I'm like, dude, you know how old I am? You know how many times? He's like, well, it's dangerous, and we have deaths of people crossing.
That's right.
I was like, I've been doing it a long time, pal.
Did you get
a long time?
Now you got an actual
Guess
ticket
what? I'm
or
still
warning?
alive.
You get a ticket or a warning?
I got a warning.
Oh, so then you're good. That doesn't even count.
Well, no, I know that, but I had to sit there and listen. I'm like,
Maybe he pulled you over for your bad baseball takes. Ohtani. In the postseason, 2-1, ERA over 4. Had an ERA over 7 in the World Series. You take him over Yamamoto. F out of here.
yeah. Well, the hitting and the pitching.
Whatever. The pitching, better off
the Babe Ruth of our time.
The pitching,
Go ahead.
better off not letting him pitch how bad he was in the postseason pitching.
Go ahead.
What time?
You know what? You're like the Nick Casario of baseball, of drafting linemen in
Not
baseball.
a chance.
All right?
I pick
That's what
winners.
you are.
I pick clutch guys. You pick flash and dash.
Okay.
Flash and dash.
Flash
yeah.
and dash.
Just the
That's
multiple MVP guy.
Whatever.
What time are we doing?
Show up in
what
the World
did you
Series.
learn?
I learned that Dell is stupid about.
I learned that you took the
He's
bait.
he's
still doing it,
dripping
too.
with
He's
Yamamoto.
He's still getting
doing it.
angry. What time are we doing it? What time? What did you learn this week on the show?
No one knows. It's
9,
impossible to know.
50. That second segment in the 9 o'clock hour.
Okay, 9:15.
An hour from now.
All right.
About
1 hour from now. But right now we got HRP.
Oh.
Maybe they should. Maybe
you should call.
Maybe they could call HR. Could
You.
call Dell and tell them.
You're
to
the one
stop
using-
with this
calling
people names.
slobbering
You're
all over Yamamoto.
You're the one calling people names. I'm just giving you facts, and you can't
all.
handle it.
All right, and maybe that's it. Maybe the thing about it is that your business needs HR&P like ours does. Ours has HR&P, and we have Laura, who is in our HR and payroll department, and she's a part-time employee. Part-time employee, that's all we got. That's all we need because HR&P does it all. It's so easy. They do everything for you. They partner with your business. That's the thing about it. Is you're not, they're just not a client. You're not a client. You're a partner. They want to make sure that you succeed. They will do everything to make sure that you are getting your payroll, your HR, your taxes, your benefits packages it's as good as it can possibly be. That's what HR&P, they partner with your business. You hear all of these different businesses on our air doing testimonials for them. They don't have to. You know what? They don't. But they do it because they believe in HR&P. We believe in HR&P. We have for years. You should too. If you have an inkling that you're not doing it as well as you possibly can, hrp.net. 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN, 713-780-3776. And I don't know why are you two, you need to stop, okay? His name is La Raza, okay? It's not what Raheel says.
I didn't say
I
anything.
didn't. That's the name
That
on
was
the board.
El Gordo.
That's what it says. I didn't say, oh, that's La Raza. Let's call him El Gordo. That person called in as El Gordo.
Okay.
Yeah.
He called in as El Gordo.
I don't know if it's La Raza.
Or did the intern translate it?
I don't know that our interns
He
do
just
that.
heard La Raza talk. He's like, man, this guy's breathing heavy.
I don't know.
I'm just going to call him El Gordo.
It could very well be someone else or La Raza leading into his nickname.
Well,
his other nickname.
let's bring him in here. I want to get him in here because, and I do not approve of the nickname. He's La Raza and always will be. ¿Qué pasó, mi hijo?
Sí, no, me dan los tacos, está bien ahí. Yo, what's up, my boys? How you doing today?
Were you just ordering something?
Yeah, man, I'm at the taco stand, my boy. Ain't no
Porky,
thing I represent
hog,
for the
fat
for
ass,
the
double wide, butterball.
Butterball.
No, don't listen to them, La Raza.
Gordo.
You go ahead, eat, brother.
Well,
Eat.
you know
It's
what I
just-
was gonna say was why y'all talking my boy Zion Williamson, man? He won a midnight sack. He could hide it under his bed. I didn't like that. He was hiding all that food.
Yeah. If you missed that story, there were reports out there that Zion Williamson. Was it Stephen A. Smith who said it?
Stephen A.
Stephen A. said that he heard from people that Zion was hiding food under his bed.
And what?
That's discrimination against fat people, man. Stephen A. says that boy should get his ass whipped, man.
Why do we act like other cities don't have great food? Nolans has some good food now.
Exactly.
Yes. Everybody has
I'm
good
right now.
food.
I'm at a great taco stand. We got about to order some great food, man.
Yeah.
Gracias, anytime.
Oh, it's so noisy.
Legit.
What
at a
is
taco
going
stand.
on there?
He's at a taco
He's at a
stand.
taco stand. He's actually ordering
Food. That's right.
El Gordo.
El Gordo. It's not El Gordo, it's La Raza.
Es guapo gordo.
Man, Megan Fox be looking woof. She looking thick.
Megan Fox. She put out some new thirst traps.
Yeah, she put out some pictures, and things have changed.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a natural occurrence or she added some stuff.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox looks different.
She does. Did she do some?
Not
work?
to her face. That might have already happened, but we're not talking about that. She's sitting down, so I can't really tell. But there have been things done to the lower half of her body.
She's
Oh, she's on. I see. Her,
she's
yeah.
thick.
That's thick with two C's, we would say. I don't know if she's used to get there or
She's
a
in
doctor.
She's in that with the leggings and the thong thing on, or
Well, she was in a photo shoot, and those
Yeah.
pictures have gone viral.
yeah, they're okay. Yeah,
It's a natural
I
progression.
mean,
Perhaps.
It's on base. It's on basic.
Hold
right?
on, hold on. Megan
It's
Fox.
a shoot for basic.
I didn't get that far. I didn't know what the shoot was for. But
Oh, yeah.
people are surprised.
She looks good.
I think it's also
I mean,
angles.
Megan
That
Fox
probably
looks
helps.
good. Okay.
But for some people, it's a different side of her that they hadn't seen before or didn't know existed.
Good for her. She has 22.2 million followers and only 2 posts, and those are the 2 posts, her new pictures.
And 22 million people are following her.
Well, I'm sure she had other stuff, but she
That-
wanted to highlight these particular photos, so she got rid of the other ones.
My
That is
favorite
not-
is. Sorry.
Art, that's not the scooter I have. I have one of those you stand up on, and it's actually fast. And you'd be scared because I ain't an old ass fool. I'm flying around down the hills here, but the mean streets of Sherman Oaks. Okay.
Can we stop this whole New Orleans food is the reason.
It's really good, dude.
I know it's good, but there's great food everywhere.
that's what I
Every
said.
city has great
Zion
food.
would have-
Houston is one of the best culinary scenes. It's one of the best food scenes
And he
now.
wasn't out of shape because
we-
he was taking advantage of all the gourmet options. You think
No.
Zion wasn't eating the worst of the worst, and that's how he got to his
was
point. He could do
eating
that
shrimp
anywhere.
po' boys.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You can get shrimp po' boys anywhere now.
And he could have a personal chef who could make all the greatest food he ever wanted if it came down to it.
It's because he's hiding
No, it's
food
in
under
New
his
Orleans.
bed.
That's
What's
too
he hiding again?
It's too expensive.
Food.
John, we have another dissenting voice about Fernando Mendoza.
Uh-oh.
This
I
time
saw that.
This time it's Greg Cosell.
Greg
Kind of saying
Cosell
the
just
same
makes
things.
average throws.
Kind of saying the same things Arlovsky said.
Did he finish the whole season, though?
I haven't heard the entire clip yet.
Dan Orlovsky based it on the first 8 games.
Because he knew people would go, what about Oregon and Alabama, those games where he was dotting everyone up. So he goes, look, guys, I haven't seen those. All I can tell you is from what I've seen, not impressed. Greg Cosell feels the same.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
He really did. He didn't really make all the kinds of throws that you want to see. He's not a playmaker, is what he called him, or what he said. Good luck, Raiders.
Yeah. Good. Okay. We'll see.
Well,
we'll see.
Just saying.
I think Fernando Mendoza is going to be good.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. I'm going to say he's going to be good.
You know more football than Greg Cosell?
No. Greg Cosell said just because he didn't make those throws doesn't mean he's not going to make them in the pros. What did Greg Cosell say about Josh Allen?
I don't know what he said about Josh Allen.
I don't either. Okay.
Then what?
Greg Cosell evaluates tape. But Greg Cosell has forgotten more tape than I've watched. Okay. All I know is I like Fernando Mendoza, and I think he's going to be good. That's all.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Yeah. All right. That's fine. I mean, he can have go ahead. If you want to, just because, I mean, I'm part of the Mexican community.
He's not Mexican.
Well, but that doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. That's your whole point. You're going to try to defend it by saying he's Mexican. He's not Mexican.
Well, he's Miami community, and I'm
just say he's
kinda
Cuban.
like that.
He's Cuban. It's
he
fine.
Mexican adjacent?
No,
Like what?
not at
Just
all.
say Cuban.
Yeah, Mexican.
Well, you know that it's close.
Don't do this.
He said it. Mexican adjacent. Just
Don't
say
do
it.
this. Don't play that game.
He just said it.
I
It's
know what he
close.
said, but he shouldn't do it though. He shouldn't.
It's really not that close.
No, it's
to
not.
Mexico.
And both cultures will tell you we're not the same at all.
It's actually American adjacent.
It's true.
Closer to America
Closer
than
to
Mexico.
America than it is Mexico.
Well, it's close to Mexico.
No.
No, not particularly. There's a whole Gulf of America between them, John,
Oh, you went Gulf of America.
because it hits home for him. And if I said Gulf of Mexico, he would just change the Gulf of America anyway. That's who he is.
No, I never said that on this show.
Let's see.
never
Cuba.
said
Yeah,
that on
it's
the show.
Sure.
much closer.
Okay.
What are we doing here?
I don't know what he's doing.
Actually, Cancun to Cuba might be closer than
Miami.
Boom.
Than Miami to Cuba.
Key West to Cuba. We'll take the closest tip.
Boom.
Let's see. Hold on.
He said maybe.
Maybe.
Relax.
Well, I mean, it's impossible
What
to
are we
know
doing?
that. So
Why am I
we'll
looking
just
this
Why'd
up?
you
keep it
allow
probably
him
is.
his
We'll keep
misstep
it
to
at
get you into a
probably is.
geography conversation?
I hate myself right now.
Why'd you let him do that to you?
This is so stupid.
Porky
I'm
hog,
part of the
man.
Mexican community.
Mexican adjacent.
Cool. Then you like Eduardo Nahara? Then what do you mean?
Yeah.
Eduardo Nahara.
That's the first Mexican athlete I can
I'm
think of
part of
who
the
played
Cuban
in the
community
States
too,
as far
kinda.
as major sports.
Okay. It's
was-
all of our Hispanic heritage.
Do you
That's
remember
what I'm
that?
part of?
Do you remember that push that we had in the NFL in the 2000s where they would have like one Mexican player it was Mexican, not even Hispanic. They were pushing for one Hispanic player per roster. And they had like Mexican cultural nights and all that. Do you guys remember this?
Well, they still kind of do that because of Fred Warner. There's another and Elijah Vera Tucker. There's a couple guys who they will highlight throughout the year for their Hispanic heritage. But
Who did the Texans have? They had an Hispanic player once, and it was just like, holy crap.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
It was like 2008, 2007, 2008.
Yeah, I forget who. He was a linebacker.
Oh, man. Okay, I got to look this up. I'll look it
Well,
up.
currently, Roy Lopez would fit that profile.
Oh, yeah, Roy Lopez as a nose guard.
And much to some people's surprise, when you look at him, Braxton Berrios, Puerto Rican.
Huh?
Exactly. Puerto Rican.
That was Cuban.
Nope.
Yeah, but that's not really Mexican.
Mexican.
Well,
adjacent.
I know it's not Mexican.
Not really.
Not at all.
Vontae Leach, was he?
No.
No.
No. Jay Foreman? No.
No.
No, I know who you're talking about, John. I remember.
Yeah, there was a Rodriguez or a.
I don't remember.
Just to
this
stop.
player.
Just I don't.
Yeah.
I'll find it for you.
There's a John Clay Wolf, not Hispanic. John Clay Wolf is a guy who you're going to like. John Clay Wolf. If you deal with John Clay Wolf, you're going to like him, especially if you deal with John Clay Wolf with a classic vehicle, a classic car. He's got his own website, gmtvcc.com. GMTVCC. GimmeTheVin.com. Classic car. GMTVCC.com. And GimmeTheVin.com will buy that classic car at a bit more, period. John Clay Wolf loves classic cars. He'd probably keep them. He's probably going to keep it. But he loves to have them for his own, or he loves to sell those, but make sure that they're perfect and puts them at auction. And this dude just gives more. He gives more for those vehicles and every vehicle, actually. GimmeTheVin.com is where you go to find out what your car is worth. Take it to wherever. Take it to CarMax. Take it to your dealership. Take it to put it in the paper, whatever. I don't know. Put it on a website, whatever. And get that money for it. And if you can't get that money for it because nobody else is going to pay it, John Clay Wolf will buy it at that price. And you know what? Most every time, John Clay Wolf is offering the most. Okay? Now, you go back at him and he says, well, go take that because you're getting a great, great, great deal. He'll be honest with you. But here's the deal. When you're going to sell a car, there's one place that you have to go every time. GimmeTheVin.com, GimmeTheVin.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Rockets lose last night. Bad loss. Bad loss. No Steph, no Jimmy, no Kristaps. I mean, you got beat by a bunch of, Pudsednik and L.J. Cryer. L.J. Cryer didn't even know he was going to make the trip. And he's like, yeah, it was fun. That was great.
Fun time. Nate Williams.
And Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr was like, yeah, this is a great place for us to play. We have had a lot of great memories in that locker room.
He was one step away from saying it's our second home.
Yeah.
They're our BR.
Well,
he came into your house when Rick James stomped all over your couch.
Prima nocta.
Yeah.
And said, this is our
Well,
Toyota Center. Let's just rename it.
Yeah, let's name it Chase Center South, whatever they call their actual arenas.
What is it?
It might be Chase Center. But either way, they own that place and they own Toyota Center.
They do.
For over a decade now, or about a decade or so, they've been doing this type of thing.
Freaking big games against Golden State in that building, and mostly disappointment.
What, Game 5 when Chris Paul – was that the Chris Paul shimmy game before he got hurt? That's the biggest game they've won against the Warriors in that building?
Yep.
Yeah, probably. Where we thought things were flipping, and then Chris Paul got hurt.
Then they lost the next two.
In historic fashion.
Reed Shepherd. Draymond is just Draymond, just being Draymond. And he tried to trip Jabari last night after he fell to the ground. Draymond is a pain in the ass, but Draymond, he contributes to winning. He absolutely does.
Do you think he was doing the Rockets a favor if he had, turned Jabari's ankle last night?
He was trying to get him off the floor.
Yeah, not a serious injury, but maybe something where he could.
working for the Rockets.
I mean, if we watched how the rest of the game went, he would have been doing the Rockets a favor if he tweaked that ankle. Not seriously. We want Jabari on the floor. But last night, Jabari's like, that hurt.
Would have been great if he went LeBron on him. Oh! And he laid on the floor and then had to be benched.
Because he was disgusted by it. Just sit
out.
out.
Got to come off one possession.
And never get back in the game.
Yeah, that would have been nice because Jabari was terrible. One of the worst games. I don't know how you could be worse.
No, it was actually the worst game in NBA history for a player with 40 minutes, right, Dal?
40 minutes, taking 8 field goals, not making one. I think turnovers were thrown in there as well. He's the first player to ever do it.
Dude, he went 0 for 8, 0 for 3 from three-pointer, all right? Put in 5 turnovers, had a minus 14, and Alpi Şengün was like, okay, that's cool. I'm still going to beat you on the plus-minus. Şengün went minus 15. How do you beat that? That is the worst game, and Şengün was still like, I got you.
And then you toss in your clutch player missing 2 free throws. The guy brought in to win these games for you when you need him in these type of moments. He failed as well in the moment.
In the grand scheme, they could still be a top 3 seed.
Overall.
Right? Overall, it's fine. But the way they lost, the continuous demise against the Warriors, it just felt like one of those games where you just have no faith in the Rockets.
Yeah. No, that was that team on the floor had no business beating the Rockets team. Reed Shepherd was unbelievable. He had 30. It was just great. Just great. He kept him in the damn thing. He actually it's almost impossible to play Podziemski, but he did, and yet the Rockets still lost because of all those things. But Draymond asked about Reed Shepherd after the game. Here's what he had to say.
He's a great scorer. He's been more aggressive. A lot of people counted him out, and I love to see guys bounce back from that. So, he's a gym rat because he's gotten so much better. So it's good to see him playing well and kind of give him 2 middle fingers to everybody that doubted him last year. I love to see it.
Those are kind words.
Yeah.
Yeah, good for
2
him.
middle fingers to everybody.
One directed right at you, John.
No, at me?
Yeah. You've been one of the lead Reed Shepherd haters over the last couple seasons. I'm glad he got back at you.
That's crap.
Did you see?
But, when asked, hey, Ime, are you surprised the broadcast team last night? I don't know, the play-by-play guy, I forget who it was. Dwayne Wade was on there and Candace Parker.
Yeah.
But the play-by-play guy said, we asked Ime about, are you surprised about Reed, being this much better this year? And he said, no, I was surprised about him not being good last year.
Oh.
Yeah. So, in so many words, that's what he said. And, he wasn't good last. Is Reed Shepherd most improved player?
Overall?
Can he win the award this year?
I don't know if that's happening. I have to look at the odds because I don't even keep track of that.
What are I wonder if he can. I mean, look at the difference in him this year and last.
So the leading favorite to win it as it stands right now is Jalen Johnson. That's what I saw. But that's AI overview. So let me go to FanDuel and find what they have. Jalen Duran, Jalen Johnson, Ryan Rollins. No mention of Reed Shepherd on the odds.
I mean, come on.
I mean, those just feels like this is the expectation for a top 5 pick. Like, can you just live up to that level?
Yeah. Can you be their best bench player? And when you're a spot starter, can you contribute? And then grow from there. He's only, 22?
I mean, he's not even in the...
No.
I mean...
Because this is recent. This
run
run
really.
of... Well, he wasn't great to start the year where this stuff starts to build. And Duran is on, at least record-wise, the best team in the East. So... And people love Jalen Johnson coming into the year. Reed was a guy who people were wondering about and would he get minutes. And the conversation up until February, late March was, how come Reed Shepherd's not playing more? What's the deal? What's Ime on? How get that guy in there? That has changed somewhat due to injury in his play, but he was behind. The narratives have begun everywhere else.
So he's gone from a 35% shooter to a 43% shooter, 33.8 3-pointers to 39.9, basically a 40% shooter. Free throws are down just a hair, about 3 percentage points. Rebounds up, assists way up, blocks up, steals up, everything up. Points 4.4 per game to 13.4 per game. I don't know. That's maybe in now that you're right. He's into a groove now, and maybe the end of this season will start to put him in the conversation. But dude deserves to be in the conversation. I mean, look how much improved he is.
I mean, there are Reed Shepherd stories likely across the league that we don't care about. Like even Jalen Duran was averaging under 12 points per game last year. Now he's at over 18. The rebounds have been consistent, but his shooting percentage is up. He's one of the defensive stalwarts for the leading team in the Eastern Conference. You could see why he would be a favorite, and he's been doing it since the very
Reed
beginning.
Should be in the conversation.
Well, like I said, there are other guys. I mean, we do this because we watch him every day. But if you go across the league, we will look at guys and go, that guy's having a great year. But we don't care because we're not watching.
Yeah.
Every team has a Reed Shepherd.
Anthony Black is the Magic's Reed Shepherd this year. A guy who's a first-round pick that people were questioning, and he's played better.
But the Rockets are a championship contender because of Reed Shepherd.
They're not a contender.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
They're a contender to win maybe
a
second
playoff.
Yeah.
Maybe
get to the second round.
Maybe.
Right now, there's still a lot of basketball left. Not that much.
You guys are bad people.
They're not a contender.
They lose a game.
Speaking of a contender,
they weren't a contender a month ago.
Speaking of a contender, major news coming out of Phoenix. Dylan Brooks arrested for a DUI.
Ooh.
Last night.
Tough.
He has now been released from custody. He was very respectful.
He didn't cause any more trouble after being arrested.
Just order an Uber.
We've been doing this game.
What are we doing?
We've been having this conversation for years with why an athlete or anyone wouldn't just use a rideshare program to get where they need to go. Even start the night that way. Or you don't even need it. You're Dylan Brooks. You can hire a driver for the night.
You're Dylan Brooks. Invite them to your house if you need to.
Well, that's a different conversation.
Ride a scooter.
No,
So you
then
got
you get
pulled over.
Yeah, you can't do
I
that.
got pulled over because not because
For
drunk
speeding?
driving.
Are you the Miles Garrett of scooters?
Scootering while black? Is that why Granado got pulled over?
He would say so.
Maybe.
Maybe. He's being targeted.
Racist.
What did you say? Are you profiling me?
I didn't. I did that before.
I know, and your lawyer told you to shut up.
Yeah, I had my lawyer on the phone. He said, "Would you shut up, please?" You were profiling me because I was driving an Escalade.
Yeah. Your lawyer's like, quiet
It
down.
worked.
Your
Well,
lawyer's
the
like,
guy knew me.
Quiet
He actually
down,
said,
John.
John, enough.
Yeah.
I was like,
cut,
okay.
Cut it out.
Bye. Time to talk about, listen, Dream Rate Mortgage. Kent, he is taking care of the 97.5 listeners. You guys have been responding. You guys are hearing the message. If you have a mortgage, it's a 7%. Now's the time to get a hold of Kent. Now's the time to call him. And not necessarily that he'll do, you're going to automatically refi, but it's a good time to look at it. He'll do the math, and he'll tell you, okay, or let's wait because I think the interest rate's going down. This guy's been doing it for over 30 years. He knows the game. You don't know the game. You don't know it. You don't care about that. And you know what? Good. You shouldn't care about that. You should care about whatever business you're in. Kent Jones, this is Kent Jones' business. Kent Jones will partner with you to get the most off you could possibly get. He's actually going to find you wholesale dealers. He's not retail. So there's a reason that these other mortgage companies are putting their names on these huge buildings and these golf tournaments because they're making so much money off of you. Kent Jones, not. Kent Jones is it's him. He's been doing it in the city of Houston for 30 years. He doesn't have the overhead, but man, and oh, by the way, he's going to pay attention to you. It's not just you're not just a number, another one. Let's get him through. Let's go. That's not him. Dude is going to work his ass off for you. And there's testimonials of all the people that tell how many thousands of dollars he's saved them. So you're looking for a mortgage or you're looking to refi, 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Andy is on hold. Let's get him in here. It's 713-780-3776. What you guys want to talk about, you're more than welcome. We got just over an hour left in the show. What do you say, Andy?
Hey, you guys, I'm going to give you some reasons why the Astros are screwing up with this lineup. One, Alvarez came out and said, I've never gotten hurt playing the field. So basically what he's saying is, play me in the field. Two, in 2024, he hit 340 as a DH in left field and hit 291 in 38 games as a DH. Three, he's never been hurt. He was right. He's never been hurt in the outfield. Four, when you got Correa last year, and not trading Paredes, and getting rid of Dubon, you put a problem on your team because the unknown is not good. We don't know if Paredes is going to be the same hitter as a DH. And also as a guy who, I'm going to play a little second, a little third, maybe some first to spell some guys. We don't know if that's going to affect him as a hitter. Why don't they just put Alvarez in left and put Paredes at DH and hope it doesn't affect him? Can you tell me why?
Well, because you couldn't trade him. I mean, if they were able to trade him for, that left-handed bat that they're looking for, outfield bat that they're looking for, they didn't feel like they could get. If they'd have just given him away for, a cup, for a bag of coal, everybody would have been, you guys are stupid. So they couldn't get the right deal done. They've tried. They couldn't get the right deal done. So now I'm glad that they didn't get rid of him. You're not going to give up a good hitter like that and not get something in return that you wanted, right? So right now they're in a bit of a predicament because they got to figure out a way to play. And Joe has said that, you're right, Jordan. You want to play left field? Jordan's going to play some left field. So, that's good. And then the other times, of course you don't know if he's going to be able to play second and one day first, one day third, one day. You don't know that. But you didn't know that he could hit when he was going to play third every day either until he did it. So, you're in a spot. You're in a bit of a spot. But would you have preferred that they trade him? They didn't feel like they got what they needed to get for a good player. Would you have preferred that they just trade him and not get what they wanted?
No, I prefer them to start Alvarez in left field for 140 games.
Oh man,
and Paredes at DH.
I don't know about 140.
Why? He doesn't get hurt in the outfield, John.
Well, he's only played so many games in the outfield. If he's out there every day, then that might be a different story. Don't forget, he is injury prone. I mean, you're acting like just because he didn't get hurt in the outfield doesn't mean he's not injury prone. He's got hands that are made of glass and Barbie dolls. So, I mean, just because he's never been hurt in the outfield doesn't mean that playing him 140 games in the outfield doesn't mean he won't get hurt. So, I don't know. I would like to see Jordan in the outfield. I don't know about Paredes. I would like to see Paredes spread out, give Correa multiple days off because he's another guy that's injury prone. Give Altuve multiple days off, or have him DH, have Christian Walker DH some, and spread Paredes around in the infield. I think that's a fine plan, and Jordan playing some left field, absolutely. But 140 games, I don't know about that. I don't know. All right, well, we appreciate it, Andy. I appreciate the conversation. I think 140 is a bit much, because he is. I know he's never been injured in the outfield, but he's been injured a lot. When we come back, let's just do the final hour like it's the holiday show.
Yeah.
What?
Let's just.
I've got some statistics,
What was the first
global
2 hours?
statistics I got some global statistics. I think the kids are in school already, right?
Yeah. So you want to do Freestyle Friday next?
Freestyle Friday?
We also have What'd You Learn from the Show this week.
Yeah,
We got that too. I want to do global statistics, and then we can do freestyle.
What is global
Well,
stats?
I'll show you. If the kids are in school, we can do this. But the
Okay.
bad kids are probably on their way. They're late.
And we want them to hear it.
Well, we don't want the bad kids to hear.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the bad kids can hear because they're bad kids. This is what they do.
I thought the good kids get into school late too because they have like an open period to start their day.
No.
That's
like
if you're a senior.
Senior.
Yeah, seniors get to go in late, and
the nerds go early. Trust me.
Yeah,
I have one.
you have
Why
a
are
nerd?
we dropping you early for this? What? Why can't they do this after school or during lunch?
She's a nerd.
Yeah.
That's how the Indian kids are.
She's not Indian.
Stop this.
You know he doesn't like this.
I'm standing firm on this one. You got to stop.
She has Indian blood. Okay? So, there's nothing you can do about it.
Okay, global statistics next.
Global statistics when we come back.
I'm so excited.
Right now, though, we got Brinkman. Brinkman quality. Brinkman workmanship is backed by the largest roofing manufacturers against leaks for up to 40 years. Shingle roofs, tile roofs, metal roofs, commercial roofs, roof repairs, roof maintenance, roof replacements on both homes and businesses. Locally owned, family-owned, and operated business. Been doing it for over 50 years. When you're in the market for a roof, how about a company that's been around for 50 years? Somebody that's going to be there, somebody that's backed by the manufacturer, somebody that you can count on, okay? If you're tired of replacing that roof every 15 years, build back better with a fortified roof certification to extend the life of your roof and make your property more attractive to insurance carriers. Guess what? Insurance carriers can be a pain in the ass, but Brinkman is going to get you through this. Don't let a guy who knocks on your door contact your insurance company. Do not do it. That's a death knell for you because that insurance company is going to be all over you. Let the professionals at Brinkman take care of your roof and the insurance company. 100% financing available. No obligation estimates. Is absolutely free. 281-480-ROOF, 281-480-7663. BrinkmanQuality.com. That's two N's on the end of Brinkman. BrinkmanQuality.com. All right, it's the last segment of the last show before Lance gets back. And we've got, we got to play a couple. The kids are in school now, right?
Yeah, they are.
So we'll use the word relations. But Global Statistics has put out 50 sex facts that will break your expectations.
Oh, gosh.
So
50?
let's see what is breaking your expectations. What you guys think about each of these statistics. Global average of first relation. What's the age? Average age.
Globally, I would say 17.
Del?
I'm going to go 19.
Yeah.
17.3.
Oh, wow.
17.3. Raheel
All right.
knows his sex.
Is there any follow-up on this?
Like which regions are on the low end?
Yes,
or
there's
which
a
ones are
lot
on the
of
high end?
there's a lot of stuff.
There's a lot. Okay.
There's like 50 different statistics here.
Okay.
The highest frequency of sex per year. Iceland. What do you think? What do you think is the number?
Relations per year.
How many times an individual has sex?
Average.
Average is sex.
Okay.
Like the average Icelander, how often are they having sex?
I'm going to say 4.6 times a month.
A month? Is it per year or per month?
It's per year.
Per year. So multiply. I would say
Like
50.
It's not. Is there a lot to do there besides that?
Nothing. It's cold.
Yeah. So, how do you warm yourself up, Raheel?
A little snuggle.
In the
I'll
arms
put on
of
a little
in the
SGA teddy bear outfit and snuggle.
Sure. Or you can do that other thing. I'm gonna go 41.
Oh, okay.
119.
Woo.
Basically once every 3 days.
Okay.
Once
Damn.
every 3
Shout out
days,
to
and
Iceland.
you know what? That's when you. That's what I love about cold weather places. There's nothing else to do. Up in Green Bay, that was fun about it because there's basically nothing. You know what? We should take over Iceland instead of Greenland to up our average.
Man,
That's
what's the
what we should
USA's
do.
average?
You know what? That's right. Instead of Greenland, let's take Iceland over.
Do we have the U.S. and their average of?
Yes. You know what the
Relations per
U.S.
year.
average is?
I'm going to say, okay, so that one was 100 and what?
119.
119. We're way less than that. Life, economy. I'm going to go.
This is amongst married couples.
Oh,
Married couples.
That's
Oh.
what Iceland does. Married couples.
Damn.
have sex
No, that was just highest frequency, but the U.S. only one I have is married couples.
Okay, married couples.
And you they mean with their actual partner, not outside of the marriage.
Yeah, not counting outside.
Okay.
marriage.
But we do have that, too.
Okay.
I bet.
I'm going to go 44.
I think people are lying about. I think the number is higher because people lie. I'm gonna go 55.
54, basically once a week.
Mostly
Basically once a week.
because no one wants to admit.
Well, I
that
mean, there's a
they're-
lot of stuff here that, okay, most common time, exact time, day, and time of the week.
Oh, this is easy.
For relations.
Well, I'm not married. You two are married. You have a better knowledge of that.
It's not during the week because you're tired. Saturday. I'm going to go Saturday. No, No. This is a tough one. Okay, Saturday.
You have to use your
10
own
p.m.
personal information on this and guess. Are other
This
people
is not
doing this?
No, this is not my personal.
Oh,
I'm
see?
just trying to
Then
think.
how do you guess if you're not even going to use your own experience?
Saturday, 10 p.m.
The one time a week is Saturday at 10 p.m.
The most
Not
common
for you,
most
but
common.
the general most common place.
General. What is it, John? Dell doesn't
I'm
because
not-
Dell's
I
not
don't
married.
know. I don't know.
Saturday, 10:09 p.m.
As you've put the kids to sleep for the day.
Apparently.
It's,
Yeah.
Let's go. It's Saturday.
It's Saturday. You know what that means.
Yeah.
Yep. It's time to watch School Spirit or whatever that show
Well, how
is.
about this
School
one?
spirits.
Orgasm rate
This is. I don't like you saying that word, honestly.
of
I don't like
of lesbian and heterosexual women.
Well,
What's the rate like per?
Percent.
Percentage of times they have sex and orgasm.
Yes.
Oh, we got to use better coding.
What's code?
Relations.
What's the code for that? There's like
Completion.
a weird phrase for it, like little death. I think is a way.
A little death.
Yeah, I think that's another way that's an orgasm is called.
Okay, so just completion. I don't know.
I'm gonna call it a little death.
Okay, but what percentage out of?
Yeah.
I would say 12%. It's not good.
For what?
Completion rate.
Heterosexual or
But we
lesbian?
know that line where, well, she would know their body or the other woman's body better than a man would. So they should be better. A lesbian should be better equipped.
Yeah. What is it? Just give us the.
I don't know.
You don't have to say
86 to 65.
Wow.
Lesbian to straight women.
We're disappointing.
I'm
we're
not surprised
very
by that.
disappointing sex.
They've been telling us that for years.
Yeah. Average
65% 's not
duration of relationship minutes.
5 minutes.
For which the heterosexual sex?
No, at any.
9 minutes. Honest number, 9 minutes.
A good 9 minutes.
A good 9.
5.4.
Oh, my first one was correct.
Yeah, you were right.
I love this game. If you're
Big
just
ups to
joining us,
Finland.
yeah.
Big ups to Finland's highest number of relation partners in industrial nations.
How many?
Congratulations. They don't put the number.
Oh,
but Finland's active.
We found
Declined from relation activity in the U.S.
Oh.
From what percent in 2000 to now?
2000 to now?
Yeah.
Okay, so in a post 9/11 world.
Pre 9/11, 2000.
Yeah. But I'm just going to go post 9/11. Like, it just sounds better.
Sure.
Even though it's 1 year
even
before.
though 2000 is a pre 9/11 world.
I know.
But most of the world is
most of the
post.
world
Most of the
is post.
stat is post.
Okay, I'm going to say in that time, things were, hey, with America, things are good. There was a middle class that could thrive. I would say it was like at a 70%, and it has now dropped to 35.
Not bad. 52% to 37.
Okay.
52.
And what is that number again? Say it. What was it?
The decline in relation activity in the U.S.
Okay, so that's just
reporting
how often.
weekly relations.
Gotcha. Dude, it's stressful out there, man.
It is.
Economy, geopolitical climate.
Sexual thoughts per day, men versus women.
Yes, more.
How much? Number.
Ooh. The average male probably thinks about relations 76 times a day. Females probably 5.
19 to 10.
Okay.
19 to 10. Pornography consumption.
19 to 10. Why does that number sound?
19 to 10. That's a Cowboys.
Like,
We beat the
Why
Cowboys.
does that sound familiar?
It's a Cowboys number.
We beat the Cowboys 19 to 10. First game ever.
There's your sports tie-in.
Percentage of all internet downloads of pornography.
Downloads. We
What do
got
you mean
streaming. What are we
percentage?
downloading stuff for anymore?
Or just watching.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Like, percentage of downloads. I don't even know what that means.
Yeah. I actually don't understand.
Like, are you saying that I watched the video and you're like, man, I want this in the bank, and I'm downloading it? Or is it just I'm watching?
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, just read
I
the
don't know.
number.
It just says downloaded.
A
Internet
lot.
downloads.
I would just say a lot.
Percentage of pornography.
A lot.
What's that?
A lot of. It's just a lot.
35%.
Okay. I don't need.
That's
yeah,
a
'cause
lot.
I don't know what the number. I don't understand what number this is. Next one.
Yeah. Percentage of people who have relation fantasies.
100%.
Yeah,
Who's lying?
95.
Yeah, I was gonna,
and
who's
the
the 5%?
other 5% are lying.
Yeah. 95. Percentage of people who have had a one-night stand.
Ooh, that's a good one. If you're just joining us, John found 50 stats about relations.
He'd rather
and we're
do
just,
that than talk about trade value for Max Crosby,
Yeah.
like this guy on hold wants to talk about.
Or Trailblazers versus Rockets tonight. I don't care.
Is that happening?
Yeah, that's tonight. Back to back.
Cool. Denny Avia could get to the free throw line 12 times again.
So this is way better. I appreciate this more. Or talking about Trent Brown signings. Okay, we're good. All right,
$7 million.
$7 million.
Percentage of people have had a one-night stand.
I don't think it's that high. I think we all talk a big game about it. I'm going to say 21%.
Just any one-night stand, 66%.
Oh,
and I would have thought it'd be higher.
Really?
Yeah.
The percentage of people polled who have had a one-night stand, 66%.
I thought it'd be lower, but here we are.
Infidelity rate in relationships.
Ooh, that's
how many people cheat?
Okay, what are they
Globally.
defining? What are they defining cheating as in this one?
Infidelity. I don't know.
What
It just says infidelity
sexting,
rate.
a call, a text, and emotional? That's what you mean? You mean actual relations?
We have follow-up questions that you don't have answers to.
Yeah. What is actual cheating?
It says number 33, infidelity rate in relationships.
Well, people judge infidelity differently depending on how they feel.
Let's just go with
okay, you have
relations.
Relations.
You actually have to have relations.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so percentage of people who admitted to infidelity rates in a marriage. Who I want to say high 50s for sure, because the divorce
admitting
rate is 50s.
to it. You think 50% over 50% of these people admitted to cheating?
Well, I mean, it's a poll. It's a secret poll.
But
Why
even
would you not
people
admit
lie
to it?
in secret polls. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm gonna go
68%.
I'm gonna go lower. I'm gonna go.
Why the divorce rate is 50?
Yeah, but people divorce for a lot of reasons.
A lot of you're right. There are a lot of reasons, but a big part of it is cheating.
I'm gonna go 52.
All right.
20 to 25%.
Told you.
No way.
I told you. People even anonymously won't admit to it.
Terrible.
Because it is one of the things still that people get shamed for.
Do they not know that we were going to use this on a segment in major radio in Houston, Texas? And they're lying on this survey?
I mean, it's not
percentage of people who have fantasized about a coworker.
Ooh, 92%.
And okay, which coworker have you two
sports radio?
fantasized?
What's the percentage in sports radio?
That's easy.
Which coworker have you two fantasized about?
Each other.
I got to go through the list of coworkers. Let me think before I give you a real answer.
We all know the easy one.
Sean Salisbury.
No.
Sean Pendergast.
Oh, there's that one sales. Remember that sales?
No, the John Whitehead. No.
John Whitehead? Hey, man, I'm thinking about you, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man, I'm thinking about you.
You fantasize?
No, I'm trying to think of them all.
That joke, again, was for the three of us.
Yeah.
John Whitehead.
Bob Lewis.
Oh, are you thinking about me?
We got
Sleepy
some Richard
Lewis.
Justice.
Percentage of people who have
90%.
fantasized about a coworker.
92%.
Hold on, I'm still going through my Rolodex. There's some David Nuno.
58%.
That's it?
58.
Oh, I thought it'd be way higher.
I was at 58% of my coworkers I fantasized about.
How about current roster?
So you don't really count.
Yeah, I'm a fill-in.
You're a fill-in.
Oh, I'll fill in.
I'll fill you in.
Terrible.
You said it first.
Michael Carroll, Granado, Lance.
Michael's nice. You love a coworker who's nice, not Lance.
Joe and George.
Lance,
Have you fantasized about Lance?
No, I said not. He's used up. No.
Okay.
Jeremy and Joe.
No. Sean Mapes has the luscious hair.
Dude, beautiful hair.
I mean, if he's turned around, could you even tell?
Yeah.
The country with the lowest frequency of relations per year.
Somewhere in the Middle East. I don't know which country, but somewhere in the Middle East for sure.
Sierra Leone.
Well,
Japan.
Really?
What?
Yeah, 45 times per year. Do you feel like Lance might have brought the average up this week?
No.
I'm not going there.
I'm not even commenting. I don't even want to discuss it, honestly.
I'm just asking a question.
Go to a geisha show.
You wanted to.
And then you're like,
I don't
Percentage of people who've had relations in a vehicle.
It's uncomfortable.
32%.
48.
Wow. 50% almost.
Nearly 50% of people decide.
Yeah.
Well,
oh yeah.
when you include young, teenagers or college kids, yeah.
I'm surprised it's not higher.
Yeah.
At some point, you just percentage of people who fantasize about a threesome?
Fantasize.
Only guys.
Men and women.
50%. It would just be males. I don't think females
Yeah,
think about that too much. Think
yeah,
about
they
it
do.
too much.
Oh, yeah, they
some
do.
Some do. I'm going to go 50.
82% of men, 57% of women.
Wow.
I need a bigger breakdown. Like 2 men and a woman.
Yeah, right.
3 women if you're a woman. Yeah, we need 3 men if you're a guy. Who knows what you're looking into?
Where do we submit this segment for a Marconi?
I mean, you do this after you make the Hall of Fame because they can't take it away from you.
They can't. Yeah.
John was like, "It's Friday. F
And-
this. I'm just going to ask
It's a holiday
sex
show.
questions to these 2 guys."
And Dell going into the logistics of it. Is it a male? Is it a female?
I love a little contest.
Is it all males?
Yeah.
Or all females?
Percentage of people who have fantasized about their partner's friend. And which friend was it, Raheel?
90%. All of them.
42%. 42%.
42%.
A couple of those friends make up the threesome I'm fantasizing about.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the male, female.
Yeah.
All right. That's
that. Thank you.
It's not even my partners. It's 2 of her male friends.
That was
that's the
global
fantasy.
statistics for you right here.
He goes, your partner goes, "Have you ever fantasized about my friends?" Yeah.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah.
What are
Kevin and Keith?
What are Kevin and Keith up to?
Yeah.
She got kicked out of her own fantasy.
Yeah, you're not even involved.
I just want to hang out with the guys. That's all it is.
I mean, it's quiet. We won't talk very much. Just
wanna
looking for a
watch.
little peace.
I just want to watch the Super Bowl with them.
Yeah,
That's
not
it.
have questions being asked about why Kenneth Walker is doing
Why
this.
did you kiss her longer?
Who is Kenneth Walker?
Yeah, I just want to watch the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm fantasizing about
You know who's
watching the
not going to
game.
complain afterwards?
And I'm fantasizing about a quiet Super Bowl with your 2 male coworkers.
All right, let's talk about basketball. Let's talk
yeah.
about going to the game. Let's talk
Jabari.
about
Jabari should get one.
having the Sweet 16 right here in the city of Houston. How about that? NCAA March Madness coming to Houston, Toyota Center. Attendance encouraged, passion mandatory. Get your tickets now. NCAA.com/MBB tickets. Okay? It's going to be the Sweet 16 weekend at Toyota Center. Doesn't get any bigger than the road to the Final Four. One of the participants will be crowned right here in the city of Houston, one of the Final Four, and you can be there. NCAA.com/MBB tickets.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Get ready. Bracket Madness is coming soon thanks to our presenting sponsor, Golden Nugget Lake Charles, and our supporting sponsors, Two Creeks Crossing Resort and Republic Boot Company. It's about that time. Raheel won't have to, but we will be participating in the bracket.
I always participate. In
you're going to be part of the ESPN 975 Bracket Madness?
I enter as many bracket competitions as I can.
You do?
You never know when you're going to win, and you get a ton of prizes. People go crazy.
People love a bracket.
I love a good bracket. I can't wait. This is going to be a crazy tournament.
We think that, and then you start to look at historically the numbers as far as what you have to hit the thresholds. Like the NBA has the 40-20 threshold over the last 20 years or so. If you don't get to 40 wins before 20 losses, you don't win the title. I think it may have happened once or so. And they have that with the NCAA tournament too, where these certain teams have to fit a profile or they're not winning. I think Florida, we talked about it. Florida, Arizona, Connecticut, I think maybe Duke hit that profile. One of those teams, if we go by historic numbers, is going to win the title. But the journey, Raheel, is the fun.
It's the fun.
We'll see how it plays out. Yeah. Well, yeah, of course.
Get all the early upsets.
And then you want the big teams.
I want chalk towards the end. I want number ones and number twos in my bracket.
You like a 3 or a 4 getting taken out, though.
Yeah. Knock out the other. Anything below that, knock them out. I don't care. But I want the good teams playing for the title. I don't need a 12 seed making it that far. Hard.
Yeah, it's better. It's better the early rounds get upsets, but when we get to the Final Four, let's have the best teams.
Yeah, the excitement of a
15. Like when we had it here, and there was it was awful.
The games are bad, and the teams
it's just they don't.
Didn't have star power. No.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. What a great story. Yeah.
That's happened twice.
We don't need Sister Jean here anymore.
Well,
Sister Jean left. Right? Oh, she left us, didn't she?
Yeah, she passed.
The last time, of course, UConn on their way to winning it all, but Miami ruined the opportunity for Texas or the Cougs to be in Houston for the Final Four, and then you got FAU and San Diego State.
Yeah.
And then the other time it was VCU and Butler. Yeah.
Butler was fun.
Butler was
fun.
Well, they were the Cinderella, but the game wasn't great. And then you had the Connecticut.
Oh, it was the worst Final Four ever.
Butler final was
that VCU.
It's all fun, like a 15 seed pulling off an upset, but then when you get towards the end, you're like, oh, this sucks. I'm good.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Now, what did you want to do?
We're too late for it now.
Well, what is it?
It was Freestyle Friday. We were just gonna bring up stuff that we've forgotten throughout the week.
Well, okay, so we got to play what did you learn this week on the show in one sentence.
We can do that. We can definitely.
What did you learn this week? And if not, then we'll freestyle. Yeah. If people don't call in, F them. F them peeps.
Whoa.
Wow.
Hey. Well, the people that don't call in, we don't care about
maybe
them.
they're a little busy. They'll call in next time.
Yeah, can we get some chopped and screwed music instrumentals for a little Freestyle Friday? Putting you on the spot. Sorry.
I guess we can.
What did you learn this weekend?
Or Freestyle Friday. Either one.
What did you learn this week?
Yeah, what are we doing, actually?
Both games are on the table right now.
It depends. We'll find out when people call in when we come back. We're already up against it, but we can get to Eric before we go to break. He wants to talk about Max Crosby.
Okay.
Let's get back to actual
hard-hitting
topics.
Eric is going to ask about Max Crosby.
Yeah, but it's the Eric and it won't be serious. But
no, it won't be.
Yeah, Eric Cowboy fan. Wong.
What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I think the Raiders said they want 2 first-round draft picks. Which team is going to give the Raiders 2 first-round draft picks for a 29-year-old guy? And, Bill, why did Inter Miami go to see Trump? Is it because Messi loves that he gave billions to Argentina? And there was a lot of carpet cleaning that tied in. You know that, Bill. I'll hang up and listen.
What? I don't know anything about tight ends. I've never gone to that establishment. Why did Messi and Inter Miami go? Because they won a title. That's what happens. People go there. I don't know anything about the Argentina thing you're mentioning. 2 first-rounders for Max Crosby. He's a Cowboy fan. He wants Max Crosby. He's called into my show about it. Is that what he's getting? Is that what the Raiders are getting?
It should be, right? What was the Micah Parsons?
it was 2 first-rounders and a player. Kenny Clark went to the Cowboys as well.
Okay.
But Crosby's a little older, and he certainly has a contract. I think they may get a first and a conditional second or a conditional third. I think that kind of fits with him and his age and the contract that's already on the books. But that was strictly a guy who wants the Cowboys to get Max Crosby and is hoping they don't have to give up 2 first-round picks.
Why do we care about Max Crosby?
Exactly.
We just signed Denil Hunter, and we're signing
Yeah, but that's
Will
not a Texan
Anderson.
fan.
Well, we're not Cowboy fans. We don't give a rat's ass about Max Crosby going to the Cowboys.
I told you what that was. It's Eric. He's a Cowboy fan. He does this all the time.
Yeah, and no one cares about that team here. Okay.
Well, we do run their games.
We are the home.
We are the kind of the home of the Cowboys.
Yeah,
we run a lot of their games,
but we try to hide that from everybody. Yeah,
we run promos for it.
We don't want anybody to know that.
Well, we tell people. Michael Carroll voices those promos.
But it's the most embarrassing thing we do.
Are you sure about that?
We just
did a whole sex question segment
on 50 stats.
Well, maybe not the most embarrassing thing we do.
I mean, it strikes a chord with you.
What percentage of Cowboys fans admitted to wanting
admitted to having same-sex fantasies?
S&M.
What percentage of Cowboy fans admitted to same-sex threesomes fantasies?
We never got to the list of which coworkers y'all think about here.
Well, I was still going through it, and he cut me off.
On the other side, Dell admits his crushes in the office.
Not crushes, just fantasies. I don't really like you. I just want to use you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, just
Don't
fantasies.
push me. If you want to keep doing this, don't push me.
Terrible.
I'll keep going. I'm not looking to talk to you afterwards.
You know what? I feel bad for Billy Brown because he's got to be right here in this segment.
Throw Billy Brown on the list.
Oh, Billy.
Make good.
Billy.
Oh, baby Billy.
When you need Billy, okay, Billy's here for you. Billy's my guy. Billy is there. Well, not Billy per se, because he sends his guys out there. And Billy's grown this business, and it's huge, and it's awesome, and it's the big reason is because of the way Billy goes about business. Billy's told his guys, go, and let's go there. We're not going to we're not gouging anybody. We're not charging them just to show up to see what the problem is. We're not doing that. We're going to give a square deal, okay? We're going to work our ass up to get it right. We're going to do the best that we possibly can, and in most every instance, and we're going to stand behind our work because that's what Billy does too. So here's the deal: when you need a plumber, I mean, the plumbing industry is just not great as far as reputation goes, but Billy's changing that. Billy's changing the whole conversation about what the plumbing industry is. Come to your home, absolutely free. They're going to make sure that you that they get the job done. They do it as well as possible. And if it's an emergency, man, let them know so that they can get there right away, or they can tell you how to turn the water off or whatever so you're not crushing your house. And no job too big, too small. Billy's awesome. You're looking for a plumber, make sure you have this number in your phone, 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Make sure you tell them that you heard it here.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back on ESPN 97.5. So this is our penultimate segment of the week. What did you learn this week on the show? 713-780-3776. There's something that you learned. I learned that Dell has fantasies about most of his coworkers.
Yeah. I mean, 58%, I think.
58%.
I'm still working through the people who don't make the list.
You're still working through it. Okay. But Dell definitely fantasizes. And we don't know where Lance falls on that list.
I told you he's not on it.
Oh, he's not on
part
your
of
list.
He's been used up.
Part of the 42%.
Yeah, he's definitely in the 42.
What about John?
I have not completed my 58%, but he's definitely in the 42.
What about Granado?
Nah.
No,
Not
part
a
of
chance.
The 42.
Not a
He doesn't
chance.
even like me around there.
Man.
Yeah, distance or absence does not make the heart grow fonder in this case.
Yeah.
What about AJ?
AJ Russ?
Yeah, AJ.
I haven't thought about it really. Now I will. Thank you for bringing another name to the table. Now my list grows, maybe.
Oh, that's not the only thing.
Well.
Wow. Okay. All right. So let's go. 713-780-3776. Dell, who is first up?
Well, let's go with Chris. What'd you learn from the show this week?
Hey, what's up, guys? So I learned this today, but I learned that this past Saturday at 10 p.m., Lance had nachos after watching a geisha show in Japan.
Yeah. Okay.
The stats don't lie here. The numbers are telling the truth.
If he were to have, that would be the most likely time, 10:09.
Japan time.
Japan time. Right. Does that translate?
Is it any location Saturday at 10:09?
It's across the one thing we can all agree upon as a global population is that Saturdays at 10:05, was it?
10:09.
10:09 are sacred. Now, is it 10:09 it starts or 10:09 it completes? Because the average lovemaking session was about 5 minutes.
So it either begins at about 10:04 or ends at 10:14.
We take these numbers
very seriously.
Yeah. Very seriously.
Okay.
713-780-3776. Who's next?
We go to Ryan. What'd you learn from the show this week?
El Juanito G, keeping it real right easy.
Hey.
Delvincito!
You're along for bid infringement?
That is a bid infringement.
Good morning. Okay, I got two. I didn't know that Dell was into tight ends. And also, what is your company doing? Why don't they hire Raheem? Easy needs to be on the station again.
Okay,
Let's
one
go.
sentence. One sentence. That's it. Beat it.
Raheel has his own. He's has his own agency. I don't know that. Do we know that he wants to do that?
Nobody's asked me.
Yeah. Well, I guess we don't know.
I'm here filling in.
You won't know if you don't ask.
Well, who's supposed to ask?
I'm not making the first move.
All right.
You want to be wanted, right? You want to be chased.
Conversations were had, but they have not moved forward.
Raheel wants it, is what you're saying.
No, that's not what I said.
No, but I'm glad to have had this residency for a week here. It was fun. Maybe I'll be back for some more fill-in spots. Who knows?
Maybe I'll
Time
be
will
back.
tell.
You never know. You don't know.
Yeah.
I just said
we
that.
all said.
We literally all just said we don't know.
Both of us said we don't know.
That's what I said. I agree with
But you say it in a tone that's accusatory. Yeah. Like we said we did know.
Tone matters.
Yeah, context and tone. Let's go to Ocho. Ocho, what have you learned from the show this week?
Yeah, I'm feeling this, by the way, Granado. I learned that Nick Casario is playing chess while the rest of the league is playing football.
Such a good line. I can't believe he
That's
got that
from
line
earlier
off.
today.
Yeah.
He learned that.
He learned that. Fired that one. Yep. Glad you were listening. Ocho, appreciate you. Yep. 713-780-3776. The number. What did you learn this week? In one sentence, it's got to be something that you learned on the show. I forget everything. I mean, people are pulling it from like 2 segments ago or last segment or whatever.
Well,
How
we have
can we
Daryl.
possibly remember all the things we learned this week.
Well, let's see. Daryl, maybe he learned something from earlier in the week.
Okay,
Daryl, what'd you
let's see.
learn?
I learned this week that Ryan Weiss is a male baseball player from Asia.
Oh, how about that? He pitched in Korea.
Oh, I'll say what I learned. I learned that Shea Whitcomb can play for Team Korea.
Yeah.
Why not?
You learned that
I learned
on the
that
show.
this week on the show.
Well, you learned it on the internet, but then, right.
That's true, but it became a show note.
Yeah.
I still don't. I got to look into that. What's the connection? But, yeah.
You didn't go past the headlines.
No, I'm much like John with News of the Weird. I just see it and go, oh, he hit another home run. Okay, got it. Let's go to Chris. What'd you learn from the show this week?
Yeah, good morning, guys. So what I learned is that I love me a good old holiday show.
Oh, yeah.
He enjoyed the 9 o'clock segment with all the questions.
People like interesting stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't get more interesting than global statistics.
Yeah. We're going to spend another segment on Denil Hunter and the cap implications?
No, not on this show. I'm sure
Brett Brown
across the city we will.
610 did that.
Oh, they did the whole way. I
The
was
whole
driving
show.
in. It's like,
I'm sure they did.
This much?
I don't
on
think they
Denil
did
Hunter?
global sex.
I'm like, oh, do you think Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne did not talk about?
I can't ever listen to him. I don't know.
He's on air.
I have no idea what they're doing.
I tune in during our breaks. I listen to them.
Yeah. Dell is that locked in to the competition.
I just want to hear what everyone's saying
Make
at all
sure
times.
that we're
Yeah, make sure that we're providing something
competitive.
different. Or if they say something compelling, we got to talk about it too.
Mm-hmm.
Dell, between segments is both stations. He's going back and forth.
No, not 790.
He's like, what's happening with that?
I refuse the 790 morning
Dan
stuff.
and Cole.
What is happening since Sean left? I don't even know.
I don't know. I don't know that. I just know that Seth and Sean Pendergast continue, and I did not hear anything about global sex stats.
Dude, I haven't
You did
seen
not hear one global sex stat.
Not when I was
seen
listening.
Seth Payne in person in 7 years.
Well, he now lives and does the show.
Yeah, but he still comes back, right?
I don't know. Does he?
Last time I saw him was at a SaberCats game. Loves Seth. Seth's a great guy. He's a cool
Well,
guy.
this isn't a question of how
Seth's a
great
great
Seth
guy.
is.
Yeah.
Sean is too. Yeah.
Seth will fight people now.
Yeah.
He won't stand for disrespect, which I'd love.
Well,
Probably
who stands for disrespect?
Plenty
lot
of
of people do.
Plenty of people will take the disrespect because they don't have any recourse.
Oh, yeah. Seth's got recourse.
Yeah, he's a
dude.
big man. Yes.
Did you hear Michael Connor was on yesterday?
With who?
With Brenham. And he was
Brenham?
talking. Yeah.
Branham?
Branham, you mean?
Brenham? How do you say his last name?
Jeremy Branham. It's Branham.
Okay.
Oh, that talk about disrespectful.
It is
I didn't mean to.
disrespectful.
I thought it was that. Okay, Jeremy.
No.
He was on filling in with Joe, and he talked about that incident because he was at 790 when Josh and Seth got into the Super Bowl fight. And then supposedly there was a fight after in the hotel with Braddock and Ennis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Braddock, because they couldn't be on Radio Row because of Ennis.
Yeah, and he was very excited
He
to
was
be there.
pissed.
I think that was his first Radio Row.
And he wanted to be there. And Braddock loves him some football.
Yeah.
And Josh Ennis was messing with that. So, yeah. That happened. Got anybody else, Dell?
No, we are done. What's next?
Well, we got News of the Weird
Freestyle
to finish
Friday. Are we still doing?
No. Let's
Oh.
finish the rest of that list.
Is there more questions?
Oh, yeah, he had 15 stats. We only got to like 20.
No, we're done. We're done with stats. We're done with it
What
because a
do the
lot of it
people-
there were S&M stuff and yeah.
What country loves S&M the most?
most?
Yeah. Is that a stat that we can provide to people before we wrap it up?
I
It's gotta be a
deleted that
small.
one, so I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
Oh no, here it is. Okay, S&M.
I knew it.
Percentage of people who have participated in BDSM activities.
0 here. That's not it. I'm not into
Don't
that.
speak for everybody.
No, I'm saying for me.
Okay.
Here
Zero
being
in that studio, right? Zero in
my
that
room.
studio. I'm going to go, is this globally or country
Globally.
specific? Oh, globally.
I was like 4%.
You got to take the Germans into account. They may make up a high percentage.
That's it. It's them. You have to buy all the stuff. Nobody's buying
I'm
all
going
that. In this economy?
15%.
20.
What?
What?
Most of that's in Berlin and Munich.
Now, does that
Yeah,
leather?
they do a lot of that stuff.
Do you reuse? Like, is you use it multiple times, or is it a one-time thing? You're like, it wasn't for me.
I can't speak to it. I don't know.
And then do you list that the harness and everything on Facebook Marketplace.
The harness, the swing,
the leather-bound straps.
Lightly used? Is that how you list it?
One time used on Facebook Marketplace.
Can you resell? I guess you can resell anything. I guess
you can resell anything.
Yeah.
Is this over? Or
You brought this to the table. Now you're
guys
sick of it.
did. You wanted to go back to it.
I'm going to find stock pictures of leather straps and list them on Facebook Marketplace. Do you think I get a buyer by the end of the weekend?
Well, speaking of which,
news of the weird?
The sex toy industry, $29 billion industry globally. 29B.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
That's
People need stuff. People
no
like to have
what's
stuff.
Happening, people have needs.
Use stuff. All right. Listen, the basketball market. Listen, did you know that globally, like basketball is the third most popular sport? Globally, basketball. And Pro Dunk, they send their goals all over the world. Actually, they do. That's not hyperbole. I'm not making that up. They do. Pro Dunk has been doing this for goodness gracious. We were doing them when we were over at 610. We were doing spots. It's 30 years. Keith Tate and his son now are doing this and doing it better than everybody else. The Pro Dunk goal is the premier goal in the history of goals. It has the best technology, the glass backboard, the stanchion, the rim, breakaway rim, the push of a button, raise and lower. Technologically, it doesn't get any better. And when you're talking about that, you're talking about a long-lasting goal. You're talking about a goal that the kids will love to play on. You're talking about a goal that you can raise and lower so the little kids can even play, which is what you want. You want them to get started young. You want them to get that shooting eye. You want them to be outside playing as opposed to playing video games. All of these things are why you pick a Pro Dunk goal over every other goal in the world. ProDunk.com. The best goal, not even arguable. Tell the Tates that you heard it right here. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com. A Florida man was found sunburned and disoriented on Sanibel Causeway, claiming he was kidnapped by dolphins and forced to build an underwater city.
Whoa.
Do you feel like dolphins should now be watched by the police because they are kidnapping people and forcing them to slave labor?
Yes, they should. I've always said that. Be wary of the dolphins.
Right?
I would be Florida man, by the way.
You would be Florida. You think the dolphins would kidnap you and force you to build an underwater city?
Yeah, I would do that.
All right.
You just let it go a little bit. I don't know what's in my body, but the dolphins took me. I'm just walking around the causeway, just living life.
So, for months, callers to the Washington State Department of Licensing would call in, and when prompted to press 2 for Spanish, what they got was, hey, if you need something, my friends, all you need to do is go to the website and yes, they got a guy doing a Spanish accent,
but not even in Spanish.
Where to go and how to get it.
Hey.
Yeah.
So if
hey, bato.
So they're of the belief that if you talk in that the accent, that makes English more understandable for people who speak Spanish?
Don't we all do that? They didn't want to pay for an actual interpreter.
Yeah.
So they had Joe, who does a pretty good Spanish Mexican imitation.
But he's not speaking Spanish.
Go on Google and just type what you want and then have it read it back to you.
Yeah, they'll do that and record it and just throw it in there. That can be done.
Yeah, but this was better.
Not for the people who needed help.
I do that. I'm not going to lie.
Hey.
Well, you're not a government official.
Not yet.
Are you running?
No.
Were you inspired by this recent primary season to run?
Maybe a little bit.
I just feel like it's fine. That's enough.
For you.
Hey.
No, not because everything doesn't.
Go to the website.
Hey.
No. If I need help, that's not helping me if I'm looking for Spanish.
Well, I mean, it's kind of Spanish.
It's like speaking slow and loud.
Okay, what
to
would
people
it sound
who don't understand English, thinking that's going to help?
What if the menu was like, if you want this in Italian, how would it sound like, John?
Yeah, John.
Hey. What do you want? You wanted some pizza too? Okay, we'll get you some pizza too.
All right, let's do Nigerian for 4.
Well, that would be for Lance to do.
Lance would do
Lance
that
does
one.
that, not me.
What if it was Japanese?
That's it?
That's it.
That's it.
It's so stupid.
A New Jersey Girl Scout troop is in hot water.
I know why.
For selling cookies outside a pot shop to meet their high demand of the munchies.
That seems inventive.
I just
What's
feel
the problem?
like, it's always location, right? In business.
This was a big thing
So
in our group chat.
People who smoke it or digest weed can't buy cookies from
No, it's
from
not
people?
that. It's where Girl Scouts
because they're set up outside.
Well, so why can't the Girl Scouts set
You're
up
not
outside?
allowed to. You have to have it approved by the council.
The Council of Girl Scouts?
Yep, because
Okay.
I'm a Girl Scout dad, and our group chat was blowing up about this. It happened in Denver a few years ago, and I proposed, like, hey, why don't we just go outside a smoke shop and set up? Turns out there's a huge approval process, at least here in the San Jacinto Girl Scout Council, of where you can set up. And if you set up illegally, they will take your license away, like your Girl Scout license. So it's a big deal.
Wait a minute. What's a Girl Scout license?
So you have to, each troop has to be licensed under the council, the San Jacinto Girl Scouts Council. That's the regional one here. And so your whole troop would get disbanded if you went and set up.
Well, I'm trying to sell some cookies here.
What's the process to get a license?
It's a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm trying to sell some cookies here.
Thin mints?
And the Girl Scouts seems
involved.
Just listen.
They only get like $1 something per box to the actual troop.
The rest of it goes to Big Girl Scouts?
Yeah, it goes to the engine that
for
is
the
Girl
national. Oh, see, this is just a whole. If you want to sell more cookies, let's get outside a pot shop.
Sorry.
Okay?
H-E-B or nothing.
Yeah,
it has to be in front of a Kroger. Kroger's the one?
Kroger's the one.
Okay.
Yeah, H-E-B is like, no, actually, we have our own good products in there.
Well, that's true. They do have their own cookies.
I have 4 more boxes left if anybody wants to buy.
What are they?
It's the lemonade, and then the what's that? The
lemonade
trefoil.
cookies?
Dude, lemonade cookies are the bomb.
Oh, I gave up sweets for Lent, so
To buy them and eat them. I ate them until last July.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I kept it until July. I had boxes, and then we
they
finally
were still fresh.
Yeah.
Uh,
I don't know if you know. There's
what
a lot
that
of
means?
preservatives.
You know
in
what the
in those
preservatives
cookies.
are in there?
These are fresh cookies.
Cookies take a while to go stale if you keep them. They keep the packaging closed.
Yeah.
You never open them.
And we just took the Thin Mints and threw them in the freezer. So
yeah, there
it
it
was
is.
fun.
There it is.
Oh, yeah, that would be. I'm not a big
Dude,
Thin
you got to
Mint
get
fan,
the
but-
lemonades.
I'm
I think
looking
you'll
at
like
them right now.
They're good.
I've never had them.
It's a shortbread cookie with a lemonade frosting. Woo!
So good he made
Well,
a
you're
noise.
just trying to. He's just trying to sell them to all the weed heads listening.
Hey.
All right, call in if you want to buy Rahil's Girl
Nah,
Scout
we
cookies.
don't
I don't have time for that. Then he's got to deal with that.
I'm done. I was contracted until 9:57. I'm done. You guys take care of me.
Contracted.
Yeah.
I wish.
Hey, thank you for letting me be part of the show for this whole week. That was fun.
That was great having you. Lance will be back on Monday, we think, right?
No guarantee.
Unless he stays, if he found a geisha.
I don't know if that's what's going to
Geisha.
keep him. He can't. I got a feeling he would be rejected pretty quickly.
Yeah. I'm not sure Lance is the geisha type.
Forget about geisha. Just the random Japanese woman walking around. Like, get out of here. Well, how many kids do you have? Out of here. I don't want you.
But they're all built in. Apparently, they're not having a lot of kids in Japan. So you know what? Hey, I did my part. I married Lance.
How many kids?
I got my kid quota.
What's that? You work for NFL.com? What's that? None of this is appealing.
You know what is NFL?
Yeah, we don't
by
care.
The way. Yeah, not for long. That's what it is.
Oh, no. No, don't do that.
What? Do what?
The thing you did.
You guys clean up the mess.
No,
Yeah.
once 10 o'clock hits and the news show starts, I pretend like any of this stuff didn't happen. Like that whole coworker thing that I did didn't happen.
Yeah. Top this, Mapes.
He has challenged Mapes all week about do better than me on the next show.
Be better. Just be better. We're done. Mopey and Mapes next. Hope you have a great weekend. We'll talk to you again on Monday, everybody.
last night, bad night for the Rockets. I don't know how else to put it. While we, as a show, take very few things seriously, we talked about that matchup last night as one the Rockets should, and must is probably too strong, but they should have won that game and should have won it pretty easily, considering who was available for them and who wasn't available for the Warriors. But historically, that team has tortured the Rockets franchise, even in that building. And we'll hear from Steve Kerr reliving some of the moments where the Warriors have come out on top, and that was just another one of them as the Warriors take it 115-113. Unless you are one of the people who is leading the Ime out narrative, last night was bad for the Rockets. It's one night, and the opponent certainly highlights it. You get Portland tonight, so you can get right back to winning basketball games, but all the things you can pick at regarding the team showed up. They're not great in the clutch. They're now 2 games below 500 in clutch games. Awful in overtime. I think that loss took them to 1-6. And you had moments from everybody that contributed for the most part. Maybe Reed Shepherd's the one exempt person. He had a big night shooting the basketball. But Kevin Durant misses a couple big free throws. Alperen Sengun did have a run late in the fourth quarter to get them back in it, but overall he wasn't very efficient. That inefficiency returned in overtime. Jabari Smith in his return is on the wrong side of data dredging. A lot of stats get grabbed to highlight the uniqueness of a night. Reed Shepherd, 30 points off the bench, no free throws. That was a stat that was grabbed. He's had a couple of those this week in his run overall the last 2 weeks where you go, hey, first player or the third player in Rocket history to do that. Jabari Smith, the first player in NBA history to play 40-plus minutes, go or attempt 8 field goals and not make any of them, and then have, I think, the 5 turnovers that he had. It all came together into what was a night of the Rockets playing poorly, not taking a lead until the end of the third quarter. I think they went up 81-80, and then you see, or at least hear from Prime, this is the first lead all night for the Rockets. You're like, yeah, it kind of felt that way. Maybe you're not locked in on that as you're watching the game, but it felt like they had been behind all night. The Warriors would keep them at a distance, particularly in that third quarter, until the Rockets made a run, thanks to Reed Shepherd shooting. But at the end of the day, the seams that you can see as this team has been put together and what could haunt them in a playoff series against a locked-in opponent, all that came to the forefront in their loss to the Warriors. It just so happens that you were not playing a playoff-level team. You're just playing a team who owned you. It's been decades long. Like, for Astro fans, we have this thing with the Yankees. Yankee fans know what Rocket fans feel like facing the Warriors. The Yankee fans know all too well what it feels like going against a team who stands in your way from what you want to accomplish. Excuse me, and that team continues to not allow you to because they beat you. This was far less stakes compared to the past, but when it came down to it, it was Warriors Rockets in Toyota Center, and the Warriors won. Generally, like they always do. They generally always do in games that matter, and now in a game that didn't matter. As far as the disparity of the rosters last night, we talked about it going into it because Brandon Pajemski was the star attraction, according to ESPN, when they were lining up the stats for who you should be focused on. He was the one to watch. But there is a Twitter account that is called Money on the Floor, and all they simply do is tell you, depending on the matchup, they don't go through the entire league schedule night by night, but they'll pick a couple matchups and tell you the difference between active salary for one team and active salary for the other. There was a nearly $99 million difference in active salary last night in favor of the Rockets. Of course, no Steph, no Jimmy Butler, no Seth Curry. He was in the building but didn't play. And Porzingis out as well. Draymond Green, the highest paid player for the Warriors who played. We know Fred is out for the Rockets. Steven Adams, but you still had Durant at $50+ million and Alfie at over 33. $142 million of active salary for the Rockets, 43.3 for the Warriors. It did not feel like that at any point. Al Horford is making miracle passes to get it to the perimeter, which eventually winds up with the three-pointer for Al Horford. He made plays. Yes, that Al Horford was once a highly paid player, not so much anymore. He was one of the late in the offseason acquisitions for the Warriors as they were trying to build a team they thought could be old, very old, and still win a title. Those dreams are dead, but it was vintage Warriors against the Rockets. And this team, the Rockets, is still battling, and they will continue to battle for a 3 seed. But if you have concerns about what they could be as far as a real contender, there it is for you. All laid out for you against a team who had no business competing with them last night, except that they were wearing those Warrior uniforms. And let's hear from the coach of that Warriors team. Steve Kerr's had a lot of good nights in Houston, and he was asked a question about it and relayed some of the good times that they've had here.
Yeah, this is a good building for us. We've won some playoff series here, and a lot of good memories in that locker room. It's interesting. I mean, we've won playoff games over the years here in series. We won Game 7 here. You win a game like tonight, it feels the same. You're just trying to win, and winning is just an amazing feeling. And even though this is a regular season game, just to see a bunch of young guys compete and come out with a win, it feels like a playoff win. It really does. It's the beauty of competing and playing in the NBA, coaching in the NBA, is you get nights like tonight where everything's worth it.
Former Rocket Anthony Melton had some big moments. He almost gave the Rockets the victory with his inability to handle Amen Thompson's ball pressure. I think the Rockets had just had an empty possession. The Warriors were up 5, and Amen got after DeAnthony Melton near midcourt, forced a steal, got fouled, made one free throw, missed the second, wound up back in the hands of Kevin Durant after the offensive rebound. He knocks down a 3, and then later in the game, the Rockets were down 3. Melton fouls Kevin Durant, and that was one of the instances when Kevin Durant missed a big free throw. So Melton gave the Rockets a chance. It looked really dire. Down 5, Warriors with the ball. You weren't getting stops, and he almost gave you that win. Of course, he did respond with a big offensive rebound and put back to give the Warriors a 3-point lead. And of course, Kevin Durant, when he needed to miss a free throw, banked in one. It was just not a great night down the stretch for your closer. And the Alperen Sengun experience is an interesting one, particularly last night. I mentioned he had a couple big buckets, I think. He also is someone, it's plain to see, if he cannot overwhelm you with his strength, there's not a lot of counters right now for him against guys who can hold up against him in the paint. There are a couple instances where if you know the move, you know the move, where he'll try to wrap his elbow around your rib to get you out of the way, and off balance, he'll throw up a hook. If there isn't someone in the paint strong enough to deal with that, then it's just let me flip this ball up and hope it goes in. There's not a lot of counters right now for him against actual competent bigs down there. Whether that comes later in his career, that's going to be something he needs to figure out, considering he's not he's in a world of very athletic men. He's not profiled as one of the most athletic. He is, at this point, kind of floor bound. There are moments, I know he'll dunk on a guy when he's got a full head of steam down the lane, but when it comes to lift on that hook and other moves, it's not really there. So he's going to have to do it with strength, and sometimes he's just not going to be stronger than the guy he's going against, particularly when old-ass Al Horford is standing in the paint.
Yeah, I told you, Al Horford, one night he could.
Yeah, and he did it.
He could, because he's like you said, big enough. I think that's like the most underrated thing with Sengun is that like he's not a 7-footer. Like he's like a 6'9" kind of guy. So it's like the guys with long arms too. If they're not string beings like Wemby, where like Wemby, that's why he's so good against Wemby. Is that so good?
He can win some battles
considering he's Wembanyama.
Yeah,
is that he can just knock him on his butt a couple times and get him under the basket and then flip a shot up. Where someone like Horford, who's like taller and won't get pushed around, it's all like, hope for some spin move footwork stuff. And if that's not there, because Horford and Draymond are like the two best at staying on their feet, and not jumping in the air. Yeah, it's just like so hard for him to get a shot. And he doesn't really do as much off the dribble stuff lately as he did, at the start of the season where, that the Orlando game in Houston where he just like the last play of the game was just take Wendell Carter off the bounce and work your way into the paint.
We watched him very early in the year, first game of the year against OKC. His face-up game was more prominent. Now he's almost exclusively a back-to-the-basket guy.
Yeah, and he like will start the back down at the three-point line now.
Yeah, it is a. There used to be the Charles Barkley rule where you had a certain amount of time. I don't know if they've just wiped that out so he can kind of do that now. It's part of the non-aesthetically pleasing version of the Rockets offense where he's part of it. The ISO stuff from Kevin Durant. Look, great player, missed free throws, whatever. It has happened to him in this season. It'll probably happen again. But it is just a reminder that age gets to everyone where they can throw a big on him and he can't blow by him. Like, sure, there's help defense, but there are times last night where, guys you don't expect to stay in front of him or have never heard of before have been able to stay in front of Kevin Durant because still a great scorer, but he's not really blowing by guys off the dribble anymore. It's just not part of his game. That's why guys like Malevi Leons, or however you say his name, can be on him for a couple minutes. And even guys like Quentin Post and Guy Santos, those are guys, particularly Guy Santos, who was matched up against them. And, of course, Kevin Durant's going to have his moments. He's Kevin Durant. But there are other times Santos is more of a wing at 6'7", but even just because of how the matchups go, you will see Quentin Post on him. And it isn't as easy as you would think now.
No.
He's just an older player. That first step isn't where it once was. It's just tough when the closer, the guy who's supposed to be your guy, has the moments he had last night.
And then they can throw,
and then they'll throw Draymond on you to close it out.
Throw Draymond on.
And he's still, we're speaking of age, despite the age, when he needs to, when he's motivated by the guy on the other side, and I don't know anyone else who motivates him more or would motivate him more than Kevin Durant, he can still get after you.
Yeah, I mean, he had a moment where Şengün had the ball in the low post and cutting down was Amin Thompson, and Draymond went from Şengün and then just kind of met Amin at the rim and didn't block him, but just affected the shot enough to where it was a miss. And you're just he can still guard two guys in the paint like that and recover to one of the most athletic players in the league and play good defense. And he's strong enough to where, he gets hit in the chest by him in and doesn't go flying out. He can still, he can still do it at a high level. It's just they don't have Curry and Jimmy. So, the high level, the top end of what they can do in the playoffs is pretty limited. But Draymond can still hang when the game means something.
Yeah, and it clearly meant something to them last night. And a part of it has to do with how the game. Oh, we're still in this. Oh, we got a chance to win this one. Let's go. And that that was the what happened or the scenario last night.
The first quarter where the Rockets gave 30 points to this Warriors team in the first quarter was okay.
A sign of things to come.
Yeah, we can get something going. And honestly, credit to Steve Kerr. His offense still generating
it still generates good shots.
Open cutters and stuff. What at this point, 12 years into his tenure, 13 years into his tenure.
What did he get? Yeah, right.
It was 14-50.
Yeah.
So it's this far, and I know whatever. Amin Thompson hasn't been playing against it for 11 years, but like it's just still like, oh, you can just have Przimski cut to the basket and get a layup. Okay, that just will happen. You know, you can get all numbers estimate like 50 points of just like system buckets. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it even with the lack of talent, it still works, and it's a unique system that not a lot of NBA teams get to see night to night. So in a regular season game, it certainly can work, and it did last night, unfortunately. What I don't appreciate, and we played the clip, Steve Kerr talking about Toyota Center like a vacation home. Like we've had nice moments here. We enjoy the rooms we stay in. Yeah, it's like, hey, we get away from home, and it's like me and Steph and Draymond, we come here, and it's like the good old days. And I don't like Toyota Center is like a place of joy. It reminds them of the good times.
Yeah, no.
That's not a spot you want to be in for the Rockets.
And I feel like they say it. Like they've said it the last like 4 times. They've won like a semi-meaningful game.
Yeah,
like because
they won a game 7 here.
No, yeah, and they said after the game 7. They said it after last night. There's the Ime's first year when they were 41-41, and the Rockets were making like a play-in kind of push, and they had won like their 11 straight games or whatever it was. And they play the Warriors, and the Warriors come in. Of course, they beat the Rockets, and I forgot if it was Clay or Draymond. We're just like, love playing in this arena, love it. Like they couldn't wait to be like, man, we love it here. So yeah, and if you think about it, it is like obviously 2018 last year, 2019 Game 6 was in Toyota Center. It's like it is a lot of the great memories for the Warriors and Warriors fans. A lot of them are in the Toyota Center. It is very Yankees Astros.
And at this point, where they're at the end of it, there's no real get back for the Rockets.
No,
they're not gonna. This team
last season was the
one chance because the Warriors aren't in a position to be playing meaningful games, just in the standings. Even if they do make a playoff push, very unlikely that they would see the Rockets because the Warriors would be the 8th seed and the 7th seed, and the Rockets aren't getting to that spot. So, no matter how their era peters out, they will have a clean, undefeated, unblemished record against the Rockets in things that matter, and that's unfortunate. There's no real get back at this point. Not that last night would have been, but it's just another one of the markers that go, you're owned here. If a Warriors fan wanted to name Toyota Center in Wikipedia Chase Center South or the property of the Warriors, while it would get edited and changed pretty quickly, they would be dead on, which sucks.
Yeah, it is one of the like there's just no like rivalry, like, you know, give and take. You know, it's like
the Rockets are the nail, they're the hammer.
Yeah, like Bulls Knicks in the 90s. I guess even the Knicks, they won in what was it, 94?
Yeah,
without
Jordan was gone, but they got one. Yeah.
So if you're a Bulls fan, you're like, oh good job without Jordan.
Whatever.
But yeah, it is just one of those rivalries where I don't know. In most of the documentaries about, you know, great matchups and NBA past, like there always is the part of like they won that one year. you know, the Pacers got past the Knicks that one time.
They did get them.
And it's like, nope, this just never happened.
It's just not to be.
I mean, there's that one James Harden game in like 2019.
Yeah, and the Chris Paul game 5 before he got hurt, that stuff.
Yeah, no, they won plenty of playoff games.
Yeah, the problem is
they didn't win a series.
The series have been competitive enough for the final game to hurt a hell of a lot. Yes, yeah. It is. They've had their moments, but never a deciding moment. And unfortunately, despite who was on the floor last night,
they could have changed it all.
No, just a stark reminder.
Jabari Smith made 2 shots.
Maybe one. All we needed was one. It's just a stark reminder of what it is and what it has been in regards to that team from Northern California. All right, we'll go to break with that. We will talk some Texans because we talked about it yesterday. They continue to be active, and they did it again. I think we have now found the Kirk Cousins of defensive ends, continuing to find a way to get yourself deal after deal. Is it 3 straight years of this for the first year, then another, an extension, and then another extension for one Denil Hunter? We'll talk about that when we come back. But before we go to break, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet because it is Truck Month. It has arrived, and that means even more savings from Monument Chevrolet. They're offering that supplier discount on their full inventory of 2026 Silverado 1500s. That means that's a big discount that's usually just reserved for Chevy sellers. Now you get to pay that price this month. So take advantage of Truck Month, the month of March at Monument Chevrolet. And while the Silverado 1500s are the big deal right now, doesn't mean that's the vehicle you want. And if you want a different vehicle, they have those for you too. They have a very nice menu on their website at monumentchevrolet.com that shows you all the vehicles in their lineup, whether it be the Silverado or maybe you want a different truck like the Colorado. They also have SUVs like the Equinox and the Trailblazer, the EV vehicles like the Equinox EV and others, all there for you to check out at Monument Chevrolet. Find the price you want and then go on out there. They're in Pasadena. It's off of Bellway 8 and 225. And ask for Jeff, their GM, their point person. Make sure if you got a question, you get Jeff to answer it for you, and then he'll make sure you get to the right salesperson for you because those salespeople are kind of your conduit to getting you the vehicle that you've chosen. So from Jeff to the salespeople, they're all there working for you at Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena. Head on out there and get yourself a great vehicle. It's Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
He's a great player, great defensive end, may eventually be a Hall of Famer, but he's an all-time bag getter. Denil Hunter. And I'm always somewhat confused about how the extension works. What does it mean for this year? How much money is put off till next year? And it all depends on what site you look at. If you missed the news, Denil Hunter gets a 1-year extension that goes over $40 million, $40.1 million, that extra $100K, very important for someone. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a workout bonus or a roster bonus thrown in. I don't know. But if you go to Denil Hunter's page on Over the Cap, just to try to figure out what it means, if I do that and I look at it, from what I can tell, his cap hit, which is for this year, which is most important to the Texans as they try to make space, is low, lower than you would think for a man of his talents. Cap number 16.1 million, which helps them create space. Over the Cap currently has the Texans, and there's also a Jalen Petrie restructure apparently thrown in there. They have nearly $30 million in cap space now for a team who wasn't even compliant a couple days ago. At least that's what I saw if we throw in the Petrie non-confirmed restructure. But if we just go by what's confirmed right now, they're at 22 and a half. Maybe they'll have 28 by the end of the day. So they weren't even cap compliant. They had to make moves, including the Stingley one restructure. And now they have the ability to maybe sign a somewhat big ticket free agent offensive lineman. That one of those guys who maybe they would have considered is off the market. Now, is it Tyler? What do we go with this last name? I look at it and go, Birash.
Oh,
what do we do with Tyler?
I definitely learned how to say his name.
I have too, but now when I look at it,
Biotage.
There it is. I had to hear it again. Tyler Biotage was one of those maybe mid-price guys you could have gone after, but he's a Charger. That deal came down earlier this morning, about 3 years, $30+ million. He goes to the Chargers. So if they were looking to upgrade at center, it won't be there. Of course, the big name one is Tyler Linderbaum, and he is a guy who's probably going to make 20+, which is likely out of the Texans' price range. But Nick Caserio's working, as John said. He's playing chess while other people are playing football. It's a line that Raheel
That's a good one.
liked a lot, and you do too. So that was his line in the morning, and we will wait and see. But this is kind of why people think the cap isn't real. It is somewhat credit card spending, depending on the restructure you make.
That's
because you have to eventually deal with it, or you can keep pushing it off. You can be the Saints, who always, when they thought they're competing with Derek Carr at quarterback, they would just push stuff off to the side or down the line, but eventually the bill comes due. Some teams this year are a prime example of that, particularly when you pay a quarterback that doesn't work out. The Dolphins are one of those teams that, as it stands, aren't cap compliant, and it's because they had a window where they thought they could win a Super Bowl. That's why you give Jalen Ramsey money. You're giving extensions to Tyreek Hill and others. At some point, that becomes an issue you have to deal with, particularly when you're in the middle of rebuilding. So even if you release those guys, you're doing the post-June 1 thing.
Yeah.
The money eventually has to get paid, or at least has to affect your cap, and that's what's happening across the league. The Texans are doing things to maneuver while they still have the rookie quarterback on a modest deal, and those bills will come due because you have star players who are going to get paid. Will Anderson, the less talked about eventual Nico Collins extension. I didn't foresee a Denil Hunter extension because I just saw one. That's why he's one of the all-time bag getters, because he continues to re-up.
It's like I didn't know this was okay.
I didn't know this was a thing.
I didn't know this was on the table.
I didn't know it was necessary, but he gets another bag.
Set like a reminder alert for every March 5th. Be like,
right around then, and just wonder what's Denil Hunter up to.
Denil Hunter contract extension talk.
Yeah, he's on his cap number next year, and I talk about how eventually the bill comes due. As it stands now, it's over $45 million. I imagine there will be another restructure at some point to lower that number in 2027. But what you do know is he'll be around, it looks like, for the next 2 years, and hopefully the production continues. I saw a stat about him. He's one of those guys in college that breaks the trend of very little production on the college level to being a potential Hall of Famer. He didn't even get to he just got to double-digit sacks over the course of his college career.
It's something like it's a crazy low.
It's crazy low considering what he has.
He probably had more sacks this season than he had in his LSU career.
Yeah.
So, I mean, great, fantastic player. I do think.
No, it's not. It's not even.
It's 9.5.
He didn't even get the 5 total sacks in his LSU career.
I was like, I in my head, I was like, it's either like 9 to 12. It's like in that range. 5.5 sacks.
He had
crazy.
His final
First
year,
career?
his final year, 2014, he had 1.5 sacks. He did have 13 tackles for loss, so he was productive in that final year, an 8th year before. But
how long are his arms?
Well, pretty long, I think.
All right.
It is translated to the NFL. Whatever his issues were in college or the scheme, whatever you want to put it on, that has not been a problem in the NFL.
Probably scheme.
You could put 3 games together from this season where he had multi-sack games.
How many did he have against the Bills?
Yeah,
it felt like he had 5.5.
He might have. He might have, and he only got the 4.5. And it wasn't like he was missing time those 3 years. He played a lot. He just wasn't productive.
That's crazy.
As far as sacks are concerned, that has not been a problem here.
That Barcavius Mingo was by far more productive than he. If you're just watching LSU on those Saturdays, him and Sam Montgomery.
Yeah,
you're like, those guys are that's the guy.
Sam Montgomery, famous for being a Texan washout, and a guy whose LSU strength coach pretty much ripped him to shreds during the draft process, and the Texans ignored it. And you know what? You don't know nothing.
That LSU draft coach draft Denil Hunter.
Yeah, you should draft him, not Sam. Sam doesn't work hard. That was the talk coming. I think it was Tommy Moffitt at the time. I think he might have been he was their longtime strength coach. Now he's at A&M, I think.
Yes, because Brian Kelly fired him.
Yeah, and when A&M went back to LSU, he was a star, a personality of that game. Remember when the Aggies were on the top of the college football world? Remember those times?
Crazy.
Short-lived time during the 2025 season. But pay attention to the strength coaches and ignore Denil Hunter's college production. It clearly meant nothing, or lack of production.
No,
it clearly meant nothing.
I do. So I kind of can't imagine him and Will Anderson will both
be making
$40 million at the same time.
Well, Will Anderson's cap hit will likely not,
It's until 28 or
yeah, you move the money around, you give Will a signing bonus, you keep the cap hit low year 1. So there are ways to move. But to your point, that's a lot of money devoted to your 2 edge rusher. Denil Hunter is 32. Well, at least he'll be 32 once the season begins. But we know he's a big-time player. He's also just a guy that loves to re-up, and the Texans are more than willing. And I'm sure it certainly helps them and their number this year. So it's got to work for both sides, and it works for both sides. So the number is guaranteed money is what's always important. He has new money, and the $40+ million, that's the new guaranteed money that he gets. So credit to Denil Hunter.
I know. Well, I mean, and I feel like he's one of those. I just brought up his age just as just kind of mapping out. I feel like he's kind of like a Calais Campbell type, where, I mean,
he can just play forever.
Obviously, getting off the bus, you get it with Denil Hunter of this guy feels like he could play forever.
Yeah,
and be effective.
It's just funny how the numbers for these deals mess with different sites. I told you over the cap has him at about a 16 plus whatever cap hit. Spot Track has him at 31.3 for this year. So who knows how it all works out. But either way, we know Denil Hunter gets another bag. He'll be with the Texans. It looks like for 2 years, this upcoming year, and then in 2027, hopefully him and Will Anderson can be as fierce as they have been the first 2 years for the next 2 years at very expensive rates.
Yeah,
that's what it is. When you've got elite pass rushers, that's how it gets done.
Is Will Anderson like 45? I remember we talked about it earlier. And I think we came down on whatever record he wants to break, whether it's
Guaranteed money
most guaranteed,
or APY.
Yeah, or most per year. Like, I feel like he's going to break it. And when you just see the, like, notification that Denil Hunter at 32 years old is getting 1 year, $40 million, you're just like, oh my God, how much is, like, 25-year-old Will Anderson gonna get?
So the most recent long-term deal that broke the bank was Micah Parsons. His annual salary was 46.5. Is that something that Will Anderson is something he could shoot for? The question will be, is it something he will do, considering his ties, his want to be here and help the Texans win a Super Bowl, put the bull in the ring, that stuff? Will he work with them? Not to a great degree, but to a point where he doesn't have to be at Micah Parsons' level?
Yeah.
That'll be the question. If it would fit what we have been told about him, where he wouldn't make sure he's the highest paid guy. He'll get a lot of money. It won't be a question of that, but maybe part of the narrative will be Will Anderson understands that team building, blah, blah, blah.
That'll definitely be the, like, third Rappaport tweet about the deal that gets done is, like, this gives flexibility to the...
Yeah, was Will Anderson looking for that story to be told about him where he gets flexibility? It feels like it fits what people tell us about him.
It's also very funny because I think the first tweet will have, like, record-breaking, like, the word record-breaking will
and then
be
you'll hear how Will Anderson also worked with the Texans to make sure
like,
they could make more moves.
I mean, it's like the Denil Hunter thing where, whatever, at halftime of a Rockets game, I'm sitting there being like, so what does this actually mean? Like, the NFL cap being, I don't know, hazy. Not real, but, like, it is very flexible. Of just like, so he signed for a $40 million 1 year contract. That, to my brain, feels like it should be a very simple contract to understand.
Yeah, it feels like that, but it isn't. It never is.
Yeah, basically,
NBA contracts, simple.
Yeah, fully guaranteed. Got it. Cool. Sounds good. Even like MLB contracts, like other than the deferred money, I got it.
Yeah.
It all makes sense. This, I'm just like, I'm just waiting until Texans cap posts some sort of graph. That's all I'm waiting for.
So to the player, and fully guaranteed is what matters.
Yeah, signing bonus.
All those things are what matters. What money am I guaranteed to get, and then can I achieve some other things to get the rest of it? For the team, it's the maneuvering. What are they devoting to signing bonus? What are they devoting to roster bonus to make sure, despite the sticker shock of whatever the number is, they can still make moves under the cap.
And for a fan, all I care about
this, Denil Hunter is going to be here.
And just like, what's the like number against the cap? Like how like the cap is whatever 200 something million. Like how does this take us closer or farther away from that number? That's all I really like.
And despite all the money discussions, it takes them further away, along with the Jalen Petrie restructure.
Sure.
So at some point they'll have to deal with it, but not 2026. It's time to make more moves with the money you've freed up. We'll go to break with that, and we'll hear not from a Texan, but from one Jeremy Pena. In his own words, he'll tell us what happened. He is now officially out of the WBC. I saw him in this interview. I think Brian McTaggart got to him, and he's in his Astro gear. So he was there for a good time, not a long time. Jeremy Pena, no longer a part of the WBC. He can recuperate with the Astros because we know they have a real good history of getting guys back to health as quickly as possible. In some ways, I wish he was still in the DR, dealing with their doctors and their trainers, not the Astros. But that's not the case. We'll hear from Jeremy Pena on the injury and his status when we come back.
It's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
So the initial reporting on Jeremy Pena was just early, not wrong. We had the gentleman out of the DR tell us that, and it got everywhere, that Jeremy Pena had a fracture in his finger. And then he had to kind of walk it back because Nelson Cruz, the GM for the Dominican team, said, we're still waiting. We need more tests. The first tests were inconclusive. Well, yesterday we found out. We got some certainty. Jeremy Pena does have a fracture in the tip of his finger. So not only will he miss the first round of the World Baseball Classic, he's missing the entire thing. He's back in Astro gear, and he got to talk about his injury, asked some questions by the media. Here's Jeremy Pena on what it is, how long he'll be out, and is this a major injury?
Jeremy, just what's this last 48 hours been like, just with the injury and having to come back here and not play in the WBC?
Tough. I mean, it sucks. I feel like the last 48 hours has been very, uncertain. But it is what it is. It's part of the game. Injuries are part of the game. And, I wish I was out there playing with the guys. We have a great team. Team's ready to go, though. So I'll be rooting, watching the game, and cheering the team on.
What do you know just about the severity of the fracture and kind of what your timeline looks like?
So we don't really have a timeline right now. We are going to reevaluate in 2 weeks. But I don't think it should be a bad injury. I think we should be good.
Did you know at the time that when it hit the video looked like you were looking at your finger? Did you think that, there could be an issue, kind of a longer term issue at that point?
I did. Once the ball hit my finger, I just thought it was a broken nail. I was like, okay, that's fine. I could play with a broken nail. And then we decided to go check it out, get some imaging done, and, fracture came out. And, yeah.
For the next 2 weeks, are you completely shut down, or are you going to be able to do anything?
I'll be active. I'll join the team, do what I can, do sprints, do my single-handed work, lift, get strong. Use this time to be productive. And, because when I get back and I could use the handful time, we don't need to ramp up from zero.
Jeremy Pena, as you might imagine, disappointed that he can't represent his country. Some of you, depending on how you feel about the WBC, are like, you know what? He shouldn't have been there in the first place. And that happened for a couple of Astros. Others have been able to take part and have made it through the exhibition season, or at least exhibition part of that tournament healthy, and they're going to play. We know Shade Whitcomb is playing. There's a couple of other Astros who are involved, but Jeremy Pena back. And are they taking, not directly our advice, but something we've put out there that, hey, never give a timeline anymore? Or are we concerned that they actually think this could go longer than the 2 weeks? Because you heard him, he says 2 weeks, and then they'll reevaluate. So I guess this is all about how does a broken, or at least fractured part of your finger heal before we make any real determination about your level, or at least your time away from the team. So I'm gonna lean into that. It's broken. How do his bones heal, and then we'll find out. It doesn't mean he's gonna lose a finger just because the Astros are bad at analyzing injuries.
Yeah, I'll just put in like opening day or like a week after, just because of Astros injury nonsense. Of like reevaluate in 2 weeks could turn into 23 days, pretty easily with the Astros how they do things. So I think he might miss like some games, but I don't think it'll be anything that's like major. If all you care about is regular season Astros baseball, like you might not even notice.
Yeah, the regular season opens.
It's like the 28th.
March 25th, an
25th.
Exclusive Netflix game between the Giants and the Yankees.
Never mind, only 19.
Yeah, traditional opening day. I guess they're gonna do it like the NFL does, where one game will open up the season, and then traditional opening day is the next day with a full slate. So is he back in about 20 days? That's the question. 2 weeks and then a reevaluation. I'm going to go not available to start the season. I'm just going to take a guess.
Like that next week,
but
probably.
But
you know, like
he's working his way back, maybe a rehab assignment, and then we're good to go.
Or Astros, they learned a thing or two about injury messaging and reevaluate in 2 weeks.
Under promise,
might
to
actually
over-deliver.
We only need reevaluate in 2 weeks to mean 3 weeks. That's
true.
all we really need.
A week, we figure out he's healed, he can play, and what I don't want to hear is he's got a chance to play through it. Just let it completely heal.
God.
I don't want to hear he has to deal with pain maintenance. None of that.
It's all about pain tolerance.
Nope.
You can't.
Don't like it.
You can't make it worse.
It don't like it.
Actually, you can. You
when
can. Make
there
it
are
worse.
months upon months and months of baseball.
The next 160 games of
it
baseball.
Can be something where we just allow it to fully heal. Mm-hmm. No pain tolerance type things. Let it heal. Let him be pain free, and he can come back. And you know what? It kind of fixes your little glut thing you have for a little bit.
The untenable Astros infield.
Yeah, all of a sudden tenable.
Little more tenable now.
Yeah. So we've moved from, you know what? WBC a good thing. It injured an Astro and allowed the other guys to play.
Let all the Astros
Yeah.
play the
well,
WBC.
not all of them. Not all of them.
Christian Walker, you can stay. I think USA's good.
No, I didn't mean that. I just meant
Oh.
if you send them all there, how many guys get hurt?
We only need
I'm not
one
talking
or
about.
two.
I'm not
Yeah.
talking about performance stuff on the rosters. That's what I just meant. Hey, one guy's enough.
Yeah.
It fixes what potentially was a problem.
The glut.
Yeah. If
is
he
now
has for a week, everything's fixed. To start the regular season.
If one injury takes a glut, takes your roster from having a glut to the appropriate number of starters, not sure if you had a glut to start with. I'm not sure.
That has kind of been our point. Where are we sure there's actually a thing? I think beyond too many good players, it's more about, are these guys going to be, as someone would say, good soldiers about it? Or is everyone just going to be fine with how things are going to have to be maneuvered to get all these guys at bats?
And oh my God, that outfield. I think that's also part of it. Is like, can we just flip one of these guys to an outfielder just so?
That feels like, it probably feels a little easier to me considering they did that to Altuve, and he was so willing to try it. We generally don't associate this with baseball players unless your name is Rafael Devers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't play that position.
Yeah,
it's not something we think about. Like, I think it's more associated with basketball players or a football recruit where this is my spot, this is where I'm going to play. But as far as baseball, we don't really think about, this guy's refusing to go play there. Is there some of that? Jordan would actually like to play left field. They don't want him to.
Mm-hmm.
Is Paredes someone who's just like, hey, just throw me out there? I'm good. Well, I don't know that. Maybe he's the guy who goes, but he won't do it. I play third, or I play
first
this,
or second,
but I don't play left. Maybe he doesn't want to be out there.
Maybe not. I even like if you could just trade, Paredes because he's the most available with the market. Walker, I think also available, but
not
less
the
of a market.
He's
but
the Kaminga of the Astros.
Yeah, if you could get the Paredes of the outfield, if you could just flip them for that, like sure. I'm not sure which team is. Look, you almost need a team that has too many outfielders and needs a third baseman. At this point, and not even this point. 3 weeks ago, at that point, I think you're better off just rolling into the season, waiting for a contender to have a guy get hurt. Boom.
Turns out
there creates a market.
You're
right
the
there.
sort of contender who had a guy get hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now you have
Look
an
at that.
answer.
Look at that.
Now
Hey,
things just work
you
out.
don't even have to trade them.
Yeah. Things just happen to work out. Not for Jeremy Pena so much, but
No. Or Team DR.
No, that didn't help. But that's not our primary concern. Hopefully he gets back healthy after the 2 week absence, reevaluation, and maybe he misses time or maybe he doesn't. We'll see. We still have some weeks to go before the regular season begins. We're done with hour one. We'll come back with Michael Carroll at 11:30. So if you got questions about movies or television, we can answer them for you. Then he'll also give you his recs for the week. The host of Comicast joins us at 11:30. You should join us too, either then or before then. 713-780-3776 is the number. Jeremy Pena hurt. Texans making cap space moves, and the Rockets doing what they do when the Warriors are anywhere near them. Generally disappointing. So that's the hour one wrap up. We'll get into more things in hour two when we get back. We start hour two with, let's just say, it's a serious thing, but it does fit into the Haven of Nonsense profile this show has. Orike Ogunbowale, that is the sister of Dare Ogunbowale, has been arrested for punching a man in Florida after celebrating her and her team's unrivaled championship. She is a WNBA player. They also have the Unrivaled League, and she won that. And they were at 11. 11 has now become famous in South Florida for where teams go to win titles. Not a lot of teams have won titles there recently outside the Panthers, but the Florida Panthers celebrated there, and then the gold medal U.S. hockey team celebrated there. They're like, hey, it's cold up in the north. Flights are an issue. Let's celebrate where the Panthers celebrate.
Kachuk knows a place.
Kachuk knows. That's fun. That's a fun place to celebrate. So they celebrated there, and now Unrivaled champions celebrated there as well, and it led to an altercation. She plays her WNBA game for the Dallas Wings. So according to TMZ, the alleged victim claimed he was attempting to escort Ogunbowale out of the club due to an unrelated altercation when she punched him in the face with a closed fist, causing him to fall to the ground. The alleged victim identified Ogunbowale, and she was taken into custody without incident for battery. Apparently, there is security footage. So they were there, her and her Miss teammates, to celebrate the championship. And Paige Beckers was there as well. She's part of the team. Some social media videos have come out. We have not seen the actual video of the punch. Orike Ogunbowale is 5'8". Why do I bring that up? Because depending on how you were raised, depending on how you feel about things, some guys, after getting punched in the face by a woman, are going, you know what, charge it to the game. This is not becoming a police report. I am not taking a woman to court for punching me in the face. We don't know what led to this. I assume we will find out at some point. Some people are already going, he probably did something that justified it. I don't know. I can't jump to that conclusion. What the real discussion is if I got punched in the face, whether I was in the right or in the wrong, whether I was simply escorting someone away from a previous fight or I was the impetus for getting punched, do I report it? I'm not a tall man. I'm a little bit taller than Orike Ogunbowale. So Sean and I, right before we came back, were like, you know what? If she's a guard in the WNBA, do we go, you know what? All right, whatever. It's embarrassing, but I'm not going to make more of it. I was able to get up. No real harm, but I did get knocked to the ground.
That's part of it, is that's like, I don't know. You just got punched
This
in
is
the
so
face,
much-
dude. Like, I'm sure it doesn't feel great, but like,
Yeah. Like, would
you
you
didn't get beaten?
Yeah,
you
would
know?
you
It
get
wasn't the
like
Alvin
if you got into a fight with a guy at a bar?
Yeah, or the Alvin Kamara nightclub brawl.
It was
where, like,
it was a punch.
yeah, the guy had a wire, his jaw wired shut. Like,
That was a brutal incident.
Yeah.
But if it's simply a punch, man or woman, do you go, you know what? Okay.
got a black eye.
I'm at a bar. You don't want that to happen to you, but it's always possible, depending on who's drunk what and how much they've had. It could happen.
Yeah.
I'm firmly on the side of whether he does, quote unquote, deserved it or not. You're like, nah, I'm not. This isn't a thing. This isn't a thing. She didn't stomp you out, right? You didn't get jumped. Maybe we go, you know what? This was unfortunate. Call the police, but when they get there, you know, I'm not gonna press charges.
And I don't take no orders from no woman, by the way. By the way, I don't take no orders from no women.
You take a punch in the face that knocks you to the ground. Maybe this is some built-in misogyny where it's like, whatever, a woman punches you in the face, you take it and move on. Maybe that's part of it too. I just don't know that I'm reporting this and saying she needs to get arrested. But fair is fair. That's how some people will look at it. I'm not doing you want to be treated equally? I'm not doing that thing. But some people go, hey, you punch me in the face. I'm not going to punch you. I don't have the recourse to punch you back. That's just not how I operate. But my recourse is, hey, I'm gonna tell the police.
Yeah, 5'8" is like the
limit. Like if she
that's
was
like the border.
If she was
That's like
5'11", you're telling the authorities.
More likely. Yeah, once you get closer to
if you're towering over me and you punch me in the face,
tail of the tape. Once the tail of the tape gets closer,
she's
and
got
closer.
a longer reach than you.
Yeah.
Then maybe you have a conversation about it.
But
she's 5'8", 165. That's her listed weight. That's the size of a regular man. Maybe not a tall man, but a man you might run into at the rodeo this weekend.
Yeah. Whatever. Bump shoulders with them.
Yeah. You're trying to get a funnel cake. He's trying to get a funnel cake.
You're not in the Dallas Wings.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm conflicted here. somewhat about just, hey, you got punched in the face at a bar. Maybe you don't report it, period, particularly if it doesn't become an incident where you get really beat up.
Now, he was a security guy.
Is that
right?
what his title was?
It just says she was being escorted out by security. It says TMZ's using the word officer, but I don't see.
I think
that's a police
he talked
officer.
to the officer, right?
The officer made contact with the alleged victim.
Yeah.
Who claimed? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Who claimed he was? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's a person who works at the bar or or an officer of the law. It was a patron who was apparently, in his eyes, being a peacemaker until she wasn't looking for his piece, and then two-pieced him in the face. Allegedly.
Chris Childs? Shades of Chris Childs?
Allegedly. I didn't see the video. I don't know. I guess we'll see it at some point.
We better.
I'm firmly on the side of sometimes you get punched in the face and you keep it moving.
I kind of think that.
Woman or man.
I do. Yes. Actually, I think woman or man, like, if it is just getting punched in the face, like, there's a little bit of, like, them's the breaks.
Yeah. You
have to be a very innocent bystander.
Okay, you have
or
to.
I would have to be a very innocent.
I would say that. I would have to be. I happen to I don't know what he was allegedly breaking up, but perhaps you stay out of it to begin with. But if you want to be a good Samaritan, and the only reason you're even face to face with this woman is because you're being a good Samaritan, maybe I get it.
Even then.
But even then, like, did she punch you in the face on purpose? Or was she swinging at someone else because this altercation wasn't over and you got popped?
You better have, like, a broken orbital.
She better square. If she squared up on you, okay, maybe we have a conversation. But if she's swinging because you're in the way,
wildly,
I don't know that I'm pressing charges.
Yeah, maybe if you have some medical bill.
We're gonna need some context.
Yeah,
that's all.
Try to get her pay for the
maybe
eye surgery,
broken tooth.
Yeah.
If there's something you have to pay for, maybe we have a talk.
Yeah, but if it is just like you got punched in the face, sorry.
Play on. It's a play on for me.
Play on. Yeah, play on.
It's a play on for me.
Unless she's 6'2", then it gets more into, like, I don't know.
Yeah. If she in the tail of the tape gets a check mark in her favor for the reach, and the height,
a front court player on the Dallas Wings.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Maybe this
or
man,
the mist.
Maybe this man's not very tall. What if he's 5'6"? What if he's 5'6"?
You know what? We
didn't take that into account.
I didn't think of that.
What if he's just a 5'6" man trying to be a peacemaker and he got popped?
The math.
What we're saying after all this is we need the video.
Yeah.
Much like Anthony Edwards says, show me the video for different reasons.
Different context.
Show me the video. And then we'll have then as a judge, when I put myself in the situation, I'll be able to have a real answer for this. But if you're like 5'11", dude, and she just hit you and got you clean and you fell to the ground, don't get her arrested because you're embarrassed.
Yeah. I think that's what it is. That's the crux of it. It's like, don't do it just because you're embarrassed you got dropped by it.
She is a professional athlete.
That's part of it. You got allegedly the guy got dropped. Like, the guy got
This is
hit
why I want
once
to. Did he stumble and trip, or did the knees collapse from under him and he hits the ground like those videos we see all the time? That's why we need the video.
Yeah, I don't know. But
she comboed. Like, if you got comboed, that's embarrassing, and you might be upset about it. But sometimes you just got to keep it moving.
I wish for the best for
everyone involved.
For the alleged victim,
the Gubawale family, the alleged victim. I hope it all works out.
You know.
Did they? I think.
I hope it doesn't dampen the mist.
The celebration.
Celebration
after they beat the Phantoms in the Unrivaled tournament.
Yeah. Shout
out to the mist. Is this the first Unrivaled or the second? I don't know. I
think it's the second.
Well, you could. That's something you can tell your grandkids, sir. I got dropped by a member of the 2026 Unrivaled champion Mist.
Does that guy change the story to?
So he didn't fall?
No, it was the Team USA hockey celebration from 2 weeks ago.
He could try. But Grandpa...
It was Quinn Hughes, actually.
But Grandpa, we've got video. That's the other thing.
That's true.
That's the other thing about this.
This can't turn into a tall tale.
That's the other thing about this story. And sure, this is like male pride playing a part here. If you don't report it, do we ever see a video? Because I don't know that he's taking into account that this video's probably going to leak, and it's something we're going to see.
Yeah, he definitely didn't do the calculus of if I bring charges, ESPN 97.5 in Houston will spend 10 minutes talking
Forget
about
about
this.
On a Friday because we're just waiting to get to Michael Carroll.
Like,
Forget about us.
If he didn't do that, I would have no idea this ever happened.
Forget about this silliness. If he presses charges and a video gets released, now everyone's going to see what happened.
Generally, I don't want TMZ involved in my life.
That is a proper way to go about your business.
That is like...
Particularly when I'm a non-famous entity. Like,
yes. That
maybe
is the fortune cookie advice I could give for this segment.
Like, Raheel has the never go viral. This is another version of that. Never have TMZ in your life.
Just never be in a TMZ video.
You have all the ability in the world to avoid that because you're not famous, sir.
Yeah.
Like, the people they normally cover are famous enough where they can't help it. You are famous or not famous and can't avoid it, and you know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
People are going to find out who this guy is. They're going to dox the hell out of him. That's going to happen too.
That's going to be a tough day on Twitter for that guy.
Yeah, so
I'll say.
While understandably, you just got dropped, so you're not thinking about that, but have some foresight.
Might have a concussion, nightclub floor or the cement outside.
I guess we'll find out how it all went down.
He needs to show up in court with the neck brace.
Don't put it past him. Particularly if we
he gives a press conference like the Detroit Lions fan.
Oh yeah, when he
but with the neck brace on.
Unfortunately, she doesn't go by initials, so he can't call her by her full name. Like what's DK Metcalf's actual name?
Oh, it was
and that was the most egregious thing that was a part of it.
DeKalen.
Like he called him DeKalen like he was his mother. Like look, DeKalen, hopefully you get over. And he was talking from the high horse about, hey, man. And then, of course, people responded with, you actually called DK Metcalf some stuff, and he refutes that claim. So that's where we are there. But, yeah, we'll see. Arike Ogunbowale involved in an incident in a South Florida bar. The sister of, at least as it stands now, Texan Dare Ogunbowale.
Local angle.
Yeah. There's always
sister
a tie.
Sister of Texans running back.
But really, the only reason, sister of Texans running back just won a title. We didn't talk about that. What we talked about is her dropping some dude in a bar.
True. That is true.
Yeah. There's a local angle, but there also has to be a pull for us, and that's the pull. Punch me in the face. Like, I can take it. She's an athlete. She caught you, whatever.
Of women to get punched in the face by NBA or WNBA athlete is high on the
Yeah, it's that or UFC fighter.
Yeah, 20 points per game in a career.
Yeah, she's a good player, too.
Baller.
A really good player.
I was looking to see if Arike is short for anything.
So he can refer to her by her full name?
Yeah, no. And now I'm just looking at her stats and Hooper.
And got hands too.
Yeah, I mean
tough look, man. Tough look for that guy.
I guess you can't lie in your police report and say, well, I didn't get dropped. This is where
do you think that came from him or another witness? I'm not telling people I got dropped.
Yeah, it's the 5 other people that the cops talked to all said that you landed in a puddle.
I wouldn't tell people I got dropped no matter who it was. I'm not adding that to the story.
That's not relevant, officer.
What's relevant is I got punched. Like, did the officer go? Did she hit you flat, full in the face? Did she make great contact, or what happened here? Well, it was a graze. No, that's not the conversation. They don't talk glancing blow or she hit you flush. That's not how it goes.
So someone kind of slip it like Mayweather,
No, someone who was there said, "Yeah, she dropped his ass." That's how it went, or at least told TMZ that.
I stepped on him.
Yeah, she stepped. She knocked him down and stepped over him like Allen Iverson did to Ty Lue. She wanted it to be known. All right, however that works out, T's and P's, everyone involved. We'll go to break with that. Michael Carroll will join us shortly. If you want to call in, certainly to him or to talk to him, it's 713-780-3776. But before we go to break, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I did a spot recently for them, and I did not know this about them. They'll run a gas line for you if you have a propane grill. So none of that, hey, is my propane tank full? How am I going to get this grill started? They got you set up there. Those are the things they do. Of course, as the name says, they're about plumbing as well. So any problems you have concerning plumbing, they'll take care of them for you. Small jobs, big jobs, it doesn't matter. They're the right people to go to. So think about this. You got a big problem and you don't know how to fix it. No matter what it is, you're going to call an expert. That's why you need to go to Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They have experienced, excellent contractors who have done these jobs at a great rate for a long time. So the thing that you got to remember, particularly if you have an older home, you want to be preemptive. You don't want to all of a sudden turn your water on one day and the water comes out dirty. It stinks. That's a big problem. You don't want big problems in your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can prevent them. So maybe you need a repipe done. They're the people for that. And if you don't know what the price will be for anything that you want them to take care of, you can get a free price quote. They do not charge you for that. So go to the website, find what you're looking for. They'll get that done for you. You can also call them at 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. It's the people at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. we'll give Michael time to get ready. We kind of surprised him. He expected us to go a little bit longer before we got to him, but he's here now. Michael Kerr, the host of Comicast.
I thought y'all had another segment or something.
Nah.
Okay.
At times, I've done, depending on Raheel and what he wants to do, I've done far more radio than I like this week. So it's time to hear from you. We got our stuff out of the way. We did everything that needs to be discussed has been discussed. If the Texans make a trade, we'll jump in. But at this point, it's time to get to maybe the fun stuff. So let me ask you this before we really get going. Did you see the Lanterns trailer?
I did. I did see it.
There is a bit of a, maybe not a conflict, but there's been a conversation about that trailer. It is not as lanterny as people would like. Of course, we know that Nathan Fillion's character will be in that movie, so we have seen how his character was treated in the Superman movie, so I don't think there will be lack of lantern type things, but if you look at it, if you just go by the trailer, beyond the fact that Kyle Chandler does fly at one point, it feels like some type of True Detective thing. Then you throw in the old Lantern and Hal Jordan versus the new Lantern, all that dynamic as well. So that is familiar when it comes to cop procedurals. So I watched the trailer and I figured out when I think of myself loving that trailer, and also my lack of care for anything whimsical, like I don't care if we have one bright green color in the entire thing, because I like the vibe of that trailer. It's just another line in the line of things I don't fit with when it comes to people who love like IP stuff. I don't like aliens and Star Wars, which is an odd thing to not like. So for me, that trailer is like, I'm in. It feels like prestige television with some DC stuff sprinkled on top.
Yeah.
I maybe I'm not alone there, but I'm not the majority probably after watching the trailer. How do you feel about Lanterns one trailer in?
I mean, I liked it. And this is how they described it from day one or whatever, true detective style, and they sure delivered on that. I think the whole outcrying of, oh, there's no space, and where's the space in my lanterns? It's like just people being upset to be upset about something, because then we're probably comparing it to the Green Lantern movie and just other aspects. People have brought up about the suit.
It's faded, the color green.
The faded, and it's a suit. He normally brings it up, and it's like, well, did you want Ryan Reynolds' Green Lantern suit? Is that what we all wanted? No, I don't think so.
Did you want a CGI suit?
And Nathan Fillion, correct me if I'm wrong, his suit was just, his clothes or whatever. Yeah. So it's like, I don't think that's a big deal. And I think they said, what if we do something different with Green Lantern? Let's not make it cosmic based. Let's do something unique with the character. And they're basically space cops, right? So let's have them investigate something. And you mentioned about like extraterrestrials and things like that, and they mentioned about like a Green Lantern squirrel and all that. We're not necessarily going to see the Green Lantern alien aspect, but one of the characters in the trailer, played by, let me make sure I have his name correct, Paul Ben Victor. He is supposedly playing a character named Anton, who is a extraterrestrial devoted to exposing the truth and exacting vengeance against those who wronged his people, and consumed by a deep hatred, unrelenting hatred for the law, which seems to put him at odds with Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart. And so there is some alien stuff that'll happen.
And aliens were referenced in the trailer.
So it's going to have its cosmic stuff, but you're going to just have it in a true detective skin, which seems like an interesting way to tell a story. And it's not like a full-on origin story, because obviously Jon Stewart's been with Hal Jordan for, as it said in the trailer, 2 months. So that's an interesting dynamic to see play out in this series.
So that was probably maybe the biggest trailer as far as that genre. I'm trying to think if anything else popped up.
This week, no, not so much.
Yeah, I would agree. So Michael hosts Comicast. He does that with John Lee. You can hear it wherever you listen to podcasts. And, of course, unless there's a preemption, you can hear it on Wednesday nights here on ESPN 97.5. So what was the latest edition of Comicast about?
The latest edition was about the Paramount Warner Brothers deal. And Jong and I kind of processing our emotions through all of that, what it means for DC, what it means for...
What's your biggest concern?
Well, media consolidation, the continued, like, oh, we're going to buy this studio, and Paramount's MO is lay off a bunch of people and close studios down. We compared it, at least I compared it a lot to what's happened with Microsoft and Xbox and Sony with PlayStation. PlayStation has bought like 6 studios in the past like 10 years or whatever, and 3 of them have closed, and the most recent being Blue Point Games. Microsoft kind of not quite the same deal, but very close to it. So when you look at media consolidation, you look at a loss of options. Paramount says they're going to deliver 30 movies a year, 30 to 40 movies a year. Is that really going to happen? Are they going to come in and mess with James Gunn and DC, what they're doing? Are they going to mess with some of the other studios besides DC and James Gunn? That's our biggest concerns is, you know, when you have $110 billion deal, usually that comes with cost cutting in some way. And they're saying all the right things right now. It's like, oh, it'll be systems and this and that. But Paramount's MO to this point is layoffs, and that's going to hurt the industry. So concerned about that, and then a few other factors.
Do you think this media consolidation, which continues, hurts creatives as much as people say? Because
when you take Warner Brothers off the board in terms of a studio that you can go to, like now that it's under the Paramount group, you look at what happened with Disney and Fox and all that. One of their studios that Disney acquired was Searchlight, and their production in terms of movies, it hasn't fallen off completely, but it's nowhere near what it used to be. So stuff is not getting greenlit as much as it used to be. When it does, it's great. Like Rental Family, Searchlight Pictures, it's a very good film, but we're not seeing as much. The rate of releases has decreased. The positive spin would be maybe creatives that are in smaller, like entrepreneurial type situations, maybe that the rise of stuff like that, like Dropout TV, something along those lines where it's more powered by the audience and we can get stuff that way. But when you take something off the board, it's harder to get stuff greenlit unless you're the big names like Christopher Nolan, Ryan Coogler, some of these others. The smaller projects that come through, we'll see what happens. I mean, it's still very early on, and this deal is not even officially confirmed yet. It's going to take probably a year at the very least, a year and a half. Like the Microsoft Activision deal took from January 2022 to October 2023. So we're looking at a long process before this thing actually goes through.
So the business of media, you can hear that on the latest Comicast.
Yeah, we also talk about the Sean and I talked about this yesterday. Sony rebooting the Spider-Man-less universe that they have.
This is still going on. I know. Well, they have a thing they have to do, because if they don't make a Spider-Man property in a certain amount of time, it reverts back to Marvel.
Yeah.
So that's why you see these things pop up. You're like, who's asking for this? Well,
they got to make something.
They got to make something or lose the rights to Spider-Man, which is certainly a very profitable thing for them. So if you see a Madam Web or other things, this is the reason why.
Yeah, and there's a Venom animated movie coming. There's supposedly a Spider-Punk animated movie on the way.
Daniel Kaluuya voicing it, or is he busy?
No, Daniel Kaluuya is a big part of that production, so we'll see where that goes. And then Spider-Gwen, I think, is in the works. And then, of course, we got Spider-Noir coming out.
So will
May.
the Spider-Punk and Spider-Gwen, will they be part of the Spider-Verse universe, or that be a separate entity?
I think it's still a separate thing. Like, I don't know how that, like, it still ties to Spider-Man, so that's still, like, technically something produced by them. So, but they got to do, release something in the meantime, because their last release was 2024. So I don't know. I don't remember what the
there are
years
rules about they got to be in production by a certain point,
Yeah.
and of course the release and all that stuff. It's a lot of just behind the scenes stuff.
That's why you got, like, back when in the early 2000s when we got those Fantastic Four movies, it was like, we got to make something. We got Fantastic Four in 2005 and 2007, I think, and then 2015 it was like, we got to make it or the rights revert back. So
they would have done us a favor.
Venom 4, One Last Dance.
No. I mean, unless that's the animated version, because Tom Hardy is part of this. I don't know if he's voicing, but
I'm hoping for the Rhino origin story, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I mean, there is a Sinister Six, so like
I was clearly not serious, and you hear the emotion in
there
his
was
voice
emotion
for the
in
possibility
that one.
of that
There was
happening.
emotion.
Yeah,
I just
come on.
Our big thing is, at least Jong and I, our big thing is Spider-Man adjacent characters are interesting because they're Spider-Man.
Adjacent.
You
They're
know.
next to Spider-Man.
They're next to Spider-Man.
Solo,
kind of a key
Spider-Man
part.
characters.
Yes, solo stuff. How
no.
compelling can they be?
No. Give me the Amazon Prime series, Norman Osborn and Dr. Octavius, the college years, and give me four seasons of that.
I don't want to see, like, I talked to John about this. I don't want to see a Dr. Octopus movie. Like, I don't care. Like, I like the character because of his relationship with Peter.
I like
Peter
Alfred
Parker.
Molina, but I'm not looking for a movie based simply off of him.
No.
Yeah.
I do use the meme, but I don't want to use, you know what I mean? Like the power of the sun. And all
Infinite power.
Yeah.
Palm of his hand.
Yeah. A bit of a scientist myself, you know, like that stuff.
Come on. How'd those guys meet?
No, I don't care about that. No, don't you
September
tempt this.
2027 on Amazon Prime.
No.
This is the man who was pretty much against the weapons. Is it weapons?
Yeah.
The weapons prequel. But dying for Doc Ock and
because I have reverence for what
the
Amy
college years.
Madigan did. I have no reverence.
Don't you want her to work more?
I don't want you to ever use that word again.
Reverence or Amy Madigan? Which one?
Reverence.
Okay.
For stuff. Don't paint this with
keep
like
her
a
name out your mouth.
Don't paint this as like an Oscar-winning thing or whatever, a prestige thing.
Sticking with that, I'm in the middle of watching Greenland 2, and it's as incoherent as you might have said, or you might have said. Yeah.
Speaking of Oscar-winning things, or
nope,
reverence for cinema.
An undue reverence that you have for certain things. I'm in the middle of that and going, what's going on here? Why?
Thought the same thing when I watched it.
At this point, they're in London, and the guy who was schlepping them around as the parts of the comet were coming down goes, hey, hide in the trees. But he runs out to his van because it's the only thing I have.
Bam!
And he's dead. So that's where I'm at. And that stupid movie so far.
Yeah,
I mean, it's Gerard Butler, so I get it.
Hey, you know what's great?
What?
The Bride.
You are not alone, but a bit of a limb on that. I've seen people crush this movie on Twitter.
It's definitely a love it or hate it movie, it feels like. And I'm surprised right now with critics, it's 60%. I had a chance to go see it earlier this week, and I enjoyed it. I thought it was thoroughly entertaining. I gave it a 4 out of 5. It's unique. It's different. I went in expecting a Bonnie and Clyde movie, but with classic movie monsters. That is not what it is in terms of aesthetics and some of the appeal of what's going on, but it is a chaotic, unhinged love story, but also just over the top, just insane performances. Specifically, Jessie Buckley is insanely good. And there's an aspect to this movie that I didn't realize was going to be part of it until like the first few minutes of it. I don't want to say it because I think it's best not to know about it going into it. I think it's out there for people. I think others have talked about it, but I want to keep it kind of quiet because I think if you're in it for those first 5 minutes, like if you're like, oh, this is what this movie is going to be, then I think you'll enjoy it. If not, you may pass on it. One of the descriptions that a person I follow, Nadia Martinez, she described it best. This is what The Bride is what Joker 2 wishes it was. And the comments I've gotten is like people think it's a musical. It's not a musical. There is musicality to it. Like there's a dance sequence, but it's not like them breaking out into song and doing this and that. This is a dramatic
it better
story.
not be, Michael.
No,
you know
it's
how
not.
I hate songs pushing narratives forward in movies and television.
No, this is like Frankenstein in this movie he really likes like old movies, specifically a certain actor of this time. And so there is, movies of this time, because the movie's set in 1936. So you had those black and white where there is some singing and dancing, but that's where the musicality comes from. And his love for this one particular actor is kind of what propels some of that aspect. But it is more focused on his loneliness and the bride coming in and wanting a bride and Jessie Buckley being what's the smile?
I'm picturing Frankenstein doing like dancing in the rain. That's what I'm picturing.
Kind of, yeah.
Tap dancing.
Well, it's funny because he envisions himself in different moments, and so you see him in like all dressed up. It's funny.
I'm like, okay.
But it's not like they're gonna break into song and like, oh, I want to commit crime. Like it's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. It's
the last discussion I heard about The Bride was maybe a day or two ago, and the discussion was this movie so bad that it's going to cost Jessie Buckley her Oscar in Hamnet?
No,
this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
the level of discourse where you are and what other people I've heard say about it.
It is so like, again, the aspect that I don't want to say, it's like you're either in it or you're not. Like it happens in the first like few minutes of the movie, and it was like, oh, that's what's happening for this movie, because then that explains some of the weirder aspects of the film. And if you're in it, I think you like it. But if you're not, like, oh, this is confusing, this doesn't make sense. There's a mob plot angle that's like, it's fine, but it's not great. So if you're in for the weirdness, I think you'll enjoy it. And again, I can't say enough about Jessie Buckley. This is like amazing. She switches vocal styles like on a dime. Like she's just really manic with her delivery, and it goes from 0 to 60 with ease. Like it's really like remarkable what she does. I really enjoyed her performance, and I think that's partly why I really enjoyed the movie.
Michael, you also saw a movie, but it's under embargo.
Yes.
That has less of the back and forth. People are just all in on Project Hail Mary. So we'll talk about that at some point when you can.
Yeah.
But from what I can tell, that one, unquestioned, people are in on that one.
I got a chance to see that on Tuesday as well, and you're right. Review embargo's up next Tuesday, but the movie doesn't come out till March 20th. So I think that's a cue of, oh, this is going to be good. Also, I'll just say what I wrote as my reaction. I loved every minute of it, and I can't wait to talk to people about it because it is that good.
Sean feels better about The Bride. Probably.
No, I'm still thinking about
Singing in the Rain, Frankenstein.
Yeah, him
Imagine
opening up a umbrella and floating off like Mary Poppins.
He doesn't float, but he does have like a tuxedo, and there is an umbrella though. There actually is an umbrella, so you're on like a right track.
Gene Kelly. Is that the actor he likes?
No, it's. Okay. I think it's made up for the movie, but that's Jake Gyllenhaal's character.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's good cast too. Annette Bening, Penelope Cruz, Peter Sarsgaard,
and of course Jessie Buckley and
Christian Bale.
Yeah,
and then the guy who I've seen in multiple things now. He was the president in Superman. He's the director in Wonder Man. I forget his name off the top of my head, but he's also in this movie as a crime boss. Very good. And before we get too far away from Project Hail Mary, I do want to say non-spoiler review coming next week on issue 636 of Comic Cast.
All right, so you can hear it there first before.
And then depending on Texas A&M schedule, you should be able to hear it on ESPN 97.5.
Got it. So
hopefully A&M's playing at like 11 o'clock. That way we can leave early. People can listen to Comic
You're right.
At 6.
We have not been. This show hasn't been preempted by that at any point yet. But it is that time of the year.
God willing.
You never know.
God willing, we are.
You'll dedicate it to his craft. You hear it in his voice. All right, we'll go to break. Keith, I see you. You want to talk a TV show. Michael will have more on this weekend in movies and television when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show. That's kind of full of sports, but also filled with a lot of movie talk. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
We are certainly in the middle of that movie talk. Let's get to Keith, who wants to talk some TV, and then we'll continue on with Michael and his maybe some recs and other maybe things not to watch. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys. Recently, just a couple questions. Recently, season 2 trailers have dropped for The Beef on Netflix and then Your Friends and Neighbors on Apple TV. Just wanted to see which one you guys are maybe more excited for. And obviously a lot of rumors circulating with The Bear, wrapping up shop with season 5. Do you think that show just kind of came out too strong and kind of fizzled out? Or should they have, instead of doing the bulk release of episodes, should have gone in a week-by-week scenario, kind of how The Pit's doing, to kind of maintain the interest of people? Because when The Bear first came out, like you guys remember, it was the talk of the town. But when you bang out 10 episodes in one night, you just kind of lose interest in it, and then it's over, and then you wait a whole another year. So just want to get your thoughts. Thanks, guys.
Well, that has always been the question of how you release your episodes. When you are a new show and you're maybe not sure about the response, you do that. Other shows, particularly if you're on HBO, the Prestige part of it, even if it is an HBO Max thing, you can see there. It's the weekly model. It's all. I think it's all about maybe sometimes your belief in the show. We saw Stranger Things, which was an initial dump at once. As the show grew over the course of a decade,
Right.
they decided that we would have a different way of releasing it over the course of the last 2 seasons. So I'm a fan. I thought I was a fan of the model of let's release them all at the same time. Netflix's stuff, depending on the quality, put them all on at once. Let me get through it. But if I know this is good, like Paradise, which we have not mentioned, give me a week between. It's good enough that I'm going to remember.
Yeah, I think The Bear season 2 or 3, they should have moved to weekly, I think. And especially because when it normally drops in the year, it's normally middle of June or July. Normally they have some open runway to they could actually really matter in the have people talking about it.
Do you guys, because I know both of y'all have watched The Bear, do you guys think, because I was talking to Brian McDonald about the Peaky Blinders movie that's coming out later this month, and he really liked the show, but his point was they're scrapping along in the first couple of seasons, but then they make it, and then it was does it change? Is that maybe something with The Bear? It's they were scrapping so long, maybe. And then it's okay, they made it. What's
the story?
Yeah, what's the story? And does it? I think one of the aspects that I know of The Bear is that you get a lot of special guest cameos as you go later on. Does that take away?
I think you sit around because normally it's one episode with that's where they call in all the big guns, like a family reunion type thing, where it's oh yeah, here's Jamie Lee Curtis to be the mom for 3 scenes in this episode. But I think really it was some of that, well, they've made the restaurant now it's just kind of it's hard running a restaurant.
Yeah, it's maintaining it.
Yeah, and it's which we know from season 1 of this show, when it was a much worse restaurant. So yeah, I think it's that, and I think the last season, it was half a season worth of actual plot happening, and it had a little bit of it got stretched a little too thin, I think.
And the other aspect when it comes to weekly versus, it depends on the story, because Wonder Man, I was wanting it to be weekly, but then I watched the show and I was oh, I get why you would do it all at once. I'm typically more on the lines of I would like it week to week. Maybe give me 2 or 3 at the beginning, something like that to kind of get you hooked, and then just go week to week if you really want to do something where you do binge a little bit. But for me, I've always liked the week to week because it gives me time to process, time to think. If you binge it all, like Keith was saying, you binge it all in a weekend, and then it's just out of your mind for another year. And then especially if it's a big show.
For people who like to talk about these things, have discussions, the binge model, it's about a weekend.
It's about a weekend, and then
the conversation, you move on to something else, as opposed to some of the prestige stuff you see on HBO becomes a weekly occurrence. The Monday after, you're here at work or with us talking about it. So it's a little different. So we are running out of time. Michael, let's get to a couple of things before we wrap it up.
The big movie that's going to dominate, I think, this weekend is Hoppers, the Pixar movie. It's getting rave reviews, 96%. So if you're looking for something to take the kids this weekend, definitely go check out Hoppers. That's probably the biggest release. I do want to mention Heel, the Good Boy, which stars Stephen Graham as a person who abducts a guy, and he's trying to teach him to be a good boy because he's a hooligan.
I saw that come across. He's apparently, from what I saw, the kid has a issue drinking and driving.
He's drugs, parties, drinking, all this stuff, and Stephen Graham's character finds him and kidnaps him, and he's basically chained him up in the basement. And the wife, are trying to make him be a good boy, but it's like a psychological thriller in that sense. It's getting good reviews, 94%. It's a limited release, so it may be difficult to get times, but just be aware of that.
Don't tell that guy about Myles Garrett's driving habits.
And then streaming-wise, there's quite a lot. Actually, Rooster, the new Steve Carell show, comes out on HBO this Sunday at 9 p.m. our time. This is the comedy that's done by from creator Bill Lawrence, of course, from Ted Lasso, Shrinking, and all those shows. It feels very much like in that vein, but also starring Danielle Deadweiler and a few others, John C. McGinley. Looks interesting, getting good reviews, 83% right now. Young Sherlock from Guy Ritchie is out on Prime Video.
I watched the first couple. I don't know that I like the actor who plays Sherlock as far as what he's doing in that role.
It's getting solid reviews, so that's why that's the main reason why I bring it up. 82% with critics, 84% with audiences. If you want a dumb action movie, War Machine with Alan Richardson. That's out this weekend.
Come on, Reacher. What you got?
Jack Reacher.
Because have you seen the trailer for this?
I've seen it when it first dropped, but I haven't seen it recently.
Because
I might have.
It's an elite U.S. Army Ranger team that's training, but they encounter this alien creature on their thing.
I've seen that part. Yeah.
This feels like the moment, like early on in Bumblebee from that movie, where the soldiers run into Bumblebee in the woods or whatever, and they said let's do that, but make it a whole movie.
Oh,
that's what it feels like.
Okay.
Now it's getting good reviews, which I am surprised by because it looks stupid. It just looks stupid. So
sometimes stupid is good.
Yeah, don't turn your nose up.
I'm just saying. And then
elitist.
One other thing, Keith mentioned earlier the Beef trailer and Your Friends and Neighbors. I know Jong is really looking forward to Beef. He really enjoyed season 1, so want to compliment that.
Thank you, Michael. We're short on time despite starting on time, but we still got it. We got there. Thank you, Michael. He's the host of Comicast.
Thank you.
You heard him mention Jong Lee. He does Comicast with Jong. You can hear that if they're not preempted right here on ESPN 97.5 on Wednesdays. But of course, wherever you listen to podcasts, it's there for you as well. We're done for the weekend. Since we're done for the week, Sean, what's it going to be?
Flip me over, Mike.
You got it, John.
John, I would say at his all-time best and worst during the 9 o'clock hour today. We're done. We'll talk to you on Monday.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 and HD, 97.9 HD2.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
In today's trend watching, the world's hottest stock market has cooled rather considerably as Korean shares, the Kospi, if you will, crashed last night by 12%, going through circuit breakers a couple of times before closing near the lows. Now, over the course of the last year, Korean stocks have been on a tear, surging in 2025 and up almost 40% year to date prior to the last couple of sessions. The Korean Kospi is now up about 20%, still up on the year, but well off the year's highs, and the downside action has been absolutely violent. Now, that could have some spillover effect. It certainly did to Asian markets, but it may also affect companies that do business in Korea if there are concerns about whether or not the Korean economy itself stays hot along with its stock market. It's one to watch. It's not usually on our radar, but given the violence of the move, it's one to keep an eye on to see if there are any contagion risks coming out of there. The Asian markets were down across the board rather notably last night after the Korean free fall. We'll see what happens there, whether it spreads here. For now, the market is focused on the war.
Join thousands of other screaming fans for an in-person experience you have to see to believe. NCAA March Madness. Attendance is encouraged. Passion is mandatory. Buy your men's basketball seats today at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
Rated one of Texas Monthly's top 25 barbecue joints and now recognized by the Michelin Guide. J-Bar M Barbecue is serving up world-class Texas flavor. Sink your teeth into legendary brisket, house-made sausage, and timeless barbecue classics. Kick back with $15 buckets of beer and $4 well drinks every Friday and Saturday. Unwind with friends at Houston's Michelin-recognized smokehouse, J-Bar M Barbecue at 2201 Leland in the heart of Edo. Visit jbarmbbq.com and follow on socials at jbarmbbq.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Is your money just lying around? Switch to Huntington Bank, and your money's always doing something. Like auto saving for special events, tracking your teen spending, and helping protect your parents from fraud. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Stop throwing money away. Everyday valuable electrical equipment gets scrapped during renovations and demolitions. Equipment that's worth more than scrap value. Contractors, project managers, construction pros, M&J Electrical Supply will remove your electrical equipment and pay you more than the scrapyard. Zero hassle, better money, everybody wins. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Guess who? ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Check this out. DJ Moore's been acquired by the Buffalo Bills.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
He is going to be Buffalo's #1 wide receiver.
The Rich Eisen Show. Today's guests. NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. NFL draft prospect Jennings Dunker. California Redwoods midfielder Ramar Dennis. Dallas Renegades head coach Rick Neuheisel. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show here live on a Friday in our neighborhood here in Los Angeles, California, wherever you are watching us on Disney Plus or the ESPN app or listening to us on ESPN Radio or Sirius XM Channel 80. Give us a call. We've got time for you. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial, even though we're 4 wide today. Tom Pelissero, my buddy, who's going to be working nonstop between now and essentially this point next Friday, because over the weekend rumors are going to fly, and then Monday the rumors become fact, and then reports, and then Wednesday the rumors that become facts that are reports become official when the new league year of the NFL free agency period begins on Wednesday of next week, and it's just going to be nonstop. And so Tom's going to be good enough to give us a whole chunk of his time here in hour number one. And then somebody that I just saw at the Combine, and I remarked at his mad flow, the man with the ginger mullet from Iowa, Jennings Dunker, tackle, maybe guard in the NFL, is going to join us in hour number two of the program. And then we're going to be talking some lacrosse. Romar Dennis, who's going to be out there on ESPN Plus over the weekend, battling for the right to play for the championship in PLL action. He's going to be joining us in hour number two. And then an old friend, Rick Neuheisel of UFL action, which you're going to be able to see on ESPN as well, will be here in hour number three. I haven't spoken to Rick in forever, and the UFL has banned the tush push. And that, as you know, is always sort of a laboratory ground for the NFL. We'll talk about all that in hour number three. And as I mentioned, it's a What's More Likely Friday. Chris Brockman not here. Susie is, although she's not here yet. She's taking a meeting that is very important right now to the business of our production company together. So she'll be coming out here right in the middle of hour number one, right in the middle of Pelisaro's hit, if you will. So I say hello to you first, Jason Fellow. How are you, Jay Fellow?
I am here.
And good to see you, T.J. Jefferson. Candle appears to be lit over
lit,
there.
Man. How you guys doing?
We are doing great in this neighborhood. And so, as I mentioned to start the program, it is free agency period pretty much now, to be honest with you. Nothing could truly be done yet, even, things can be done. Chats can be made underneath the table. On Monday, it's all out potentially legally in the open, and then Wednesday becomes official. And one thing after another is going to be happening, even though it's not official yet that Kyler Murray is going to be released by the Arizona Cardinals. Report comes out. He essentially confirms it in an apology note to the fans that he said he let down trying to end a 77-year drought for Cardinals fans. He confirms that he's going to be free next week to sign with any other team for just the league minimum. We're wondering when the shoe's going to be dropping for Tua Tagovailoa. Not yet. And then this news hits on Friday just before we go on the air, so this is kind of fresh, that the Las Vegas Raiders are going to release Geno Smith unless they can somehow trade him beforehand. Adam Schefter was the one that popped this out there. This would be an $8 million salary cap space saving, despite $18.5 million of dead money. And it's kind of tough to trade somebody that everybody thinks you're going to be releasing. So one would be thinking that this is going to be a release of Geno Smith. And who wants Geno Smith? And would you believe the reporting out of New York City is the Jets would like Geno Smith.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The Jets would like a reunion of a guy that was so upset he wasn't drafted in the first round. He supposedly wasn't going to come back to be in the green room for the second night at Radio City Music Hall, but did anyway, and the Jets drafted him. And then we all know it didn't work out for the Jets, and then he went to the Giants, and then after all that, he started going around the league, being written off. But as he said, when he showed up in Seattle and succeeded there, he never wrote back. And then Seattle attempted to re-sign him just around this point last year, and whatever dollars was being put in front of Geno wasn't enough for Geno, so they sent him to his old coach in Las Vegas, in Pete Carroll, and it was a disastrous year. Just an absolutely disastrous year. And his inability to be protected by the Raiders, and then his frequent penchant for those muddy pockets leading to some bad throws by him in a flurry of turnover-marred games led to eventually him being sat and replaced, or whatever you want to put it. But it was a one-and-done. It's going to be a one-and-done year for the Raiders, who aren't going to keep him around for that freight to be the guy, the veteran in the locker room for. Clearly, this move means Fernando Mendoza is the first overall pick in this year's draft. And don't even twitch in the direction of the Raiders unless you're bringing the noise and the funk and every single draft choice under the sun, and maybe your firstborn son or something. Because the Raiders aren't trading that first overall draft choice for anybody, because they're choosing Fernando Mendoza. Otherwise, they might be sticking with Geno Smith, who is, as I mentioned, somebody, according to Connor Hughes, who covers the Jets for Sportsnet New York, is a choice for the new offensive coordinator to put his Frank Reich thumb on any scale the Jets are going to make when it comes to their decision-making at quarterback. As you know, I've been mentioning Kyler Murray would be a great choice, but according to Connor, that Kyler Murray has been discussed, but he's being expected to sign with the Vikings. Cousins isn't on their table, but Geno Smith and Carson Wentz is. Jacoby Brissett as well, if the Cardinals don't keep him there, which might be their move, unless Jimmy Garoppolo is the apple of their eye. He's currently been backing up for the Rams, where their new head coach, Mike LaFleur, has been the offensive coordinator. Connor Hughes points out that the Wentz years in Philadelphia essentially came to an end because Frank Reich and Wentz fell out. But according to Connor Hughes, that isn't the case, in that no one loves Wentz more than Frank. I will just say this. Carson Wentz's penchant as well for turning the ball over and taking sacks and whatever we saw. He did perform well at times for the Vikings, but then again wasn't available with his best availability. I don't see that being a fit for the Jets unless you just want to muddle your way through 2026 and get those high draft choices as possible. Geno Smith does appear to be a better choice unless he doesn't want a 2.0 revisit to a Jets organization that has churned out the coaches and the general manager since his departure, but the guy at the top still the same. So
you mean the very top?
The very, very, very top with the white lid, the Jet cap.
Spends a lot of time over in Ireland?
No, the United Kingdom is where he did. Yes, sir. At any rate, long story short, Carson Wentz and none other than Geno Smith are the Jets' options right now at veteran quarterback. I don't know. They still have Justin Fields on their roster at the moment. But just one last time here. As for the report that the Jets would be interested in Kyler Murray because the money is right, the situation for them is right, the ability to have somebody who can get fannies in the seats and the fan base excited is right, that Kyler Murray would choose the Vikings over the Jets means a handful of things. One, he feels the roster is better in Minnesota, and I'd have to agree with him on that. Two, the head coach there is in better standing in Minnesota than he is in New York, and obviously you have to agree with that.
Yeah.
But there is a kid quarterback that's there in J.J. McCarthy that at some point you would have to think the Vikings would be interested in starting because they let Sam Darnold essentially walk by not giving him a Godfather offer or whatever assurances they might be offering Kyler Murray to Sam. Now, again, I'm speaking out of school here because I wasn't privy, nor has anybody in the news and information community really said anything other than the fact that Sam Darnold was given an offer by the Vikings. But it wasn't enough for him to say, I'm done here because I'm not looking over my shoulder for the kid. They're definitely going to have to start because they drafted him, and they have to see what they have in him at my expense. After I just won 14 games, I'm off to Seattle. I'm out of here. So this means if Kyler Murray winds up in Minnesota, and we'll talk about it should it come to pass, that they are done handing the football to J.J. McCarthy unless he shows up and beats out a former number one overall pick in this league who has way more experience under his belt than he does. And that they are done with the ups and the downs that you have to basically buy into with a young quarterback because I guess, they don't all come out of the box like, say, Jaden Daniels did in year one or Drake May did in year two or Caleb did in year two, even though this would be year two for JJ. I'm biased. I root for the kid. I cape for him. I believe in him. I saw it at the college level. As we know, this is the professional level. As we all know, it's different. But if indeed Kyler Murray's going there, you have to think he's the week 1 starter. I mean, how does this guy get beaten out apples to apples by a guy who has only 1 year and even at that incomplete starting in the NFL? I mean, unless the Vikings give him the leg up that Sam Darnold thought they were giving him in any head-to-head, because he is the 10th overall pick of a recent draft that needs to be given the time to marinate and to be groomed. And maybe that's why Kyler Murray would choose the Vikings over any other spot. Because if he goes to the Jets, he's definitely the starter there.
Yeah.
He's definitely the starter there, and I guess he doesn't think that he could use that as his Sam Darnold launching off point as he could the spot where Sam Darnold actually pointedly launched off. So that's my 2 cents on the quarterback front. We're waiting for the Kirk Cousins shoe to drop and the Tua shoe to drop. And then there's Malik Willis, who is going to, one would think, have his choice of where to go to be a starter in this league right from jump, with a nice 8-figure annual value price tag that starts with a 2, if not a 3. So it's time to start taking a look at this kid and taking a look at any other team that is quarterback needy. And that includes the Pittsburgh Steelers. All of that. Aaron Rodgers showing up on Pat's show and saying there's no contract to even talk about. He would like to see one. He'd be interested in seeing one, is his general gist. All of that with Tom Pelissero. We take a break. We come back, and Tommy P has all the answers, or at least we're going to ask him to have all the answers, right here on this Friday edition of The Rich Eisen Show.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles is the only place to get mad for all the big games. With over 3,200 square feet of LED screens and the best game day bites. Why watch anywhere else? Watch, wager, and win at Louisiana's largest sportsbook. Book your private space today by visiting GoldenNuggetLC.com. Spots are filling fast, and you don't want to miss out. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Guys, looking for a true MVP haircut? This is Casey with Team Hopper of Sport Clips Houston, providing MVP service in a sports-themed environment. Visit one of our 13 Houston locations and mention ESPN for a free haircut for new clients and $5 off the MVP treatment for returning clients. And because of our growth, we turn to HRMP for all things HR and payroll. HRMP's truly the Sport Clips MVP.
Learn more today at hrp.net.
Big news at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Their water park, Blue Bayou Bend, opens May 1st with a grand opening celebration on May 9th. Lazy River Days, swim-up bar sips, and live music nights, all just 90 minutes from Houston. Whether you're booking a waterfront cabin, bringing the RV, or planning a glamping getaway, this brand new water park is your reason to lock in dates early. Make it a weekend. Make it a memory. Reserve your spot today at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Branham here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off 225 and Beltway 8 and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Lance Zerline here. Rodeo season is here, and Republic Boot Company is the place to be. Just off 11th and Studwood in the Heights, step into the heart of Texas craftsmanship. It's the only place you can buy their 1836 line of handmade 100% leather boots, and they can even customize the fit for your unique foot the same way you break in a baseball glove. Pick up a sport coat, cowboy hat, enjoy a free beer. I'm talking about everything to get you rodeo ready from head to toe. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. Go to their website, republicbootcompany.com.
To be the norm. It is not the norm.
Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show, and just to bring everything up to speed, our radio audience just rejoined us, asking Tom how he keeps everything all charged up so he doesn't miss any stories, telling a story about how the master power switch in his hotel room, did all that business, switched everything off. You said that's power.
That's power, right?
And clearly it was not power.
Right.
He was power.
All right.
Power thirst.
Good point.
Different mentions of power. Tom, let's jump into it right here. Kyler Murray confirming that he's going to be cut. And everybody's putting him in Minnesota right now. Why? And then also potentially why not? Tom.
Here's what I would say, Rich. There's certainly going to be, I anticipate, mutual interest between Kyler Murray and the Vikings. I also would tell you two things. Number one, technically, there cannot even be contact. Kyler Murray has not formally been released. If you have guaranteed money left on your contract, you can't be released until the start of the new league year, which is 4 p.m. Eastern time next Wednesday. If a team makes an announcement, if they tweet and do the farewell, thank you for your service, at that point, based on the rules the NFL adjusted a few years ago, you can call the player. You can't finalize a deal, but you can have conversations and all that. The Cardinals have not done that with Kyler Murray. And so at this point, there is nothing in place. There is nothing final. Money will not be an object because he has that roughly $36 million guarantee, but there is no deal in place. The second thing I would tell you is Kyler Murray has never been a free agent in his career. The last impression that a lot of people around the league have of Kyler from an interpersonal perspective is 2019. When he was going through the pre-draft process. And you may have had a formal or informal interview with him. He was a 22-year-old guy coming out in the draft, coming off of a Heisman Trophy year. Everyone in Arizona would tell you that Kyler Murray, who walked in the door, is the number one pick. And a lot of the bumps in the road that he had are well documented. It's not the same guy that exists in 2026. He's grown up in a lot of different ways. The coaching staff that just was there, including Jonathan Gannon, if you talk to those guys, they really like Kyler Murray. And so it's an opportunity, if I were in the shoes of Kyler's agent, we'll see how this plays out. I probably would take this rare opportunity to say, you know what? let's have Kyler speak with more than one team. Let's not just he gets released at 4:01 p.m. and he signs with the Vikings at 4:05. Let's go and, whether it's other teams that might need a starting quarterback, whether it's teams that need a backup, whether potentially it's teams that are going to need potentially a starting quarterback in 2027. It's almost like a preview. It's a chance to reset whatever the opinions may have been about Kyler Murray back in 2019, to leave an impression in people's minds of who he is right now, knowing full well that, again, because of that guarantee, he's going to do a 1-year minimum contract wherever he signs. Based upon, the precedent of guys like Russell Wilson, it would make sense if he gets essentially a no-tag clause as part of that. In other words, he will hit free agency again in 2027. You almost get a 1-year jump start on what Kyler would certainly hope is a very lucrative venture into free agency in 2027. I don't think it's going to take a long time. I would think it's going to be sooner than later, and probably by the end of next week, by next weekend, Kyler Murray will have a new home. It well may be Minnesota, but it makes sense for him to hear out other teams, to get that face time, and for other teams to hear out Kyler Murray, even if all it ends up being is sort of advanced work for 2027. I think that it would make smart business sense, if nothing else, for Kyler Murray to take a breath, evaluate what the options are before making a final decision where he goes at a time, Rich, that at age 28, he's still got a lot of football ahead of him.
So, who else has a lot of football ahead of him? A 23-year-old that they drafted 2 years ago, in Minnesota. So what does this mean? A competition, I understand, is everything in the NFL. But bringing in Kyler Murray, or being the favorite to bring in Kyler Murray, and I'm front-loading a conversation because usually this sort of stuff does lead to happenings. What does it mean for J.J. McCarthy? If Kyler Murray shows up, are they going to just let him cool his heels and see what they still have in J.J. McCarthy for a month? Clearly there would be, if you will, a leash on the kid. And that's the way to groom him? That's the way to groom a quarterback is, okay, you now have a leash on you. I mean, that doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. Unless they feel he's done and it's Kyler Murray's gig, Tom.
No, it would not be that. No matter who the Vikings bring in, barring some type of a long shot scenario that they sign Daniel Jones to a massive offer sheet that the Colts don't match, which I'm not expecting, anybody else who's coming in is going to have to beat out J.J. McCarthy. And so what they're hoping and what they're optimistic about is a competitive environment is going to bring out the best in JJ. If you're walking in there, whether it ends up being Kyler, whether it ends up being Geno Smith, if it's Joe Flacco, whatever it might be, none of those are going to be financial investments that are going to preclude you if JJ McCarthy is the better quarterback in the offseason.
No, and I get that, Tom, just to jump in here to have a chat with you about it. Yeah, I get that. I totally get that. But Kyler's different than two guys in their 30s, or in the case Flacco.
100%.
Is he for? I mean, it's totally different.
Kyler could end up being the long-term guy. Right. And if he beats out J.J. McCarthy, Kyler will be the starter. We'll see how J.J. handles that. I wouldn't think that the trade market we'd see, but I don't think the trade market would be significant enough for the Vikings to want to move on from J.J. And given the fact that he's never even had a healthy season as a backup, it may not be the worst thing in terms of his development if he's not ready to start. Again, what I would go back to is this, and you're absolutely right. A Geno Smith is a placeholder type of a situation. Joe Flacco would be a placeholder situation. Kyler may well play his way into being, giving himself the opportunity to be the Vikings franchise quarterback moving forward. But for the same reasons that we keep talking about what happened with Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones last year, the Vikings know they need to have options in that quarterback room because Kevin O'Connell and his staff are so good at grooming quarterbacks that they tend to end up having a lot more value after a year in Minnesota. Even if J.J. McCarthy were to be beat out, I don't know that is the end of J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota. It would be a disappointment. It would be a setback in the young career of a player that everybody in the building really likes, but just hasn't had the time on task to get better at the things he needs to get better at. On the flip side of it, we don't know what type of fit Kyler Murray in particular would be in this Vikings offense. It might work out great. He's obviously a dynamic athlete. He's got a big arm, especially for a guy his size. We haven't seen him play in like the precision timing type of an offense that O'Connell wants to run. If JJ beats him out, then with Kyler, it's okay. we trade you, we release you, maybe you are the backup and you wait. That wouldn't take that off the table either, because you're just not paying him very much money. I mean, the entire situation in Minnesota, Rich, I would say is a little bit unusual here. But Kevin O'Connell is still seeking that franchise quarterback. It could be JJ. It could be Kyler. It could be somebody they're acquiring in 2027. But what they want to make sure they have this year is options, which is something that, based upon how things played out last year, they didn't end up having. They had to sign Carson Wentz off the street. They go to the playoffs if Carson doesn't get hurt. They want to make sure that they've got other options in the building and somebody through the offseason to truly push JJ McCarthy, and they hope bring out the best of everybody involved.
Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show. So there's the update on Kyler, and now Geno Smith is going to be released unless he's traded, right? And so clearly just another box check that the Raiders are going to choose Fernando Mendoza first overall. What's Geno Smith's I guess Geno would be a spot for Minnesota. Where else? Are the Jets a possibility as a reunion? Tom?
I mean, the Jets are sort of a mystery team in the entire quarterback market right now. We know that they've got a high draft pick. Potentially, could you say we're going to draft Ty Simpson and that's going to be our guy going forward? I think that's a scenario. I know that's a scenario within the league that people are taking into account. Beyond that, the Jets have the benefit of sort of watching how some of these other things fall and making their decisions from there. I don't get the sense that it's a singular plan. I know they've explored a lot of different possibilities there. Would Geno going back to the Jets make sense? We'll see. There's a lot that is involved in that. Beyond that, for Geno, he kind of like Kirk Cousins may have to be a little bit patient here, because if you think about how this market's going to move, Rich, the things that are going to go quickly are Malik Willis. I would anticipate has a deal in place somewhere Monday or Tuesday. People within the league think Miami and Arizona are the two most likely teams. I tend to believe that. Could somebody be laying in the weeds to go after Malik Willis, where that's the Jets, where that's the Steelers? Those are certainly possibilities. But Malik Willis is going to have a home during the negotiating window. I would say I'm pretty confident in saying that. We don't know yet when Aaron Rodgers is going to make up his mind. We do anticipate Kyler Murray is going to land relatively quickly. Beyond that, there's just a whole bunch of different moving parts, and part of it is going to come down to what are the actual options that fall into place once Malik selects a destination, once Kyler selects a destination. Again, whether you're Cousins, whether you're Geno, whether you're Tua, who, we've been talking about this, Rich, for about a month now. People within the league all along have expected Tua, Geno, Kirk, and Kyler to all become free agents. It's happening actually earlier, at least in terms of teams meeting with the players to say they're going to be free, but they technically can't in the cases of Kyler and Tua, because no announcements come on that one, and Geno. They can't talk to anybody yet. So you still have some moving parts that are going to play out up until next Wednesday, when those guys who have guaranteed money can formally be released. Malik Willis is the one that's going to dictate some of what the options are for everybody else involved.
All right, transition yourself then, sir. You said Malik Willis is going to have a home during the negotiating window, which is Monday through Wednesday of last week, right? When does that window open on Monday? And then tell us what Malik Willis's options are going to be, do you think?
Noon Eastern time on Monday is when the negotiating window opens. Mm-hmm. No deals can be final and official until the new league year begins, 4 p.m. Eastern time on Wednesday.
There you go.
But generally speaking, Rich, we see over under 20 deals. I'm going off the top of my head, but it feels like usually 20, 25 deals get done on Monday. Then there's a whole bunch of them, a lot of them in sort of the B-level market or a few A-level ones that didn't get done on Monday. Those will trickle into Tuesday. A lot of the big money has already gone out before that negotiating window actually closes and we go into free agency. One twist this year that I think a lot of people have forgotten about, that you are allowed a limited number of Zooms with free agents during the negotiating window. It used to be, for years since they instituted the negotiating window, you couldn't talk directly to the players at all until the new league year began. Now, I believe it's 5 Zooms that each team has. So who has the most Zooms is going to tell you a lot about how these markets end up moving here. For Malik specifically, the two teams I mentioned, Arizona and Miami, are the two the people in the league believe are going to be in play for him. But then you also have, at some level, Minnesota potentially could be interested. They've seen Malik up close. They know what he can do in a similar offense. A bunch of the teams that need quarterbacks are all running variations of that same offense. Arizona is, Miami, Atlanta with Kevin Stefanski. It's all offshoots of the same thing. So does that mean that Malik is going to end up getting $30 million a year? That's probably a stretch. I would still put the over-under for a Malik Willis contract at 20. Not that I can give gambling advice on the show. I have no idea if that betting line exists. But I would say $20 million, give or take, which is what Justin Fields got last year, 2 for 40 with 30 Gs from the Jets. That's probably roughly where that one checks in. In terms of the other top free agents, Rich, I'll just get myself to this. The names that you're going to see the big money coming off the board. All right, let's go through it position by position. Quarterback, I don't think there's anyone beyond Malik that's really going to be pressed to come right off the board, although there certainly are some guys who in specific cases, a Joe Flacco if that's who Atlanta wants, a Jimmy Garoppolo if that's who Arizona wants. They can lock those deals in early, but they're not going to be break-the-bank style deals. Right. I'm not anticipating there's a running back out there that breaks the bank. Kenneth Walker III is the top one for a lot of people, going into the marketplace, but does that end up being 10? Does it end up being 12 or more? I don't think it's going to be 15 plus for the Super Bowl MVP, but we'll see. I would anticipate he, along with the likes of Travis Etienne, are probably going to land relatively quickly in free agency. Alec Pierce at the wide receiver position, he is far and away the top one. I talked about this yesterday, Rich. No matter what, even in the worst case scenario, Alec Pierce is going to get the biggest free agent receiver deal in NFL history. It is going to be $27 million plus. It has a chance to get to $30 million per year. The Colts really want him back, but there's a bunch of other teams with solid established quarterback situations or young up-and-coming quarterbacks who stand ready to go after a guy who stacks up in a really rare way with guys like Deshaun Jackson and Mike Wallace in terms of not just being big play threats, but high volume, big play wide receivers. At the tight end position, I don't know if there's anybody who's going to break the bank per se. I do think between Isaiah Likely, we'll see how his market shakes out, Chig Okonkwo, Cade Otton, all those guys are going to have really big markets. Offensive line-wise, Tyler Linderbaum, that's going to be your top earner, I believe, in the free agent marketplace. That is going to be, Eric DeCosta, we already know, has said they offered him a market-setting type of a deal. This could end up being an eye-popping number somewhere into the low to mid-20s million per year for a center. There's Connor McGovern's got a chance to do well, too. There's going to be a few guards. I don't know that any of them are going to be off the charts type numbers. Zion Johnson's one I think will do well. Tackle-wise, Rasheed Walker from the Packers, he's really the one. He's played a ton of games at left tackle. That could be $20 million per year. He's going to be, somewhere in that range. Defensively, these markets are harder to figure out just in terms of in talking to teams, in part because, number one, you got strong draft classes at certain positions, such as safety. We just saw Cam Curl get a really strong deal today to go back to the Rams, 3 years, $36 million, max $39. That sets a pretty good bar. If you're Brian Cook from the Chiefs, Nick Cross is going to be a popular free agent safety here. Those guys now are all feeling like, all right, based upon that Curl deal, we should all be $13, $14, $15 million per year. Corner, there's some variance from team to team, but Alontae Taylor is one I would keep in mind. He turned down a big deal last year to scuttle a trade to the Bears at the trade deadline. They had a trade worked out with the Saints, but the numbers just got to a level that Alontae Taylor thought, I'm going to do better in free agency. Now, with the Trent McDuffie trade to the Rams, if he gets a market-setting contract, which it sounds like he will, which is $30 million plus, if you're Alontae Taylor, you're saying, why am I not going to get, I wrote the other day, 17 plus. Now it's like, all right, we're both guys that some teams view as slot corners. Why am I not getting 20? The Alontae Taylor market could really take off. Reek Woolen, I think, is going to get a strong deal in free agency. We'll just see where that is. Jalen Watson from the Chiefs is another one that I think will do well. Linebacker-wise, there's really two, Devin Lloyd and Quay Walker. I think both of those guys will do well. Does it get to $15 million a year? It's probably somewhere in that neighborhood. I know both those teams, the Jaguars want to have The Jaguars want to get Devin Lloyd back. Certainly the Packers want to get Quay Walker back, but the market might dictate that those guys decide to get themselves out there and see. Defensive linemen, in terms of the interior guys, there's really one. It's John Franklin Myers. He is one of those that it's not a household name. He's a third contract guy. He's 29. But don't be surprised if John Franklin Myers is getting $20 to $23 million per year. They're going to be serious suitors because it's a seller's marketplace. There's not a lot of other guys out there. And then I think at the edge is the only other one I haven't gotten to. And that's, Trey Hendrickson certainly I think is going to get a strong deal. We'll see. It's some of the same teams right now. They're in on the Max Crosby potential trade that then could turn those resources over to Trey Hendrickson. Is that 25 a year? Is it 30? Is it more? Not sure yet, but he's going to get a really strong deal. And then we'll see some of those, the young pass rushers as well. Odafe Owe, Jalen Phillips, Kwity Paye could be in that category as well. All those guys maybe $15 to $20 million per year players. I think I probably gave you right there, Rich, about 20 to 25 names. So
yes, you did.
You go through, take out your checklist on Monday and see how many of those guys have deals in place by the time you go to sleep Monday night.
Bravo, sir. My God, take a breath. Take a bow.
Take a sip of water.
Take a sip of water. No. And is it a window into me and the way that my brain works that of all the follow-ups of anything that he just said, Counting Zooms, is Adam Duritz the lead singer of that band? Counting Zooms. I had no idea we were counting Zooms next week.
I saw Counting Crows at the Super Bowl. They were playing a party.
Right. That's right.
And apparently they're now a spoken word band because Mr. Jones wasn't not a lot of tone variance in that song.
Everything's an evaluation to Tom Pelissero.
They're opening up for Blink-182 right now.
So to follow up in the time that we have left here, let's talk about the two guys who are superstar names that everybody would love their teams to shock them or surprise them or please them and say, we got this done. It's A.J. Brown and it's Max Crosby. Let's start with Max Crosby. Where does everything stand? The Raiders apparently want 2 firsts for him. What do you got for me on this Friday update on Max Crosby? Tom, please.
The Raiders have multiple strong offers right now. The risk that they run if they let this go beyond Monday is that some of those teams that have made strong offers may decide, you know what, they really might not trade this guy. We're going to deploy our resources, whether that's draft picks and other trades, whether that's cash and cap devoted to free agents, on other players. We already saw that happen potentially once with the Buffalo Bills, one of the 3 teams I mentioned last week when we talked about Max Crosby as a potential fit. They just traded a second-round pick for DJ Moore and a 5th, essentially a third-round value. But and they're paying him over $20 million this year. It doesn't mean the Bills are out on Max Crosby, but certainly they didn't make things any easier here. The Dallas Cowboys, from my understanding, are certainly still engaged on a Max Crosby trade. I would say the Baltimore Ravens are another logical fit. The Chicago Bears, another team I mentioned last week, certainly would make sense, and they could use an edge rusher. Part of the issue right now is just that the Raiders, and this could change as soon as today, have not really moved to bring this to a head. Usually the way these things work out in the end, when you're talking about the top line trades, is ultimately, whether at the onset or as it's getting close, the team trading the player or with the player that the teams are trying to trade for is going to say, okay, this is what the price is. If you're not here, you're not in the game. We're bringing it to a head right now. The Raiders haven't done that. They've essentially made teams bid against themselves, just saying, well, what you're offering is not enough. Well, what's the price? Well, there's been other trades. Here's what they bid. Okay, but what's your price? That's where teams haven't been able to get necessarily a straight answer to this point. I do think this is a critical 72 hours, 48 hours even, for the Raiders, Max Crosby, and the potential trade partners, not just because of what I mentioned, that come Monday at noon Eastern, teams may deploy their resources elsewhere, but also because we don't know how Max Crosby might react if we get close to free agency and he's still a member of the Raiders. We've seen what the Raiders have said publicly. We know that they have gotten calls. They have not really made calls about Max Crosby. We have not heard anything from Max Crosby other than, frankly, the high road. He has not said, I want out of Vegas publicly. He has not said anything negative about the organization. But certainly there have been plenty of reports, including from me. He has been frustrated with the constant change. He certainly was frustrated with being shut down for the final 2 games last season. If at some point Max Crosby, and I don't know if this would happen, but if at some point he's not been traded and that frustration reaches a level that he decides to start saying things publicly that are disadvantageous to the Raiders, that could change the entire complexion of that relationship as well as the way that the marketplace sees him. We're not to that point yet. We may get to that point, but as of now, the Raiders do have multiple strong offers they're considering. We'll see if they decide ultimately to bring this to a head. If it's going to happen, I would say the next 48 to 72 hours would make sense to do that before that window opens. And as for A.J. Brown,
yes, sir. Because before you start there, again, with A.J. Brown, we're hearing Patriots, our friends across the street, Chargers have been thrown out there. The question is, in the 3 minutes I have left here, what does A.J. Brown want? We know the Eagles don't want to trade him, right? So, or prefer not to, I'd imagine. Unless I'm wrong there. I give you the floor.
He's a 28-year-old Pro Bowl wide receiver who didn't have his best year in 2025, but certainly is still productive. Howie Roseman traded a first and I believe a third or fourth round pick for him 4 years ago. And in order for Howie to move on, even with what is generally regarded in the league as a depreciation of an asset, any player 4 years later, he doesn't want to take less than that in a potential return if he's going to trade A.J. Brown. There's a variety of different issues here in terms of Brown's contract, the cap hit that would take place if a trade happens before June 1st. There's no way, Rich, to post-June 1 a trade like you can a free agent, meaning how the post-June 1 designation works is if you cut a player after the start of the league year, you can put a post-June 1 designation on him, which allows you come June 1st to push back some of the cap hit into the following year. That was a mechanism put in place in consultation with the union because under the old rules, players that got held hostage for 3 months knowing they were going to be cut and you couldn't cut them until June 1. It's a good thing for players, but you can't do that with trades. So they would have to hold on to A.J. Brown for 3 more months to not have the entire cap hit come crashing down on them in 2026, which is a consideration. Perhaps the more important consideration is how do you replace A.J. Brown? You're currently changing your offenses. You have a first-time play caller in Sean Mannion, who is still a backup quarterback in the league a couple of years ago. He's running a completely different offense that you think A.J. is a good fit in. You're going to find out how good of a fit Jalen Hurts is in it. You're going to then trade away A.J. Brown. Is there anyone in the draft you can get with, let's say, a late first-round pick that you would get in this type of a trade that you can plug in right away? There's not really an A.J. Brown-style receiver out there in free agency. There's probably no one else you can trade for that's a similar type of a player. And you're trying every year in Philadelphia to win Super Bowls. So it's the replaceability as much as the cap considerations or the compensation that would give Howie Roseman pause. Having said that, there certainly are teams that are strongly interested, and it is as much what A.J. Brown wants as it is the teams that would make sense for the Eagles. And there's a lot of common ground there. A.J. Brown's not going to want to go to a team that's rebuilding or doesn't have an established quarterback. But the teams that are rebuilding or don't have an established quarterback probably aren't in the A.J. Brown bucket either. So, yes, your logical teams are the Patriots, where there's certainly a relationship with Mike Vrabel. The Bills would have been in that mix prior to trading for a different receiver, DJ Moore. I don't anticipate at this point. Again, you never say never, but it would be hard to imagine they're going to jump back in and trade for A.J. Brown as well. The Chargers fit that category. The Rams fit that category, except they also just traded a first-round pick in the Trent McDuffie deal that'll be finalized on Wednesday. And this goes back to what I'm saying, Rich, about there's something to be said for, okay, if we're not getting the value, we'll just wait. But there's also something to be said for your leverage generally doesn't go up. Yes, an injury could happen in training camp. Somebody could swing and miss in free agency, swing and miss in the draft. But you don't know that. You don't control that. Teams that control a highly tradable asset who's going to command a first-round pick and more in a trade have all the leverage up until Monday at noon Eastern. At Monday at noon Eastern, again, things can change, but you now do not have control over what those things are. It becomes very dependent on other moves. That's why if we're going to see some of these big trades, whether it's Max, whether it's AJ, whether it's someone else, it's probably happening in the next 3 days, or it might be see you draft week.
Tom, I'll see you next week. thanks for the time. Thanks for everything. Got to beat it on down the road. I assume next time I see you, you'll be wearing a suit because I'll be saying, can you pop on for 5 minutes when you're doing NFL Network otherwise. You're the best, truly. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Rich.
Tom
Thanks.
Pelissero, everybody, right here on the Rich
Tommy.
Eisen Show. Back with more right here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Talk about stepping up. It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
Empower. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Hey guys, Lance here. You know, it's important to know a good plumber. You never know when that emergency is going to strike. Well, I've got a plumber for you. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. They have been helping 97.5 listeners for years and years, and I can personally recommend them because they've done a repiping job, they've done small jobs, they've done mid-sized jobs. They do it all. They can clean tankless water heaters, install them for you. You name it, they can do it without charging exorbitant prices. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Del Olalea here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena at 225 and Beltway 8 and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
You thinking about updating your home? Glass might be the easiest way to do it. John Granato here. At Bluebonnet Glass, they help homeowners brighten and modernize spaces with glass railings, wine rooms, mirrors, cabinet glass shelving, room partitions, even kitchen backsplashes and bathrooms. Glass can make your home feel bigger, brighter, and newer without a remodel. Update your home today with Bluebonnet Glass. 832-508-0911 or visit them at bluebonnetglass.com. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SOUND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, Houston, Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're craving authentic Mexican flavor, head to Taqueria Sarandas. Since 1981, they've been serving up mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas, and fresh tortas that hit the right spots. Family-friendly vibes, bold flavors, and prices that will not break the bank. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Taqueria Sarandas has you covered. Find a location nearest you and taste the tradition. Taqueria Sarandas, Houston's go-to for real Mexican food. Vamos, let's eat.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, everybody.
That's how you do it, Rich.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Susie Schuster is
Hi,
here.
everybody.
What's up,
Hey, everybody.
Suze?
How are you?
We got a What's More Likely coming up. Jennings Dunker will be on this program in just 8 minutes' time. We have a celebrity true or false for him.
What?
Yes.
How?
Because in researching him for the Combine and for this show, there's too much that needs to be asked of this young man.
Okay. Instant celebrity.
It really, it's good stuff.
I'll say this. When we were going to go watch the Combine in Indy, we're going through like the bowels of the arena, and walking towards Jason and Liz and I were the offensive lineman group. Now, I'm fairly big guy. I'm like 6'3", right? These guys were just walking buildings, and I'm thinking, and then you watch how fast they were running their 40s and doing their cone drills. Man, that big should not be moving that fast, man.
Well, you covered Iowa Hawkeye games, right? Back in the day. And
Chad Pennington and I'm trying to remember the name of the kid who was the other linebacker. I did 3 years of Iowa games.
Yeah, well, it was but you
initials.
No, you were covering the teams and saying there was no room for you to make a full lap as a sideline.
You can't. Right? You have to go into the stands to go behind the teams, TJ. It's so crazy. You have to actually go into the stands. Excuse me, which is always an elegant way to cover a game.
But it also shows you that the fans are right on top of the opposing sidelines. They are literally right there. And did you go in the pink locker rooms?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the visitors' locker rooms is painted pink, a color to make you feel.
By the way, not at all offensive.
That's right.
Women, like, you're soft. It's pink. No. But I have to say, like, it's a slightly outdated mentality, but it was a great place to cover a game. And just the nicest people.
It's also pinkish, or maybe the tips of Jennings Dunker's mullet. I don't know. I was only able to see him from the 50-yard line booth. You got up close and personal.
He walked.
All right,
I'm looking at him checking in.
He's checking in right now. Fantastic.
Red through and through.
There we go. I can't wait to chat with Jennings Dunker of Iowa football in hour number 2 and What's More Likely with
Every
Suze.
40 seconds, a child is reported missing. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted car. Call 1-800-294-0222. You'll receive the maximum tax deduction, and we provide fast, free pickup. Call 1-800-294-0222. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Call 1-800-294-0222. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Lance Zerline here. Rodeo season is here. Republic Boot Company is the place to be. Just off 11th and Stewart in the Heights. Step into the heart of Texas craftsmanship. It's the only place you can buy their 1836 line of handmade 100% leather boots, and they can even customize the fit for your unique foot the same way you break in a baseball glove. Pick up a sport coat, cowboy hat, enjoy a free beer. I'm talking about everything to get you rodeo ready from head to toe. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. Go to their website, republicbootcompany.com.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. You know what I miss about working in sports radio? Raiding the supply closet. I loved all that stuff. Paper clips, sticky notes, those little black clamp things that you put on the end of your finger. I love stealing stuff from the supply closet. But you know what I love more? My company, yourheritagefilm.com. I love filming families and founders' stories. I love being invited into their homes, getting to know them, and creating magic for generations. Magic markers, love those. yourheritagefilm.com.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles is the only place to get mad for all the big games. With over 3,200 square feet of LED screens and the best game day bites, why watch anywhere else? Watch, wager, and win at Louisiana's largest sportsbook. Book your private space today by visiting GoldenNuggetLC.com. Spots are filling fast, and you don't want to miss out. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
For 72 years, Stokes Hardware has been your go-to family-owned and operated hardware store, serving 3 generations strong. Whether it's plumbing supplies, paint, power tools, or everyday hardware, we've got what you need at competitive prices. Shop local, support small business, and get old-school personal service. Our knowledgeable staff is always ready to help. Hablamos Español. Find us online and follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, family trusted since 1954.
Want to know what's really happening in professional golf? Then you need the Golf Hour with Will Doctor. Will covers the latest and biggest stories happening on the professional golf scene, breaking down the tour, the majors, and the betting board. Plus, Will gets the inside scoop directly from players, coaches, caddies, and the people who actually know what's going on. Listen to sharp analysis and real opinions each week on the Golf Hour with Will Doctor. Saturday mornings at 8 on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Check this out. DJ Moore's been acquired by the Buffalo Bills.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
He is going to be Buffalo's #1 wide receiver.
The Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Coming up, NFL draft prospect Jennings Dunker. California Redwoods midfielder Ramar Dennis. Dallas Renegades head coach Rick Neuheisel. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Friday show is on the air. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Have the phone lines all completely lit right here on the program. Rick Neuheisel, who Suze, you and I go way back in a car seat, also on this show. Didn't you guest host with Rick Neuheisel one year?
I did, a long time ago.
Right, long time.
Had to have been 10 years ago.
Had to have been. Well, he's about to join us. He's involved in UFL football and, of course, college football. We'll chat with Rick in hour number 3 of this program. What's more likely will be coming up here as well. But right now, let's get to our next guest right here on the program. It was just at this point last week, he was getting ready for his on-field workouts at the Combine on Sunday. He's one of the top offensive linemen available in this year's draft, and he caught my eye. His mullet really had me at hello. And I talked about it so much so it got picked up and went viral, I guess. The mullet did, or me just being fascinated by it. Ladies and gentlemen, from Iowa football, Jennings Dunker is here on the program. How are you, sir? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Did you see our coverage of your flow? Jennings, did you catch anything?
I've seen a little bit of it. I had some guys send it to me. It was definitely pretty entertaining.
Okay, because you were hustling and then flowing all at the same time. And I guess, if you don't mind me starting with this, because as somebody like myself, I am fascinated with everything here. Because you didn't show up to Iowa with the mullet. When did you decide to have the party in the back, Jennings?
Yeah, so I kind of did a case study on my guard, Connor Colby, if you know who that is. He got drafted by the Niners last year. So Con came into Iowa. He had a mullet, so he was a freshman All-American. And then he cut it. He had a good year, but not, freshman All-American. And then we grew it out together because he was my guard and I was his tackle. And he got drafted by the Niners. So I was kind of like, well, maybe this is part of his, success. So I figured I'd just keep rocking it. And I was hoping to help me block better. So that was kind of my strategy.
Okay, so it's Samson, it's like your strength? Is that what you're saying?
I think so. I mean, I think it really helps you block better. Like, I wish we had more of our, tight ends and fullbacks rocking it. It's kind of a fullback thing. We used to. Pottebaum had one. It was awesome. If you know who that is, Monty Pottebaum.
Okay, sure.
That hair was sick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And how do you maintain? Walk me through your maintenance, Jennings.
Honestly, I never brush it. I'll use shampoo if it's available, like in the hotel for the Combine. I actually ran out of shampoo. So when we were the day of the workouts, I started body washing, and I was like, screw it. It's probably the same thing. So usually it's body wash or shampoo. I don't use conditioner. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know if it does anything. I kind of think it's a scam. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's a hot take, that conditioner's a scam. But listen, we're all paying rent in your world right now.
Right.
When was the last time did you cut it? When did you cut it last? How often do you trim the hair?
So I actually got a haircut. Let's see. I would have left on Wednesday or Tuesday. I got a cut the day before because I was trying to look kind of professional. I didn't get the back cut. I got the sides cut. So and then the mustache trimmed up too. I kind of need to trim it again. But,
sure.
I was trying to look professional.
Okay. By the way, you sound like Kittle a little bit. Do you have any relationship with George Kittle, Jennings, at all?
I've talked to him after a special teams meeting one time, but I haven't seen him for a while.
Okay. I assume he would approve all of what you've said and all of how you look and all of how you represent Iowa football. I imagine he would approve of all of it, Jennings.
I would hope so, yeah.
All right. When you first showed up, what did Kirk Ferentz have to say about this? The look. Anything?
He honestly doesn't really say anything too much about her hair.
Okay. Sounds like
one time I had what's it called? Like the magician's mustache and little goatee thing.
What?
I can't remember what it's called, but I rocked that one time.
Okay. All right. And?
That was for a week, and I did not play well that week, so then I shaved it off.
Okay.
But, just kind of having fun.
I love it. So you're all about how this supports the actual football play and getting to the Combine and getting to be a professional football player is essentially what you're saying. Did I get that right?
Yeah, I mean, I think if I didn't have this hair, I don't know if I'd be, at this position at the Combine. So I think it's definitely a huge help.
All right. So at the Combine, how did you feel it all went for you, Jennings?
Honestly, pretty good. I mean, I wish that 40 was a little faster, I ran that 40 and I was like, holy smokes, that was flying. It'd be 5 flat when I get the call and it's 518 and I was like, oh, balls. I gave her a rip. And I thought the on-field stuff was pretty good too. I mean, it's kind of hard to kind of measure and evaluate because you don't get an exact score from it like you would from a pro agility or something. But right. I am happy that I out vertical jumped to Logan Jones, so I've been letting him have it for about every day. So
I like it. A little bit of competition. Yeah. Look at that right there, man. I love it. Look at you
doing the splits.
Yeah. That should be.
That's a new Jordan logo.
I was about to say you should have somebody in your camp call up Nike and say this is the new
Dunker.
What would you call it? Mullet man?
Well, I mean,
his
last name's Dunker. It's right there.
Yeah. What do you think?
I think you could also reach out to Cirque du Soleil with that.
Yeah, it's a little Cirque du Soleil. You're up there, Jennings. I love that, man.
I was trying. I was letting it rip.
And so, who did you meet with at the Combine? Which teams did you meet with?
Honestly, you usually meet with kind of almost every team, like whether it's the formal, the informal.
Right.
So, like the formals, like, with the head coaches and the O-line coaches, and then like the informal will kind of be whoever's there. So,
right.
I don't know. We do a lot of meetings.
And what was the strangest question you got asked in these meetings?
I was really fired up for a strange question. I was pumped up, but I didn't really get any strange questions, unfortunately. I was fired up for it.
Okay.
I was excited, but.
Okay. Well, I've got some strange questions for you, Jennings. We've only done this once with a college football, I guess, figure, star, whoever. We did this with Curt Cignetti of Indiana football. Celebrity True or False. We have a segment that we do with our celebrity guests, of which you are definitely one now.
I'll take it.
Okay. And it's called Celebrity True or False, where we ask things that we've read about the subject on the internet to see if they're true or false. Are you ready to play this, Jennings Dunker?
I think I should be, yeah.
Okay, here we go. We got production value to start it. Hit it, please.
Celebrity True or False.
You can't handle the truth.
All right, there we go. Jennings Dunker, Celebrity True or False from the front. This is the first time we've ever done this with somebody sitting in the front seat of their car behind the steering wheel, zooming into the program. True or false, Jennings? Iowa came to your Illinois high school to recruit someone else and found you because you walked up to one of the coaches with red tennis shoes and asked a question. Is that true or false?
I would say somewhere in the middle. So they did come to recruit someone else, and then my high school coach kind of, he kind of set up the meeting, and then I had like huge feet. Like I think I had like size 17 shoes, and I was like, 200 pounds. So I kind of looked like a clown. But yeah, talked to Coach Ferentz in the cafeteria. It was awesome.
So your Coach Ferentz was there to recruit someone else, and your coaches are like, you need to talk to Kirk Ferentz.
Exactly, because I graduated with like 50 some kids. I mean, my hometown's like 2,600, so.
So it was a small group that they would even be there. What was that moment like for you to talk to Kirk Ferentz? Did you realize this was it for you?
I mean, it's kind of unreal because like I grew up watching the Hawks. Like I grew up a Hawk fan. Like I was born in Iowa. I lived until I was like 8 or 9. Like my folks are from Iowa, so it's kind of unreal. Like I grew up watching Coach Ferentz. I was like, oh my gosh, like he's in my high school.
Right.
I was like, what's going on?
And you had
awesome.
And you had red tennis shoes on. You can confirm that you did.
I honestly can't remember, but I think I did because I think they were like the flat like Metcon lifting shoes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I got another one for you here. True or false? Jennings Dunker, you let a flock of ducks loose as a prank in a hallway, and your principal at high school said you would not get your diploma unless you cleaned up the mess. Is that true or false?
That is definitely true. We let them loose the whole high school. Yeah, that was kind of the senior prank. I was thinking of good ways to have a senior prank that would kind of be harmless, and I kind of settled on that. I mean, it was kind of awesome. It was funny looking back.
How many ducks did you let loose in the hallway of your high school?
I want to say like 5 of them. Okay. They were like feeder ducks, so they're like the bigger ducks. So it was awesome.
So if they're bigger ducks, they left a bigger mess, is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there was like it was everywhere. It took a lot of clean up. I had to get some help from my classmates. I'm glad they helped me out because it would have taken me a while.
Okay, so you did get your diploma, obviously, because you did clean up the mess.
Correct. Yeah, I got my diploma.
Okay, good. Next one. I got 2 more for you. True or false? I think I know this is true, but I got to ask anyway. True or false? You are the 2-time champion of the annual Solon Beef Days hay bale toss. Is that true?
2-time.
True. Yeah. Okay. I actually beat Logan Jones to get that second title. It was pretty awesome.
Okay.
I still bring that up to him too.
How heavy are these bales of hay, Jennings? How heavy?
It kind of depends on when they get baled because that'll determine the moisture content of them. So I don't know. Probably like 40, 50 pounds, I'd say. Oh yeah, look at those jorts.
Jorts. Look at your hair. Dude. Jorts.
I think that was the first time. Yeah.
You did this in jorts.
Those are custom jorts, too. I made those. I went to Goodwill and got a pair of jeans and cut them up.
You hiked them up? And so how heavy is this bale that you're throwing in the air? How heavy is that?
I'm not even sure. Maybe 50 pounds or so.
Dude.
I'd say probably around there, maybe.
All right, so this was year 1, and then you defended this moment, is what you're saying?
Oh, yeah, it was electric. I mean, the entire town of Solon and everyone, their third cousin came out. It was awesome.
Did you get a trophy for
awesome.
this? I mean, does one get a trophy or a plaque for having this? I'd love to know.
You got a trophy?
Yeah, so like when I won it was like a trophy, and then my buddy Peep, so my right guard this year, he actually won it this most previous time. So he has like a WWE belt that says like Someone Hay Baled champion on it. It's huge. He just keeps it in his truck.
I love it. Last one for you, Jennings Dunker. True or false? You are a self-described bookworm that was on a pre-med track at Iowa, and you don't own a television. Is that true?
You have a television, but like I do like to read, and I also I was pre-med. Yep.
Okay, so you do, because where I read this, I guess it was a couple of years ago. You had not yet owned a television, but you do now.
Yeah,
own
I didn't have one in my room because like growing up, I didn't have one in my room, and then like I got to college, and some of my buddies had them. I was like, this sounds awesome. Like I can get a TV in my room, so I got one in my room. It's life changing.
What's your favorite book?
Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl.
Wow.
That's my favorite book. I haven't read it in a while. I gave it to one of my buddies to read, but yeah.
I just reread that about 3 months ago because it's so deep and existential and really kind of helpful for going through the day today. I'm really impressed. That's so awesome. But I'm not surprised at all to hear so much about your character because, I covered Iowa for a long time on ABC, and it was Chad Greenway and Abdul Hodge. That was the linebacking core when I was there. And some of your stories remind me of the stories that we got. Then Chad grew up on a pig farm, I remember. And he was like, oh, God, please don't ask me about growing up on a pig farm because everybody comes from the networks and asks questions about growing up in some of these small communities. But I'm just curious about Kirk. And I'm wondering, besides the green, for any of you listening on the radio, I'm getting a really funny view of a very cool green.
There it is.
Behind you.
Yeah, right.
I'm just wondering.
Messed up.
That's all right. I do that all the time in the car. Why do you think Kirk has had such great longevity, and why do you think he's able to get the most out of his players the way he gets the most out of you?
Honestly, I just kind of think it's like the person that he is. Obviously online, you see he's a great person, but off online, he's even a better person. He knows every single person's name in our facility. Even the janitors and the people that come in and cater food and just how he treats people. I know guys that didn't finish out their career. And he would stay in contact with them all the time, and he really cares about people. He cares about everyone, and he's a great man. Just how he kind of teaches us values about responsibility and dependability, and he always builds the man first, and the football player kind of follows. So that's how he coaches and teaches people. And if you talk to anybody from Iowa, any former player, they just love him, and he stays in contact with everybody after they leave. So he's awesome.
Yeah, and again, the character of folks that he builds. One of my favorite moments for every Iowa home game is when the team turns around and the fans turn around and wave at the children's hospital that overlooks the stadium. It gets me every single time, because kids are sitting there wondering about what's going on with them, what's going on with their lives. And just to say hi to them like that, dude, I love it, Jennings. Just great stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
Right? That you turn around and I don't know if you've ever, met any of these kids, but you mean a lot. So I appreciate that you do that sort of thing. Jennings.
Yeah, a lot of guys on the team, especially they'll go and see kids in the hospital, and there's different organizations that kind of work with us, and they'll kind of text me hey, this kid, he wants to see us, so then we'll make time to go up and see him on our off days. So a lot of players do that, and obviously it's not public, it doesn't get posted, which is kind of how you want it. But yeah, guys are definitely really involved with the Children's Hospital. I got smoked in the Super Smash Bros. Game on the Nintendo Switch by one of them. So, yeah, it's awesome.
Well, listen, thanks for the time. Best of luck to you. I really will keep my eye on you as you go about your pro days and things of that nature and visits. And then once you get drafted, look out for my call. If the team will let you hop on, because once they get a rookie in their house, they kind of make sure that the first things are first before they talk to somebody like me. But I really would love to keep up with you. And before I let you go, there's already a who wore it better conversation involving your mullet. I don't know if you saw this during the NFL Network Combine coverage, but there it is. What do you think, Jennings? What do you think?
I love it. I think you might be rocking a little better. I like how it's pretty sweaty and looks like you've been working.
Yeah, well, the guy on the right doesn't believe in conditioner either, but it's because I don't use it. You know what I mean? I don't need the conditioner.
Rich,
I love it.
Can I caution Jennings about one thing, though, by saying conditioner is a scam? Because, bro, I see you making so much money doing shampoo commercials that maybe you don't want to say conditioners this game. Maybe you should just, go roll with it and then let the money come in, bro, because they're going to come for you.
Yeah, like Troy Polamalu with Head and Shoulders.
There you go. Yeah.
So much money with those locks. I'm going to tell you this right now as somebody who really believes in the power of deep conditioning. I mean, there are a few things I really believe in more. Go with it. Try it. Experiment. Don't be afraid of the conditioner.
And then collect the check.
That's right. And then send
collect
me
the check,
bro. And then send me some of the free stuff you get. Which
there you go.
Talking about.
There you go.
Yeah, I got you. I can swing that. Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
See, we see you, and we hope the best for you, Jennings Dunker. Thank you for the time. Greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank
you.
Go forth, sir. Go flow. Go do your thing. You be well.
You too.
Jennings Dunker, everybody. Delightful chat with the Iowa prospect who dominated the combine.
Yes.
Dominated. Fun stuff.
You didn't even tell him that you've got a whole line of gingers adjacent to you. I mean, he could fit in with Lee and Emily.
And my brother, who fits in with me, he doesn't use conditioner either. He doesn't need it. He doesn't need it either. But yeah, the whole line of redheads in my family.
Did not know that.
Oh. Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
It's there's layers.
We're learning a lot.
There are layers to me, Jay. But that was fun right there, man.
Yeah.
Doesn't he sound like Kittle? His cadence and talking about him.
Voice,
and just dropping sort of dry, funny.
Yep.
I got smoked by some kid, at the Children's Hospital. And what was that? Some video game, I imagine?
Smash Brothers.
Smash. Okay, there you go.
And as someone who spent some time in Iowa, I can tell you that I've definitely seen dudes with the jorts and the cutoff flannel
throwing 50-pound bales of hay up in the air.
Hay, but I definitely saw them rolling around Cedar Rapids.
And you know the book that he was referring to?
Oh yeah. I mean, have you never? They didn't give that to you in Michigan?
Oh boy!
Wow.
So
the Harvard of the West, Suze.
It is. It is.
Damn.
This is a very deep book about surviving the Holocaust. I mean, this is not just, reading on a vacation. He's talking about next level existential thinking. But by the way, that's really cool. And I got that out of him.
I know that. And there are so many, sometimes you hear scouts like, I just want a guy who only wants to talk about football or be about football 24/7, 365. I obviously feel differently. Great stuff. Phone lines are lit, and a What's More Likely is still to come right here on The Rich Eisen Show.
When you tell someone what team you cheer for, do they apologize? Does your first childhood memory involve crying on a Jumbotron? Then you may be a fan of a BST or bad sports team. Luckily, when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive, you're protected from things like fire damage caused by violently unplugging the TV or an accidental overhand left to the drywall. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Covered subject to policy terms. Not available in all states or situations.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in an all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Because when you're hauling kids, gear, snacks, and backpacks, space matters. And so does comfort. Just make sure they keep their cleats off the seats. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details.
Danny Clark here of Collectors Firearms on Westheimer and Voss. You have some guns collecting dust in your closet? We want to buy your guns. We're the strongest buyers for one gun or entire collections. If you have a big enough collection, we can come to you. Modern and antiques of any kind. You could be sitting on a gold mine and not even know it. Come see us at Collectors Firearms on the corner of Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tank out front, collectorsfirearms.com.
Looking for electrical parts and you need them now? Well, for over 30 years, M&J has sold, delivered new and reconditioned electrical equipment in Houston and nationwide. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. If it's hard to find, well, M&J has it. They have all brands, and they can cut down on your lead time. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Join thousands of other screaming fans for an in-person experience you have to see to believe. NCAA March Madness. Attendance is encouraged. Passion is mandatory. Buy your men's basketball seats today at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Branham here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off 225 and Beltway 8, and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. John Granado here. You know what the bosses here did? They bought an unlimited corporate membership at East River 9. You know what that means? More golf for me. East River 9 is offering annual memberships for individuals, families, and your business. Unlimited golf, exclusive promos at the River House Restaurant, and much more. Spots are filling up fast. Reach out today to secure your spot. Sign up online at eastriver9.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-913-7033. I'll see you on the links, baby, at East River 9 with our unlimited membership.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
This is Chance McClain from YourHeritageFilm.com. We make adult films. Wait, no, I mean, we make adult, we film adults, but not like adult films. Who actually went to those nasty adult film movie theaters? That is so gross. I guess Pee Wee Herman did. That didn't turn out so good. Speaking of Pee Wee, there's an absolutely excellent doc on his life. But that's not as good as the one we would make for your family. Man, I am all over the place. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, radio and television all together. On the radio side, we just showed a video of George Kittle's appearance from 2 years ago where he took a pillow with my face on it back home, and as a postscript, the Kittle family dog urinated on it.
Yep.
And I don't think the pillow's around anymore.
So
that actually happened.
What do you think that says about how this dog looked at this pillow right
well,
now?
I
don't
think
know about this.
what it means is, I'm a dog person, and dogs, find me relieving. All right. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. Gabriel in Washington is first up. What's up, Gabriel?
Hey, how you guys doing?
How are you?
I just say, lady and gentlemen, how you guys doing?
Well done, Gabriel.
Yeah. Glad to have Susie on. I don't think I ever called when Susie was sitting in.
Hey, Gabriel, nice to talk to you.
I know she's always super friendly to the caller, so I'm honored to be on the phone now.
I'm happy to have you call. And I want you guys to notice that the callers have expanded since I started sitting in.
Wow, yeah,
Gabriel,
you're a factor.
Know me. I like to empty out all the phone banks.
You love callers. You're a factor.
Thank you.
What's up, Gabriel? Yeah. What's on your mind?
Hey, anyways, I was going to call about something else, but since you just had Jenny's Dunker on, I'll just mention that my family and I are fans of the Iowa Hawkeyes. I have a nephew that actually went to the Children's Hospital because he had a little Forrest Gump situation going on after he was born, and my little brother's wife has a cousin that's a doctor at that hospital, and that is just a phenomenal school and a phenomenal program and a great thing they do. And my brother was at one of the games when he was over there with his son, and got to do the whole turn and wave to all the children, and it's an amazing school. So I guess in 14 years, if you see an Iowa Hawkeye jersey with the last name Wick on it. That's my nephew.
All right. Beautiful. We'll keep an eye out for that, Gabriel. Appreciate it.
But anyways, I was calling to talk about mainly Ken Walker being probably the biggest free agent the Seahawks have, and that there's just a handful of others that are going to walk probably because of the Super Bowl tax. When you win the Super Bowl, everyone wants your players. But I never bought a K9 jersey his first or second year because I'm probably marred by all the injuries that since Marshawn Lynch, the Seahawks, they draft running backs and they tend to get hurt. It's just kind of a nature of position. But so they're going to let K9 walk and all these other guys. I think maybe there's one or two that stays. But I believe in John Schneider and Mike McDonald that they have their guys pinpointed and they're going to bring in the right guys and keep this thing rolling.
I'm with you, Gabriel, and thanks for the call and thanks for your sentiments and your 2 cents about everything that we've been talking about here. Kenneth Walker, I love him, man. He beat the crap out of my Wolverines when he was on Michigan State. What did he score 5 times? By the way, in the only game that the Wolverines lost that regular season, and so they were feeling his wrath. And then when the Seahawks drafted him in the second round, I'm like, great hire. And then he had some really good games. He sometimes wasn't healthy. And then when they needed him most, he played larger than life, which he's done in big games his whole life and will be a terrific free agent for somebody. But the Seahawks clearly decided that franchising him at $14 million and change was just not a good use of their funds. And we'll see what they're going to do over the next few days. Their name has been floated as a Max Crosby destination a couple times, which I said yesterday would be quite an aggressive move for a team that had the pass rush. I didn't think anybody thought to themselves, boy, Seattle would be much better if they had a better pass rush. They were great because of their rush and the way that they were able to just keep on churning guys one after another after another. That would surprise me, but things have been crazier. Christian in Toronto, you're on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Christian? Line 2 there, Jay. You there, Christian?
How's everybody doing?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, hello.
Yeah, we're here. What's going on?
Before I get into my question, I just wanted to bring up that my friend, who's also named Christian, was able to attend the Combine as a guest.
Mm-hmm.
And before he made his way to India, I joked and said, "Tell Rich Eisen I say hi." And
he did.
Toronto says hello.
He did.
And then he calls me and he tells me that he did, and then that you recognized me, and I thought that was so cool. Just wanted to bring that up.
Now, I remember he did that. Part of me just has the devil in me where I'd be like, Christian who? I don't know that. I don't know Christian in Toronto. But I didn't do that. My default came through, which is I said hello, and now I say hello to you again. What's going on?
Just wanted to run an idea by you. I think it's interesting. So if the Dolphins release Tua and he gets to sign for the minimum, what do you think of the Rams grabbing him as a backup and letting him sit behind Stafford, like similar to what Sam Darnold did in San Fran?
Listen, I think anybody would want to be part of Sean McVay's factory and world. Any quarterback certainly would be. Baker Mayfield still talks about it, being in there for his brief bit and what it meant for him. In the same way that people talk about Shanahan's or Kevin O'Connell's or anything like that. The issue with Tua being a backup is that he's left-handed. Believe it or not. It's not his talent. It's not his skill set. It's the fact he's left-handed. And the way a ball spins out of a left-hander throw is vastly different than a right-handed throw. Ask any receiver. They will tell you about that. And so if you have a starting quarterback and you got a backup quarterback coming in the middle of a game in a crucible of a moment, it's a factor. It really is. I know I would do this if I am a left-handed starting quarterback team and I am going to look for a backup. I'd want another left-hander, to be honest with you. I would not. I wouldn't want to do that. I mean, thanks for the call, Christian, and hello again, I guess. Because, again, at the Combine, that I hate this drill, the gauntlet drill, where a wide receiver starts on the sideline looking this way, flips around the other way, catches a ball, flips around the other way, catches a ball, and then runs in a straight line as fast as he can. Because they catch it and drop it. And sometimes, I was even joking to bring up, just to have some entertaining quality to a long-ass broadcast, is that they should bring in officials to go through their own combine to see if it was actually catch, 2 steps and then a football act before they drop it. Because they catch it and drop it because they need to be ready for the next one and the next one. Yeah. And everybody keeps telling me, from Michael Irvin to Daniel Jeremiah to Mayock and everybody, that there is still a massive upside and helpfulness to this drill and that I should pipe down. But the reason why I bring it up here is that the first 2 throws, which are the easiest because you're looking directly at one person and then flipping around and looking directly at another person from a stationary position. Mm-hmm. The rest of them, you're head's on a swivel and you're trying to run as fast as you can and try and run as straight a line as you can. Those are the toughest throws. The easiest are the ones where you're stationary and catching. One time, for one of the wide receiver groups, they kept dropping the first easy situational pass. And the reason why that Daniel Jeremiah pointed out is it was being thrown by a left-hander.
That's interesting.
Because the ball, it rotates in a different way when you're spinning it from the left hand as opposed to the right. So, I mean, that's a tough one. That is a tough one to have your right-hander, you're starting to be a right-hander, and then in the middle of a game, it's not a lefty coming in. And sure, they'll catch passes. They'll be able to practice with them. But at the end of the day, in the crucible of you need this third down, you don't want that cropping up, regardless of how talented the left-hander is. So,
you know what also concerns me, and I've talked about this at length, even with Amy Trask on What the Football. We saw so many backup quarterbacks coming in and having to get so much quality time this last season. Mm-hmm. And what's the concern level that you might have to bring in a backup who has been so concussion-prone and I guess and injury-prone? And I just feel like you're going to want to look for somebody with a little bit more durability or stability when you're backing up somebody of the ilk of Matthew Stafford.
And if you were saying that as the backup, then clearly there's going to be people who have that issue for the starter. And that's just the price tag. That's why I don't think Tua is going to be traded for. He will be 100% acquired by a team. And will they make him the starter based on he's always one snap away? But so is everyone else. And I understand what you're saying. He's a different player in that regard because we've seen him, and it's happened on big nationally televised game in the most frightening positions of being prone on the field. So that's part and parcel of what's going on with Tua that isn't part and parcel of what's going on with Kyler or Kirk Cousins or Geno Smith or Malik Willis or anybody else that could be available as a free agent quarterback. And that's going to be part of the issue of selling himself as a starter somewhere. Him with his abilities, him in the right system, him with his heart and his soul, those are easy sells. Although Dolphins fans will push back saying sometimes he didn't seem like he was terribly into it. You'll hear that every now and then they'll call up. The backup, like I said, if I'm running a team, I do not want a left-handed backup quarterback if my starter's right-handed. If he's left-handed, you got it.
There have been
and I'm sure there's left-handed quarterbacks that have the backup being right-handed. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, and that you're not talking about it that way.
But there's not that many of them. There've been less than 40 left-handed quarterbacks have started.
This is why, I would be concerned about it. So,
you also, Rich, about the gauntlet. I love the gauntlet, too. But here's one thing I wish they would do: let them wear helmets because that's more accurate. You've got guys firing footballs at their face and also you're going to have a helmet on when you're playing.
I know that, but then again, at the end of the day, these drills are made to mimic football acts and mimic athletic movements that you're going to have to make on a football field. And padding them up and helmeting them up is just never going to happen. It is not meant to play football. It is meant to mimic what football acts will look like and what acts of physical strength will look like. And what better way you could say, I could see what your reaction is, what better way to show that they can do it than actually padding them up and putting them in helmets. But the bottom line is somebody with a helmet on and somebody with pads on is going to do something that could actually get them hurt because they feel like they are better protected. And it is, I've had conversations with scouts about this for over 20 years.
But if it mirrors, they're running, dropping, running, dropping, running, dropping. A football act is a catch and then the end of a play and a start of another play. So in a lot of ways, it doesn't mirror at all. The gauntlet's fast, fast, fast. And it's like, 4 or 5 balls and then they run it out?
There was one drill. I know you were not watching because you were, on the East Coast with Zan looking at schools. But there was one drill, and one of the offensive linemen, one of Jennings Dunker's combine mates, and one of the many great stories that Stacey Dales was telling about all of these players. I don't know how she figures it out, gets it, is so able to present it, detailed. It's all great. One of the players was the son of a yoga teacher. And one of the drills, which is kind of crazy, an agility drill where they get up and move around and go side to side and then front to back and then move and get out and run towards the end zone. It started with them literally prone on their back. And you'd be proud of me, Suze, because, back in the day when you were doing yoga a lot and you had me insisted I give it a try, I pointed out that this drill would be perfect for the son of the yoga teacher because he's starting in a shavasana position.
Wow.
Next level, right? Which is the when you do it, it's called the dead man's pose. It's at the end of the workout where you're supposed to really find your chi. Oh. And me, I would just be hyperventilating. Can't wait till this thing is over. But again, the reason why I bring it up is if an offensive lineman is in a position on his back, arms out, palms up, staring at the roof of the stadium, this is bad news for the quarterback he's trying to protect or the running back he's trying to blow open a hole from. So why are we doing this? And they keep saying it's to see how quickly they can get up and move. That's it. So trying to make heads or tails and what's a football act and what isn't through a combine drill is very difficult. And I've spent 20 years trying to figure this thing out.
And I spent 20 years watching you try to.
Thank you, sir. I greatly appreciate it. All right, let's take a break here on The Rich Eisen Show. We're going to punt what's more likely to the top of hour number 3 before Rick Neuheisel joins us. But when we come back on ESPN Plus this weekend, the championship series for PLL begins. Romar Dennis is hoping to get there, and certainly with the way he plays lacrosse, they will for the Redwoods. He's next right here on The Rich Eisen Show.
Every March, are brackets the only thing you can think about? Do you have symptoms such as constant bracket obsession or moderate to severe bracket-related distractions? You may be living with bracket brain. Thankfully, there's ESPN Tournament Challenge, the #1 proven way to treat bracket brain right at the source. So this March, download the ESPN Tournament Challenge app, fill out your women's bracket, and get you and your brain in the game. ESPN Tournament Challenge. Play the #1 bracket game. Presented by Capital One.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Join thousands of other screaming fans for an in-person experience you have to see to believe. NCAA March Madness. Attendance is encouraged. Passion is mandatory. Buy your men's basketball seats today at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has had one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. People come to D&M to escape negative equity and get payments that actually make sense. You're working with true experts who know how to save you money and protect you from depreciation. If your payment's too high, you're buried in negative equity, call D&M. No payments for 60 days. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing, a chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax, because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm U.S. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. We all seem to be in a rush these days, from work to driving our kids around. But when you're behind the wheel, please do not speed. A few minutes saved by going faster is never worth the risk. So follow the speed limit, enjoy the drive, maybe bring some snacks for the kids, and know that along the way, you're getting quality time with your family.
Paid for by NHTSA.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Spring is calling at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, just 90 minutes north of Houston. Spend the day relaxing by the water, then stick around for live music, great food, and can't-miss events happening all season long. From cook-offs and holiday celebrations to outdoor adventures and family-friendly fun. Whether you're rolling in with the RV, booking a waterfront cabin, or planning a glamping getaway, there's a perfect spot waiting for you. See everything coming up and reserve your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Do you want to pay a plumbing company just to come out and see what the problem is? Heck no! Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company has been serving 97.5 listeners for years now. They don't charge exorbitant prices, even for routine leaks and stoppages. Not Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They give free estimates for a repipe and water heaters and are the ones to call if you have a propane gas grill. Aqueduct can run a gas line so you'll never run out. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
On the Rich Eisen Show, Pella windows and doors. Sometimes teams need to take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella windows and doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just your window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they'll find the products that meet your needs, and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen. Tonight, the California Redwoods have a chance to advance to the PLL Championship Series on Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern on ESPN+. And joining us, a man who can, along with his teammates, get California there. It is the two-time All-Star of PLL and two-time Humanitarian Award winner for PLL. Ladies and gentlemen, Romar Dennis is here on the program. Good to see you, Romar. How are you?
Good, Rich. Thanks for having me.
You bet. I hope I got your introduction appropriately correct. And I guess you appearing on this program means it's Romer time for me. Is that what it means right now?
Yeah, I guess so.
I know. You're too humble. But do you want to explain what Romer time apparently is?
Romar time? I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's the first time I've heard of that. But
Really? Romar time means it's you have never heard about the fact that it's called Romar time when you score in overtime, which is your penchant to do. You've never heard that?
Honestly, I have not. That's a first.
Wow. I'm informing.
You coined it.
I'm informing. I didn't coin it. This has been coined maybe behind your back, but it's all positive. You know,
yeah, I'll take it.
It's all positive. When did you first pick up a lacrosse stick, Romar?
Pre-K. There was a scoopers clinic after school, just picking up the ball and trying to get it in your stick. And then I played baseball. And then 4th grade, I joined a team.
In 4th grade. So you've been playing since pre-K when you had a lacrosse stick in your hand and playing since 4th grade. Is part of the reason why you played baseball is that your dad was in the Yankee system? Is that true, Romar?
Yeah. He played AAA, a huge Yankees guy. That was a tough conversation the day I quit baseball.
Okay. So what do you feel is your challenge tonight to get to Sunday for your squad, Romar?
Yeah, I think they have to win to get in. So they're going to come out firing, and we can't get lackadaisical here and think that just because the only thing at stake is a bye that we don't have to come out playing hard. So
right, but you can lock up a 1 seed. You could lock up a 1 seed, correct?
We absolutely can. So that's a big opportunity for us. I think the bye in this format is huge.
And your teammate, Aiden Denenza, he's in the hunt for the Golden Stick Award. What has impressed you about his tournament so far?
Yeah, he came into training camp this summer as a training camp designee, meaning he was just holding a spot for someone else, and he just balled out. Like, he's a jack of all trades. He's a highly intelligent player. He's aggressive. He's a big athlete. And he's earned his keep, and no one's really surprised at this point, but he just keeps playing better and better the more confident he gets. And
you're taking on your former team tonight, New York Atlas. Are you still friends with some of these guys on your team?
Off the field, yeah, absolutely. A lot of good guys over there, but that doesn't matter when we're playing them.
Tonight, though, there's no friends, is what you're saying. There'll be no friends?
No, not during the game.
Okay, but dapping up before and after is still wide open for you.
Maybe after.
Okay. You played college lacrosse with Pat Spencer, who we see right now balling out alongside Steph Curry. Did you ever see him having that in him, Romar, in all honesty?
Yeah, he mentioned it 2016. We were watching the Cavaliers play with LeBron, and Delgadova's playing. He's like, I could do that. Just like grab boards, hustle, hit a 3 every now and then, and we're like, that guy's in the NBA. Like, we love you and you're a great athlete, but he was super confident and always a gifted athlete. So not that it was shocking, but it's just been an amazing journey watching him do it. Like, if anyone could do it, it's him.
Well, when he gets on a heater, which we see sometimes, he frequently lets the opponent know about it. Was he the same way as a lacrosse player, Roman?
Oh yeah. He might be the most competitive person I've ever met. Like anything that was a game, he would get heated and he would put it all out there. It was really crazy.
And lacrosse is going to be in the Olympics here in Los Angeles in 2028. Do you have designs on going for it to be on that squad, Romar?
It would be a huge honor, but I think that's a little out of my control. I'm just going to play my best and try to stay healthy up until then, and if called upon, that would be huge. But just going to keep focusing on playing for the Redwoods for now.
Now, since I'm an NFL guy quite a bit here, I'm always focused on the Walter Payton Man of the Year Award winner, which goes to the community-oriented individual that stands out amongst a group of community-oriented individuals. So being a 2-time Wells Crowther Humanitarian Award winner, what do you do off the field? I'd love to give the platform to you about what you've done and how people can be part of what you do in the communities that in which you play, Romar.
Yeah, I'm an advisory board member on a group called Harlem Lacrosse in Compton. They're in 5 cities, but I'm in LA, so Compton's the closest. And they just use lacrosse as an enrichment tool for academics, for after-school activity, building confidence, healthy habits. But there are a ton of groups like that: Brooklyn, Bronx, City Lacrosse, Bridge Lacrosse, Denver City Lax. Hope I'm not forgetting too many. Oakland Lacrosse Club. There are a ton that go into demographics that wouldn't be exposed to lacrosse and put sticks in their hands and kind of give them another avenue, another outlet from their lives. So I have a hard time saying no to those opportunities. So I do a bunch of stuff like that.
Well, it's pretty cool. Congratulations on that. And why do you feel you do have success when the pressure's on the most and overtime hits? I know you again, you're being humble. Romar Time is, in fact, a nickname that is said about you. Why do you think this happens so often with you, Romar?
Just even being a kid, you don't imagine winning a game by 5. You imagine the 3, 2, 1 countdown buzzer beater. I feel like I've kind of manifested it a little bit. And then, there's just way harder things to do than, play a game and try to win a game. So I just try to stay calm and collected. And I think about, how much I've dreamt of moments like that and try to step up for my teammates.
Well, good luck on getting that number 1 seed against your former team. And so, and good luck when championship time hits for you. And I appreciate you spending time on this program.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate it.
You got it. Romar Dennis can be seen tonight, 8 Eastern time against New York Atlas on ESPN+. And then at 3 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, the championship series begins on PLL, which we've been talking about every now and then on this program for a while. So that's the latest from that on our family of networks. His dad played for the Yankees system. Then he had to tell him, I'm not playing baseball anymore.
Wow. And I noticed you mentioned the name Wells Crother there that kind of popped out at me. If people know the story behind 9/11, Wells is known as the man in the red bandana because former lacrosse player, always had a red bandana in his pocket. And stories came out from one of the towers that there was a man with a red bandana who was helping people escape from the towers in 9/11, and it turned out to be Wells. So when you said that name, that just really popped into my head.
Interesting. I appreciate you lending that perspective for that award. And we'll always talk about that on this program. I'm wondering if there's a patch or is there a red bandana that you can wear similar to the patch that the NFL gives the Walter Payton Man of the Year Award.
I would assume it has to.
There we go. We're just trying to make things better.
He's known for that.
We can't stop consulting.
Yeah.
Even though we're not being consulted. Rick Neuheisel and What's More Likely on our Friday Hour 3 finale right here on the Rich Eisen Show.
It's tournament time when the most talented teams survive and advance. And whether you're cutting down the nets or cutting through resumes, one thing's clear. The best teams are built with the best people. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. Their smart matching technology finds qualified candidates fast. You can add screening questions to get the right applicants and even filter to see who's recently active. Score the best for your team with ZipRecruiter. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 50% off installation and no interest, no payments for 12 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends March 31st, 2026.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. Have a watch that needs a battery change or just plain doesn't work anymore? Maintaining a luxury timepiece requires exacting attention, and we service over 30 of the world's favorite brands, in addition to being the largest authorized dealer in the region. If something's just not right, allow our 7 on-site watchmakers to handle your watch with the care and attention it deserves. Bring your watch in for an estimate today. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you've had some experience with AI now.
Yeah, we're seeing an uptick in callers calling in saying that they did ChatGPT or AI to redo their backyard, and they may not like the patio furniture suggested, but they like theirs, but they want that color. So they bring us their patio furniture based on what ChatGPT told them to do.
Colors are a big part of your job anyway, right?
We have literally the colors of the rainbow, 100 plus in stock colors to choose from, and if you need slings, we also have 100 plus of those.
Now, if you feel like, hey, you got to buy new stuff, you're going to advise them for that too, right?
We try to do full transparency. We're not here just to make a quick buck. We want to make sure you are taken care of in the best way possible. And if that means, hey, a new set would be best for you, we're going to be honest with you.
That's Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Lance Zerline here. Rodeo season is here. Republic Boot Company is the place to be. Just off 11th and Studwood in the Heights. Step into the heart of Texas craftsmanship. It's the only place you can buy their 1836 line of handmade 100% leather boots, and they can even customize to fit for your unique foot the same way you break in a baseball glove. Pick up a sport coat, cowboy hat, enjoy a free beer. I'm talking about everything to get you rodeo ready from head to toe. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. Go to their website, republicbootcompany.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Del Olalea here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena at 225 and Beltway 8 and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Check this out. DJ Moore's been acquired by the Buffalo Bills.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
He is going to be Buffalo's #1 wide receiver.
The Rich Eisen Show. Earlier on the show, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. NFL draft prospect Jennings Dunker. California Redwoods midfielder Ramar Dennis. Coming up, Dallas Renegades head coach Rick Neuheisel. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. We've made it 2 hours without any more NFL news breaking, which is kind of crazy. That will end next week on Monday's show. When we come on the air, the legal tampering, don't call it tampering window for the National Football League free agency frenzy opens up, and it's going to be on like the proverbial Donkey Kong. And we're going to be on the air for 3 hours, taking phone calls and just chopping it up, and the it being nonstop news. It'll be great. Chris Brockman will be back for that. Susie Schuster has been expertly in his seat for the last 3 shows. Good to see you, Suze, for hour 3. Jay Felly is in his spot. TJ Jefferson is in his spot. Rick Neuheisel is going to be joining us on the program in less than 20 minutes' time, because there may be a Rich and Eisen. We're team players talking about PLL, which is on ESPN Plus tonight as well as Sunday, as we just did with Romar Dennis. Rick Neuheisel, UFL head coach of the Dallas Renegades. The league's partners include ABC, ESPN, and ESPN2, also Fox and FS1. All 43 games are going to be leading up to the championship on ABC. And part of the thing we'll talk about with Rick is stuff that Brockman loved, and you guys were chopping it up. Some of the new rules that UFL is putting into place, and this is, no doubt the NFL will be keeping an eye on how it works. A 4-point field goal is going to be instituted from a certain depth for 2026. 60-plus field goals are worth 4 points. The tush push is gone. It's only 1 foot in bounds, so college rules there. No punts inside the 50. Too bad. You got to go for it on 4th down unless you're going to kick the field goal. If you're inside the 50, you're on the plus side of the field, you are not allowed to punt. The 4-point field goal is never going to happen in the NFL. I mean, don't even try and bring that thing up. You might as well have a lion tamer and a chair and a trapeze out there as far as old school NFL people are concerned.
Dan Campbell would try, though.
I just think it's crazy because the number of people that can put the I mean, we've seen Brandon Aubrey. How many Brandon Aubrey 60-yard field goals have been attempted? Right?
That's a good question.
Look for it. He would probably be the king of the 4-point play. The grandmama of football, right? Remember the Larry Johnson 4-point play in Madison Square Garden that caused everyone to explode? So, anyway, we'll be talking about all of this with Rick Neuheisel. There's some phone calls that we can take as well, and we will. But it is a Friday. I've got a first what's more likely before we get to you, Suze, delivering the what's more likelies that have been placed in front of you there. What's more likely? The donuts that Susie brings for all of you
so good.
Are for all of us, but for everyone but me.
That would be the
what's more likely?
The latter in that sense.
You would go with that?
Yeah.
You would go with that?
So there's extras, you're saying?
What I'm just saying is that...
Are they for everyone or are they for everyone?
I don't know.
Except Rich.
It's for everyone.
Except
me.
You don't touch them.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're a grown man. You can do whatever you want.
I know I'm a grown man and I have free will.
Do you?
I do. How dare you?
Well, if that were the case, you'd march back there and grab a donut.
All I care about is keeping you healthy.
I know that.
And,
I know that.
Wait till we get to the car.
Kept. But the number of times I've passed the donuts and I'm like, I wonder what's in there. And I look at them. I'm like, those are pretty good looking donuts.
By the way, those smell so good, too, because they when they got to the house this morning, they were hot.
They were hot, fresh donuts.
I had so much bakery stuff sent to the house before 7 a.m. It was crazy.
The donuts were and bagels were almost as hot as the bald guy who lives there.
The willpower you show by walking by those donuts and not grabbing one.
I know.
It's amazing.
Well, it's because I think Susie's right behind the corner.
That's probably a good reason.
I'm not that scary. You say it like I'm like it's.
No,
I feel like so many that
I don't. It's not a horror movie.
How did he marry her?
That's not true.
I don't think anyone's thinking that. Right?
But
there's plenty.
What's the answer to that? It's what's more likely? It's for everyone, or it's for everyone but me?
It's for everybody, honey.
I'll be right back.
Except for you.
Oh, shoot. All right, so I'll stay right
in the box.
Okay, very good.
I know how many are
What's in the box? What is in the box? I haven't looked.
There's no head in the box.
There's a glazed one. There's one with sprinkles. I saw that.
No longer a maple.
Oh, you
no longer
Oh, the maple's the best one.
That's out? You took it out?
Oh, I've been enjoying you here this week.
You took out the big maple?
Yep.
Big Maple. That's a Canadian goalie, right?
No, I thought that's Zach Edey. Isn't that what they call him?
Oh,
right.
Is that what his name?
He's a Canadian. 7 foot Canadian.
7'4", yeah.
Okay, very good. It's time for What's More Likely, presented by Pella Windows and Doors. Hit it, please.
What's more likely?
Never say never, but never.
All right, What's More Likely, presented by Pella Windows and Doors. I believe one vacationing Christopher Brockman. We made is that the part of the hostile work environment that on his vacation I'm like we need What's More Likely's? Is that what it is?
A little bit.
All right, Suze, have at it, please. Go for it.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Susie, how are you?
Hey guys, how you
What's
been?
cracking?
How you doing?
How you doing? How your mama doing?
This smells a lot like a Mai Tai right here, guys. I'm just
Okay, very good.
Sand on
So then I'll relate.
that guy right there. Okay, the Rams making a massive trade this week. Is it more likely, Rich, that the Rams keep the 13th overall pick in the draft or trade it in a package for Max Crosby?
Oh boy. I'm going to say it is more likely they keep the 13th overall pick. That's what I'm saying. They're going to get a really, really good football player on a rookie contract. And I think that I understand that Max is available now, and he's better than a rookie. Certainly if they draft somebody who plays Max's position. But it's going to take more than just this first-round draft choice. And I know that those picks get effed year in and year out, that they've used it only once, their own first-round draft choice, on a pick. 9 out of the 10 drafts, they've traded it. They've only used it once, and it was on Jared Verse, which is, by the way, not a bad choice. They got Verse, they got Fisk, they're on rookie contracts. If you can get somebody else on a rookie contract and hit on that for the defensive side of the ball, I say you stay put and stand pat, and that's why I don't think they're going to go and shoot the moon for Max Crosby.
By the way, Chris had written F them picks. Season is back, but I'm on Disney Plus and I'm on my best behavior. And anybody who knows me knows that I have a foul mouth, so I got nervous with that.
F plus. So that's where you saw he spelled it SZN.
SZN, and I was just thinking, like,
what does that mean?
Triple banger. I'm like, I looked it up and I was like, oh God, you are so late.
Right. Okay. Very good.
That was great. It's a good moment for the kid. Brees was franchised by the Jets, and Walker, we talked about him a couple segments ago, is set to hit the free agency. What's more likely? Which is the running back you'd rather have in fantasy in 2026, Brees Hall or Kenneth Walker?
Oh, he knows the answer to this question. Why would he put me in this position?
Because he likes to put you in positions.
No, Brees Hall.
It's a dig.
Brees Hall does it all. Brees Hall's a 3-down back. I mean, Zach Charbonnet had 12 touchdowns. He usually asks about fantasy. I mean, Zach Charbonnet had 12 touchdowns, while Kenneth Walker III had a terrific season in his own right and won Super Bowl MVP. And I'll be honest with you, he made the most of his opportunity. If Zach Charbonnet was healthy, do you think Kenneth Walker III would have had all those snaps in the Super Bowl? You know what I'm saying? I don't mean to congratulate one while denigrating the other. Okay, I'm not a hater. But Brees Hall is the answer to that question. Although, if Kenneth Walker III winds up in Kansas City, that would be quite the development. But I'll still go Brees Hall in this run.
Their stats were really similar last year. Brees had 1,065 yards rushing. Right. Ken had 1,027.
Now, what about the receiving?
No, the receiving is a little.
It's now more lopsided in Brees Hall's favor. Now, if you look at his receiving yards coming out of the backfield, I would proffer to say that takes care of business on the fantasy front. I don't know if you got that information over.
Yeah, he had 36. This is Brees Hall for 350 and a touchdown.
Right. And what about Kenneth Walker? I bet you need to really scroll down to find him right there.
Walker, he had, hold please.
I'm holding.
Receiving. Oh, yeah. He had 31 catches for 282.
Okay.
No tutties.
All right. You can go high register. What else you got over there, Suze? What's next?
All right, well, let's talk about Stephon Diggs. All right,
okay.
So obviously released by the Patriots this week. Is it more likely that the Patriots sign Alec Pierce in free agency or trade for A.J. Brown?
Wow. Man. I'll go signing Alec Pierce.
They're saying Alec Pierce is going to get a $30 million.
I wish there was. I wish I had a GoPro on your look of your face there.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
Man, yeah.
I'll go signing Alec Pierce. I'll say that. That's more likely than trading. It's money. One thing's money. The other's draft capital. And I understand draft capital is isn't costful in terms of salary cap. But I think it's viewed as more cherished than the actual money that's out the door. And I know I'm talking about billionaires spending money, and they're as tight-fisted as anybody else. But I just don't know. I just don't think the Eagles are interested in trading A.J. Brown. They're just not. Unless he's doing something behind the scenes that we have no idea. They're going to hold on to him. And they're going to have him, and he's 28. He's one of the best in the business. Why would you trade that guy?
Unless you're worried about something in the locker room.
I don't think there's anything in the locker room to worry about. How does that sound?
I'd take him in the Patriots locker room.
I know you would. And he's more proven out than Alec Pierce, but yeah, giving Alec Pierce $30 million a year like he's DK Metcalf.
Now, here's something. Here's something weird, though.
Yeah.
Alec Pierce and A.J. Brown both had 1,003 yards receiving last year. A.J. Brown did it on 78 catches. Alec Pierce only had 47.
I know. He was a chunk play guy. He was a deep threat guy, and Brown does more than deep threat. And he also had a down year. So, I think the Eagles don't trade him, and I think the Patriots will give it a shot over the weekend, and if not, they'll pay Alec Pierce money. What else?
With Kyler Murray being set to be released and Aaron Rodgers saying there's no progressive talks with the Steelers yet about 26, who's more likely to be a Week 1 starting quarterback, Kyler Murray or Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, I'll go Aaron Rodgers. They both. Again, it's always dangerous to assume anything with Aaron Rodgers or speak for him about what I think his mindset is. I think few things piss him off more. So I tread lightly.
He said this.
But, as much as he's friends with Pat, he showed up on Pat's show because he had a platform. He was able to say some things he wanted to get off his chest. And so, or he was willing to do it now. And him, the way I heard him talk about the contract makes it sound like, hey, don't talk to me about timelines when there's no contract on the table. So, and at one point he said, I think he was, you can look it up right here because I get the transcripts sent to me when he talked about his getting the contract sent to him, that you take a look at his statement, and he was basically saying along the lines that he's ready for it and interested in what the conversations will be. He said, quote unquote, there hasn't been any deadline set on me. There hasn't been any contract floated in front of me for me to say, well, we're giving you to March 8th to make a decision on this contract. There's been nothing to that respect. Interested in what the conversations will be, but there hasn't been any progression when it comes to that. That's a message. You want a timeline? Okay. Well, give me something to timeline. The fact that they haven't is kind of mysterious. Yeah. And Kyler Murray, again, if he's going to have to compete with J.J. McCarthy, I kind of think he beats J.J. out because he's Kyler Murray with tons of experience. And I'm ditching J.J. McCarthy. Is it really going to come down to ditching J.J. McCarthy based on how things have gone inside the building and training camp days and one preseason start for each? That's a slippery slope. So at this point in time, I'd rather go with Aaron Rodgers as what's more likely. Suze, what else you got over there?
All right, with DJ Moore being traded to the Bills on Thursday, we're going to talk receivers now. Who's more likely to have more receiving yards and touchdowns this upcoming season? DJ Moore or any Bears receiver, Rome Odunze or Luther?
Good one. He said receiver, right? Not pass catcher.
He said receiver.
Because if he was sitting here saying, is Colston Loveland included in this? So let's say receiver.
I mean, a tight end is a receiver.
No, he is not.
He catches the ball.
I understand that. That's why we refer to tight ends as pass catchers. In the same way that you see in a hockey winning streak, we call it an unbeaten streak because there's ties in there.
Yeah.
So you use it. You use the verbiage there. Whenever you're talking about, the Kansas City Chiefs, Travis Kelce led them in touchdown receptions. He would be a pass catcher leading the team in touchdown receptions. Not he would lead the wide receiver group. You understand what I'm saying?
I mean,
okay.
Hard for me to argue.
So I would then say DJ Moore. I'm gonna believe in the process here. I'm gonna say DJ Moore has more yards and touchdowns than a Bears receiver next year. I'm going with Josh Allen. Even though Caleb just crushed it.
Rome Odunze just heard that.
I understand that. I get it.
He thought
no disrespect. No disrespect. I'm just going to go with Josh Allen.
All right.
Although usually when you say no disrespect, there's a disrespect.
But
right. In this case, I don't think he means.
No, I say with all due respect.
Okay.
When I can say something disrespectful.
Okay. Just clarifying.
Yeah.
So I know later at home.
Thank you.
More likely 3-win AFC team to at least double that total next season, the Raiders or the Titans?
I'll go Titans. What?
Our year, man. Come on.
I'll give you the floor. Go for it. What do you got?
I don't have anything to.
Okay.
He's just hurt, Rich.
No, Cam Ward, year 2. They're going to draft a player who's really impactful, whether on the defensive side of the ball or if they get Jeremiah Love, right?
Yeah,
Robert Saleh's going to come in there. I think they win 6 games. I know I'm going a little high register here. But yeah, I'll go Titans over the Raiders. You got one more? You got a couple more? What do you got over there?
I got one more.
Okay, give us
one more. I did not notice.
Okay.
That's my boy. All right. Little NBA now. Because it says little NBA now.
Okay.
Very Ron Burgundy right there. Little NBA now.
That was very Anchorman of you right there. Okay.
Little
She'll read
NBA
anything
now, as
on
in
the
small
chorus, right?
people.
Right.
No, I that's why I don't read prompter ever, TJ.
Sue's Burgundy, everybody.
That's the great thing about here, Suze. We don't rely on prompters like some shows.
I know, like some shows. The Spurs, Rich, won 9 of 10, and a certain Celtic is back tonight.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my heart.
Someone's back.
Mm-hmm.
The more likely current number 2 seed to end up first in their conference, the Spurs or the Celtics?
I'll go the Celtics.
Yeah.
I'll go the Celtics. How far? I should look this up. Last I checked, the Celtics were 4 back. How far back are the Spurs right now?
Let's check that out.
Oh, you got the standings? Hoskins got the standings. Very good. Put it up there. Celtics are 4.5 behind the Pistons, 5 in the loss. And what are the Spurs? What do we got on the Western Conference side of things
3
here?
back.
They're 3 back. I'll just go Celtics because they're just on fire, and I don't want to see it. And usually when things are happening in major sports these days, things I don't want to see happen. So,
also
I made that about me.
You got to look at the Thunder, right? They got 49 wins, most in the league.
Yes.
You'd have to count on them to have a fall off a little, and I don't see that happen.
I don't know. And the Pistons, though, haven't been falling off, but the Celtics have been just on fire, man.
I hate it.
They have been on fire, and here comes Jason Tatum, expected back tonight. And again, I'm looking to see 10 minutes here, 15 minutes there, 20 minutes there, and then April hits, he'll do a little bit more, and then when the playoffs hit, who knows? Maybe he'll be back to being number 0.
That would be bad for you who doesn't want to see this happen.
Good Lord. What's more likely? Presented by Pella Windows and Doors. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always have the winning game plan. That's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen. Take a break. Rick Neuheisel is going to be joining us next. I haven't chatted with Rick in a very long time. That's next. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Join thousands of other screaming fans for an in-person experience you have to see to believe. NCAA March Madness. Attendance is encouraged. Passion is mandatory. Buy your men's basketball seats today at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
John Granato here. Brinkman Quality Roofing is a local family-owned and operated business and has been the most trusted name in Houston for 50 years for roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. They're experts in shingle roofs, tile roofs, solar shingle roofs, metal roofing, and commercial roofing products. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF or go to brinkmanquality.com.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hi, I'm Kirsten Stokes, third-generation neighborhood hardware store owner. For 72 years, Stokes Hardware has proudly served our community with everything from plumbing to paint and power tools and more. We're family-owned, 3 generations strong, a small business with competitive pricing. Come see our knowledgeable team today. Hablamos Español. Shop local, save more. Follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, your neighborhood store since 1954.
You wouldn't send a team onto the field without a strong bench. As an IT managed service provider, EAG delivers IT outsourcing solutions for Houston-based organizations needing consistent software and infrastructure performance. We manage day-to-day help desk support, cybersecurity, cloud, and on-prem infrastructure so your business stays focused on execution and growth. When issues arise, our engineers focus on fast first-call resolution. EAG is built for pressure, not excuses. Learn more at eaginc.com/ESPN.
Hey guys, listen, if you've got old electrical parts and equipment, don't scrap it. Sell it to M&J Electrical Supply. For over 30 years, M&J has been buying new surplus and used electrical equipment. You get more money from M&J. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. You've got it, they'll buy it. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com. What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar, ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. I think commercials suck for the most part, so I want to make sure that this commercial is awesome. We make documentary films like you see on Netflix, but for sort of regular folks like your dad or maybe you for your kids. Now, I know that bats and ancient Rome and like penguins are all cool documentary subjects, but one on your mom would be way better. yourheritagefilm.com.
Hey guys, Joe George here to tell you about TNT Shirts. TNT Shirts has been a family-owned business since 1983 with 2 locations, 1145 West 19th in the Heights and 2400 Taft in Montrose. There's no minimums for custom t-shirts. They printed 300 for us for the ESPN listener party. They also do embroidery, screen printing, and promo products, so why go somewhere else when you can support local? They're also officially licensed with Rice and the University of Houston. Check them out at tntshirts.com and tell them you heard about it on ESPN 97.5.
Oh, that's so sad. But like, anyway, can we just, move forward?
Mm-hmm.
And, I think it's so hard when you're used to being so good at something that has no value in the normal world, but it has so much value in the military.
You're describing sometimes an athlete finishing a playing career trying
my
to figure
God,
out,
so
trying to figure
much.
out what's next. And there are actual programs where military vets and athletes kind of get together. Emerging Vets and Players is one that we know about and we've talked about here. Our radio audience has just returned Protector. We just saw a clip of it, starring Matthew Modine is in this film, and then there you are up there on the screen getting ready to take care of business. Mila Jovovich is here on the Rich Eisen Show because something that we just showed a clip of you arguing with your daughter, but something horrible happens to your daughter, and you've got to go save her. You got to go protect her.
Yeah, and you know, I think what's so special about this movie for me as well, it was my first real job as a producer. I was able to put the film together, you know, in so many ways, from the camera department, the script writing, the editing, the scoring, all of that stuff. But, you know, because of our tight budget and the way, you know, we only had 23 days to film.
Jeez.
What I loved about it is that when you have so many constraints, it actually makes you think more and use your imagination, be able to use your experience of making films. I have 30 years of action film experience behind me, and to really make those smoke and mirrors work, in the sense that, like, we have such this overwhelm of CGI, and I'm guilty of it. Obviously, so many films I make, you know, are CGI heavy, but this one in particular, you know, it was so much about practical effects. It was so much about getting it done. If we didn't get it done, you couldn't fix it in post. You know, we really had to make it happen on the day or it wouldn't happen at all.
Well, and whenever I very rarely refer to my notes specifically, but the notes that were given to me by my outstanding coordinating executive producer, quote unquote, once again, she's an absolute badass in the film.
Thank you.
So, you know, again, just to remind me of this. No, it's great. No, but that's, you know, obviously fans know you. You mentioned you've got 30 years of this type of filmmaking in your quiver. You might as well just...
Well, yeah. I mean, and of course, coming to this time in my life where I go, what do I do with this experience, you know, and to be able to put on the producer hat was so incredibly inspiring for me, because as an actor, you go into a film and you shoot for a few months and then that's it. Then you go to the premiere.
Right.
You have nothing to do with it. And here, we only locked the picture less than 2 months ago. So this has been the last year of my life working on this movie. And now here I am promoting it. But at the same time, I was able to go in there and, like, comb through every take, comb through the performances, really put it together, be able to do it the way I wanted to see it done. And, you know, so many times in my career, I've been disappointed when I said, I can't, why did they choose that take? You know, I mean, I felt like I really gave it, or that actor really gave it in that other one. And here I was able to really do what I felt was best.
Love it. Protector's in theaters tomorrow. So it's gone from being locked in theaters.
Well, actually, I'm going to take my dad, who's been in the hospital for many months, to go see it tonight. So he's very excited.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's awesome. Terrific. Again, I'm a fan of yours, and we have so many questions about your career. We always put it together, boil it down into a segment called Celebrity True or False, if you wouldn't mind going down this road.
Oh, my goodness. I'm always scared of this.
Don't you worry about it. There were no facts harmed in the making of this segment. Hit it.
It's all false.
Here you go.
Or maybe it's true.
Or false.
You can't handle the truth.
All right, here we go. Celebrity True or False with Mila Jovovich here on the Rich Eisen Show. Is it true or false you attended high school with Christina Applegate, then later made a guest appearance with her on Married with Children? Is that true?
No, I didn't.
It's not.
No, I mean, I did Married with Children when I was 13 years old, so I wasn't even in high school.
Jeez, isn't that amazing how things get picked up?
Right.
So you were 13 on the set of Married with Children.
Yeah.
And you'd never met Christina Applegate before.
Not until then, no.
All right. What's your memories of sitting on Al Bundy's couch of Married with Children?
I mean, listen, it was so much fun. And I got to do a French accent, even though it was really bad. But yeah, I mean, listen.
Was that your first job?
No, I had done a couple of things since then, before then.
Okay.
But definitely that was a dream come true because I was a big fan of the show.
Okay. There you were in the Bundy living room.
Yeah.
Chopping it up on a red hot show at the time.
Oh my gosh, it was so fun.
That's pretty cool. All right, next up, true or false. You developed the divine language spoken by your character, Lilu, in The Fifth Element with director Luc Besson, and you got to the point where you guys would have full conversations in the language by the end of the filming. Is that true?
Well, listen, true and false. I mean, full conversations, no, but definitely I learned to write, and we would be able to have short conversations in it. I mean, it was a language, he had been writing that script since he was 16 years old, so he had been really developing that language since he was a kid. And it was just amazing for me because for the first time as an actress, I was really able to understand what it meant to leave yourself at the door and to play something so different from who you are. And
the language was part of that, is what you're saying.
Well, the language, the qualities that she was just such this little animal and so different from anything we'd ever seen and have seen since then. I mean, I think Lilu is just one of those characters that will always go down in history as iconic.
So you got a good Bruce Willis story?
Well, I babysat his kids a lot because he was on set and Demi was there and I was 19 at the time. So his kids, and I would hang out and I would, play music with them and run around, play hide and go seek and stuff. So.
$20 an hour? What do you get? What did Bruce pay?
No, you know what? He got it for free.
He got it for free?
He got it for free. But that's one of the perks of being Bruce Willis.
Oh, yeah. That his co-star can babysit his kids.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I didn't look at it as work. I mean, they were more my age than he was.
That's funny. Next up, true or false, you love doing your own stunts, including the one time you ran straight down a 60-foot drop on Resident Evil 2.
Yeah.
Come on.
I didn't love that stunt.
Okay.
I didn't love that stunt, but, I guess in my career, I was always trying to prove myself. And because of my modeling and because when I was much younger, I'd gotten such horrible reviews as an actress in some of my earlier movies when I was 14, 15, like ripped apart by adults, and, I think that really affected me growing up. So I was always trying to prove myself and making these movies, like doing my own stunts was kind of like it gave me that tag of honor to be able to say that. And this was terrifying because, to be honest, like the way you would do it today would be like on another level. I mean, they just had me in like a little wire harness here. I mean, I could have turned upside down. I mean, it was not as safe as it is today.
Did you ever at one point think maybe I should pass this one off to a stunt professional or no?
Never. Because that would have, dishonored me, that I was raised by a family that came from the military, both on my mother's and my father's side, and in the former Soviet Union, in the former Yugoslavia. So to not do my own stunts would have brought dishonor on my family lineage.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
But the 60-foot drop is something you could have done without.
Oh, God, looking back at it now, my goodness, I definitely wouldn't do it today. But, I mean, listen, I was, 24 at the time, so.
You got in this business early, that's for darn sure. How did Resident Evil change your life?
Well, I met my husband, and we have 3 beautiful daughters now, one who's 18 and just moved to Paris last weekend, so it was a very emotional weekend.
Is that what you get the most when people see you, run into you? When they're like, I loved you in Resident Evil? What do you get the most?
Yeah, between Resident Evil and The Fifth Element, for sure.
Those are the two
you
get a lot. I've got 2 more for you. You played the fierce Katinka in Zoolander. I'm not even going to try and pronounce the last.
Yes, I did. Very good. I'm not liking this sense of fashion you have going on.
How do you pronounce your last name in that movie?
Ingabogigavina.
That's what I thought.
I don't even remember at this point.
I can't even pronounce it.
But you know what? It's actually probably not more difficult than my own last name.
Okay.
So.
Well, is it true that that character was inspired by your mother?
Definitely. I went, I really tried to get my mom and her accent and her kind of sense of being above it all.
This picture.
Yeah, I mean, that's so my mom, even to this day. That's how she looks at me, like, literally every time she sees me. She comes to my house and she's like, oh, hello. Oh, you haven't made much of yourself. Like, oh, Mom, I have 3 beautiful kids. I'm a very successful person. How dare you? She's like, maybe.
Did she see Zoolander?
Yeah, she does.
Maybe that's why she.
And then, by the way, she's like, absolutely not. That is so not me. Please.
I love it.
Rich, we got to let her borrow your mom for the day. She'll feel so good about yourself.
Oh my God!
Right.
Well, my mom actually has a movie coming out called Idiotka. Yeah, that I just went to the premiere last night.
I kind of want to be best friends with your mom. Is that right?
She's actually like the best friend for someone who's not part of her family. So you would love her.
Yeah, I bet.
You know?
Wow, that is funny. All right, last one for you. True or false? On Stone, you got into character during serious scenes so deeply with Robert De Niro, you didn't hear the director yell cut. Is that true?
Maybe, because my character was pretty wild, and there was a scene where we were playing music and I was trying to get him to dance, and the music was loud and I was dancing a lot. So probably, I mean, Bob was very, he was very much like, Mila, they said cut. I was like, oh, sorry. Just going to go hide now and cry.
He's Robert De Niro, though.
Right?
I mean, how cool is that?
It's unforgettable, to work with him and Ed Norton. I mean, it was really a dream come true for me. I've in my career, I've worked with some of the greats, and I'm so grateful for that.
Yeah, Denzel Washington, obviously another one too from He Got Game.
Yeah.
I mean, you've worked with some You've worked with some really great folks, and see, you got through Celebrity True or False with flying colors.
Oh my God.
See, there you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, although we learned more about your career and your mother.
Most important.
Who's going to be best friends with my wife, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I'm ready.
This is great. Congrats again on Protector. I did not know that it locked so recently and that you have been so ready for this moment. And you got your dad involved for tonight. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy. He's been in the hospital in and out all year, and he's so excited. He wasn't able to make it to the premiere, so I said, well, Dad, we're going to go see it like opening night. And opening night's tomorrow, but tonight at 7 p.m.
There you go. Yeah, you find it the night before.
Yeah.
Let's get that ticket sales up in advance. That's the way it works. And hopefully we can do our part getting the ticket sales up. Again, Protector is in theaters tomorrow, March 6th. Mila, thank you for coming on this program.
I
really appreciate it. Anytime.
Thank you.
Anytime you got something going on, we're happy to have you here. We've barely touched the surface on the true or false. All right, we'll take a break. We're back with your phone calls, 844-204-RICH, to wrap up this Thursday show in a second. It's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 50% off installation and no interest, no payments for 12 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends March 31st, 2026.
Bundling your home and auto with Progressive could help you save without sacrificing quality. It's the smart thing to do. And as a hockey fan, you always know the smart thing to do.
Shoot the puck!
And you let the players know it.
Shoot the puck!
All game.
Shoot it! Come on, shoot!
And sometimes even after.
Man, rough game, huh?
Yeah, they should have shot the puck. So bundle your home and auto with Progressive. It's the smart thing to do. But you already knew that. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Lance Zerline here. Rodeo season is here. Republic Boot Company is the place to be. Just off 11th and Studwood in the Heights. Step into the heart of Texas craftsmanship. It's the only place you can buy their 1836 line of handmade 100% leather boots, and they can even customize to fit for your unique foot the same way you break in a baseball glove. Pick up a sport coat, cowboy hat, enjoy a free beer. I'm talking about everything to get you rodeo ready from head to toe. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. Go to their website, republicbootcompany.com.
This is Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. If you're in the market for a new or used gun or accessory, don't wait for the gun show to roll through town. With over 10,000 guns in stock, we have what you're looking for. We're open Monday through Saturday every week of the year. Tactical, hunting, pistols, revolvers, rifles, and much, much more. All in stock, ready to go. Whether you're a beginner or expert, our staff will take care of you at Collector's Firearms on Westheimer and Voss. Look for the tanky out front, collectorsfirearms.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-849-4957. 800-849-4957. That's 800-849-4957.
Many of our most important memories are made at school. But for children like Victoria, the classroom can be a place of fear and isolation. She wore a bandage over her cleft every day. Too shy to speak, too afraid to smile. Everything changed after one life-transforming surgery made possible by Smile Train. Today, Victoria's smile lights up her classroom, a symbol of confidence, connection, and new beginnings. Due to stigma, children with untreated clefts often miss out on school entirely, but thanks to Smile Train, students like Victoria are stepping into the classroom, raising their hands, and finding their voice. Smile Train partners with local experts to support with free cleft surgeries and other comprehensive care, empowering children to thrive in school and in life. Let's help every child walk into the classroom with confidence. Visit smiletrain.org/learn.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Ken Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
As veterans, we've lived through ups and downs. For many of us, alcohol's been there for both. Over time, we realized that a bottle of beer isn't a bottle of beer, and 2 fingers of whiskey are more than just the liquid. What we're really consuming when we drink is time. Sometimes it's a good time. Time with new friends in a bar, old friends over cards, or just a moment to unwind at the end of a long day. Sometimes it's wasted time. Time that could be better spent focusing on things we never finished and reconnecting with those we lost touch with or pushed away. But sometimes that drink is time that gets out of hand. It's time spent apologizing. And sometimes it's time with a heavy cost. If you feel your alcohol consumption has become unmanageable, VA has treatments to help you manage. Visit va.gov/recovery.
Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Getaway with a deal so right it almost feels wrong, because right now you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid, or the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. There's the bold and stylish Elantra, loaded with the latest tech. You can go all electric. The Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9 are there for you on that front. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. Listen, you never know when it comes to postings on social media outfits. For instance, Rashawn Gary apparently IG posted a farewell to Green Bay and then took it down, saying his account's been hacked. He's not being released. He's not going anywhere. That's number one. Number two, apparently Lamar Jackson went to X and posted the Denzel Washington training day boom gif with a smiley emoji. And everybody's going nuts. Yeah, go for it. Go ahead and one more time. Boom! Yeah. That's what he has posted, which is he knows something about what the Ravens are up to. Is it a new contract for him? Does he mean it personally for him? Or have they made an acquisition? Like, say, you know what they're all thinking there in Baltimore right now? We got Max Crosby. That's what they're thinking.
Yeah.
That their new head coach, coming from west to east with a defensive mindset, is going to get Max Crosby in his fold.
Boom.
That's right. For a team that was second to last in sacks. I did my top 5 teams that should overpay for Max Crosby list to start the week. The Ravens had 30 sacks last year. Only the Jets' 26 sacks were worse in the American Football Conference. So that's one thing there. Could he also be referring to, say, A.J. Brown is now in the mix then?
That's also floating around.
Okay. Or none of it.
Or he just posted a gif of Denzel, and now people are losing their mind.
And he got a new car. He's so excited he's telling his friends, like they do on social media. I don't know. He got free breakfast, right? Yeah.
It's less than an hour. It's already got 1 million views on it.
Is that right? Well, it's quick. You just take I took a look at it. That's a view. Boom.
Yeah. So
boom. That's a view. You know. Boom. Thank you. I love our drops. Our library of drops. There's so many.
Bald guy.
Hey. Okay, that's another one. That's a new one.
That's not going to stay.
That's definitely going to stay. Ken Jennings is my new favorite one, as you know. That's my favorite.
You haven't heard this, Suze?
That's never. Oh, I think she has.
Oh,
she has. It's my new favorite.
That's a drop yet?
Rich Eisen is right.
The question mark.
I like it.
Yeah, it's good.
What's Eisen?
He doesn't like that one.
I don't like that one because it's a who. I'm not an object. Don't objectify me unless
Susie
that's right.
Well, I mean, come on, the fire alarm went off.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like Rich Eisen. I find him accessible.
That's your favorite.
That is true. That's great.
He gets really excited about
I mean, Jerry Seinfeld name dropping me on Saturday Night Live like that.
That's kind of gangster.
You know what my phone did that night? It went boom. Boom. That's right. But I didn't check it because I was watching a movie with Taylor, and she does not like it when she checks a phone. Just like Mom. Listen, I have no idea what Lamar is referring to at all. If it's any of the above, boom is right. Boom is right.
This is amazing.
And we are going to find out on Monday. As soon as we come on the air on Monday, it is on. Free agency is begun in the NFL, and we will be here for you then. This is the Rich Eisen Show signing off on radio. Back to wrap things up on Disney Plus in a sec.
Harry Douglas here. I don't wait for birthdays to celebrate. I grab Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes like rich vanilla birthday cake with buttery funfetti goodness. Seriously, it's unapologetically extra in the best way. And it's sugar-free, so I get all that cake flavor without the guilt. It's tiny, portable, and ready for whenever I need a quick boost. I keep one with me because you never know when you'll need a little party energy. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
In pressure situations, execution matters. When something breaks, you don't want delays, scripts, or handoffs. You want answers. At EAG, our IT outsourcing model puts experienced engineers on the front line, focused on fast first-call resolution when time matters most. Less escalation, less downtime, less frustration for your team and leadership. As an IT managed service provider, we measure success by problems solved, not tickets closed. EAG, built to execute. Visit eaginc.com/ESPN.
Hi, this is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware, where your old school service isn't gone. It's our specialty. Our knowledgeable team knows plumbing, painting, and power tools inside and out. Whether you're fixing a leak, starting a project, or need the right tool for the job, we'll walk you through it. Skip the big box runaround. Shop local, shop smart, shop Stokes Hardware. Find us on Instagram, Facebook, and online at StokesHardware.com. Stokes Hardware, real help, real expertise.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-584-7531. That's 800-584-7531.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hey, Houston, Lance Zierlein here. Listen, if you're craving authentic Mexican flavor, head to Taquerias Around Us. Since 1981, they've been serving up mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas, and fresh tortas that hit the right spots. family-friendly vibes, bold flavors, and prices that will not break the bank. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Taqueria Sarandis has you covered. Find a location nearest you and taste the tradition. Taqueria Sarandis, Houston's go-to for real Mexican food. Vamos, let's eat.
It's your guy Sean with Greenlight Offer, Houston's #1 house buyers. Let me tell you about David from Baytown. He lost his job, fell behind on his mortgage, and his house needed repairs that he couldn't afford to make. He tried listing it, tried getting caught up, but the bills kept piling up, and the stress was crushing him. That's when he called Greenlight Offer. We stepped in, gave him a fair cash offer within 24 hours, and guess what? He didn't even have to lift a finger. No clean-out repairs, no realtor fees, and no closing costs. Within a few weeks, David had cash in his pockets. Every single week, every single month, we help homeowners like David who need to sell fast, skip the repairs, and start fresh. If your mortgage is behind, your house needs work, vacant, inherited, probate, divorce, tenant just won't pay me the rent houses, or do you just need a way out? Greenlight Offer is your solution. 832-779-5000. That's 832-779-5000. Greenlightoffer.com. Let's get your Greenlight number today. That's 832-779-5000. Woo!
Hello, Houston. He's not Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Brian's back for Joe today. Joe originally didn't have the day off, but he just hasn't recovered from all those AI shops, those AI edits. So he's going to take a personal day today as well. Also would like to apologize for my actions in said behavior.
You don't mean
Ryan's
that.
in for Brian, though. What's that? I don't mean which part.
You're apologizing for your actions.
That's the part that's not true?
Yeah, that's the part that's not true.
Oh. So Brian in for Joe, Ryan in for Brian. It's Ryan, not Ryan. Lots to get to today. We'll talk the Rockets here in a little bit. Astros. Joe Espadis clapping back at people, which I love it. I love it. So we'll get to some of that a little bit later. Normal Friday stuff. Bad Take Boulevard, worst takes of the week. Mailbag Monday on a Friday. And then, of course, we haven't actually done a Cash 'em or Trash 'em this week. We just got busy. Weird shows. Got busy. So we'll do a Cash 'em or Trash 'em a little bit later. News coming out. Adam Schefter tweeted this 15 minutes ago. Have you seen this, Brian?
I saw it. Actually, Michael asked me right before I walked in the studio. He was like, hey, when are you guys going to talk about Joe Mixon? I'm going to pull that for the best of. I was like, oh, I guess they cut Joe Mixon. So I found out about 4 minutes ago.
We have a best of?
Yeah, it airs before the start of each hour of Smoking and Toasting.
Basically,
really? They just take all the weekly or all the daily 60-second videos that we post on socials, and they turn that into a 6-minute best of.
I had no idea. Anyways, Joe Mixon has requested his release Thursday. Schefter's late. Requested his release Thursday. Per source, it was granted it today. Okay, I'll give Schefter a pass. The move saves the Texans $8 million against the cap. So it doesn't, it's not, I guess it's a splash. It's not something unforeseen, though. Like, we all knew this day was coming. We were actually kind of skeptical. Why hadn't it happened yet? didn't really matter because the Texans weren't, like, pressed into action. They traded for Montgomery. So, like, when is it going to happen? When are they going to cut Joe Mixon like he cut his foot off? So, today. The answer is today. The release has been granted. Joe Mixon is no longer a Houston Texan. I, for one, Brian, do thank him for the memories that we had. We watched a basketball game together. Not next to each other. He was across the floor. But we watched a basketball game together in Cincinnati once. Did have a good season 2 years ago. And he also gave us one of the most mysterious athletic seasons in Houston sports history. So I for one, want to thank Joe Mixon for what he brought to our city.
Yeah, I will say, if we're going to start with the positive, I mean, Mixon definitely gave the Texans the best running back season post-COVID, I think, that we've seen. Like, I mean, and that was even with him missing, I think, 3 games due to the various horse tackle collar.
What'd you call it?
Horse collar tackles. Yeah, I called it tackle collar.
Hornswoggle?
Hornswoggle, yes, the wrestler. But yeah, he had a very good season, obviously, in 2024. So shout out to Joe Mixon for that. I do find it odd that it's being worded that Joe Mixon had to request his release.
Joe Mixonkin.
I find it odd because you and I and Joe have talked about how this was like just a foregone conclusion, like it was definitely going to happen. It's a no-brainer. But yet it's being worded not as the Texans released him because that was the obvious decision. It's being framed as Joe Mixon requested his release and the Texans gave in and released him.
Yeah, I think that you're probably getting too caught up in the language.
Yeah, probably. But I find it a little weird. I mean, maybe it's to allow the player to save face that they're letting it be worded like that. But
I think that's what they're doing, actually.
Yeah, probably so.
I actually think that's what it is. That's why I personally wouldn't get caught up in the wording. I guess I don't know why the Texans hadn't done it anyways.
Yeah.
Maybe they were just waiting for Joe Mixon to, like, hey, get out your press release. Like, maybe they weren't doing – and look, like, Casario's player-friendly. Like, take care of the player, take care of the agent. Maybe they'll do business for you later. Whatever. Joe Mixon no longer a Houston Texan. Texans save $8 million. So
did you notice how Ian Rappaport reported the news?
I did not, no.
So he quote tweeted his own tweet from November 20th where he talked about Joe Mixon will not play this season, the one that Mixon responded to. Is like, how do you know more than me?
Oh, yeah.
So I'm looking at Ian Rappaport. He quote tweeted that tweet that Mixon responded to back on November 20th with the caption, Joe Mixon was now released.
That's awesome.
I assume that's him being petty and dunking on Joe Mixon, but I'm here for it. I like it.
I think he is.
I mean, I don't know how else you would take that.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I thought that was really funny. That's at least I'm going to double check because I'm just going through like my notifications here. So I think that's the first. Yeah, that's the first mention Ian Rappaport has on his Twitter timeline of the Joe Mixon, first and only mention he has of the Joe Mixon release is him quote tweeting the tweet from November 20th, which Joe Mixon responded to criticizing Ian Rappaport, and that's how Ian decided to report the news today.
Well, I mean, that's Joe Mixon's got to go on Bad Take Boulevard
again. Yeah, again.
Man, that's a power move though. I like the quote tweeting your own quote tweets. Quote tweeting your own tweets. I like it. I'm a fan of it. Some people think it's silly. I personally, I'm a fan of it. It's like, hey, look, I was right once upon a time. Let's remember that.
Right.
Let's have a remembrance on how right I was
celebrate
this long time ago. You know who was not right about it was Aaron Wilson.
Yeah.
Aaron Wilson was reporting that he'd be good to go for the start of the year.
I mean,
well, you know what? I'm going to defend Aaron Wilson here.
Okay.
He didn't say what year. People just like, oh, well, he means this year. No. For all we know, Aaron Wilson could have meant 2027. We don't know.
Yeah, I wish we had access. I mean, we could probably find it, but the audio from D'Amico, I think it was back in June, maybe it was July at training camp. And I get what he was doing. He was just trying to move everything along and not answer the question, which is kind of their MO, especially with this Joe Mixon case. But I know he had someone asked him, like, what was going on with Joe? I think that was the question asked to D'Amico, and his response, well, nothing's going on with Joe. You know, he'll be here. He's coming along. And then flash forward, he doesn't play the whole season.
Yeah, I wonder if the news comes out at any time this offseason as to, like, why.
Yeah, I don't think it'd come from the Texans.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know why Mixon. I don't see how it could benefit Mixon to put it out either because it's not going to look good for him. So, my guess is it doesn't come out.
I think something comes out, but the danger in this is that it's going to be very PR. Like, it's going to be what they want you to believe, as opposed to did that actually happen. So I don't know. Very, very weird year. The 1 year he had here was very good. Some people in this city were saying that it was that he was better than Arian Foster.
That's crazy.
Certain people from Baytown that are baddies were saying that he was better than Arian Foster.
I might have worked with that person.
Yeah. So he's done. So he's gone. A little clarification there, a little clarity. Joe Mixon, no longer a Houston Texan, which is really not a surprise to anybody, but it is official. It is also official that the Rockets cannot beat the Golden State Warriors. The Golden State Warriors are running out their two-way contract players. Shout out LJ Cryer. LJ Cryer had a big game. They're shorthanded. Steph Curry's not playing. You got Al Horford, who has to be 50 years old by now. Draymond Green, who, well past his prime, and somehow Kristaps Porzingis did not play. Somehow that team, with the Rockets playing everybody, I shouldn't say that. The Rockets did sit somebody out. They set out Dorian Finney-Smith because he can't play the first leg of a back-to-back. Can't play back-to-backs. They set him out against Golden State. But other than that, Rockets – I say that facetiously. The Rockets played everybody, and they lose in overtime at home to the Golden State Warriors. Tough look for the local five.
Yeah, that was the most frustrating Rockets watch I've had this season since that blowout loss at home. It kind of in a similar situation because Jason Tatum wasn't back yet. Jaylen Brown was out for the game. But that blowout loss they had at home to the Boston Celtics G League team, where it just felt like the Rockets never knew that the game was going on. They never showed up, or they just took the Celtics team completely for granted because of how depleted they were. It felt like I was watching deja vu, although it was obviously closer than that Celtics game and went to overtime. But yeah, that was maybe it doesn't matter in the standings, but if we look back and they're a 5 seed instead of a 4, they're the 3 seed instead of the 2, they missed out on a game. I mean, you don't have to look much further than last night's game or that Celtics game as a reason to be very frustrated by their seeding at the end of the season.
Yeah, we'll see if it has seeding implications. Just a tough game. I get you're going to lose games in the NBA, but this was a rough one. Alpi Şengün annoyed me the entire game. Same. I don't know how you feel about it. Like, I was about to bash him too, late in the fourth quarter. I was about to try to upset all of the Şengün stands. That's what I call them now. I don't want to, I don't want to.
I thought it was
offend.
Alpi only fans.
Alpi only fans. Yeah, Alpi only fans. I don't want to offend them, because then they gang up on you and they try to bully you off the internet, which, sometimes I like a good fight, but I wasn't really in the mood yesterday.
Oh, okay.
So
like you'd be here for it.
Yeah, it just depends on my mood. I'm tired. I wasn't ready to go to war with the Alpi only fans, but he actually finished regulation pretty strong. The moment I was thinking about bashing him on social media, because that's what I do, he actually had 3 possessions in a row where he scored. I think on all 3 possessions. Okay, there we go. That's the Alpi that it should be. But other than that little 2-minute stretch, maybe a minute and a half stretch, atrocious. Turnovers, 5 turnovers. 8 for 20, not efficient. He's jacking up threes when he's not a good 3-point shooter. Missed 3 of them in yesterday's game. I'm starting to get pretty annoyed with Alpi Şengün. He has not looked the same to me since he's returned from that ankle injury.
Yeah, I wonder if there's something there, because part of what I noticed, in addition to what you mentioned with the turnovers and the bad shot selection, going 0 for 3 from beyond the arc, and some of those wide open, by the way, which I don't even want him taking. There's a reason
they're daring him to shoot. The defense wants him to shoot them.
But beyond that, when he's in the post, and you're right in that he did have a nice stretch in the fourth quarter. Because all my notes on Alpi on my phone before that were negative, just bashing him. But even when he's getting the shot to go in, he has no lift on his little baby hooks, on anything around the paint. He's got no lift on anything that requires him to jump. So I wonder if there is something going on with his ankle still. But regardless, that was – my notes are just turnover, bad pass, bad decision. I think the thing that got me the most, and not that this is new with Alpi, we know his game – in terms of complaining to the referees when he's perceived that he was fouled. But that play, I think it was late in the fourth quarter, we had a breakaway, got caught from behind and blocked, and threw up his hands and just complete gas look on his face. He came off like a damsel in distress. Just, please, Mr. Referee, save me. Save me from these awful Warriors who fouled me and wronged me so. He just plays like such a soft little bee at times that it drives me insane.
I dare you to tweet that and put hashtag turkey.
Why do I have to throw the hashtag turkey?
Because I want to see a fight. I'm not for fighting one, but I'm up for watching one.
Turkey to come after me.
Hey, you'd be surprised. They go after everybody. They just search Shingun's name, and the moment anybody says something negative about Shingun, I might get murdered tonight in my hotel now that I've mentioned this.
Yeah, is there a big Turkish population in Stillwater?
I want you to know that I'm not suicidal. Okay, so
noted.
Yes,
Brian, save this clip. Save this clip for when the police ask. Okay. Brian's going to save it.
They're gonna they're gonna take it off they're gonna somehow figure out a way to get rid of it, to scrub the podcast and YouTube. So all of y'all need to be my witnesses here. But no, it's how many times are you gonna mention you took notes? By the way, I took notes.
I thought I mentioned it just on
I took notes. Just want you to know that I was noting things that happened during this game.
I thought I only mentioned it before for Alpy.
I think you mentioned it twice, but I'll give you some grief. But it's not a lot. I'm just having some fun. Reed Sheppard was brilliant yesterday. 37 minutes. Yes, they did go to OT, so it skewed a little bit. Played every OT minute, but he played 32 minutes in the game. That's plenty. Had 30 points, 12 of 19, 6 of 12 from 3, 6 assists. I like to see the assist numbers because that matters to me. They turned it over 3 times. That's not crazy though. In 37 minutes, that's okay.
You can live with that.
Not great, but it's okay. You can live with it. That's a good way to put it. So he was phenomenal. He is. I've been a little slow to the Reed Sheppard train. I think I mentioned it last week, maybe the week before. I think it was last week that I'm in. He's won me over. I don't really get caught up in the whole should he start, should he come off the bench. I actually like him coming off the bench, but I'm getting excited about Reed Sheppard. And I know, junkies, you're late to the party. I get it. Sometimes I'm late to the party. Unless it's a Will Levis party, then I'm here for it. But Reed Sheppard, I'm late to the party. He was outstanding. Yes, he's not always going to shoot this great, but he's playing good basketball. I'm excited about the future of Reed Sheppard.
Yeah, I'm fully in on Reed Sheppard as well. I mean, it's like you mentioned, it's not just the fact that he's able to make as many three-pointers as he did. He looked good getting in the paint. I know you're going to mention LJ Cryer in a moment, but he had a play on LJ where he took him into the paint and got a bucket over him. But it's not just the scoring in the threes. There's so much. You mentioned the assists. It's the facilitation, the pick and roll he ran with Tari Eason to get Tari Eason to dunk. Some of the drives and dishing out to the 3-point line to get guys open looks. I don't want him as we've had this debate, can he be an actual point guard? Is he an actual point guard, or is he a small two? I don't know. I don't know if he's a long-term point guard, but he's got more facilitating ability than I thought he had.
Yeah, I'm getting closer to it, where I really don't love him as a starting point guard long-term. I think he's more of a combo guard, but he has become better in that spot, so I don't want to sound like I'm a hater. Now, I will openly admit that he is the best point guard on this team.
Yes.
Aaron Holiday might be a better point guard, but he's nowhere near the talent. Davison might be a better point guard, but he's nowhere near the talent. Reed Sheppard is easily the best solution at point guard for the Rockets. I mean, he needs to start the game there, in my opinion, but he's easily the best they have in that spot. Way better than Amin. Amin can't handle the position.
Yeah, no, completely agreed. There are still times where you see Reed get picked up at half court, maybe physically kind of forced to give up the ball. There's still moments is he big enough? Is he strong enough to stand up to guys who press him? But I think he has answered those questions more often than he was certainly last year or even at the beginning of the season. And his ability to get in the paint and find the open guy makes me hopeful that this could turn into something to where maybe he's not your long-term solution at point guard, but he can at least be an off-ball scorer. Then your point guard goes out, and he's the backup point guard.
Yeah, I love him in the 6-man role.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's what's kind of funny about the whole should you start him, should you not debate is I think ideally his perfect spot is in the 6-man spot, because especially with a team that has Durant, I know Şengün's not playing well, but those two are going to be two bigger priorities offensively. So you bring them in 3-4 minute mark of the first quarter, maybe when a Kevin Durant or an Alpe's coming off the floor. Maybe a point guard. Doesn't have to be the point guard, though, because you can play him off the ball. That he becomes your second-best scorer, and he's fresh. So, that's kind of why I like the idea of him coming off the bench. I don't mind that he has him coming off the bench. I know he's taking a lot of heat for that. I don't necessarily agree with that heat. The one criticism I would have for Reed yesterday kind of made my heart melt a little bit. LJ Cryer was given Reed Shepherd the business at times, and he had a good game. LJ Cryer did. Scored 12, hit 4 threes, carving out a role in the NBA.
Yeah, no, that was nice to see, although it did get annoying at times, and we'll have some more fun with some of Candace Parker's calls next segment probably. But I did get annoyed a little bit how much Candace was mentioning, well, LJ Cryer knows these nets. He's played in Houston. Like, well, I know he's played a couple of games at the Toyota Center.
Maybe just one?
Yeah, like I didn't know if it was
Maybe
one or two, but I thought, I was like, okay, it's at most 2 games he's played in this arena. Let's settle down.
We had shoot-around there.
Sorry?
He had shoot-around those
That's
days.
That's true. But yeah,
He's had 3 shoot-arounds and now 3 games at the Toyota Center.
Oh, 3 games. Okay, 3 games including last night. Okay,
yeah,
so 2 games coming in. I know they had like that, not exhibition, but that pre-conference matchup was against Auburn last year.
Yeah, I want to say they played A&M there the year before.
Yeah, that sounds right.
It could have been 2 years before, but I'm pretty confident it was the year before.
No, I think you're right. I think it was the Aggies the year before that. But so I know he's played a few games there, but she kept blowing up like the fact that he can make shots at the Toyota Center as well because he's familiar with these nets. It was a little absurd, but yeah, it was nice to see, even though it sucked because it went against the Rockets. But yeah, there was a nice performance from LJ Cryer.
Let's get to some of that. You have hyperbolic Candace here.
Yeah.
Brian, known woman hater. He'll hate on women when we return. Lots to get to today. I got a couple more notes from this game, too. Jabari made some history yesterday. Jabari did. Also an area that I don't think it's talked about enough, where they miss Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks. Cash 'em or trash 'em later. Bad Take Boulevard later. Mailbag Monday later. Well, whatever you want to talk about. It's a getaway edition of Jeremy and Joe with Brian. ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. You can watch us on YouTube, ESPN Houston, TikTok as well at ESPN 975. You can watch us on Twitch. Danger zone there, though. Twitch.tv/ESPN 975. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Brian is at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Hyperbolic Candace Parker after kind of stealing a little hyperbolic Hollins. Couldn't see Hollins yesterday, so Candace took over the role. We'll hear some of that when we return. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Brian. I'm Jeremy. Huntington Bank bad boy. 713-780-ESPN. Junkies. Is who said it officially dead? That would be unfortunate. I hate the game.
No, it's not
full
dead.
disclosure.
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, full disclosure, it's really up to Brian.
Yeah, no, it is, and we've just had, between Joe's CubCon and your basketball schedule, it just, and now him being in the rodeo and Daisy Dukes, like, I actually have, like, 2 weeks worth of Who Said It clips ready. It's just, we gotta wait for schedules to line up a little more, so it'll be back sometime in the next month.
Full disclosure, we have discussed this. It is not officially dead. It's just more of a will a bit as opposed to a fixed segment weekly. So not officially dead, just not as often. And it's a little bit more difficult, too, with Rich. Well, we used Rich, didn't we?
Yeah,
we
I used it once, but you guys instantly knew it right away. Like, no trouble at all. So that's the other problem. I have 3 people to pick from.
Junkie, after 2 missed threes, why don't the coaches say, yeah, that's enough of that? They probably do. Now, NBA high-paid player, he's not always going to listen. So they're probably telling him, hey, that's not a shot we want. And sometimes they're going to be like, well, screw you. It's wide open. And sometimes they come like late in the shot clock, I don't remember his 3 threes, every single one of them. I can't remember one that was late in the shot clock, though.
No, at least 2 of them were wide open, so I kind of get it. But, man, there's a reason they leave you wide open.
Yeah, that's a shot they want you to take if they're leaving you open. Alex says, where is Joe today? Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776. He says he's stuck in his Daisy Dukes. Yeah, Joe ghosted me the rest of the night yesterday. I think he might be mad at me. So, do you realize Jabari Smith made a little bit of history last night?
I did.
He's the first player in NBA history to record the following numbers in a single game. 0% field goal percentage. He did make a couple free throws, so he wasn't shut out. At least 8 field goal attempts, 5 or more turnovers, 40 or more minutes. He's the first player in the history of the league to do that. Like, think of how many players have had the opportunity to do this. Like, there's 5 guys playing, maybe not 40 minutes. Maybe there's 2 or 3 guys per team. That's still a lot. Maybe 1 guy a team per every game's playing 40 or more minutes. So you have 82 games times 15 teams, and then you multiply that by the amount of time that has been around in NBA history. There's probably been 1 million players who've had the opportunity to do this, and none of them have. Yesterday, we witnessed history, and I want to congratulate Jabari Smith. I love watching history, and Jabari Smith yesterday gave us a little bit of history.
You having any regret with Jabari's contract?
No.
Yeah, I guess it's reasonable enough that that's not like something we're going to wring our hands over. But I do feel like the conversation of because it was Reed Shepherd of, this 3rd overall pick is failing us. Like, maybe the conversation needs to be about how great or how not great Jabari's playing.
I mean, he still averages 15-7, shoots 37% from 3. Like, he's still a good player.
I know.
I just don't think I think this is kind of like his cap. I think maybe he can get to 16 points a game. I think maybe he can get to 8 or 9 rebounds a game. I think he can get to a 40% three-point shooter. Like, I think he's a good role player. I really do. Like, I have no qualms saying that. I think he's a good role player. So I don't mind that he's on this team and the contract he has. Now, would it have been better if they included him in the Kevin Durant trade instead of Dylan Brooks, if that was possible? Maybe. But Jabari's younger, all of that stuff. So, no, I don't dislike Jabari. He annoys me at times. I don't think he should ever dribble, quite frankly.
Yeah, I'm just frustrated by seemingly how limited his game is. Like, he's a spot-up shooter at 3, and that feels like the only offensive game he has.
Yeah, but, I mean, not everybody has to be a scorer.
No, I know, but I guess it's just the expectations of what you would normally hope from a 3rd overall pick.
No, we don't do that on the show.
Okay,
we don't hold expectations based on where you're picked.
I mean, he was thought to be the number 1 overall pick until 24 hours before the draft,
but he wasn't.
He wasn't. You're right. He was. It feels like obviously such a massive drop off from the first 2 picks in that draft. Like you're right.
Banchero's not having a great year, and Chet's fine, but Chet's
Chet is injury prone.
Of Chet.
But Paulo's obviously, you're right, not as great of a year this year, but he's obviously been a way better player.
I'm not saying Jabari's better than those guys, but
yeah,
I don't.
I don't know. I'm disappointed. You're right. You're right in saying that he's a fine enough role player. Just like I don't know. I thought there was more there with Jabari, and I've been disappointed.
Yeah, I thought that he could eventually be a better scorer than when he came into the league. I've given up on that. I don't want him to dribble.
Also, thought he could be a better rebounder as tall as he is, but I've
he
given
should
up
be a
on
better
that.
rebounder. He should be a better rebounder. Last time I said that, they made a show video about it, and I was getting blasted on the internet for saying that he should rebound the basketball more. I was like, what are we doing here? Y'all don't want 6'11" dudes rebounding the basketball? Like, well, he plays wing more. Well, he can crash from the wing. And he still plays a little bit 4. And now that Adams is hurt, he's playing way more of the 4.
Yeah, Russell Westbrook got 12 rebounds a game, and he was on the perimeter. Like, you can get rebounds when you're on the perimeter.
I know. It's ridiculous. Junkie, Taylor Swift, I do like that song, though. We're here to please. Corey Jabari had a really good mid-range early in the season. I want to see more defense from him, though. That's fair. Jabari Smith is Terrence Jones 2.0. Nah, I don't like that comp.
He's better than Terrence Jones.
I think they're different players. Like, didn't Jones back it in a little bit? Didn't he have a little bit of a low post game?
I don't remember him having much of an offensive game at all, but yeah, I would definitely say he was closer to the basket player than Jabari is for sure.
I don't think he.
They're similar build. Jabari's definitely leaner though than Terrence Jones was, and I would agree that Terrence Jones' game was closer to the basket.
Jones was a sub 30% 3-point shooter over his career.
Yeah,
he took less than 1.5 threes per game. Jabari averages over 5 3-pointers a game in his career, and is over 6 this year. He shoots at 35% in his career, which that's solid.
And their spots in the draft were over 10 spots apart.
Yeah,
I think
he was. Like that comp.
I think he was picked 16 or 18 that year.
And Terrence Jones plays with the wrong hand, so. He shoots with the wrong hand. Yeah. Maybe he could dribble a little bit with the right, but I don't remember. Yeah, he's a different player there. This is an area that I believe doesn't get talked about enough, where they miss Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks. And it was brought up a little bit yesterday by Ime Udoka in his postgame. He said that they're not able to hear each other talk defensively. He says the players hear him more on the sideline than the players, so like rotations, coverage calls, stuff like that. Like, they're not communicating. And when you look back at last year, the two people who communicated the most at all times, especially the defensive side, Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, but as I'm thinking it over, like, Durant doesn't seem overly vocal. Amen.
No, he's vocal whenever he gets beat, and then he yells at people for not having his back.
Right. Like, Amen's not really vocal. Newton's only vocal when he's yelling at the referees. Yeah, I mean, I hadn't thought about that, but I think that's dead on from Udoka. I'm trying to remember who it was. There was a turnover where Durant was trying to get the ball. I can't remember who was passing to on the top of my head. I think it was the men, but I could be wrong on there. But I remember the announce crew talking about their conversation after the play had happened, and Durant trying to coach whoever it was. No, I need the ball here, not here, and that leads into what you were talking about. There's seemingly a lack of communication, specifically on the defensive side. We saw more than times than I wanted to count last night, where the Warriors, kind of classic Warriors offense, were able to get a guy to slip to the basket and get a wide open layup. And that was obviously without Curry, without Jimmy Butler, without Porzingis. It was their G League squad, and they were still getting the same easy cuts to the basket for easy buckets. So
yeah, don't sleep on LJ Curry, though. Don't sleep on him.
My bad.
Another junkie says Jabari also made history, becoming the first teenager in NBA history to record 20-plus points, 10-plus rebounds in 3 consecutive games. Say, look, Jabari's a history-making son of a gun. I would like him to get more of those 10-rebound games. Yeah. Another junkie, Jabari needs to work on the turnaround fadeaways that he attempts so much of. See, I don't like that shot. I don't want him to work on it. I want him to don't shoot it, like, to put that away. Like, shoot the ball when you're open and somebody kicks it to you. Or if you have a little guy on you, then you can back him in a little bit and then just rise and fire. I don't want you fading away. I really don't want you taking shots from the low block. So
he's not good at it, no.
Not very good at it. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I filibusted there. Hyperbolic Candace. Brian pulled some cuts from Hyperbolic Candace. He does not like women. How dare him going at women like this. Let's go out to the HRP listener line before we do that, though. 713-780-3776. Marcus, you're in with Jeremy and not Joe. What's going on, Marcus?
What's up, fellas? I wanted to ask you guys, do you think Ime Udoka is one of those coaches that he could be a great coach but not necessarily great in developing talent? Because for all the young talent we've had, Jalen Green, Amen, Sengun, Tari, and Jabari, they're good players, but they haven't really reached that, that growth we wanted to see, considering how, they've been in the league 3-4 years now. And yes, I like Ime, but maybe he's one of those coaches that can get more out of veterans than he can rookies. And or not necessarily rookies, but young players. Yeah. And I hang up and listen to what you guys have to say.
I don't know. I think I disagree with that take. I mean, we've spent obviously a large part of the show so far talking about Reed Sheppard and how great he's been recently, and that was a guy that was back and forth from the G League a year ago. So I would certainly say he's developed. I mean, Şengün, that's not all Ime, like, because part of that was with Steven Silas, but he's gotten now that he still frustrates me. He still plays poor defense, and some of his post moves are terrible. But he's certainly got better over the years. I would say the same thing with the men. Jabari, I feel like that's a fair criticism, but I don't take it as a Ime can't coach young guys thing. I think some of these guys are just limited.
Yeah, it's hard to tell without them being coached by somebody else.
Yeah, true.
Well, I mean, you can't really play
some
the
of them.
apple
You have
to
the comparison to how they were with Steven Silas, but that could also just be their natural progression as a guy that goes into, from year 1 and 2 in the league to year 3 and 4.
And all of the guys that played under Silas that play under Ime are much better under Ime.
Yeah, exactly.
Even Jalen Green, his last couple of years, he had much better seasons, much more of a complete game. Like, Alpi Şengün's an all-star for the first time ever. Like
second time.
He made it before?
Yeah, he made it last year.
Well, there you go. He's a 2-time all-star under Ime Udoka. So that's development, right? Like, would he be further along if he had somebody else? It's hard to know. The other guys, I think, just have – and, like, we're happy with Reed Sheppard, right? Like, don't you have to give Ime credit for that? He's on his team. He's the guy coaching him right now. He's like, don't you have to give him credit for that? Like, if we're going to look at the results and like, well, here this isn't as good as we thought it would be, but then Reed over here, he's doing this now. Don't you have to give him credit for the development?
I'm on that side.
I would think that you would have to.
If Reed goes from a guy that's back and forth from the G League that he was also in that I think it was game 2 last year against the Warriors where the Rockets pulled all the starters and all of a sudden the Warriors bench players started bullying everybody, including Reed. Like, he went from that to being a guy that we were wanting to give like 35 minutes to a night. Like, that's development.
Yeah. And then, again, it's very hard to tell without another coach. But I think that Ime does a good job with these guys.
Agreed.
I don't like, I look at some of these players, and I don't think it's a coaching issue. I think there's just kind of holes in their game. Like, Amin Thompson, I don't think is ever going to be a good shooter. Like, if Larry Bird were coaching him, I don't think he's ever going to be a good shooter. Jabari Smith, I think if Steve Nash were coaching him, he's never going to have handles. Reed Sheppard's probably not going to ever be a good defender, although he's playing at a pretty good level. Jalen Green's never going to be a consistent scorer. And look, he's having a worse season in Phoenix. I know it's been injury riddled and stuff like that, but no, I don't think that Ime is a poor developer of players. I think it's a fair thing to question. But I don't, and he does like his veterans. Don't get me wrong on that. I think it's a good point. But no, I don't get that sense with Ime. And you have to give him credit for Reed. All right, hyperbolic Candace Parker. Keep wanting to saying Owens, but Candace Parker yesterday was on the call, Peacock call, 3-man crew. Her, Wade. What's that?
It was the Amazon call.
Amazon, my bad. Who was the play-by-play?
Oh my God, I forget his name.
I couldn't figure it out. Was it Brian Anderson?
No, I don't think so.
Because half the time I'm like, this sounds like Brian Anderson, and then the other half I'm like, okay, it's clearly not Brian Anderson.
Yeah, I remember it was obviously D Wade and Candace Parker as the analyst. I can't remember the name of the play-by-play guy, but that name that you said a second ago didn't sound familiar as far as what I saw last night.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was. It wasn't Harlan.
No, it wasn't Harlan. Definitely wasn't Harlan. And I thought the play-by-play guy was fine, but
yeah, I thought he was good. The
analysts were like, eh.
Yeah, Wade was just like copycatting what Candace would say.
Yes.
Like Candace
it's almost
would say
like those years where Drexler was on the Rockets local broadcast, and whatever Bill Worrell would say, Drexler would just repeat back with a laugh.
Yeah.
It kind of felt like that.
So Google says that the prime play-by-play guys are Kevin Harlan, Ian Eagle. That wasn't them. And then they list 2 other people, Michael Grady and Eric Collins. So it's probably one of them.
It was Grady, the first one. Yeah.
I've never heard of that guy.
Yeah, I didn't know him before last night, but I thought he did fine.
All right, so here's some hyperbolic Candace. First one that Brian pulled. This is the Reed Sheppard little hook shot in the lane.
Yes.
Sheppard with the hook. Oh, his bag is deep.
What the mini Kareem? Hold on. We saw that out the door in the first half, and now we got a mini Kareem hook.
So I don't even know if I would call that a hook. It was a runner that was like a different angle. So I guess
it was like a running hook.
Yeah, it was like a running hook. It definitely wasn't a baby hook or a sky hook, but yeah, he hits one running floater that's kind of hookish, and she drops Kareem on him.
Yeah, it's a bit much. It was a cool play.
It was a great play. No, it was a great shot, and that was like Reed cooled off a little bit in the fourth quarter. That was still while he was scorching hot and everything was going in. But a little hyperbolic to drop Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on the second greatest scorer in NBA history.
Yeah, definitely. Good call on that one. Here's another one from Candace comparing Şengün's footwork to somebody we know and love.
Separates. Nice pass over to Thompson. Thompson stopped under the basket. Threads the needle to Şengün. Şengün and Green. Şengün. Put it up and through.
And right there, that's that footwork. Hakeem is in the building. Footwork on display. Şengün.
Okay.
Maybe she wasn't.
That's a reach.
Maybe it's a reach. But the reason I went ahead and went with it, because she doesn't directly say it was like Hakeem. But if you remember the play, like I think it was Draymond he was backing it on. But it was like, I wouldn't even call it a drop step. He just kind of stumbled into a turnaround shot from 3 feet away, and it barely cleared the rim. And Candace's takeaway was to immediately invoke the footwork on this little stumble shot and mention that Hakeem was there.
Can I give you my curmudgeon people talking about Hakeem thing that annoys me? And maybe this is because, I fly too close to the sun. Like, I've shaken hands with Hakeem last year at the Final Four. Many times. But I don't like it when people call him Hakeem.
Yeah.
It's Hakeem. Like
Right.
they're like people probably don't remember. Our listeners do, because we have the most sophisticated listenership in all of Houston sports radio. I'm talking more national people. They don't remember that he used to wear Hakeem on his jersey because he didn't want people to commonly mispronounce his name by saying Hakeem. That's the whole reason he had the H out of his name, was because he wanted it to be pronounced properly. And then when we went back home, his mother was like, no, they have to respect your name. And that's whenever he added it back, and then people were botching it, which was the whole point of what he was trying to avoid when he had the Hakeem on the back. So it annoys me. It bothers me. It triggers me for him and the Olajuwon family.
It doesn't annoy me as much as it annoys you. It sounds like, but I do share some of that. Like people, especially with an all-time great. It's one thing if you mispronounce the name of the 12th guy on the bench, but he's a legend.
Yeah.
What year was it when he put the H back in? Because it was all through college. It was Akeem, right?
Yeah, but I think it was
sometime in the '80s and with the Rockets.
I don't remember the year.
I felt like it was sometime in the late '80s, but I'm not going to do that research.
Yeah, I don't remember the year. I just know it changed early in his professional career. All right, one more from That's just my sidebar point. It annoys me. My pet peeve I have when people mispronounce his name. Get it right. He's a legend.
So
you wouldn't mispronounce Michael Jordan's name.
Right. This next one, just to set it up a little bit, not a hyperbolic moment from Candace, but as you'll hear in the clip, maybe doesn't know who this player is or didn't look at his bio.
Horford. Backing down Thompson. Horford and the lane muscles it in for two.
The vet versus the rookie right there. Young buck getting sealed in the paint. Al Horford doing what he does.
Called him in Thompson a rookie.
That's rough.
Yeah. I mean, look, if a man was in his second year, I don't know. Actually, we're past the Christmas point. Like I don't even know if I'd give her that pass. Like, oh, he's barely into his second year. But he's in his third season.
Yeah.
He's not a rookie. He's not a rookie. I don't know. Like, I liked Candace when she was on occasionally on the TNT broadcast, not the broadcast, the studio show from time to time in the past. I thought she was good as a studio analyst, but rough night as a color analyst on the TV broadcast.
Why'd you call her that?
Because
you're a hater.
Because
you hate the women.
Because that's the term.
Junkie says grow up. People screw up names all of the time. He's not a name, though. He's one of the greatest athletes of all time. He's in many, including Michael Jordan's all-time starting five. He is the greatest Houston athlete of all time. It's not just some random name. It's not Brian we're talking about.
Exactly.
It's not Joe or Ryan or me. We're talking about the greatest Houston athlete that has ever played team sport in this city. So it's not just a name. And you grow up. That's who needs to grow up is you.
Should we run him?
He's grow up. People screw up names all of the time. Well, you grow up. You're texting me about people screwing up names all the time. Because that I said it. No, I don't want to run. Jabari Smith is just a taller Trevor.
You
I said no.
outta here.
Ryan, you're out of here.
I did the hand motion before he said no, and Ryan went off of that. So that's partly on me. I thought you were going to run him.
Ocha says Jabari, he's just a taller Trevor Ariza offensively. I think it's a good comparison. Trevor could drive a little bit, though.
Yeah, Trevor definitely had more of a game going to the basket, but overall, that's not a bad comparison.
No, especially since he said offensively. It's a pretty good comp. Now, I think he's a better shooter overall than Trevor, but Trevor could get to the rim a little. He could slash a little. Forgive me for not knowing ball, but do NBA teams have player development coaches similar to NFL position coaches? I'm sure the assistants is part of their priority. Draymond proved to be our daddy. He was court general out there last night. That's fair. I'm loving the hyperbolic segment. I thought it was just me. No, it's not just you. We all love it. Could you imagine if all of our worst professional days was broadcast for everyone to see? I feel bad for Bari. I hear you on that. My counterpoint to that would be he's being paid handsomely, and he knows what he signed up for. I'm sure he would take the trade-off.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's fine. It's a fair point, though. I get it. Harden stunted Terrence Jones' progression. Harden wasn't a fan. I can see why. The M isn't silent in Michael Jordan. That's what you think. They were terrible, and the TV show Dirty Steve Kerr 10 times to 1 for Ime. Well, they were biased for sure.
Yeah, I didn't know. They definitely were in Steve Kerr stands, but I didn't notice it was like out of control because things were going well. He was drawing up good plays for a G League team that the Warriors were putting out there, and it was working against a team that is supposed to be pretty good defensively. So I didn't take anything from that. I think that's sometimes overblown.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Warriors are the Rockets' daddy. Draymond Green, this junkie said, is the Rockets' daddy. Who else in the history of Houston sports has been their daddies? Warriors are the Rockets' daddies. Who else? Texans, Oilers, Astros. Who else have been the daddies of the teams in this city? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, not with Joe, but with Brian on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know what you need to be doing tonight? How about going out to Tom's Watch Bar, watching these Rockets bounce back, feeling good about the Rockets. So rally up H-Town and get on out there to Tom's Watch Bar. The Red Nation rallies at Green Street, they are awesome. They get packed. It's fun. A lot of like-minded fans like you that bleed red and white, that Houston Rocket red and white. You're going to be able to hang out with them up to 2 hours before tip-off. The party comes alive at Tom's Watch Bar, Red Nation rallies. 2 hours before tip, they got DJs. Who doesn't love DJ? Everybody loves DJs. So get out there, enjoy the DJ experience. Giveaways, we all like giveaways. If it's free, give me 3. Themed cocktails, which sounds like a good time, and much, much more. And then here's what's really cool. I mean, the fact that you're getting to hang out, enjoying these cocktails, some good music, giveaways, always a great time at Tom's, is that if you're headed to the game, you can park free with Tom's Validation, which that's great. I mean, how much does parking cost these days around the Toyota Center? Depends on how close you get, but I've seen parking up to $50, probably more on a Friday even. So saving money by going to the Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation rallies at Green Street. You get the validation there at Tom's. You're saving upwards of $50, which you can just repurpose back into those themed cocktails. But come back for the post-game drinks and highlights as well. 65-plus screens right there at Tom's Watch Bar, and celebrate a Rocket victory, hopefully. Get the schedule at tomswatchbar.com/Red Nation Rallies. Rally up, H-Town, tomswatchbar.com/Red Nation Rallies.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Who owns Houston sports teams? Who is the daddy of the Rockets, the Astros, and Texans, and Oilers, and whoever? 713-780-3776. Before that, though, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Coach, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Coach?
Hey, how are you doing? Yes, I was listening to a caller earlier about the development of the Rockets, and I think you all are on point with the assessments of what you said of a lot of the Rockets, being an ex-coach myself. But I don't think I really liked man when he first came, is developing. And I always said before, I called in once before, but the standard is San Antonio Spurs. Why is the Spurs being able to play at least 5 to second units, 5 to 10 players, and Houston can barely put out there 5, 6 players? I think the offense is stagnated. It's just throw the ball to Kevin Durant and let him do what he's doing. Everybody else stands around.
Reed had 30 last night.
He got 30, but I used to call him the black hole. You throw it to him, and he was taking every shot. Early in the year, every time you throw it to him, you never got it back.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes sits back and do like you and I do. He watches the game like we are instead of coaching. And a lot of times we did talk about development. Yes, I give you Reed Shepherd. Reed Shepherd has developed, but they babysitted him all the way till now he's a great shooter. Al Perrine, Al Perrine can't go at the basket. He couldn't guard people at old folks' home. He cannot go at the basket. And Jabari, you brought up something earlier I heard you say. Jabari can't dribble the basketball all the way to the basket. He doesn't have a good first step, so he can't get by anybody. So why are these things not happening with Ime? You look at San Antonio Spurs. Look at how they second unit. I don't think Ime plays his players enough on the second unit. And if he doesn't, why are they on the team? Davison never got a chance to continue playing. I think Okogie is a better player or should be playing more. He gives more energy. And then you look also at what is Finney Smith doing on the team. He has not done anything for us since he's been there. But he goes back to these veteran players that used to be okay to some degree. So is player development, is he someone that's going to really bring us to the top? That was my question earlier in a session I had before. I like Ime, but he doesn't seem, the coach they got at Boston now, it seems like those players have a better offensive set. We got beat last night with a player, I think he played on our team last year, Williamson or something. He was on Golden State last night. And he looked better playing on Golden State's offense than he did in what we were doing here at Houston. He sat on the bench here at Houston. So I'll sit and listen, but the development, I don't think Ime is really, and I'm not going to just blame him. I think it's the whole coaching staff. So I'll sit and listen. I think we need to play more of our players on the second unit so that they can get a feel of playing and feel like a team instead of them sitting there when you put them in the game like Capella, who used to be okay with the Rockets, but he doesn't play the same because they don't have the confidence in the second unit that he has in some of these players on the first unit. And I'll sit and listen, and thank you for letting me voice the opinion.
Thank you for the call there, Coach. I think I agree with part of the take in that it's been disappointing what they've gotten from their bench, but I don't think it's an Ime problem. It's first an injury problem because who they expected their everyday players to be got reduced by 2 with the injuries to Steven Adams and to Fred VanVleet. I mean, that obviously 2 of your starters would be on the bench, and all of a sudden your bench looks a lot deeper when Adams and Fred VanVleet are getting a lot of playing time. And I'd add to that, like, who are you wanting to get more playing time from? I mean, Jeff Green. I mean, DFS is terrible. You want Capella to get more minutes. Like, if you're mad that the bench isn't producing, one, I would point to the injuries, like I said a second ago, and also, like, I think that's more of a Rafael Stone issue than an Ime issue.
Yeah, roster construct. No, but it's a good call, Coach. I agree with almost everything that you said. Couple of the pushbacks I would have is, I mean, Okogie plays more than Dorian Finney-Smith. He averages more minutes than DFS, and DFS doesn't play back-to-backs, plays one of the 2 games on the back-to-back. Now, if you just wanted to eliminate all of DFS's minutes and give them all to Okogie or spread them out with Okogie and the other guys, like, I'm down for that. That's fine. But they're obviously going to try to get him back into some sort of form. I read something yesterday where he's still having ankle issues. Like, okay, that's not good. That was a failure of a signing. I think we all agree with that. It sounds like maybe he wanted J.D. Davison to play a little bit more.
Yeah, he mentioned him.
He's got a little promise. I've been okay with J.D. Davison. But you play him 15 minutes a game, who are you taking him from? You know, is he just getting DFS's minutes, and then he's your backup point guard to Reed? Okay, you could kind of talk me into that. Nate Williams is the player you're thinking of. He played 20 minutes, 18 minutes yesterday for Golden State. He only scored 2 points, though. You know, he had a few offensive rebounds, took a few shots, and Golden State does run a prettier offense. A lot of screens, stuff like that, coming off the screens. Rockets, a little bit more, isolation, dump into the post. They'll do some movement, but not as much as Golden State, who's pretty notorious for it. 713-780-ESPN. I think Ime has his flaws, but I think our problem is also a talent team. Spurs are more talented. He wasn't even here when we drafted half these guys. Hard to say the development is on him. Maybe they're just not that good. See, I do think that they have flaws. Like, I don't think anybody's teaching Jabari how to dribble. I don't think anybody's teaching him how to shoot. Maybe I'm wrong on that. 713-780-ESPN. Another junkie said it was a failure not adding a quality point guard after the Fred VanVleet injury. Such bad team management. I don't disagree. I wanted a point guard before the injury. I wanted a backup point guard because I didn't think Amin was a point guard, and I don't think that Reed's a point guard. Reed's proving me wrong a bit there. I'll concede that. But I didn't want them to sign a wing. And I know that we're going to sign DFS to replace the villain, Dylan the villain, who got arrested this morning. But I wanted a point guard. And I thought it was a failure at the time. It was magnified after the Fred VanVleet injury. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the villains of Houston. Who are the daddies of Houston sports? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know what's coming up? It's March, baby. I love March. March is one of my favorite months of the year. Why? Well, the NCAA tournament. And did you know the NCAA tournament is coming to H-Town? That's right. NCAA March Madness is coming to Houston. Attendance encouraged. Passion mandatory. Get your tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Who owns Houston sports? 713-780-ESPN. The Warriors own Houston sports. Draymond, Steph, Steve Kerr, they all do. What else jumps to mind? What teams have owned Houston sports franchises?
First one that came to mind for me were the Braves in the 90s. So you could just say them as overall, or you could say, their trio of pitchers with Maddox, Glavine, and Smoltz. But I believe it was 97, 99, and 2001. So not just 90s, but Braves won all three of those series before the Astros eventually got them back in 2004 and 2005.
I hated Walt Weiss.
Oh, yeah. I forgot
Remember
about
the Walt
Weiss
Weiss
Good
diving
call.
play against Tony Eusebio, and the Astros had the bases loaded, nobody out? Made the diving play up the middle. I think it was in the bottom of the ninth. And then he threw Caminetti out at the plate.
I think
hated
it wasn't
them
just
so
that
much.
It wasn't just that they lost. It was also that every year we had to hear Bagwell and Biggio talking about tipping the cap to how great the Braves pitching is. Like, we get it, they're really good, but can you just hit them once?
No, they're
no,
good.
they can't.
Yeah, the Braves are the one that jumps out to me when it comes to baseball. Hated Maddox, hated Glavine, hated Smoltz, hated Kevin Millwood, hated Walt Weiss, couldn't stand Terry Pendleton. Like, I hated those people. I hated the Atlanta Braves so much because they owned the Astros.
One more baseball I had, and this was more of a individual player because they split the two NLCSs they played against each other in 04 and 05. But Jim Edmonds absolutely destroyed the Astros. Of course, had the big, I think it was a walk-off in Game 6 of the 2004 NLCS, the one he hit off of, I forget that. I think it was Trevor Miller was the terrible lefty he hit off of. But Jim Edmonds, his numbers against the Astros were Babe Ruthian.
Yeah, Coach Mark texted that one in. A lot of Pujols. I agree with you. I can't go the entire Cardinals because you split the ALCS or the NLCSs at the time. So I wouldn't go Cardinals as a team, but agree with you that there are certain players on that team that killed you. Edmonds, Pujols, even David Eckstein. Like, he had that little seeing guy single before the Pujols home run that sparked that inning. I want to say Eckstein hit like a seeing guy single through the left side. I think Edmonds was hit. He was either hit or walked. And then Pujols hit the home run off of Lidge. Like that I remember the inning. It went Eckstein, Edmonds, Pujols. So, and Edmonds either walked or got hit. I can't remember which of the two it was.
I wouldn't
but
have blamed him for walking.
The Eckstein single was like a 45-mile-per-hour exit velocity that took 99 hops into left field. Like, it was so annoying. I hated that dude. Oilers, I think the Oilers one's probably the Steelers. That was a little bit ahead of my time.
Same.
But, late 70s Steelers. They won the AFC Championship twice. The Texans probably have a few.
Yeah, I've got a few
Chiefs,
on my list.
Patriots, Ravens.
Yeah, all those on there are on my list. Also would say the wait, did you say the Patriots? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, you said the Patriots. Yeah, certainly the Patriots. On an individual level, I mean, T.Y. Hilton, Derrick Henry were on my list. I mean, T.Y. Hilton, we know his numbers. They're kind of like Jim Edmonds. They're, Babe Ruthian, or I guess Jerry Riceian, to make it football. But to the point where he wore the clown mask and then continued to clown the Texans in the game. His domination of the Texans was on another level.
I'm the one who stirred that up.
Were you really?
Yeah. Because
was that your question?
T.Y. said NRG is my second home.
Right.
So, like something in that vein. And it's whenever I was covering the Texans for 610 at the time. So I was like, hey, what did you think? I asked Jonathan Joseph in the locker room directly, what did you think about T.Y. Hilton's comments that this is a second home? And he said, that's a clown statement. Kind of did the whole Bryce Harper.
So this is your fault.
So, yeah, I was the one that asked the question that led to Jonathan Joseph, getting upset by his T.Y. Hilton statement. And then all of a sudden, T.Y. Hilton shows up to the stadium in a clown mask. I was like, uh-oh.
That was an all-time power move. That was an all-time power move, wearing the clown mask. And then, if he'd gone out and put up a dud, then it goes away. But he wore the clown mask and then dominated again.
Yep. Yeah, that's a good call on T.Y. That would have slipped my mind. Manning, for sure, is there.
Yeah.
And then Rockets, Golden State currently, for sure. But the Utah Jazz, several editions of the Utah Jazz, like Stockton, Malone, Hornacek killed you. But then, the Andre Karolinko, Darren Williams, Carlos Boozer Jazz also killed you.
Yeah, if I was going to put the Jazz on this list, it would be the Darren Williams, Carlos Boozer. You forgot Mehmet Okur from those
Mehmet
teams.
Okur.
Yep. But they eliminated the Rockets in the first round in back-to-back years during the T-Mac and Yao
See, the
era.
Jazz eliminated you further in the playoffs, though.
They did, but they only the Rockets
stakes.
beat them in the Western Conference Final in 5 games on the way to their first title. So it's kind of like what you said about the Cardinals, where they split. The Rockets won it the first time in the Western Conference Final, and plus they got that in their second title. They beat them in the first round when it was a best of 5, and I believe came back from 2-1 in that series. So the Rockets got them 2 years in a row earlier in the decade. Then they lost the Western Conference Finals in '97. I don't really put the Stockton Malone Jazz as a daddy of the Rockets. I will definitely say the later one in the 2000s was, though.
I feel like the Jazz eliminated the Rockets more than twice.
I don't think so.
Elijah one run.
Yeah, because the Rockets beat them in the Western Conference Finals for the first title. They beat them in the first round of their second title, and then they lost in the Western Conference Finals to the Jazz in '97 when Stockton hit that walk-off in Game 6. But
they lost to him. It might be too early. They lost to him in 84-85.
I didn't even know that one.
But I don't even know if Stockton or Malone were there yet.
No, I don't think they would have.
Elijah one was around.
Yeah, Elijah one was around, but I don't think Stockton and Malone, or certainly not both of them, were around.
Neither one was on that team. Oh no, yeah. Stockton was a rookie. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought Stockton was in that draft after Elijah one, because this would have been Elijah one's. No, Elijah one made the playoffs in his first year. This might have been Elijah one's rookie year. I think he and Stockton were in the same draft class.
Okay.
Let's see.
I still wouldn't say the Stockton Malone.
I'm going to defend this one because Utah terrorized me as a young lad.
But even with just Stockton, it
so
was 2-2.
I'm looking.
I didn't realize they played in the 80s. I didn't know that part of their playoff.
I forgot
history.
that they beat them in 93-94.
Yeah, but I know I'm pretty sure in the 90s it was 2-1 Rockets in the playoffs.
Oh, they won in the first round the second year. That doesn't count. First round.
It does. They came. The Jazz were a 60-win team. They were the higher seed. They're up 2-1 in the series, and the Rockets came back.
Yeah, that's fair enough. All right. Still hated them.
Oh, I share the hate. Yeah, I share the hate with you. I just don't. I wouldn't call them, or that iteration of the Jazz. I wouldn't call them the Rockets' daddy.
That's fair.
Now the 2000s one with Boozer and Darren Williams and Mehmet Okur. Facts.
I didn't hate them as much though. I hated
Darren Williams.
I hated them, but I hated Malone and Stockton more.
Oh yeah. On an individual level for sure.
Frank Reich owned the Oilers. Who is U of H's daddy? Nobody's U of H's daddy. Maybe Ann Richardson.
Southern Miss.
Elway's Broncos always got in the way. Derrick Henry, good call there. Miami Heat, Sacramento Kings give us problems currently. Good point. Remember Tony Eusebius' 30-something game hitting streak? I do. His 30-game hitting streak lasted like 60 games because he didn't play every day. Albert Pujols, Ravens owned the Texans. Sonics back in the day with Peyton and Kemp did, but I think you got even with them. I don't remember how many times they played. Peyton and Kemp were annoying.
I don't think they did because
they didn't beat the Sonics.
Because
they went to the playoffs.
The year before they won their first title, the Sonics knocked them out in the second round, and then when the Rockets won their first title, they avoided the Sonics because of that Nuggets Mutombo upset, and I don't think they ever faced in the playoffs after that.
The 8-1 seed matchup.
Oh, they played in 8.
No. Denver upset Seattle whenever they were.
I think the only time they faced, certainly from the time of the first title after, I think the only time they faced was that year before the first title. I don't think they faced after that.
The Sonics were so good then.
Gary
Payton, Sean Kemp, I love them. They have Detlef Shrimp.
Yeah,
remember him? Who was their center? I can't remember their center.
I don't recall.
I can't remember who their center was. I want to say it was like a big white stiff.
You sure you're not thinking of Rick Smits?
No, I'm not thinking of Rick. I'm pretty sure it was like a big white guy who played center for the Sonics like during that era. I think it was Gary Payton.
Sure it wasn't Luke Longley?
No.
I'm trying to think of big white stiffs.
I can't remember who the shooting guard was on that team, but it was Gary Payton, shooting guard, Detlef Shrimp, Sean Kemp, and then the center I'm thinking of, I want to say he was a big white dude.
Yeah, I just remember mostly remember the three you mentioned with Kip, Payton, and Detlef.
I can't remember their shooting guard at all. Let's see. Seattle, 92-93 team.
Yeah, 92-93.
Oh, no. It was their big center was Michael Cage that year. He was not a white guy. Their shooting guard was Ricky Pierce. Remember Ricky Pierce?
I remember the name, but I don't know much about him.
Yeah, Ricky Pierce. I think he was a good shooter. I remember Ricky Pierce now that I looked it up. Let's see who they won 63 games when they got upset. Yeah, Michael Cage started most of that season, too. All right, misremembering there. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Sonics, popular take, but bad word the Pats, bad word the Colts, bad word the Ravens, bad word the Chiefs. Padres, Trevor Offman owned the Astros.
No, it was Kevin Brown that owned them.
Yeah, Kevin Brown did own them. So did Andy Ashby.
Yeah, and I just thought of this as you were mentioning off the Texans ones. I think now there's no postseason history with these two teams because they're in the NFC, but the Texans have still never beat in their 25 years of team history either the Eagles or the Vikings.
Huh.
They're 0 for franchise history against the Eagles and the Vikings. So I think we have to throw them onto the list.
That's not that many games, though.
It's got to be at least 6 each, right?
You play them every 4 years?
Yeah. It's got to be at least 6 each.
And
you play them. It's possible to play them more often than every 4 years now because of that extra game.
Yeah, that's a lot of games. Huh. Yeah, that's a good call.
CJ
71370. What's that? You whispered again.
CJ 2K.
He was a stud.
He was a stud. I don't remember him dominating the Texans. I may have just blocked that out, but
that's not a bad call. He was really good. The Viking. How about David Gerard? Hail Mary. Kind of owned the Texans.
I still have nightmares sometimes about that tip ball Hail Mary.
Junkie says the Vikings are the Texans' daddy, 6-0 all time against. So there's your record, 6-0. Braves were the Astros postseason daddy back in 97, 99, 01. Q, childhood PTSD. That's my childhood PTSD, too. I'll never forget Tony Eusebio smashing that ball up the middle with the bases loaded, nobody out, Walt Weiss making the play of his life with that little itty-bitty glove. New England Patriots, the daddies. I know this is a strange fake, but it seems like the A's are really the daddies to the Astros, especially when the game really matters. Yeah, but they haven't played in the postseason. So, that would be...
They faced in the COVID year, but the Astros won that series. So
I forgot about the COVID year.
Yeah.
But, they haven't played, a significant series other than the COVID year at all.
Yeah,
they've
the
won
Astros
some critical regular season games, though. Spurs are the Rockets' daddies. They've historically lost the most games to that team. Yeah, but the Rockets won the biggest series against them, though.
Yeah, Western Conference Finals, yeah.
Understanding the Astros are often injured is Chandler Rome's daddy, says a junkie. That's a good text of the day right there.
Untenable rosters. Or
LaMarcus Aldridge, Texans daddy. That's a good call. LaMarcus Aldridge would own the Rockets.
Yeah, so would you say bigger Rockets daddy LaMarcus Aldridge? He certainly had big games in that series, but I think the Rockets won that series. Or Damian Lillard because of the Game 6 walk-off.
I think it was the same series, wasn't it?
No, because the first time they faced, I think it was Aldridge and Brandon Roy. Because they faced the Blazers when Yao was still there. Then the Damian Lillard walk-off was later.
Yeah,
2012.
I remember whenever
13.
Aldridge played a series against Dwight.
No, well, Aldridge's career obviously lasted a lot longer, especially a lot longer than Brandon Roy, who sadly got injured and his career kind of went off.
Yeah, I would say Aldridge.
Yeah, see, I guess it's more of a singular moment with Dame with the game winner with Parsons getting lost, but yeah, I guess Aldridge overall would probably be the bigger one.
White Sox are the Astros' daddy, and they can never play them in the World Series again. Yeah, it's not a bad call. They got a little bit of atonement in the playoffs, but then they, sacrificed Lance McCullers' elbow. Bill O'Brien, the Astros, the Rockets. Nah, that's not true. Sonics, Casey Kendall used to run the Astro squad. Casey Kendall was an Astro. Who has Houston been the biggest daddy to? The Yankees.
Yankees, definitely.
Yankees for sure. Can we throw in the Letterman jackets, Bill O'Brien? We're not talking about people we hate. Oh, I guess I did kind of talk about people we hate. But we're talking about who are the daddies to Houston sports. Probably thinking of Ostertag from the Jazz. I might have been thinking of Ostertag. They had Sam Perkins. Perkins came off the bench, though. He wasn't a starter.
Yeah. He was a big, but he also wasn't like a big.
Well, he played the 5, but he came off the bench.
Right. I just mean like he was, because I thought we were talking about like 7-footers. He wasn't a 7-footer.
I was talking about their starting center.
Okay.
Yeah. He was probably a good 6'10", though, Sam Perkins.
No, for sure. I just thought we were talking about 7-footers. He wasn't 7 foot.
The second round of the playoffs is the Texans' daddy. That's a good one.
Yeah, good call.
That's a really good answer. Supersonics had our number. Yao Ming's feet. Hated Greg Ostertag. Lillard says something. Yeah, it's one of the saddest things
Yao got drafted a year before LeBron. Now, he wouldn't still be in the league now, but his career could have lasted so much longer.
I loved Yao Ming so much.
Same.
He's so adorable. Love that guy. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Cash 'em or trash 'em coming in next. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe with Brian filling in on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. I'm cashing that you got to get out there to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and on Lake Livingston here. It's spring, summer's rolling around. It's going to be here before you know it. Go ahead and make those plans now to get out there to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. They got that water park opening up soon. They're going to have that lazy river there in no time. They always take care of their visitors out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort as well. Look at some of the upcoming events they have. They got a barbecue cook-off coming up March 27th through 28th. Easter weekend, go do your Easter egg hunting at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. That would be awesome. 3-year celebration in April, mid-April. Fajitas and Ritas cook-off in April 17th and the 18th. The Chuck Wagon Dinner, April 24th through the 25th. And they got a fishing tournament, their spring fishing tournament, late April, chili cook-off in early May. So they're doing something every weekend out at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You're going to love your time out there. It is so much fun. You get out of you get out of the real world for a second. You get back to the beautiful Mother Nature the way that it was intended to be. And it's only 90 minutes from Houston. You're there in an hour and a half. You can escape the city without going too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You don't have to jump on a plane, go through TSA, wait at the gate. Don't have to load up the car for an 8-hour drive. No, you're there in an hour and a half. You're going to be hiking their 92 acres of property in no time, hanging out by the water, the Two Creeks. Take your fishing pole. It's some of the best fishing in Texas. You can do some kayaking while you're there. They have pickleball courts. They have Swampers. What Swampers? It's a place where you get a cold one. I don't need to say any more. And they got all the stays that you could want, too. Perfect stay for everybody. Glamping, cabins. They have a tree house out there. You climb up the stairs. You stay in a house that's perched inside of in the tree. Or you can just pull up the RV. They have RV hookup spots as well. The perfect stay for everybody. So book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. Or trash him. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. Someone saying, was it Jack Sigma? Sigma was there before Kemp and Payton, but
yeah, Sigma was in
maybe I'm confusing the years.
Yeah, Sigma was the player in the 70s and 80s, right?
Mostly 80s.
Okay.
But maybe I'm just confusing the years, and that's what I'm thinking of. I don't feel like it is, though. I'm not sure that's accurate. Anyways, 713-780-ESPN. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? Brian.
So my cash and trashing this week, I'm going with another one outside of the world of sports. I'm going to tell you, Jeremy, and listening audience, that the best sandwich in the world is a lobster roll.
The best sandwich in the world is a lobster roll?
Yeah. If we're ranking sandwiches, the one at the very, very top is a lobster roll. I say that because I had a lobster roll earlier today, and it's on my mind. But I don't think you get. Yeah, it is a little bougie. I don't think you can get any better if you're eating a sandwich for lunch than a lobster roll.
Where'd you get a lobster roll from?
Mainly sandwiches there, the I-10 Marquee.
What is it, $19.99 now?
No, sadly, it's more than that.
It's more than that?
Yeah, it's more than that.
$24.99?
I don't know if I want to out their price in case they want to be a sponsor someday, but I'll say it's more than that.
So, I love lobster rolls.
Mm-hmm.
Love lobster rolls, but I can't justify the price.
Yeah,
on a
look,
lobster roll.
I used to eat there on a more regular basis because the price wasn't as high, and there was a location on Shepherd, so it was a little more convenient for me to get there. But when they moved to I-10 and I guess it's Silber, it would be the closest cross street. I haven't been there. I haven't been there in probably 3-4 years, but I was nearby and decided to stop in.
And there's also the question if that's a sandwich.
I was ready for that debate, and I think it is. I'll also go a step further. I would call a hot dog a sandwich as well.
But even if I were to concede, the debate, concede that part of it, I can't get over the price for it to be the best sandwich.
Well, why does the price matter? We're just talking about the most tasty sandwich you can have.
Well, I think everything comes down to return on investment. I disagree. I think the price always matters.
That's a different
it's always
conversation. If you're talking about the best sandwich as far as bang for your buck, that's a different conversation than what the most tasty sandwich is.
But if you're going to get a lobster roll to be called a sandwich, I could call a cheeseburger a sandwich.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And I'll take a cheeseburger over a lobster roll.
I love a good cheeseburger, but no, I go if price were even, I would go lobster roll 100 times out of 100.
Give me a good cheeseburger over a lobster roll. You could also call it, like, based on this logic, you could also call like a barbacoa taco a sandwich.
I hear what you're saying. The line is thin, but I think tacos are a different category. We have a name for it.
Well, even if I were to concede that argument, I'm still going with the burger. So trash that one. I have 3 here.
Trash.
I hate that the PPI in Major League Baseball, that you have to be in the top 100 of Major League Baseball, Pipeline, Baseball America, and ESPN, 2 of the 3. In order for a team to qualify for the PPI incentive, the player program incentive, the prospect has to be in the top 10 in 2 of those 3 publications. That's, the Astros got Hunter Brown, top 3 Cy Young, so they're getting an extra draft pick. Cam Smith qualifies as a PPI eligible guy. If he were to win the Rookie of the Year or finish top 3 in MVP while the Astros have his control, then he would garner the Astros a draft pick. My argument here is I don't think that they should have this player pool coming from different publications to produce them. Why just can't it be everybody? Why can't anybody that wins the Rookie of the Year give their team a draft pick? Why does it have to be these top 100 players? I don't like that aspect of it.
Great take. No, I'm 100% on board with it. Go ahead and cash it, Ryan. I don't see. Yeah, why would you limit yourself? Like, are we like that's almost like saying that it's almost like they're saying, well, we know who the exact 100 players, the top 100 prospects are in the world. Which one, they're wrong all the time. You have players come up. It'd be great. They're outside the top 100. You have players in the top 100. Hello, Forrest Whitley, that turn out to be bums. And even if that wasn't the case, like why the incentive should just be that you're calling up players who then do well and you're rewarding them for that. Why does it matter where they are ranked?
It probably had to do with the negotiations and like agreeing the players union to do it because they don't want to lose their jobs. It probably had something to do with that, but I think it's stupid. It should.
How would that benefit the players union?
Well, the players union's pro-veteran players.
Oh, I see.
And veteran players don't want young players taking their jobs.
Okay, I can see that. So if you limit the field, then that limits the amount of times that the veteran would lose their job. I can see that.
Even then, it's marginal. Like
it is.
That has to be the argument. That has to be That has to be their negotiation. Like, okay, we'll do this, but it has to be limited to a certain amount. Okay, if it's limited to a certain amount, how do we get that certain amount? I think it's dumb. I would like to just see this across the board. Don't need to be top 100. Plus, I don't love the third-party aspect of it. Like, you have so many teams who are like, oh, those those projections are stupid. They don't know ball, but they're going to matter when it comes to teams getting draft picks. It doesn't make any sense. This one might be a little bit more controversial. I think they should put a double bag at first base in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, no, trash that.
Why?
I get
Trash.
I get player safety. I just don't. It looks cheap. It looks amateur.
Cheap.
It
looks more
cheap and
expensive.
it looks,
2 bases cost more than 1.
Yeah, okay, cheap wasn't the right word. It looks amateur. I don't want it. I know this
Big
is
fan of the double bag.
This is kind of like the argument people have against players wearing like the Guardian cap. It just doesn't look cool. The double bag doesn't look cool.
Okay,
I'm out.
You're in favor of head-on collisions at first base. It's going to leave someone dead.
Man up. Run down to that single bag.
The real reason I like it is because it clarifies a bit that runner's lane interference rule that no one knows what it is.
Did you see the play? I can forget what teams were involved, but there was a play a few nights ago where the first baseman made a play at first, tagged the base, but tagged the wrong part of the base of the double base. And
what teams were they?
I just said I don't remember which teams it were. I'm guessing you do. Is that why you're asking me that? Or are you just
I'm
not
wondering
hear
if
me?
you saw an old video if it happened again.
Well, this is like 3-4 days ago. Maybe it was a repost. I don't know. But
yeah, the rules are a little quirky on the double bag.
Yeah, he tagged the first baseman tagged the inside bag, and so the runner was called safe.
And then the last one I have, Texas high school basketball needs to adopt the shot clock.
I didn't know they didn't have a shot clock.
They've never had it.
Really? Okay, yeah. Then 100% cash.
I don't think there's a lot of states that do have it, but if a single state has it, Texas should be the one. It's just I like basketball more with a shot clock. I don't want to watch four corners.
Yeah, I don't know how much I don't know how in danger we are to having Dean Smith from the 70s going four corners on people. But I would agree with that. I think it should be. I wouldn't go full NBA like 24-second shot clock. I would go 30 or 35.
That's fine.
Yeah, but you have to have a shot clock.
So I just pulled up how many states have it. Google says that 32 states have it.
So we're in the minority then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Like, how are we in the minority? We're Texas. We're the biggest state in the country. How do we not have the shot clock? And we play a beautiful brand of high school basketball in our state. Arguably the best.
I don't know what the argument against would be. Like, what is the argument against the shot clock?
Yeah, well, I think there's two things. I think it's one, it's money, and that might not even be the most important thing, but also to have it for every single high school in the entire state. Like, I don't think they want to pass it for like 6A basketball, and then they don't have it like in 2A basketball.
It's too expensive to have a clock?
No, I don't think it's clock. I think it's more uniformity.
Okay.
I think uniformity is the more important counter argument than cost. Although I do think cost comes into play. Like, it is expensive to put in shot clocks. It is expensive to wire it. It is expensive to get the the little clock, the trigger that you have to have at the scores table. Then you have to employ somebody every single game to run the shot clock. So I do think that the expense is, it's not going to be $1 million, but it's going to be higher than I bet you would think at first blush.
Yeah, maybe that is an obstacle for the lower schools, but I wouldn't have thought it'd been too expensive to employ for everyone.
And look, maybe you just trigger it, you tier it, right? Like, you start off in 6A. Or you know what you can do? You can also just go to some arenas that don't have it. Like, it can be independent of the school. Like, do you want it? Cool, you can have it, and then we'll play with those rules whenever we have it. And if we don't have it, we won't play with those rules.
Yeah, that's a nice in-between.
I think that needs a shot clock so bad.
Yeah, I'm with you. Cash it.
Much better. 713-780-ESPN. Isn't a lobster roll sushi?
No, it's cooked. I guess some sushi is cooked, but no, it's not sushi.
I love sushi, though. You can probably get a lobster roll at a sushi place, but you were talking about something different.
Yeah, Maine.
Crazy lobster roll, something like that. Give me the crab roll. Tastes better and is cheaper.
Yeah, they dress it a little bit differently, but you can. That is a good take. I've done that before when I was feeling cheap, and I just got the crab roll, save $5, and just tell them to dress it like the lobster roll. That is a good hack.
I'm a cash or trash. The Cougs don't make it past the Elite Eight this year. I'm a Coug, by the way. So the Final Four.
So you're saying Final Four? Yeah, Final Four or further.
I'm gonna trash that.
Trash.
It's our year, baby.
I would trash it as well.
Trash.
B might get the bankroll for $30 sandwich. We got his talent fee this week.
I wish it was only $30.
I trashed the roll. I'll take a cheesesteak any day. Well, that's a good call. Some cheesesteaks you have to have the right cheesesteak, though. Some cheesesteaks can be pretty dry.
Are you a Cheese Whiz guy or a provolone guy?
Both. Depends on the specialty of the place.
I'm more of a provolone guy, but cheesesteaks are great.
That might have been Brian's worst take of all time, and that's saying something.
I'm glad I could come through for you.
Sliced beef brisket sandwich, top rated. Is that the okay? Yeah, with a pickle on it. I hope.
Oh yeah.
Some people like raw onion. I don't love raw onion.
I don't love raw onion on a chopped beef.
You gotta have a pickle on it though.
Yeah, I'm not a pickle guy either, but
you don't put your pickle on a brisket sandwich?
Nah.
Oh man,
I don't
fantastic.
I just don't like pickles. So
best sandwich is a regular ham and cheese with some Doritos in it after a long day at the pool. I do like the crunch of a chip in a sandwich from time to time.
I'll catch that part of the take. The rest of it, I disagree with.
Cash or trash? Casero would draft an offensive line player and immediately shift him to another spot on the O-line.
Trash.
Yeah, I'll
trash
it too.
Trash.
Isn't safety first, Brian? Your kids don't wear helmets.
Safety first? What are we talking about?
I think he's talking about the double bag.
Oh, okay. No, my well, never mind. It's not worth getting into. But no. Besides, my 4-year-old daughter is not a Major League Baseball player. That's apples and oranges.
She might be someday.
She might be a Major League Baseball player. I tend to doubt it.
Wasn't it John Hudek's daughter that played college baseball?
No idea.
That's true. I think it's true. I think her name was Amy.
Sure.
I've seen a point guard sit out front and run 3 minutes off the clock trying to get the defense to come out to guard, then to set up their offense. Shot clock, baby. That's dumb.
I haven't watched enough high school basketball in Texas to know how often this is a problem, but there's no reason there should be a shot clock for anyone who can afford it.
The shot clock in high school has been brought up at the last year's at coaching school. All right, we don't bring it up anymore. Vote it through. NFHA's rules are to not have a shot clock. We'll make an amendment. No, we aren't the biggest state in the country. That'd be Alaska. I mean, I didn't mean what is it? Whenever you were,
it's a nitpick.
You just made the list.
Well, they didn't make the list. They're all right. They're right.
Should we boot them?
No, they're right.
Yeah, but that's not what.
Kenan Galveston's right. But what I meant was, is it what is it? I'm blanking on the term. I learned it like in geography when I was like in 7th grade. But you knew what I meant. But you're right. So we're not going to boot them. We're not going to boot them for accuracy. You are too trigger happy.
I mean, it's been 2.
No, he was right.
2 people so far.
Look, he was getting on to me for saying an incorrect statement, and he's right. We're not booting him for that.
Yeah.
Not booting him for accuracy.
Man, here I am having your back. You're arguing with me.
No, because I appreciate facts and I appreciate accuracy.
Did you actually say that Texas is the biggest state in the country?
I did. Yeah.
Okay. See, I guess I misheard you, but I thought you just meant like we're the best. I thought I heard we're the best, basketball playing state in the country. I thought. I guess you worded it.
My
differently.
thing, whenever I go size those, I just don't count Alaska. I go to the continuous 48. So technically he's right, and I know that you're right. You got me. I concede. You're right. You're not getting booed for that because you're right. High school coach here, you're spot on. Cost is huge, and someone working it as well. Yeah, it does take a little bit. Darrow special dipped with jalapeno mayo, best sandwich.
Going back to that last.
We gotta go,
comment.
Brian.
No. Going back to the comment about money and the shot clock, I can see that it costs money, and maybe some schools and school districts wouldn't have the money for it. But how do 32 states afford it and Texas can't?
Rich states.
Yeah. I mean,
red
maybe,
tape.
I guess
I don't know.
I guess we're just poor. We're poor. But I don't buy that as an excuse.
I'd have to go state by state. I have no idea. Cash or trash. MLB ball strikes challenges. If you're right, you retain your 2 challenges. That's the rule.
That is the rule. Yeah.
You get to keep them. Continental U.S. biggest. That's what I said. They should get rid of the extra point, and everyone has to go for 1 from their 3-yard line or go for 2 from the 7-yard line.
Nah, trash.
Yeah, that's
trash.
That's like USFL.
It becomes a little gimmicky at that point to me.
Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Thank you, Jeremy. Very cool, not booting me. Yeah, you don't get booted for accuracy around here. You pull the boy away from the glass, and the boy's ready to throw everybody out.
Okay, that's a weird way to phrase it.
You go. You give him the option for ejection. He's trying to throw everybody out of the game. There's not going to be anybody left. Brian.
It's been 2 whole show. The whole show.
Not going to be anybody left. Another one. I'd be triggered happy too if I had that much power, Jeremy. It is a lot of power. I will say
not only is it a lot of power, but it's also a very catchy song. So part of it is not just the action worth booting for. Is also like I kind of want to hear the song.
Yeah, but you just can't oversaturate it.
Yeah, but it's been 2. I don't think that's oversaturating.
Blaine, I make a cheap lobster roll at home with shrimp, boil them, then toss with celery, green onions, and mayonnaise. Sometimes add a bit of mint or cilantro. But that's it. Loaf of bread, big chunk of cold lettuce, and it's amazing. Way cheaper and dang good. But Blaine, don't talk about it. Be about it. Don't sit here and talk about how great of a cheap lobster roll you make. Come prove it.
Yeah, bring
Put your lobster roll where your mouth is at.
5353 West Alabama. Come see us.
Yeah. Just got in the car, and today I learned high school basketball doesn't have a shot clock. Well, in most states it does, but not in Texas.
No, we're poor. We're poor.
Is contiguous the word you were looking for? Yeah, it was. It's a Friday, man.
What'd you say?
Continuous. I make the list. I'm sleepy. Muffaletta is the best. I don't like muffalettas.
I don't think I've had one. I don't remember.
It's too olive-y. It's too olive-y.
Yeah, I don't like olives.
I don't like
Ouch.
olives. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like muffalettas. I know that's very non-Cajun of me. Lobster roll would be around 8 on the top 10 list. Not enough seasoning. Shrimp po' boy is way netter.
I do like a shrimp po' boy, but the only thing that knocks that, well, I guess the main thing that knocks the shrimp po' boy down for me is very few places get the bread to shrimp ratio right. Like
I agree with that.
It feels like 9 times out of 10, if I get a shrimp po' boy, they have the bread is way too much. It's just, it ruins the ratio. The ratio.
You got to get it in a good spot.
Yeah.
I love a shrimp po' boy, but you're right. The number one mess up on any po' boy is that the bread is just way too much, has too much volume, and the ratio gets jacked. I agree with you. Texas can afford a play clock in football, not a shot clock in basketball. Come on.
Good
well,
point.
football is king.
That's kind of a good point, though. Would the cost be pretty similar, I would think? I mean, I get football's bringing in more revenue, which is a fair argument, but it feels like the cost would be pretty similar. We have a text from Ryan behind the glass. He's saying chicken parm is the best sandwich.
Chicken parm is a good sandwich.
It's up there. It's on definitely my top 10. I wouldn't put it ahead of the lobster roll, though.
I probably would. I like a chicken parm.
Bad take.
Chicken parm sandwich is good. Junkie says Continental 48. I think it's the Continental 49, isn't it?
No, it'd be 48 because Hawaii is not a part of the continent.
Right, but it's not. That's a different word.
Well, it could be 49 though.
No, the Continental 49 is an official geographic designation for the 49 U.S. states located on the North American continent, which includes Alaska but excludes Hawaii. So, no, Continental 49 still wouldn't have Texas as the biggest state. I appreciate you trying to argue for that for me, Junkie, but it's Continental 49, and that includes Alaska, so Texas wouldn't be the biggest.
I feel like all the disclaimers I usually see that say Alaska and Hawaii are not part of some giveaway always mention, like, Continental 48, but maybe, I don't know. I've never seen the term Continental 49 listed. I guess technically be right, but I don't think I've ever seen that.
Well, you're thinking of the contiguous United States.
Yeah, maybe so.
Which is the 48 adjoining states. I screwed it up. I own it. Don't eat random people lobster rolls. Disaster waiting to happen. Best sandwich is the one you make the day after Thanksgiving. Those are pretty good. Brian doesn't like olives or pickles. He has the palate of a child.
That's what did it? Olives and pickles?
Blaine said, you guys are the best. I'll bring you lobster rolls next week. Thank you, Blaine. We'll be here waiting.
Don't do it Thursday or Friday because Brandon won't be here.
Yeah. Have to pay for the ref training, too, on the shot clock.
It would just be that much, though. It was the shot clock. I think we're way overthinking this. It's a clock. Like,
well, I think you're underthinking it. I don't think you understand the logistics that are in play.
I don't think I'm underselling like the training on it. It's a clock.
Yeah, I don't know if you would have to pay for. Well, I don't think you have to pay for the ref training. They'd probably just send out like a video to all their current members, and then all of the new members would probably just have that added to their current training. I don't think the ref training would be an expense. Stepped out of the truck, might have missed it. Border, you ain't a torta. As far as a sandwich, that works. I love tortas.
Yeah, tortas are great. Not my number one, but it's definitely top 10.
Chad GBT says adding a shot clock would be $3K to $15K per gym, depending on the equipment and install. That's not bad. I think it'd be more than that, though.
I mean, I have no idea what the cost would be, but I would think most of 6A and 5A schools could afford that.
They probably built play clock in a football stadium. Well, it's not the schools that are paying; it's the
districts,
the residents.
Oh, okay.
It's the taxpayers. They probably built play clock into football stadiums when built, but they would have to retrofit basketball shot clocks. It's true, they would. It's the lower 48, whatever. Best shrimp, Po' Boys, Parkway, New Orleans. Best shrimp to bread ratio. You know what? I agree completely. I was trying to think of the name of that place, and I couldn't remember what it was.
What was it again? I missed the name.
I think it's Parkway. I think it might even be Parkway Grocer.
Parkway Grocer. Where
they
is
have,
that?
Remember the like the red Barks? It's like red cream soda.
Oh yeah.
Barks red cream soda.
Uh-huh.
The Parkway in New Orleans has Barks red cream soda on tap.
Whoa, wow. I didn't know
It's
that.
on
I've
the
been to
fountain
New
machine.
Orleans a couple times, but I didn't know that place.
Yeah, Parkway's fantastic.
I'll stop by next time I'm there.
Really, really good. Philip 68, I don't really have anything to say, but I enjoy hearing my name on air. Philip 68, catch this boot. You're out of here. What a cheap text. We don't text that kind of stuff.
Out of here.
Yeah, Philip 68. I don't have anything to say, but I just want to hear my name on here.
You kind of won, though. You said his name now like 4 times.
How selfish is that, Philip 68? Like,
It
I
is.
gotta hear my name on the radio. Look how egotistical I am. Well, catch this boot. See you later, Philip.
I mean,
Hope you have a great
you
weekend.
say your name in every segment.
Don't sleep on a Vietnamese.
Oh, banh mi. Where would banh mi be on your
Grilled
list?
banh mi with a fried egg on top. I like banh mi's. Banh mi's are fantastic. I had a vermicelli bowl the other day.
Never had
Very,
that.
very good. Vermicelli bowls are fantastic. All right, that's enough. Denil Hunter. He got paid. Denil Hunter gets a huge contract. Good news, bad news. What does it mean for the cap? All of that. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know what's coming up soon? March Madness is coming up soon. We got to get your hands on some tickets to March Madness. It's coming to Houston. Did you know that? March Madness coming to H-Town. NCAA March Madness coming to Houston. Attendance is a courage. Passion is mandatory. Get your hands on some tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
So the Texans have been very active. Last night they extended Denil Hunter. Gets paid. Denil Hunter, 1 year, $40.1 million fully guaranteed extension. Paying him a lot of cash, too. Signing bonus up front, which means it actually saves them money on the cap somehow. And then, when you earlier, they released Joe Mixon after he requested his release. And Ian Rappaport tweeting this out 10 minutes ago. Texans tight end Dalton Schultz agrees to a 1 year, $12.6 million extension. This is going to add cap space, too, if they finagle it properly, and something tells me Nick Caserio will. So Caserio continues to create some cap space here. I like the extension. Dalton Schultz is a good player. 12.6 is more than fair for Dalton Schultz. He's here for 2 more years. I have no issue with this whatsoever.
Yeah, same. I was looking up just to see if on Spot Track, like where that ranked. And right now, and it looks like they have updated it, but right now it has Dalton Schultz 10th in guaranteed money. Like, that feels right. Dalton Schultz is a bottom end of the top 10 tight end in this league, kind of around that part. So I think it makes sense because he's still playing at a level where you feel comfortable that he can be good for another, for an extra season beyond what he already had. So it makes sense to go ahead and lock that up. And if it creates some cap room for you this year, then that makes even more sense. So I'm glad Caserio got that taken care of.
The cap's hard to understand for me, so I just kind of
same.
look at smarter people than me that point out what Nick Caserio is doing. And I've read that Nick Caserio is like borrowing from next year's cap space to pay
credit
down
card spending
this year's cap space, which we see this kind of a lot. Have you heard that term before? Or are you making that analogy?
No, that's a term I've heard before. Like, we've seen the Saints do this for years where they go into the offseason. It's like, oh, they're $40 million over the cap, and all of a sudden they have room to spend for a big free agent.
Is this what the Saints did, though, where they were extending their guys to make
I don't know if they
cap?
were doing the exact same thing as Caserio, but I just know that they always went into the season way over the cap and then still had somehow had room to make moves. So the only concern with this, and I heard Dell mention, it wasn't about Dalton Schultz. It was obviously in reference to Denil Hunter. The only concern about this is kind of the credit card spending nature of this, where eventually the money you move around does still come due. But as long as Caserio keeps shuffling the cards, then I guess he could keep handling it on into the future. And it makes sense, even if the bill does come due at some point. You think this team, if the quarterback doesn't turn the ball over at an historic level, has a chance to win a Super Bowl. So maximize this year and then worry about the future years at a later date.
Yeah, I don't remember if this is exactly what the Saints did to – because the Saints eventually put themselves in terrible cap space where they had to get rid of everybody.
The bill always comes due. It's just how long do you feel like shuffling? Sometimes teams
right, but but I'm curious if the Texans are doing what the Saints did.
I don't know
or
if
the
it's
Texans are
exact
getting
same.
creative with extensions as a way to reduce the current number and then add an extra year to the contract.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the exact same mechanics, but it feels like the result is kind of the same. And again, like, I think teams sometimes will do this until they realize the team that they have is like not good enough to win a title, then they go ahead and pay the bill. So I think that's what Caserio's doing here, is pushing money back while you have a chance to win. And then if the team falls off to a point where they don't think they can win, they'll go ahead and pay that bill and kind of reset.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that, though. Like
that's what they're doing, or that's a good strategy? Or I guess both.
I don't agree with that they're doing what the Saints did. I think they're doing it in a different way. And they're also doing it on short-term contracts to where I think they just let the players play out the contract, and then they turn all of their spending to their young players.
I mean, is that true, though? Because, I mean, Denil Hunter signed a short-term deal, and they've now extended him twice.
But they're
Dalton
all short-term
Schultz, same
deals.
thing. They signed him on a one-year deal initially. Now they've extended him
all
twice.
All short-term deals.
Yeah, I know. But, like, I thought you were saying they signed the short-term deals and then they let them play out. That's not what they're doing with Dalton.
No. They're going to let the player finish his contract, like, eventually. Like, yeah, they keep adding these years to these players' contract, but I don't think they're just going to get rid of the player. Like Denil Hunter, I just pulled up his cap number next year, 16.1. So that's how they created savings on Denil Hunter's extension. The year after that's 45. Like, don't you think Denil Hunter is going to play in 2027 with the Houston Texans?
I do, but that's kind of what I mean. Like, they're pushing back the money for a later year. Like, I mean, next year we're probably going to hear Caserio having to make room because now Denil Hunter.
Yeah, but you said they're going to continue to do this going forward. I don't think that they're going to continue doing this going to like 2030. I think that it's going to end with Denil Hunter at some point. I think it's going to end with Dalton Schultz at some point, and then that your term credit card spending I think is going to be more short term than long term because they're going to have to spend a bigger piece of their cap pie on the younger players.
Yeah, certainly. If they pay Stroud and when they pay Will Anderson, then that might force Caserio's hand to stop doing this to a degree.
And I think it also, like the Denil Hunter and Dalton Schultz, the length of their contract is going to expire, even though they're kicking it down the road a bit, before those big cap numbers for Will Anderson, if they extend C.J. Stroud, really kick in.
Possibly so. Yeah, and I do think we could both be right in this, that Caserio, because I think he's good at this, could continue to maneuver things around to where even though it's pushing it forward, like to where that day never actually comes to a degree. Like there's ways to, I don't understand how they do it, but seemingly teams always find a way to create cap room until they don't feel like they need it because the team can't compete. I mean, I was just kind of comparing the Saints, not so much in the exact way they're doing, is more so that we think they don't have cap room. Like the Texans, 5 days ago were in the negative, and all of a sudden they have like $20 million now to spend. So that's kind of more the point I was making.
Yeah. I'm not upset by re-signing Schultz, but I was kind of ready to try something different. We already know exactly what he can do, and it's not special. What do you mean it's not special? He had the most special tight end season in Houston Texans franchise history. He broke the record for the most tight end receptions of anybody in franchise history. What record-breaking receptions isn't special to you? You got some high standards there, Junkie. It must be why you listen to us. Philip68 says Dalton Schultz was actually pretty good last year, but I'm not going to read that on the air because we already banned you, Philip68. You've been ejected. You can come back next week. Julian has not been ejected, and he's waiting for us on the HRP listener line. Julian, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
Afternoon, gentlemen. The 49ers have been doing that for a while. They'll borrow from the next year and do ultimately, like you said, it has to stop at some point, and I think you're right. I know you're right. It's going to stop, and it's going to coincide with those extensions. And, dude, it's a pain in the ass whenever you have to do all that because – the Niners had to do a reset, and we were not a 12-win team. It didn't look like it. I know what the numbers say, but it wasn't that. And the reason is because we kept on kicking that cap to the next year and the next year until finally it bit us on the ass. Have a good day, gentlemen.
Yeah, that's the concern. Like, eventually the money comes due, and if they're going to let it end when these new deals kick in for Will Anderson and possibly C.J. Stroud, like, if those coincide at the same time of now more money for Will Anderson, more money for C.J. Stroud, and you're finally having to pay the bill on Hunter and to a lesser extent Dalton Schultz, that could create some problems. But I don't mind the move just because you have to maximize your chance to win when you have a chance to win.
Yeah, I guess my nitpick here is I don't think that we can call it what credit card spending.
Credit card spending.
My thing, and sure, we can call it credit card spending. I don't think Caserio is passing the buck down like 5 to 7 years from now, though. I think this ends after the 2027 season. Like I think he's done doing this credit card spending at the end of the 27 season when Denil Hunter is up, and then whenever all of the big contracts have to trigger in. So I think that he's spacing it out, knowing what is coming down the pike with some of these other players' salaries that he knows he has to pay, which also kind of contradicts his, like, he doesn't look at beyond 2 years. Yeah,
let's say that sounds like you're describing a window, Jeremy.
Right, yeah, which we know you know that. Like, I don't understand why you're telling us you don't know that.
He doesn't know what a window is.
It's so weird.
He doesn't know what drafting for need is.
To me, it's staggering. It's like a timeline thing. Like, he knows he has this timeline to borrow against his future spending, but he knows that it has to expire by this exact point in time because all the other contracts are kicking in. So I think it's almost like he's looking at it in a 2-year window.
Sounds like it.
Which he has said that before, even though he says he doesn't know what windows are. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Bad Take Boulevard, what are the worst takes of the week? Bad Take Boulevard is next. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. One of the worst takes of the week, 713-780-ESPN. Bad Take Boulevard, 713-780-3776. Joe Mixon, long live Joe Mixon. But Joe Mixon makes the list today. He went at Ian Rappaport on November
You just made the list!
Saying that Ian Rappaport tweeted Joe Mixon not expected to play this season as he deals with a foot injury from the offseason. Joe Mixon responded to it, says, how do you know more about me than me? It ended up getting community noted, Ian Rappaport's text, because it said Joe Mixon denies this claim. But Joe Mixon was wrong.
Yeah, can we community note a community note?
That's my line.
Oh, I didn't know you were going to say that. My bad. Go ahead.
I've already said it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I said it earlier in the show.
Oh,
and I tweeted it at 3:05.
Not this segment.
And I made a TikTok saying it.
I'm not watching your TikToks.
I've said it in 3 different mediums.
Oh, well, at least one medium I didn't see. You said it on the show earlier in the show?
Yes.
Okay. Well, at least it wasn't literally in the same sentence.
You always get on to me for not listening to you.
It's the same
this is a
sentence
classic case of you not listening to me.
All right, fine. Put me on the list.
Took it word for word. What do you mean?
Put me on the list. It's fine.
You just made the list.
There we go. Happy?
But no, because it wasn't a take.
Yeah, but that hasn't stopped us before. We put non-takes on Bad Take Boulevard.
No.
Yes,
I'm a
we
stickler.
have. Plenty of times.
I'm a stickler.
No, you're not.
I'm a stickler when it comes to the rules.
Oh, you're not.
I believe in order and form.
Maybe so, but not in this case.
Dell says he hates French toast.
I still
earlier this week.
dispute that he said that, but I know the listener's claiming it.
Why do you dispute that?
Because I heard the conversation. He didn't say it. Maybe it happened a different part that I didn't hear, but in the conversation I heard on the show that day, he never said that.
Were you listening to his entire show that day?
That's what I was saying. Like, it could have happened
how
earlier.
are you disputing it then?
Because maybe French toast came up at a different part of the show, but I heard the conversation about French toast, and he didn't say it.
What did he say?
He criticized John because they brought up apparently there's a trend where people, instead of the milk or egg, like egg and milk, that you'll soak the French toast in, people are doing it with vanilla ice cream. And then John started throwing out other flavors of ice cream that they should put in, like pistachio, I think was one he mentioned. I don't remember the other ones.
That is big back activity.
It is. Although I'd probably try it. But anyway, Dell was trashing John's like alternate ice cream flavors over vanilla, but he
I don't
never
think you should put ice cream on a pan though.
Say that again.
I don't think you should put ice cream on a pan. Like, you have to dip the toast into ice cream.
Why would that be a problem?
You have to put it on a pan. I don't think you should cook ice cream.
But I mean, you're cooking, and normally when it's French toast, you're still cooking milk and egg. You're still cooking dairy.
But that's fine. My issue with that trend is I don't think that ice cream should be warmed up. I'm not a fan of that.
Oh, okay. So you're speaking as an ice cream purist.
Sure.
Okay. Well, because I thought you were saying because the milk or the product in the ice cream would go bad from being heated up.
It just feels wrong to heat up ice cream.
Yeah. In general, like, I hate when people, because my wife will sometimes do this, so I'm going to call her out. Bad take by her. But sometimes when you take the ice cream out and it's a little difficult to scoop, people will microwave it for 10 seconds. I hate that.
Yeah.
I hate that. Like,
Does she microwave the entire carton?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's not cool.
I hate it. Like, no, just man up and try a little harder. Just scoop it out.
Well, she might not be. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've never met her.
Yeah.
That's Bush League. You shouldn't do that.
No, I hate it.
Now, if you did that, if you put yours in a bowl and then heated it up, that's fine.
Yeah,
because that's no longer community ice cream.
Right.
Yeah, that you can individualize your ice cream however way you wish. But with a community ice cream pool, you shouldn't be heating up the entire community pool.
Drives me crazy.
Yeah, it's messed up. That's Bush League by your wife.
I agree.
I question her decision making.
Well, for many reasons, some would say.
That's the joke. Brett Coleman. He makes the list twice this week. First one, he makes the list. This is whenever the Texans traded Titus Howard to Cleveland in exchange for a 5th-round pick. He tweeted, Houston must really like Blake Fisher for right tackle and have some other plan for guard. What? Tell me you just made the list without telling me you don't know the Texans. People actually say he's a fan of the Texans, which how in the world could you think that Blake Fisher is going to be the starting right tackle for the Texans?
Yeah, I don't get – because it was popular that day to put out, like, here's the offensive lineman that would start if the season started today. I think we called out Will Kunkel for doing that. But, yeah, like, there's no chance that they would go into the season with that. The Texans have told you at every turn, other than spending a draft pick on him, that they don't like Blake Fisher. Like, he only gets on the field because of injuries or he's the extra tight end in a heavy set. So they've told you at every step of the way they don't like Blake Fisher, and we know Nick Casario is a willing dealing son of a gun, so he's going to make moves. He's not just going to let that offensive line stand. So I don't know why he would be such a prisoner of the moment in that case.
Brett Coleman Part 2. This is after they re-signed Trent Brown to a 1-year, $7 million extension yesterday. He said, okay, so the Texans' plan at O-line might be Ursery with Fisher at swing, left guard Patterson with rookie swing, center Andrews with rookie swing, right guard Ingram / with rookie swing. He actually put Brown at right tackle with Fisher swing, so he admits that he made a bad take the day before. Got to thread a lot of needles while hitting a lot of green lights to make this work. In no way is Patterson a starting left guard for this team. No. Andrews might not be a starting center, and Ingram, at least he put a question mark there, so I can't go at that one. But this is another bad take from Brett Coleman. He doesn't know offensive line for the Texans, and apparently he's a fan of the Texans, people tell me.
Yeah, I don't know why he would assume Patterson would be a starter, because the Texans, again, have told you with their actions that they don't think he's a starter. But again, this is another kind of prisoner of the moment take. Like, with free agency still happening, now coming up on Monday with the legal tampering period, in the draft in April, like why would he think the Texans are done making moves with the offensive line? They have room to make at least one decent move in free agency, and plus, a bunch of picks inside the top 100 to pick up other offensive linemen, which they've done multiple years in a row now with Ursery and Blake Fisher and Scruggs and others. So maybe those guys won't work out, but I don't see how he would think the Texans were done adding to the offensive line.
It's a bad take there, Coleman. Bad take. Basketball Forever makes the list this week. He tweeted this on April 1st, though. It's been a while. Almost a year ago. It's been a rough season for Reed Sheppard, rookie year, who's seen just 11.9 minutes per game in 46 games during his rookie season. Is it too early to label him a bust? Question mark. So you make the list there, Basketball Forever.
You just made the list!
Way too soon to be asking that question.
This is April of last year?
April of last year.
So it's still in his rookie season? Yeah, it's too early when the rookie season isn't over to label him a bust.
Texans legend J.J. Watt says that crawfish is not worth the squeeze. So J.J. Watt makes the list. He doesn't like crawfish.
You just made the list!
Did you put this in here because you know my take on this is the same?
Yeah, but I don't trust your food takes.
That's fair. Well, it's like fair that I know that you don't trust my food takes.
Ryan just said in the Twitch, it's amazing how bad BMAC is at food, and I agree with Ryan on that.
I do like the taste of crawfish. I just don't feel like doing the work. I know you hate that take, and whatever, that's fine. But I stand with J.J. Watt on this.
Geraldo Perdomo is an idiot. Apparently, he played with Pena in the WBC. He got asked about Pena, and Perdomo said he is fine. Really, what they don't want is for him to play. He's got a broken finger, Geraldo. Yeah, the X-rays lying? Like, what are you talking about?
This just comes off as an I hate the Astros take, or maybe this is an outsider saying the Astros medical staff has been asked for years, which mostly fair. But yeah, like, can you wait till see if the X-rays come out as negative or not before you blast this opinion off?
Junkie says Joe George did the same thing with Reed Sheppard. We'll put Joe on the list, too.
There you go.
You just made the list!
Somebody texted us in the other day and said that Isak should play shortstop while Pena's out. That makes the list.
Yes.
You just made the list!
Can't play short. Chris Armstrong, who I'm pretty sure is a rage baiter, but we'll put him on the list just in case he's not. He said that
you just made the list!
I'm a Texan. I don't eat kolaches and donuts. I'm also not aware of anyone else who does. The closest I've heard of as a signature Texan breakfast is Texas toast, which, of course, it's tacos, breakfast tacos. So, Chris, I'm pretty confident you're rage baiting, but just in case you're not, the 1% chance you're not, you make the list here.
Yeah, Texas. I think the Texas toast part of that is the part that offends me the most, and the part that most leads me to agreeing with you that this is a rage bait, because there's no one, quote unquote, from Texas that thinks of Texas toast as a breakfast food.
No, and he's from California, so
yeah, he's a fake.
Alabama playing Georgia at basketball the other day. They came out on defense with 4 players.
Oops.
They played an entire possession with 4 players, so they make the list.
You just made the list!
Where I applaud them and tip my cap to them is they almost forced a turnover, and Georgia had to take a timeout, so they didn't turn it over.
That would be
so they got away with it.
That would be really embarrassing. Although I think literally 5 minutes ago you said that you protected the sanctity of Bad Take Boulevard by only including takes. Playing 4 players is not a take.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Absolutely, it's a take.
All right. Ryan's laughing. I think he's with me on this one. That's not a take. It's dumb. It's bad. Probably more of a junkie of the day than a bad take.
No, it's a take because Nate Oates wanted to see what it looked like playing with four defensively.
Is that what he did?
He needed to do it later in the tournament because all of his players got into foul trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a bad take. I think it's a bad coaching decision by Nate Oates.
Sure.
And then someone texted us the other day, yesterday, in fact, said banana route is a made-up term. All terms are made up, but it wasn't made up yesterday like they were claiming.
Yeah, we didn't include this in the list, but we also had multiple texters text in saying Josh Reddick coined the term.
Yeah,
no, he didn't. It's just a common thing.
I view crawfish like celery. I burn more calories peeling the crawfish than I get consuming it. It's healthy for me. There you go. Attaboy. I like that. And then another one, Josh Seabrook. Bad Take Boulevard 2 weeks ago, former NFL guard Willie Colon suggested the Cardinals should trade Kyler Murray for C.J. Stroud straight up.
Yeah,
That's what happened to Kyler. He got cut.
You just made the list.
He went actually further than that. We played this on the weekend. He said not only should the Texans trade C.J. Stroud for Kyler Murray, but if they did, the Texans would win the Super Bowl this year.
4 players isn't a take. You're wrong. You should be a take for saying it's a take. All right, fine. I'm wrong. You're right.
Put him on the list, Ryan.
You just made the list.
It's a good call. You're right. You're right. You got me. You got me. I concede defeat. Raise the white flag. Throw in the towel. Eat an L. What else do I got to do to admit my defeat here?
That's good enough.
All right. Oh, yeah, Kyler Murray take. It'll never happen. It'll never happen. I understand it'll never happen. But would you hate it the Texans traded Davis Mills for a 4th rounder and signed Kyler Murray to the vet minimum that he's going to sign?
No. Unless you think that's going to be some sort of detrimental locker room distraction drama.
And Cal would be great friends.
Yeah, probably so. No, but on its surface, just from a talent level, no, I'd be fine with that. I don't know how it would work with the locker room dynamics, but sure, I'd give it a shot.
You recoup a 4th for Mills, who's going to leave you. Well, maybe not. He might sign another 1-year deal to be a backup.
Yeah, he just likes being a backup.
The healthy crawfish gets nullified by the delicious cold beer to wash it down. That's true. It's true about the crawfish and calories. We once saw a nutritionist who told us we could eat as much crawfish as we possibly wanted. I'm sure the sodium would probably be a problem at some point.
Yeah, it depends on how you season it, probably. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're seasoning it any good, so
just depending on like how salt heavy you go. But you're probably right on the sodium level.
Yeah, but you'd run into some issues at some point. Joe Espada clapped back at the ESOC as a plug-in comment a little bit earlier today. We'll do that when we return. Joe Espada is managers. You should listen to what the manager has to say, right? We learned that yesterday, that what the manager says, people should start listening to it. I agree. You should start listening to what the manager has to say. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe without Joe. Brian instead on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You should also listen to what HR&P has to say. Human Resources and Payroll, they're the best over there. Mike Holly used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner. Now he's protecting businesses. HR&P's been protecting businesses for 25 years, a quarter of a century. Business owners, let HR&P help you. They can help you in HR compliance. They can help you in benefits administration. They can help you in payroll. They can help you in onboarding. HR&P can help in any of those areas, one of those areas, all of those areas. They're going to help you. There's no boxes with HR&P. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big a job, how much you want them to take from you, how little you want them to take from you. HR&P is going to work with you to completely customize a plan for what you and your business needs. They're going to tailor a plan to what makes sense for you and your business. You have a problem, an issue, HR&P is going to find a way to help. And they do it in a way that's unique. We mentioned that they're going to tailor it for you. They're going to customize it for you. But their technology and their service are top-notch. They have the best technology in the business. You'll love that, but their service is top shelf. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always talk to someone who knows you. They know your business. I can attest to it. Anytime I have any HR questions, we use HR&P here at Gal, of course. I fire off an email. I don't really have time to call all the time. Don't really like calling. Fire off an email, quick response, easy to understand. Thankful that we use HR&P here at Gal. So take care of your employees too, business owners. But HR&P, great to have in your corner. They're always staying up to date on what's going on in the business world, all the trends. Great to have around tax season too. Keep that in mind. So give HR&P a call, 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Josh from Seabrook says it wasn't rage bait from Chris on Twitter over the Galachis and Texas Toast. He actually did double down on that take, responding to some of the replies. I think that was also a rage bait. I think he was doubling down on his rage bait. I think it's too calculated.
Yeah, both things can be true. Like, the first one can be a rage bait. Just because you rage baited again doesn't mean the first one wasn't a rage bait.
Yeah, I mean, only one person truly knows. Kyler Murray's going to the Vikings. Yeah, his odds are in favor of that. That'd be an interesting fit. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me, but
why not?
Well, I think Kevin O'Connell's a coach that likes accuracy, precision, being on time, everything on schedule, and I think Kyler Murray's the antithesis of that.
Fair take. I would just counter with, like, they know McCarthy's not the guy. I mean, sure. Carson Wentz. I can't remember if Carson Wentz is still under contract, but he's obviously not.
No, he's free. There's rumors that Frank Reich wants him in New York.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
But I mean, they know they have to do something. They know 9's not the answer. If Max Brosmer is still on the roster, he's not the answer. Like, I could see them looking at Kyler as the highest upside talent available to them, and making the move on that reason. And you make it short term. So if he isn't, if he is what you say, like not Kevin O'Connell's type of quarterback, then you move on at the end of the year.
Yeah, that's a good point. 713-780 ESPN HRP listener line. Another junkie. Key from L.A. Just get the crawfish in the bag that's already peeled. That's lazy. Come on, Key from L.A.
I hate to agree with Key from L.A., but I'm on board with that.
You get crawfish in the bag that's already peeled?
But I guess my point is, like, I love crawfish dishes, like crawfish po' boy, like a gumbo with crawfish in it, where the crawfish is already, like, taken care of. What I don't do is go to the boil and do all the peeling and all that. I'm out.
It's lazy.
It is
soft.
It is lazy. I will concede that. That's what I'm about.
So Joe Espada clapped back on a couple of things. Really just one thing, but another thing that we were talking about yesterday, foul territory, which I like foul territory. I just don't like A.J. Brzezinski. I think
Fair.
Foul territory does a good job. I don't like A.J. Brzezinski specifically. But they were at Astros camp today. I haven't watched the whole thing. I watched some of it. They did like 2.5 hours on the Astros. They interviewed a bunch of different people. But I've seen some of the clips. A couple of clips from Joe Espada. The first one was it does confirm something that Brian McTaggart reported yesterday. He was quoting Joe Espada saying that Correa would move over to short if Pena isn't ready for opening day. Here was the skipper, Joe Espada, discussing that today with foul territory.
Once the 2 weeks, we still don't know the status of Jeremy, right, for opening day. But if the case is that he will need more time, Carlos Correa will step in and be our shortstop. And we all know how good of a shortstop Carlos Correa is. So once we get going here, we'll get Carlos some starts at shortstop. I'll continue to play Nick Allen at short. We have Isaac Paredes that can will play third base. Is that the case? But we do have the players in camp to be able to sustain and be able to move forward as we wait for Jeremy.
Boom. That's what we both wanted. I didn't think they would do it for such a short-term injury, but I'm glad that they're gonna. So there you go. We heard it from the skipper's mouth himself. Correa would play short if Pena's not ready for opening day, which alleviates any sort of untenable infield surplus.
Yeah. You mean injuries happen in baseball, and a surplus turns into a necessity at some point? Is that a thing? I guess.
People that have feel, Brian, know that.
Yeah.
People who lack feel don't know that. Which I really hope they don't trade from this infield surplus by opening day, because I got some doozies on Bad Take Boulevard ready
I think
to
this
go.
injury removes any possibility of that.
I don't think so. I think it's too short term to kill it altogether.
Okay, yeah,
because he
right.
could be. I mean, if he's
You're
back even 3 weeks into the season, like let's say somebody blows you away for Isaac Paredes, like let's say it's Duran. Like let's say the Red Sox finally we're willing to do Duran for Isaac. And the Astros cleared the money so they could do it, The Astros would still do that.
Yeah, you're right. No, in hindsight, you're right. Like, I wonder if that would – I would assume most teams are kind of where they're going to be now, but you're right. If the Red Sox called and said, you know what, let's do that deal, then the Astros would definitely do it.
No, I do agree with that last statement. Like, I feel like every day that you get closer to opening day, a little bit less of a chance that it happens. One iota of a chance less that it happens every day you get closer to spring training. And I do think that Pena's injury reduces it some, but I don't think it eliminates it altogether.
Yeah, maybe the better way to say it is that it would take more now, like slightly more now, for them to be interested, just because the need is greater than it was before.
Like, I don't think that the Astros were going to – if we're saying that Isak Paredes is worth $1, I don't think they were going to trade him for 90 cents.
Right.
I don't think they were going to trade him for 95 cents, quite frankly. I do think that if they got a left-handed outfielder that was, like, on a similar contract to Paredes or a better contract for Paredes, they would trade Isak's dollar for that outfielder's dollar, right? I do think they would make a straight swap if they felt the value was even. Maybe now it costs $1.05. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going. I wonder you obviously mentioned the case that we've talked about forever with the Red Sox, but I wonder how many of those, outfield for Paredes, dollar for dollar, equal talent sort of scenarios would even be out there. I can't think of many beyond a potential deal with Boston, but I guess we'll find out.
No, I don't think there's many. I think you're right. Like Pittsburgh was mentioned, I don't see a fit there.
No,
unless the Astros like Brian Reynolds.
I don't like
wish
Brian
they
Reynolds
wouldn't.
that much.
I think he's a fine player. I think he and Isak are pretty similar offensive guys. I actually like Isak more. Reynolds has kind of faded away a little bit in my mind. But then Reynolds' contract is atrocious.
Yeah, he was weirdly one of the guys that Pittsburgh decided to pay. And I did. Brian Reynolds was like, if this was 2022, I'm trying to remember what his best season was. But you're right. Like he had a stretch of 3 seasons or so where he was a very underrated offensive player, and I would have been thrilled if the Astros have been able to pull the deal for him, but I think we're past that point.
Yeah, then he got paid, and he's kind of diminished a bit offensively. Like, he's under contract for the next 7 years, something like that, at a pretty substantial amount.
7 years.
Yeah. Espada was asked about the infield surplus. He reaffirmed that the infield surplus is overblown.
Yeah, and that's been, what Dana and I have been, talking to not only our players, but messaging to the fans and media that, injuries do happen. We learned that last year. And, I don't see Paredes as a plug-in guy. This is an all-star. This guy is an everyday player. That we do have, a plethora of really good players, and they all need to be in the lineup. Absolutely. And we'll find at bats for all these guys. We have it, we use the DH spot just to get some guys some at bats. I will ask Jordan to play some left field so we could keep the DH spot open and fluid to get some of these guys in there.
I love that he said that we've been trying to tell the media this. He
really
literally out of his mouth said, we've been trying to tell the media that Jordan is going to play left and that we don't view Paredes as a plug-in guy. We've been trying to tell the media, but they just refuse to listen to us, which I immediately draw back to yesterday when we were talking about Chandler fear-mongering a little bit and kind of getting sassy on this little mailbag he had on The Athletic. He was asked yesterday if y'all didn't listen.
The reader?
Yes, he was asked by Wilbur, like, wouldn't it be easy for the Astros to just put Jordan in left, designate Paredes as the full-time DH? His answer to that said it would be Wilbur, but Espada has told you, me, and everyone else who will listen that it isn't the team's plan. Espada writes the lineups. Perhaps people will soon start to believe him. Literally, the manager today just said that he's trying to tell the media that he's going to get Jordan in left field and is going to get regular at-bats for Paredes and views him as an everyday player. But shouldn't you heed your own advice?
Yeah, like I don't give as much blame to the national guys that have run with this narrative because they're not with the team every day, and I think they just they just think of Rome as the guy, and so they go with what Rome says, and they back it because they're not doing their own work on each of the 30 teams. But like I think we know the answer. It's just engagement farming, and I kind of respect the business, but it's a little frustrating, even though I respect the business of it, when when you're talking down to people in the mailbag for some reason, defending your said engagement farming.
Espada writes the lineup. Chandler writes, perhaps people will start to believe him soon. The same Espada that literally just said, which, by the way, this is on Foul Territory. Chandler's podcast is on the Foul Territory Network, so they're kind of telling his colleagues, they're telling his coworkers that Joe Espada's telling Chandler's coworkers that he's going to get Jordan in left and Paredes is an everyday player.
Especially
Yet
since
Chandler does not believe that, and he even goes as far to say that Espada writes the lineups and it's time to believe him.
Especially since I think the quote that started this whole thing with Chandler Rome and the fear-mongering about the infield surplus, because I know you pointed this out at the time, so I'm not giving news to you, but like the clip that started all of this, he literally, like in the same thought, said, well, no, Jordan's going to play some left. Like it wasn't even like Chandler took something Espada said on, I don't know, December 29th, and then 5 days later, Espada said something different, which wouldn't be all that, unusual for Espada and especially for Dana Brown. But it was literally this in the same paragraph, the same thought, the same sound clip. But for some reason, Chandler only held on to the part of it that I guess fit the narrative he decided to craft.
Maybe he just started writing down stuff and didn't listen to the rest of the sentence.
Maybe.
But I agree, Chandler. I agree. Espada writes the lineups, and people should start to believe him. I agree with that advice. I think maybe you should heed your own advice. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Coming up next, our Mailbag Monday on a Friday. What are your questions for Jeremy and Joe, Sans Joe, Brian in for Joe? 713-780-ESPN, Mailbag Monday on a Friday. We return 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. I am hungry. It's a Friday. I'm starving. I'm not in town right now, but if I were, Federal American Grill would be the spot. Lunch, a little past the lunch hour now, but always order online, thefederalgrill.com. They always have the best lunch specials. Maybe you go with a little chopped salad, the Freedom Burger, where they donate $1 to Camp Hope that helps PTSD for all of our veterans, which what a great cause that is. Plus, it's a fantastic burger. The best sandwich that one could have, those cheeseburgers at Federal American Grill. And while you're on the website, thefederalgrill.com, go ahead and join Club Fed. While you're there, you're going to get all the rewards, all the perks, all the exclusive offers. By the way, the Easter Easter brunch is coming up at Federal American Grill. Go ahead and reserve your spot for that. No better way to get your Easter started than the Easter brunch at Federal American Grill. So reserve your spots, thefederalgrill.com. But what's really awesome on a Friday night around 5:30, social hour. In fact, it starts at 3 o'clock there at Federal American Grill. I don't get off until 6, but you might get off earlier than that. It is a great way to get your weekend started. It's a great way to forget about the Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. Get over to the social hour from 3 to 7 at Federal American Grill. The vibes are immaculate. It's a great social hour. The setting is great, and then the deals are amazing too. $10 appetizers, and the food's fantastic. Handcrafted drink specials that are the very best. Perfect for your after work, perfect for getting the night started. And on a Friday, it's perfect for getting your weekend started. They got world-class whiskey, world-class bourbon, 5 locations to choose from. My spot in the Woodlands, but Hedwig Village, Katy, Shepherd, the downtown location, River Oaks coming soon as well. So keep your eyes open for that. But get over to Federal American Grill, whether it's social hour, whether it's the Easter brunch, whether it's lunch, federalgrill.com, whether it's for dinner. Nice sit-down dinner, a steak, and a whiskey. Doesn't get better than that. Federal American Grill, where precision cooking meets quality ingredients in a tribute to classic American cuisine.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Mailbag Monday on a Friday. What's your question for Brian, Jeremy? 713-780-ESPN. By the way, don't you forget about it. Our college basketball bracketology coming up. Get ready. Bracket Madness coming soon thanks to our presenting sponsor, the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, and our supporting sponsors, Two Creeks Crossing Resort, Bang Bang, and Republic Boot Company. Great spot. Republic Boot Company is awesome. 713-780-3776. What are your questions for Jeremy and Brian? First one, what's the difference between the Max Crosby and Trey Hendrickson situations? I've heard a lot of talk about Crosby being the move. Why don't we hear the same on Hendrickson? Hendrickson's a free agent. He was not tagged by Cincinnati. He is free. So that's the difference.
Yeah, that's definitely
free,
the biggest
one's
difference.
Probably going to be traded.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest
and
difference.
Crosby's better, younger.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Key from LA, did you guys hear Dell and John argue over their favorite Dodger this morning? I did not. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did. So Dell was, and admittedly, he said this openly. John still couldn't help but arguing anyway, even after Dell admitted it. But he was trying to trigger John by saying Yamamoto was a better player than Shohei Ohtani. And Dell was arguing it, but like he was just rage baiting John, and John stepped right into it multiple times.
He did?
Yeah.
He fell for it?
Oh, yeah. Well, he fell for it. Dell admitted what he was doing, and then John continued to argue with him.
That's hilarious.
It was pretty funny.
Well done. Brandon, will you not be broadcasting the Coug game tomorrow? I'll be there. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Someone else said no one listens to Jeremy either. Well, you just texted into our show. You must be listening. And you knew what we were talking about, so you must be listening.
Facts.
Your facts are inaccurate here.
Bad take.
No one listens to Jeremy as you comment on something we are discussing. I'm getting rage baited. Key from L.A. Oh, no, this is not Key from L.A. Another junkie. Have you ever ran out of gas?
I have not. No.
I did it once.
Okay, no. Oh, so only once. Only once?
Yeah, just once.
I've heard people that I've worked with both here and other places, including a certain Baytown baddie, who like talk about it as a badge of honors all the times they've had to walk a mile with a gas can because they ran out of gas. I don't know why people are pushing it so far. I don't know if they're just huge fans of that one Seinfeld episode where Kramer goes on the test drive. It pushes the odometer as far as it can go, or the gas tank, that is. But, yeah, no, I've never run out of gas.
Yeah, I was in a new vehicle, and I trusted it a little bit too much on how much miles I had left.
How low was it?
I think the miles were off by like 3, because it said I had like 5 miles to go, and then it ran out like at 3.
Yeah, like that's kind of.
I was like 2 miles away from the Buc-ee's in Madison.
That is another place where I get aggravated with my wife, because I'm a person once it gets to, because my trip to work is like, I think it's like 35 miles. So like anything that gets close to that, I usually cap it at 50. I fill up. I'm not going to push it any further than 50 to go, because like you said,
50?
I don't trust it to be down. Yeah, like I don't trust
50?
it to be. Yes. I don't trust it to be down to the number.
Oh my goodness!
And also,
I won't get gas until it's under 20.
Oh my God!
At minimum, like usually it's under 10.
Now I think the newer cars, it's not a thing anymore, but there was a problem.
50?
Yes. Well, this comes from
insane.
This comes from my dad, who grew up in the era where cars, like if you let the gas get too low, it could suck in dirt and bad things that you don't want in your engine. Newer cars, look, I don't know ball on cars, but from what I understand, newer cars don't have that same issue. But it's just ingrained in me not to push it. Plus, I don't want to, like I live in Kingwood. I live in a suburb where the gas prices are fine. But like if I waited and I got gas near here, near work here, it might be $1 more per gallon. So
your round trip's 50 miles. You can get it under 25 at home.
Yeah, I'm not gonna run the risk. I'm not gonna run the risk of being in traffic or like something comes up and I have to go somewhere real quick where I can't plan it. I'm just fill up.
Junkie, that Cougar broadcasting job, dream job. Shout out to you. Much respect for it. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Should the Texans make a push for Taylor Decker after his release request announcement?
I'd have the conversation.
I'm out. I don't think you need a tackle. You have Ursery at left tackle. You have Trent Brown, who you signed at right tackle. And if you draft over Trent Brown, cool, but it's not going to be a free agent. I'm out on it.
Yeah, I agree with you that it's very unlikely. I guess what I'm saying is just have the conversation, find out how much he wants, which is probably 99% going to price you out, but I'd have the conversation.
Key from L.A., start, sit, cut, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, auntie.
Ooh, okay. Start, auntie. Cut. Oh, man. This is difficult. I'll cut mother-in-law and bench brother-in-law.
I'll start auntie because it's blood.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
I'll sit mother-in-law, and I'll cut brother-in-law because I only see him like once a year anyways.
There we go. We agree.
Is Jorge going to make an appearance at Go Tejano Day? We can only wish. We can only hope. How do you eat your crawfish? Peel one and snack as you go, or peel a plate's worth then eat?
Well, this is
Brian
a
gets
question.
it for the already peeled bag. I peel one and snack as I go. I don't peel a bunch of it and then eat. I peel them one at a time.
Yeah, like I would equate that to people who will get like a steak and cut it all up before they take a bite. I think that's weird.
Laundry or dishes?
What I prefer to do? Like I guess I'd prefer to do I guess I'd prefer to do dishes because my least favorite part of any of those things is folding clothes. So I guess I'll go
I don't
with
have
dishes.
an issue with either one. They're kind of the same to me.
They are. I just I find
activity.
the act of folding clothes to be more annoying than any of the other parts of said activity. So I guess I would have to take dishes.
Yeah,
but I don't
really
mind
care
either
about
one.
I fill up my tank at 50 out of fear of being at standstill traffic. Well, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, but you're still running the engine.
Yeah, but it's not going to be that taxing on your.
Yeah, but again,
your
you're trusting that it's down to the exact mile.
They're good at what they do.
I mean, you just gave us an example when
was
they
an
weren't.
old car. It was an old car that was 15 years ago.
Yeah, I'm not going to trust it. Like I think you got to have a safety net, and I've set mine at 50.
Going out with the wife tonight for some fajitas. What's your favorite spot? Wheat straw. There, I got a bunch.
Fajitas. I mean, Papacitos, Lupe, Original Nifas.
El Tiempo, I'd throw that in there.
Yeah, sure.
Julio's. Don't sleep on Julio's on Rayford. Would you trade your U of H broadcasting job for a Texans Super Bowl win? No, I would not. Nope.
Ryan's trying to trade. He's nodding behind the glass. He's trying to trade that for you. It's not your decision, Ryan.
Laundry all day. I don't like those wrinkly, wet fingers after washing. How are you washing? Like, are you?
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to put your hands in the water to wash.
Is he so? Like you sometimes see that in like old shows where people will fill up the
Maybe
sink.
they don't have a dishwasher though.
Yeah, like if you're still having to fill up the sink with soap and water and then wash that way, then okay, I can see how you get wrinkly fingers. But like, who's still doing it that way?
People who don't have dishwashers.
I guess, yeah. I guess that's the answer.
Maybe we shouldn't be so pretentious.
Is that yeah? Is that elitist of us?
Yeah, a little bit. Being a little elitist. What's shorter, Jeremy's attention span or Joe George? Why is Joe catching strays when he's working? Well, he's not working today. That's not nice.
I think they're neck and neck.
Probably my attention span. Should you put whipped cream on ice cream?
No.
This was that Alabama. It was the Georgia punter. I think he was asked by Stutes. I think Stutes asked the Georgia punter, like, do you have any Lassiter stories or whatever? And he's like, I agree with everything he does except he puts whipped cream on his ice cream.
Yeah, it's like it's the same texture. Like if
now, people do it with sundaes.
Yeah, I'm still out on that, but I guess I kind of get it more because the sundae implies you're going to put more things with it. My contention would be if your only topping on the ice cream is the whipped cream because it's the same texture.
Yeah.
I need different textures, maybe some nuts or some candies or something that's texturally different.
I don't. I actually get my sundaes without whipped cream, so I'm anti whipped cream on ice cream. I love a strawberry sundae too. Who do you guys have as the Final Four in the WBC?
USA, Japan. I don't know after that. It's probably going to be USA versus Japan.
No love for the Latin countries, huh, Brian? I see how it is. Earlier you called Candace Parker a color commentator, and now you give no love to the Latin Americans.
It's going to be USA versus Japan.
I've paid zero attention to the WBC.
Same.
Y'all know my feelings on the WBC. If the game is on, I'll watch the game, and it'll be a lot of fun. But I don't sit here and handicap the WBC, and I don't want any of my players participating in the WBC. My Final Four, I'll go with America, Japan, Venezuela, and the Dominican.
I'll say it won't be Brazil because apparently they're -9.5 run favorites, or underdogs, that is, against Team USA tonight.
Who's pitching? Ronaldinho?
No, it's future 300-game winner Logan Webb.
For Brazil?
No, for USA. I'm sorry, I thought you meant who's pitching for USA. No. I don't know who's pitching for Brazil. But yeah, apparently America is a 9.5-run favorite tonight against Brazil, which I've never seen that line in a baseball game.
That's crazy. All right, that does it for Mailbag Monday on a Friday. Let's get to Junkie of the Day. What's your Junkie of the Day? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know it's never a Junkie of the Day? Monument Chevrolet. You know who's never a Junkie of the Day at Monument Chevrolet? GM Jeff. Make sure you go by and see GM Jeff, by the way. He wants to see you over at Monument Chevrolet. He's the best in the business. Customer service, it's his game. He does it better than anybody else. So get on over there. Go see GM Jeff. You know what's going on right now at Monument Chevrolet? The supplier discount. This almost never happens at dealerships too. The supplier discount on its full inventory of the 2026 Silverado 1500s. It's the big discount reserved for top Chevy sellers, and you're going to pay that price this month. Every trim of Silverado 1500 in every color, they're all discounted. It is the biggest discount they've ever offered to the public, a bulk discount that only the big buyers normally receive. So you're getting that discount. You're getting that one. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. Truck month going on right now, and the supplier discount with truck month, this is the time to buy the vehicle. I'm telling you like it is. You've been waiting for that vehicle? Well, this is the time to do it. You've been waiting for that Silverado 1500? Now's the time to do it. 2026, discounted at rates you might not see again, quite frankly. So get over there to Monument Chevrolet. Plus, they're already the dealer you can trust, transparent with you, not going to hassle you with your pricing. Going to get your car shopping done fast. They've been in the business for 50 years, helped generations of families get into these new vehicles because they trust the people there. Family feel, still family-owned after all these years, too. Friendly atmosphere, great people, no tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. Check out you can shop online, monumentchevrolet.com. Check out Truck Month right now at monumentchevrolet.com. But just go visit them in person. 225 Beltway 8. Make sure you stop in and be like, hey, GM Jeff, what's going on right now at the supplier discount during Truck Month? He'll walk you right through it, and he's going to get you in that Silverado at a price you couldn't dream of. So get on over there, Monument Chevrolet at 225 and Beltway 8. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Thanks to Ryan for filling in these last couple of days, filling in for Brian. Brian filling in for Joe. It's Brian, not Brian. Junkie of the day, 713-780-3776. This junkie's asking, best barbacoa place? Oh, wait, it's overrated. Yeah, we're not going to do that. We're not. That's not going to be your bit. Your bit's not going to be like, oh, barbacoa is overrated. Nope, not doing it. What was that?
He's trying to get run.
Yeah, but we're not. It's not going to be a bit. It's not going to be a bit we allow on the show where you're just going to badmouth barbacoa. You're not going to poo-poo barbacoa. It ain't happening. Not with us. All right, what's your junkie of the day?
I have a few nominations. First one, we had some fun with Candace Parker earlier, but D. Wade had a not so great moment in this clip you're about to hear during last night's Rockets-Warriors game.
Well, Şengün just giving a nod to Kareem, the dream, and giving a little shake with just a nice counter and a nice finish over very good defender Draymond Green.
He dropped a Kareem, the dream, in reference to Olajuwon being courtside. D. Wade doesn't know ball.
So he called that. He was talking about Olajuwon?
Yeah, it was the same clip we heard earlier where Candace was talking about Alpe's footwork and she references Olajuwon being court. And as the clip goes on, I saved it purposely for Junkie. D. Wade drops that and calls him Kareem the Dream.
Huh.
Yeah.
Isn't that a rapper?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm the wrong person to ask.
That's bad. I don't really like Dwayne. I don't think he's good.
He wasn't good.
I don't think he's good.
Yeah, he was not good. A few more. I mentioned hyperbolic Candace Parker. That's a nomination. Alpe being excessively soft last night. Another nomination. Then I don't know if you saw this. It just came out. So the Raiders are going to release not Nick Foles. I don't know why I said Nick Foles. Geno Smith. And so the 1 year payment for Geno Smith, once everything's factored in, is going to be an NFL record $58.5 million that they paid Geno Smith for that one season of terrible football. The funny part is that someone tweeted out that it's the top 30 of these maximum 1 year payments. There's a few Houston connections on here. Number 7 on the list, the 1 year of Stephon Diggs, $29.8 million the Texans paid. Number 7 on the list. Case Keenum is on the list for his 1 year in Denver, and then Brock Osweiler, number 21 on the list, $21 million for that 1 year in 2016.
Ish.
Yeah. But yeah, Geno Smith, that 58.5 is almost $10 million clear of the second most, which is also a Raider. That was Christian Wilkins, 49.8.
Good job filibustering, Brian.
Yeah, you're welcome. That's it. I'm done.
Dylan Brooks got a Dewey.
Yeah,
my Junkie of the Day nominee. And then Arike Ogunwuli.
Sound confident.
She's a WNBA All-Star. She got
I do not know that.
She got arrested for beating up, I think, a security guard or a man at a club as they were partying some thing.
Or punched the security guard, I think was the.
I don't know.
Beat up, punch, whatever.
So yeah, Dewey. Basketball players doing bad things. All right, what's winning?
I think it's got to be D. Wade for the Kareem.
I knew you were going to pick your own. You always pick your own.
He didn't know the name of one of our own. You
that's a good one.
You killed people for it earlier.
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah,
we'll go with Dwayne Wade. He's terrible at broadcasting. Great basketball player, but terrible broadcaster.
Man.
All right, that does it for us. Thank you to Ryan for the hard work. Thank you to Brian filling in for Joe. Maybe Jose Jorge will show up sometime next week. That does it for us. Have a great weekend, Houston. We'll talk to you on Monday. Goodbye.
Some nuts or some candies or something that's texturally different. nuts or some candies or something